Born a magic prodigy but afflicted with a disorder from birth, what does mana feel like to him? When one door closes, another must open. Watch the journey of Lewin Ardal, the young man who fell into such a fate. When he was first born, he was regarded as a light illuminating the world. Lewin was also quite strange. It all began the day the butler and his father had a conversation. The butler was preparing to depart on a voyage to gather marine resources. Young Lewin earnestly warned him not to take the road near the southern mountain range because he felt the mana flow there was very strange. On the day Beggins set out, the sky was covered in dark clouds and lightning. He hurried back only late that night. It turned out Beggins had listened to Lin and taken a detour, but because of that, he himself avoided a disaster. For, according to what Begin had learned, that place had been attacked by monsters. No one could return safely by that route. From that moment, Lewin's innate talent began to draw attention. Begin believed he could sense mana in the air. Though no one understood how, his father sensed Lewin was the Ardal family's future. Indeed, when Lewin was 6, he sensed mana and, within a year, summoned it. By the time he was 10, Lewin became the top entrant at Ignat Magic Academy, the Kingdom of Radiant's premier magic school. He was also given the title of prodigy. At that time Lewin was somewhat arrogant. He was certain he would elevate the family to new heights, but in the end he only made it this far. On the first day of class, Lewin realized he was nothing. While the teacher repeatedly urged him to cast magic, Lewin struggled greatly with it. He himself couldn't understand what was wrong with him. For the first time Lewin, like everyone else, realized he had a mana disorder. At that moment, everything inside Lewin seemed to collapse. His body lacked the ability to cast magic even from a meter away. For a mage, such a body was truly pathetic. Then everyone realized he came from a mediocre family and had no talent. From then on, their attitudes turned 180 degrees. A mere accidental brush of shoulders in the hallway, and 2 male students immediately showed contempt. With all the students who resented him at she now, Lewin was just someone without magical ability, a useless person who couldn't perform magic at a magic academy. Of course he became their favorite target for amusement. At such times, Lewin could only sob helplessly, wondering if he could ever become a mage. Lewin Ardal, the name that entered the academy with the highest score, the one expected more than anyone else, the name that had been more diligent and industrious than anyone, had become, because of that mana disorder curse, a magic-disabled cripple. Was that the end of everything? No, Lewin thought everything had ended then, not realizing that there was still a miracle. The story of the forgotten genius was about to continue. A new, testing journey began to be woven at the very depths of despair. That light of hope and the system message flashed dazzlingly. The treasure has been activated. A system screen began to form while Lewin felt as if he were falling into the edge of the universe. Dazed as he woke, he didn't even know where he was. All he knew was that his body felt like it was sinking deep underwater. A mysterious line of text appeared before his eyes. The being said he was the incarnation of Oraka, the world's destroyer. This giant god was the one who had brought Lewin here. His appearance was unlike a human's and unlike the heroes Lewin had seen. He had no time at all to steady himself. The creature's lips trembled as if trying to speak. Then Lewin's pupils dilated in utter astonishment. A few hours earlier, at the training grounds of the Ignat Academy, it was Lewin's turn to practice. Professor Heidel kindly told him to do exactly as instructed, form a fireball and strike the dummy. Under the scrutinizing gazes of his classmates, Lewin knew a fireball was a basic spell any student could easily cast. But for him it was different. This time Lewin wasn't even sure he could do it. At the professor's cue, Lewin steeled himself to succeed. An orange flame gradually formed beneath his hands. It grew larger and larger, like Lewin's fierce determination. Forming under his hands, it swelled like Lewin's intense resolve. The male students were a little surprised he could muster that much mana. Lewin thought he might finally do it this time. But the familiar thing struck again. His hand began to tremble uncontrollably. Despite his forced, desperate pleas within, the thing called mana disorder defeated Lewin once more. He could no longer bear it and announced his surrender. Yet Windmaster Heidel still wanted him to try to project it. Lewin wanted to, too, but feared it was impossible. According to Heidel, he's now a senior student. If he can't even cast a basic spell like a fireball, how could he pass the graduation exam? Even Lewin felt like a useless wreck. This training round focused on targeting. Lewin couldn't even utter the incantation, let alone hit the target. At this rate, becoming a third-class mage was hopeless. Derisive laughter erupted. They branded him the Academy's shame. Lewin was so used to this kind of bullying that he paid it little mind. What crushed him was that there had been no hope from the start. It was all due to the curse that had plagued him for 6 years, mana disorder. Although Lewin had forced himself for years, he now began to wonder how much longer he could endure. After that training session, Lewin lurked alone behind the crowd into the main hall. The tree wished for silence but the wind would not cease. Two male students deliberately approached him and taunted him with cutting jibes. One repeatedly called him Lewin the Fool with smug delight. Their words grew worse, shifting from mocking his achievements to insulting his family and calling his territory a godforsaken place. They deliberately said the AEL family was obscure, neither wealthy nor renowned. The more they spoke, the closer Lewin came to his limit. You can insult me, but you must never touch my family. The male student was immediately silenced by a powerful punch from Lewin. It was so strong it sent him flying several meters. Lewin was truly furious at his loose tongue. Bruised and stunned, the male student still shouted defiantly. Lewin no longer held back. He knew the boy was Ben Folt and had no right to provoke his father or family. Another student accompanying Ben Folt, fearless, lunged forward. As expected, he was overwhelmed by Lin's punch, and momentarily couldn't stand, collapsing to his knees like a dog. What surprised Lewin was that Ben dared use combat magic inside the academy. He showed no fear of being expelled and unleashed a large mana burst toward him. Although Lewin was good at fighting physically, he was completely outmatched in mana power. His whole body couldn't move. Professor Heidel appeared to intervene, but he was a second too late. Lewin was struck by Ben's enormous mana. He thought he would just sleep like that forever. Now Lewin stood before the giant god and the system text. Faced with this, he still couldn't fathom what on earth was happening. Lost in a strange space and meeting a mysterious man left him puzzled about what was going on. Though he tried to listen closely, he could only catch the last word, Lewin Ardeldio. A deep voice sounded again. This time it was clearer, definitely his name, Lewin Ardeldio. Then from the void came a faint sound, as if calling his name, Lewin Ardel. Lewin Ardel. He slowly opened his eyes to reveal a woman with blonde hair. It turned out to be senior healing mage Helen. Her face was full of worry. Are you awake? Startled as the haze lifted, he jolted. He slowly sat up. Where am I? Seeing this, she hurriedly supported his body and gently said, the recovery room. You're okay, don't try to sit up yet. He rubbed his head tiredly. I'm fine, a bit dizzy but I can sit. As he spoke he wondered inwardly whether he had just fainted. Fragmented images flashed through his mind, a mysterious cloaked man, the strange space, the system voice. What was that? It was so vivid. Thinking this, he asked Helen, how long was I out? She replied, almost a day. She continued, fortunately it wasn't worse. God helped you. He fell silent for a moment, then softly asked, am I fully recovered now? Her face showed a hint of worry. Her words were somewhat hesitant. We still need to monitor you, but you look very well for someone struck directly by lightning, no burns, no scorch marks, and no internal injuries. I've never seen a case like yours, and in all my years I've never witnessed anything like this, so I'm astonished. What is this? Is it even possible? He stared at his palm, sinking into thought. Lightning is terrifying magic that can incinerate the body instantly, and he was struck directly. So how was his body unscathed? Suddenly Professor Heidel entered, cutting off his train of thought. May we have a moment? Hearing that, Helen leaned down to remind him, the professor has arrived. I'll go check the results now, if there's any problem, let me know immediately. At that, he unconsciously raised his head. He stepped up to stand before his bed, arms crossed, calmly inquired, how do you feel? He answered, I'm fine. The stern expression on the professor's face softened slightly. That's fortunate. Then he informed him of what had happened after he fainted and that the faculty were holding a meeting about the accident. He looked straight at him while he remained silent with his head bowed, listening. First, Ben Folt will be expelled for intentionally using strong offensive magic, spreading false rumors about the AEL family and treating and bullying students unfairly. These matters have all been decided by the teachers. His face darkened as he muttered in regret, but I did hit Ben Folt back. The professor replied, of course the student will also face punishment after review of the events. He will be required to participate in academy volunteer work for 1 month. He nodded slightly. Yes, it seemed the professor still had some reservations. Also, I want to ask this, are you in possession of a relic? His question made him lift his head. What? One must know that such a weapon is a legendary artifact left by ancient mages with endless mana. He waved his hand to deny it, a relic? Certainly I don't have one, if I did, I wouldn't be bullied. The professor narrowed his eyes, placed a hand on his chin, and his voice grew low. Considering its value and rarity, the AEL clan's chieftain likely used it for the family's benefit. Unable to hide his curiosity, he spoke up, but why are you asking me? The professor focused his gaze on him, eyes deep and sharp as if piercing through layers of thought, saying nothing. After a moment of silence, recalling the earlier scene, he recounted that a red light had certainly enveloped his body just before the purple lightning struck. It looked as if a high-grade relic had protected him, repelling Ben's spell. Hearing this, his face went blank. What is the professor talking about? He thought, what relic is he referring to? Suddenly he seemed to realize something. Wait, don't tell me it's connected to that dream earlier. He immediately denied it to himself. No, I'm imagining things. The professor sighed softly. Even without understanding what happened, he was sure you don't have a relic. All right, he turned his back and left beneath Lewin's gaze. Rest now. He watched the professor's retreating back. He had told the professor he didn't know what had happened, but the professor said no more. What is the professor thinking? Alone in the room, he sat in deep thought for a long time. What he had experienced felt no different from a dream. And that strange voice. The relic Draka, the world's destroyer, and the player. He kept tapping his forehead with his fingers, muttering, I think there was one more line. What was it? Lewin said suspiciously, status window, and immediately a blue panel appeared in midair, making his eyes widen in astonishment. As if seeing a ghost, he instinctively stepped back and shouted, Ah, what is that? Hearing the noise, Helen ran in. Seeing his stunned face, she asked, Lewin, are you okay? Do you feel unwell? He pointed at the blue panel floating in the air, stammering. No, it's not that. Do you see it, the blue panel in front of me? She looked puzzled. What nonsense are you talking about? There's nothing there, Lewin. Are you sure you're all right? Then an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Impossible. If she truly can't see it, then this can only be seen by me. On the status window appeared your information, Lewin Ardal, the incarnation of Draka, the world's destroyer, born from the pursuit of infinite power. Mage Draka perished along with his world. For Draka, who was born mana-starved, power was the source of his authority. The relic player of Draka can open a status window and gain limitless power by completing missions. Strength 150, Agility 100, Wisdom 1550. To avoid being mistaken for a madman, he quickly thought of a cover story. It's nothing, I'm a bit out of it. She forced a helpless smile. Don't dwell on it. She held the test results in her hand and happily announced that everything was completely normal. He could return to the dormitory. He smiled, feeling somewhat relieved. Yes, thank you. Lewin reviewed all the strange events. Today he survived being struck by lightning. The red-eyed man he met in another space and the status window could only be seen by him. Then he remembered the first status window he saw in the dream. It said he was the incarnation of Draka. Perhaps the relic of the mage Draka was transferred into me. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen over the training ground. A strange window appeared before his eyes again. He flinched slightly, but curiosity quickly overcame everything and he tapped it. It displayed his first mission. The mission can repeat because you have become a player linked with Draka, the world's destroyer. You must train your body to prepare for power advancement. Perform 100 repetitions of each punching, kicking, and spinning action. Reward, plus 10 strength and unlock a new skill. After reading it, he rolled up his sleeves to begin. His face still showed some doubt and confusion. Punching and kicking relate to strength, but how could that help him become a mage? But this wasn't the time for questions, he had to try. Thinking that, he took a deep breath. He swung his right hand, the punch count rose to 1. Then he swung his left, the punch count rose to 2. He let out a small laugh, a smug grin as if victory were already in hand. Great, it's increasing, at this rate I'll finish quickly. Riding that momentum, he launched the next punch. He shouted in rhythm with the strikes, but the punch count remained stuck at 2. He scrutinized the mission again, frowning. This time it didn't register. He thought it wouldn't count if the motion was wrong. That thought made him much more serious. Okay, how to punch correctly. Stars rose high, perched in the still sky. While everyone at home had fallen into deep sleep, he was panting as if chased by dogs for a full hour. He wearily propped himself on his knees, and finally, there. He smiled in satisfaction. It's finished. The status window appeared, mission completed, awarding plus 10 strength and unlocking a skill. Wiping the sweat from his face, he glanced up and asked, what's the reward? Suddenly he felt a fresh current of energy gradually flowing into his body. He marveled, what is this feeling? It's flowing gently through my veins, something more fundamental than mana. He clenched his hand, his fingers tightening, his arm trembling slightly with excitement. I've truly gotten stronger. If it's something new, he had to test it immediately. He inhaled deeply, raised his hand, and swung it hard forward. Let's see. With just one punch, the air before him was instantly torn apart. Feeling invincible, he smiled in satisfaction. His strength infused into his magic had truly increased. Speed, air resistance, and impact power had all genuinely improved. While continuously marveling at his new power, he suddenly remembered, what about the skill unlock reward? At his soft call, the status window immediately appeared in midair. The inner power circle is replaced by strength. The mana circle has been replaced by the power circle. From now on, all magic and movements are affected by the player's strength. You wonder about replacing the mana circle with a power circle. Then you place your hand on your chest, feeling the heartbeat. So that means my mana will be replaced by strength. Anyone who senses or studies mana has a circle surrounding their heart. The mana circle plays a major role in releasing and enhancing mana, increasing stats depending on the length and amount of mana a mage can control. You close your eyes and slowly feel a vague movement in your chest. I have 4 mana circles, more than kids my age, but because of my defect they're useless. Suddenly you open your eyes wide as if sensing something. Your mana circle has truly disappeared, so the wildly spinning powerful circle replacing it must be the power circle. Thinking this, you can't help but be startled and lean back in surprise. Done, that shock is quickly replaced by confusion. A power circle replacing the mana circle. You can't be a mage without a mana circle. If this new circle can't do what mana circles do, what will happen to you? A trace of sadness appears on your face. Will your life as a mage end like this? But now pessimism is pointless, so you quickly regain your confidence. No, it's far too early to despair. Try it first. You reach your hand forward, focusing all your will into a familiar incantation, Fireball. Immediately, a surge of power bursts from your palm, and in the blink of an eye a fierce fireball forms. Looking at the flame before you, you exclaim, so fast. How is this possible? Staring at the flame, you exclaim, so fast, how is this possible? You can't take your eyes off it and feel even more amazed. The moment you see the size of the fireball, you realize. Lewin laughs with delight, this must surely be the power of the artifact. Lewin holds the flame in his hand, thinking inwardly that because magic has a basic activation mechanism, before releasing this power there is usually a 10-second recharge. He calculates silently, but I can completely bypass that 10-second mechanic and create a fireball with the power in my body. Of course the protagonist is always the strongest. He clenches his hand into a fist. This is the power of an artifact. Suddenly something strange appears before Lewin. He's curious. Huh? What is that? It turns out to be a system notification. Huh? You, Draka the Mad Mage, cannot release energy in the usual way and have created this ability. Focus mana into your body and on the enemy. You are not affected by your own magic. When casting spells, an enhancement effect will be added. Magical attacks will deal additional psychological damage. He reads the information the system provides and ponders, focus mana into the body to attack? How does that work? He keeps asking himself. Thinking seriously now, Lewin realizes that Draka fellow also suffered the same mana disorder curse as him, and he focuses mana into his fists and feet. The more he reads, the more he understands, and the less he believes it. Why would he devise such a method? Just then, a quest notification appears. The protagonist regains his spirit and exclaims, a quest. The quest requires practicing the Mad Mage method, using the power circle and mana to attack targets. For each target hit, the reward points increase by 10. The protagonist seems a bit skeptical. Attack a target? He narrows his eyes, he'd never considered this method. If I could become a mage, if I follow this method. Lewin reaches out and grips the fireball. I have to try it. The fireball in his hand blazes with brilliant sparks as if wanting to burn everything. Finished, Lin's satisfied smile blooms on his face. The system immediately announced, mission completed, plus 10 strength reward. At last Lewin collapsed onto the ground. He looked up at the star-filled sky with satisfaction. Finally, I've completed the mission. Remembering how I'd always failed to release magic before, he couldn't believe he'd now succeeded using a punch. Curiously he wondered how Draka had existed after all. He wanted to investigate, but his body felt leaden. Suddenly strange voices rang out. Oh, what's that? He slept out here? Seems like he trained himself to exhaustion, but he actually fell asleep here. Should we wake him? Voices echoed in Lin's head. What's going on? Have I gone to heaven? How could I be dead? He was struck by lightning and yet he's fine. Creepy. The murmurs continued. Lewin opened his eyes groggily. What's all the noise about? Everyone panicked. Oh my god, you're awake? Lewin, you scared us to death. Lewin calmly stretched. What's going on? Why is everyone gathered here? Is this the first time you've seen someone sleeping out here or what? They nodded. Exactly, what noble would forego warm, soft blankets to sleep out here? They were suspicious. Hey Lewin, did you drink or get drunk? He paid them little mind and waved them off. Drink what? I'm tired so I'm going to sleep. Bye. They helplessly stood frozen. They whispered among themselves. Lewin seemed like a different person. One doubtful voice asked, how's that? Suddenly a noble student turned and saw something. His voice held some curiosity. But the scarecrow was beaten to pieces, leaving only that stake. Did Lewin do that? But they dismissed it immediately. Nah, probably not. At the noble dormitory, Lewin approached a blonde friend who asked, hey, what's up, Lewin? He asked, you stayed out all night? This is Jason Damon, a 6th-year student at Ignite Academy. He kept asking what happened. You don't usually leave the academy this long, do you? The protagonist brushed it off. You don't need to worry about such things. That blonde guy was actually the heir of the Damon clan, a well-known mining family, but at least he treated someone considered trash like me well. Jason kept teasing. Don't tell me you went to see some girl? Just getting back now. His flaw was that he was both an alcoholic and a womanizer who often snuck out of the academy. He talked non-stop. Did that guy finally learn to enjoy life after being struck by lightning? Come on, tell me what you did last night. Lewin threw something at him and said, cut it out, I need to take a shower. In the bath, Lewin relaxed and sprawled out. Ah, I'm alive. Suddenly he remembered. Ah, right, the mission, let's check. Lewin called out, mission. The notification appeared, repeatable training mission, because you have become linked to Draka, the world's destroyer, you must train to increase your strength. Each time you complete the punching, kicking, or spinning task you are awarded plus 10 strength. The protagonist sighed, the reward stays the same, but the mission doubles in difficulty. He sank into thought, wondering if missions would keep doubling like that. No doubt this won't be easy. But on the other hand, if I can become a mage using this method. A month later, Lewin was still training. The mission can be repeated at most once per day. The reward remains the same while the requirements increase. If I don't complete the mission that day, all progress resets to 0 the next day. What if I never miss a single day's mission? Lewin panted. The mission requirement won't exceed 3,000 times in one day. If he trains any more, he'll probably die from doing too many missions. He twisted his heel lightly. Finally the training mission board updated. All counts like punches, kicks, and spins were completed 3,000 times in total, yet the bonus remained a mere 10 points. That's how the protagonist trained for the whole past month. And he also gained a new passive skill, body art, which increases bodily capability, his body becoming more agile through training. In the dormitory, during meals everyone buzzed, Lewin's acting strange these days. Did he ever even blink before? Now he's just collapsing and sleeping like that. Someone immediately retorted, do you only see that? Lately he practically eats and sleeps at the training yard and only practices kicks. Someone chimed in, hey, leave him alone, this is the first time he's been odd like this. They murmured that he was probably doing it to cope with his mana disorder. Anyway, it apparently had no effect at first. As for Lewin, a month passed, I'd completed the missions and gained a few clues about Draka, but I couldn't find the name Draka in any record. Everywhere was the same. Moreover, things like the World Destroyer player, mission board, system, and status window left no trace. He couldn't stop wondering, Draka, who exactly is he? At that moment the status board also appeared, Lewin Ardal, incarnation of Draka, the world's destroyer. A question constantly lingered in Lewin's mind, who was the one actually granting him power? Suddenly a loud voice called, Lewin, come here. It was Jason. The protagonist was curious. What's up? Jason asked. Know anything yet? He looked puzzled. Jason's face showed some embarrassment. So you don't know something, which is why you can leisurely read like that. Lewin asked back, is it something serious? Jason glanced at the Ardal patriarch present. The protagonist's eyes suddenly brightened. What? Jason repeated, Lewin, your father. Heavy footsteps sounded. Lewin pushed the door open and entered, panting non-stop. Father. Everyone immediately looked back. His father cried out, Lewin, my son, you're here. They chose to sit apart. The protagonist spoke first. It's been 6 years, hasn't it? Since I left and entered this academy, have you been well, father? His father nodded. Yes, I'm fine. He didn't forget to ask after family. What about Luina? The man proudly said, your sister? She's grown up, these days she's even training in swordsmanship. She says she'll protect her weak older brother. Lewin laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, how embarrassing. The man waved it off. She's always been bold, hasn't she? Lewin suddenly changed expression. Father, I assure you I'm doing very well right now. His father looked puzzled. What do you mean? Lewin reiterated, I'm really fine, no physical or mental harm at all. Patriarch Ardal took a sip of tea. His voice was oddly calm. Listen, actually I came to the academy to ask your opinion about leaving the academy. He reassured him, if it's too difficult, you can return to your territory anytime. I know you've faced many hardships you haven't spoken about, right? He understood. I had already guessed why father came. But father, I think I've found a way, haven't I? Lewin pleaded. So please promise me one thing. He was surprised. Promise what? The protagonist firmly declared that he would score well on the upcoming practical exams. In return, if I fail, from now on I will no longer act on my own but will obey you. He knew that after promising to score high on the practical exams, his father saw his determination clearly and returned to the manor after their talk. And then the exam the protagonist had long awaited finally arrived. The proctor called out, all right, attention. Standing on the podium the teacher began to explain the rules. Today is the introductory magic exam. Note that any cheating will result in immediate failure. Voices rose as the students began the test. The protagonist tightened his grip on the brush pen. The school exam consisted of 2 parts, theory and practical. The practical test had 4 sections, target identification, magic measurement, real combat, and one-on-one duels. As someone with mana disorder, our protagonist had scored full marks in theory for the past 6 years. In practical exams, Mikkel of the Guy Hil family always ranked first. Lewin's hand clenched. However, this time would be different, things would change. He emphasized that this time would be different. Lewin bet he would definitely take first place in the practical exam this time. After the written tests were finished, suddenly a voice called out. Lewin. It was Jason. He stepped over and said, you've seemed a bit off lately. Do you have a plan for the practical exam today? Lewin nodded. Yes. I'll do it in a new way. Jason was surprised. Huh? Really? What method have you found? A disdainful voice rang out, Lewin, what are you doing here? It turned out to be Mikkel. He sneered with folded arms, don't tell me you're going to use that body for the practical exam. With your mana disorder it'll be useless. Lewin stroked his chin. So what? Yes, I'm here to compete. Mikkel had no intention of letting it go. Humph, Lewin, as an exemplary student, if I were to give advice to someone who's failed the practical exam 6 times like you. His tone full of mockery, what should I say, come here to be humiliated? Why don't you just give up right now? Lewin retorted, who knows, I don't think your advice is helpful. Mikkel patted his shoulder. I think you're misunderstanding. You really think someone with mana disorder can pass the test? He was noticeably annoyed and wondered what was wrong with that bastard. Mikkel ground his teeth, he used to be lowly. So why is he suddenly so confident now? How annoying. He challenged, I'll show you in the one-on-one, just wait. Finally the exam began. The first portion was target identification. Its official name was the multi-target shooting test. The format was simple, the test measured how many targets could be shot down in a single cast. However, this year's test differed from last year's because the difficulty had increased. Targets moved continuously, contestants kept competing, and the organizers announced the number of targets hit. First, Herc hit 1 target. Next, Angelina, no targets. The best anyone managed was only 4 targets. Because of that, this year's average score was terribly low. Next, the following person got 3 targets. The teachers in the back frowned. Humph, just a slight increase in difficulty and scores have plummeted. This year's student quality is poor. But suddenly a reminder chimed, Professor, it's a bit early to be disappointed now. Professor Elric, head of the Magical Pharmaceutics Department and Mikkel Garyhill's uncle, appeared very proud. Next is Michael's turn, watch this. Professor Elric seemed very eager for his nephew's performance. The boy is up now. He was preparing to strike, an idea still flickering in the arena. Watch closely, Lewin. He's very confident. I don't know what you plan to do. Professor Elric shouted. Mikkel boasted confidently, this is the difference between you and me. Then he launched the attack. A series of scarecrows were struck and fell after that decisive blow. Everyone watching marveled. Wow, that's Elric. One cast hits so many targets, he'll probably take first place again. Teacher Elric edged closer. How was it? The boy lives up to the Gary Hill lineage, doesn't he? He kept bragging. At this rate Mikkel is truly the pride of our academy. He'll surely be the representative student this year. Suddenly a voice cut in. All right, Professor Elric. We think we don't need to watch the talents of this year's class any further. The speaker was Professor Tyrion Ignat, the Academy headmaster and a level 7 grandmaster. Professor Heidel still objected. Why don't we stay a bit longer? It's almost Lewin's turn. Professor T asked, Lewin? Is that Lewin Ardell, Professor Hello? That kid is still at the academy? He agreed. Well, for the boys' sake let's stay and watch a bit. It's fine to sit and observe. Lewin rubbed his wrist. All right, this is a good chance to test my strength. The instructor spoke. Lewin, begin. Lewin, holding a fireball ready in his hand, acknowledged, yes, sir. A brilliant flame flared around him, shimmering like scorched gold. Everyone watched in astonishment. What is that? What's happening with the casting speed? The students buzzed. Wow, how many targets? Nobody knew. Impossible. Mikkel ground his teeth in fury. He sneered and reminded them, don't you know Lewin has mana disorder? Even if he casts 1,000 times, who knows if he'll hit any targets? That useless trash can't do anything right. But while no one noticed, a power buff system activated. Time refraction activated, warping time refraction for 30 seconds. Speed increased by 200% power, movement speed became faster. You moved beyond the time warp, cooldown is 5 minutes. Lewin recalled the skill he had obtained recently, time refraction, which lets him move unusually fast to anywhere he wants. In other words, he became virtually instantaneous. The energy radiating from the protagonist was so great it overwhelmed everything around him. The brilliant flames encircled and protected him. The professors watched intently. The students' eyes went wide. Finished. Lewin smiled smugly. It's done. Wooden fragments flew everywhere through the air. Lewin hit 27 targets. The supervising teacher turned pale, sweating profusely. Lewin stood panting, staring at the pile of targets. Whispers began. What was that? Did he cast magic in his hand and then strike the targets with his fist? 27 targets, he set a record for targets hit in this test. How could he move that fast? Did he really use magic to hit the targets by hand? So many surprises. Then everything fell silent. Then a single clap broke the silence. The academy principal Tyrion Ignat. He was the first to stand and give Lewin a round of applause and praise. Lewin was outstanding. Everyone was still stunned by his surpassing pick CRB performance. Even the headmaster acknowledged him. People began to cheer. Yes, amazing, Lewin, congratulations. But amid the cheers there were those who refused to recognize others' abilities. Some were angry, some silent, some puzzled. What could they do? Things remain as they are. Of course there had to be that arrogant one. Judging by his angry face, he clearly couldn't accept it, but could only monologue inwardly, Lewin, that brat, how could this be? He clenched his jaw and brows as if ready to explode but could do nothing. The cheers of congratulations echoed everywhere. He stood silently but was secretly delighted, praised and recognized by others. It was something he hadn't experienced in 6 years, he hadn't once received praise all those years. His chest felt warm. Lewin lifted his head and smiled faintly. Sunlight fell on his youthful face. His eyes showed pride in himself and the feeling of being acknowledged. Yes, this was the feeling he'd always wanted. In the meeting room, Elric spoke irritably, casting magic in your hand and then striking the target, how can you call that magic? I've never heard of any magic like that. Just look at his scrunched-up face, of course he won't accept it. Heidel immediately retorted, but you know, magic has no limits. This is a field where anything can happen. He set his face sternly, if everything only followed rules, it wouldn't be magic but mathematics. Exact, if you stick to the rules forever, how do you advance? Advances by whom and judged by whom? Elric still wanted to argue with Heidel, but before he finished speaking Tyrion signaled for him to shut his mouth. He spoke gently, "Today I witnessed a student create a miracle." Joy showed plainly on his face. It was a miracle of magic that felt almost unreal to meet. However, it seemed the professors disagreed on the matter. All fell silent, tacitly agreeing with the headmaster. Elric, furious, refused to accept the truth. "Damn it, that Lewin's causing chaos. Who would have expected this to happen?" Jason slapped Lewin on the shoulder and shouted, "Hey, the Supreme Mage is here." "You're about to knock the whole place over," with Jason's shoulder pat, then whispered, "All right, cut it out." Hearing that, a few people approached them. "Oh, it's Lewin." Everyone greeted him. "Lewin, hi. How did you do it in yesterday's practical test?" He returned greetings but couldn't say anything. Questions from classmates kept piling on. "Lewin, you know my name, right? We've been in the same class for 6 years." He hurriedly escaped the crowd, thinking that until yesterday he had been an anonymous nobody at this school. Lewin turned his back on everyone and hurriedly told Jason, "Jason, I'm heading back now." Even today he still couldn't believe how quickly everything had changed. Overnight everything was different, and he couldn't adapt yet. Honestly, being alone felt more comfortable. Still, he knew one thing clearly: many people still disliked him. He slowly opened his room door. Some blonde-haired guy was standing in his room. Hearing the door, he spoke, "There you are. Oh, you barged into someone's room and talk like that? What are you doing in someone else's dorm room?" Mikkel asked, frowning, his gaze as if ready to set him on a pedestal and admire like a rooster. Mikkel stepped closer, lifting his contemptuous tone, "You're puffed up over that thing that's not even magic. Your arrogance makes me sick, so I'm here to remind you not to be conceited." He spoke words that made one want to scratch a monkey's butt immediately. "But you retorted right away, aren't you embarrassed that your score was lower than the one you've looked down on for 6 years?" He thought the other was something, but it turned out to be just that. Just saying that was enough to make him boil with rage. He lunged forward and grabbed Lewin's collar. "What did you say? You bastard?" Lewin's face remained cold and expressionless in the face of his outburst. He calmly held the hand grabbing his shirt. He loosened it gently with little effort. That calm, gentle motion made the other tremble even more in surprise. Mikkel was somewhat startled, his brows knitting. "What the hell? Is this useless brat this strong?" He could hardly believe his eyes. "Mikkel, we both need to graduate." Lewin leaned close, his gaze more intense. "If you really want to bully me, wait until the one-on-one combat test and we can have a fair match." He spoke with a low growl, making Mikkel break into a sweat. Mikkel shoved his hand away. Mikkel glared angrily. "You think you're qualified to fight me? A failure like you." Lewin immediately shot back, "Just wait and you'll see whether I'm qualified or not." Qualified by whom? Judged by whom? His eyes fixed firmly on Michael's dog-like face. Mikkel walked off, not forgetting to cast a sharp glare at him. "Get through the next test, then talk." As he left, his mind kept returning to his sworn rival. The arrogant bastard, there's no way he'd pass today's practical test. Let alone the combat exam. Just look at Michael's angry face, makes you want to punch him, heh. Then suddenly he pulled his hand out of his pocket. But his hand was still trembling. Is he really a mage? He wondered. No matter how many times I look at this statue, it never fails to impress. A hulking ancient golem stands in the testing area. Practical Test 2, Mana Performance Measurement. A prized relic of the Academy and a rare treasure, only a few exist on the continent. Kingram, the ancient golem. 500 years ago, Archmage Freud turned the Kingram golem into a relic while still alive. Kingram is sealed within this relic, absorbing mana and acting like a magical punching bag. This mana performance test requires students to cast magic onto Kingram to earn points. Lewin asked Jason, "So we just cast the spell we're most confident in at that statue?" Jason answered him, "Yeah, short and simple. But that golem is notorious for harsh grading, scoring above 20 is already very good." In front stood a student with hair swept across more than half his head and a faint violet power. Looking confident, he channeled a violent wind spell and cast it toward the golem. The golem spoke, "Study again, 1 point mage. It's not too late to drop out now." The student froze solid. People started murmuring, "I thought he did well, but it's clearly not easy." Everyone marveled at the golem's strict grading. "Next up, who's in front of me now?" That student slunk back, gloomy and inconsolable. A female student stepped forward. "Huh, it's my turn now, ha. She lifted her hand to inspect carefully, very confident. An ice orb, she cast her spell. The golem spoke, I certainly won't forget you. Impressive. She asked excitedly, really? Kingram replied, yes. But not allowing her joy to last, it slapped her with a cold rebuke. This is the worst trash spell I've seen, pathetic. It bluntly gave her 2 points. Hearing that, she burst into tears, unable to accept the result. No way, I did my best. Others continued to step up, but their scores were no better, vanish from my sight. Hearing the scores, people naturally shouted. What the hell? It kept criticizing. What bland magic is this? Mixed with water or what? It's 100% mana. The miserable golem swore in anger. The supervising teacher intervened, Jackson, stop yelling, students, return to your places. He timely prevented a riot from assaulting the ears of the students. No, it's not like that. Jackson scratched his head, feigning innocence, and hurried back to his seat. Next, Mikkel Gary Hill. The supervising teacher called his name. His face looked like he'd been through 50 marriages, 49 court trials, 33 caught in the act scandals, sullen and black as if soaked in shame. But it turned out that was just his pre-spell expression. Waves of mana struck the golem statue. Kingram spoke, Gary Hill, I'm a bit disappointed. Are you the son of Jorge Gary Hill? Asked that, he proudly answered, yes, I'm the third son of George Gary Hill. Like, Han Mikkel Gary Hill. Proud, are you? Haha, it sneered. Your father begged me for extra points, Mike Gary Hill, you're far worse than your foolish father. 27 points. Hearing that, he angrily shouted at it, you're just a common golem, how dare you talk like that? The supervising teacher intervened to restrain Mikkel, quiet, stop it. He then called the next student, Lewin Ardell. Lewin answered immediately. Here. Lewin stepped up, his face showing no emotion outwardly, but inside he felt like he was on fire. Phew, suddenly he felt nervous. Just try it, I've got this. A flame appeared in his hand. He looked up and introduced himself, I am Lewin Ardell, it's an honor to meet you. His eyes were resolute, his expression unchanged, very strong. Oh, it's the first time I've seen your face, the golem said, somewhat surprised. Well then, perform your test. It wasn't overly concerned, while Lewin and his magic were ready. The flame burned bright like his eyes. What that meant, no one knew. One student recognized Lewin's spell. Is that a rampage fire skill? His face showed astonished disbelief. Some other students also immediately identified it as a level 4 spell. Others were stunned and couldn't believe it. What? He can do that? Kingram asked for clarification. What's with your stance? You changed your posture to cast? Come up here. Lewin jumped up off the ground. The mana that had been in his hands was now in his feet. Maybe Lewin intended to pull a Son Goku move, there's that spinning head balance trick. At first everyone thought he was using his hands, but he surprised them again and again. He shifted the mana to his legs and with a 3-meter-long kick smashed straight into the Kingram statue. The supervising teacher was amazed at his display. How could the boy transmit mana from his hands to his feet and make it detonate in an instant? He was baffled. The students were all stunned. Someone asked, didn't you just say that's a level 4 spell? Another answered immediately, no, the energy in that attack must be at least level 5. So Lewin landed after that divine kick with 3-meter legs. Do you mean Lewin is at least a level 5 mage? He panted as if this might be his last breath, while a jumble of thoughts raced through his mind. What's wrong? I cast rampage fire correctly. Lewin was still a bit worried. But why did Kingram react so strangely? Did I mess up a step? Only then did it speak, you, who are you? He was puzzled. What? I already introduced myself. I'm Lewin Ardell. Before Lewin finished, Kingram cut in, are you Draka? The question made his face go pale instantly. Draka, I've been waiting for you, it said. Even with only those blood-red eyes one could imagine its expression. Despairing and yearning, Kingram's voice echoed, I've always been waiting for you, Draka. That whisper cut through the silence, sowing bewilderment. The crowd immediately stirred, their scrutinizing gazes raising countless questions. Draka, who is that? Did it mistake Lewin for someone else? Curiosity mixed with doubt spread through the room, furrowing many brows. In Lewin's mind, fragments of memory from 2 months of tireless searching through every related document surged back. He had turned every yellowed page and delved into every ancient record, but found nothing. Min had ransacked the related materials for 2 months and still found no trace of Draka. Yet unexpectedly, Kingram knew. Luin's face darkened at once, a gloom settling over him as he truly understood, truly grasped the deep meaning behind the golem's cryptic words. You know Draka? Luin asked, his voice carrying astonishment and a faint glimmer of hope. In response to that probing question, Kingram uttered a single word, brief but heavy with certainty, yes. Seizing this rare opportunity, Luin decided to press his advantage. He hurriedly asked a few more questions, hoping to pry out even the smallest scrap of information about the mysterious figure. Could you tell me more about him? A mysterious smile flickered across Kingram's stern face. He murmured, how intriguing. I didn't expect to encounter his incarnation at this academy. His deep voice rose again, his words oddly disjointed and strangely enigmatic. Luin blinked, trying to grasp the meaning of each phrase. What did he mean by incarnation? Suddenly, a question rang out from Kingram, cutting through Luin's thoughts. What is your name? Startled, Luin quickly replied, Luin Ardalo. He answered the abrupt question. Very well, Luin, I will remember you, Kingram said. Each word seemed carved into Luin's mind as the golem stood firm. Kingram's massive form loomed like a mountain, tall enough to block the sun from Luin's perspective, casting a gigantic shadow over him. As Kingram began to turn away, a voice suddenly sounded, immediately halting that intention. Excuse me, before you go, could you tell me how many points? The question echoed. There are too many people here, I'll tell you later. The evaluation ends here, this magic is not something I can score. Kingram's cold, decisive pronouncement struck like a thunderclap, causing the interlocutor to cry out in astonishment. What? What do you mean? He couldn't believe what he'd heard, indignation plain on his face. By school rules, you are required to issue evaluations to the academy. This step must be followed for 500 years after Archmage Frone Zignit's death. The other tried to cite regulations, his voice tense. Enough. Kingram cut him off with a terrifying roar that echoed all around, carrying an immense threat. You dare mention rules in front of me? For years I've been the one grading these kids who hardly resemble mages at all. His face tensed to the extreme, his blood-red eyes flared with fury, causing the man to falter and stammer, I am sorry, but I don't care about that useless brat. Kingram growled, contempt clear in every word, though an agreement remained an agreement. I will give you the points. He fell silent, his gaze, sharp as a dagger, made the man gulp and sweat coldly, revealing extreme anxiety. 1 is 0, 2 is 100, what do you want? The small destroyer said in a low voice, directing the question straight at Luin, prompting an immediate reaction. A radiant smile spread across Luin's face. Without hesitation or doubt, his eyes firm, he answered, of course, 100 points. The news spread like wildfire, causing a commotion throughout the academy halls. Did you hear? Kingram gave him 100 points on his test. Whispers and discussions followed instantly. Huh? Kingram gave who 100 points? Someone asked, surprise audible in every word. Word as he awarded the legendary low-ranked Luin Ardalo. People around began to chatter, their faces showing utter astonishment at such shocking news. At that moment, a stern voice rose, cutting through the noisy atmosphere. It was Professor Heidel. He walked over to Luin, eyes assessing. Causing trouble again, huh? Luin started, immediately turning toward the voice. Professor Heidel? Why are you here? Luin asked, a little surprised. Heidel folded his arms sternly and took measured steps closer to Luin. News of Kingram giving Luin 100 points had reached the principal. Upon learning this, the principal decided to reward you because this had never happened before. Professor Heidel's words carried a special solemnity, underscoring the significance of the matter. Here, take this first. Saying that, he handed Luin a scroll he was holding. Luin read aloud the words on the scroll, his face full of confusion and doubt. Treasure Vault Room, what is this? Without further explanation, Heidel waved toward himself, turned his back and began walking, signaling for him to follow. After a long walk, crossing silent corridors and mysterious doors, Heidel stopped before a room with a tightly shut door. The door looked ancient and imposing, as if it had weathered centuries. When he opened it, a cold gust spilled out. Professor Heidel motioned for Luin to enter, and they went further inside. Wow, I didn't know a place like this existed, Lewin said as he followed, eyes curious, exploring this unfamiliar place for the first time. Everything here was completely different from what he'd seen in the academy. Of course, Heidel explained, this is the only place in the academy that's forbidden. Hearing that, a vague question formed in Lewin's mind, the one place forbidden in the academy, so why was the teacher bringing me here? Curiosity mixed with a bit of unease began to creep into his thoughts. Finally, they stopped at another door, more securely closed than any other. Heidel halted, turned to Lewin with a stern look. This leads to the treasure vault, I'm only allowed to come this far. He looked at Heidel, anxiety and unease rising. So I have to go in alone? Yes, go in, I'll wait right here for you, Heidel reassured him. At last he stepped forward to open the door before him, still full of unanswered questions. He didn't know what would happen, but the teacher said it was a reward, so he might as well see. With a bit of courage and curiosity, he pushed the door open. He stepped inside. Before Lewin lay an empty yet overwhelmingly vast chamber, its atmosphere grim and eerie. Dim light filtered in from somewhere, barely revealing the room's scale. So this was the treasure vault. He glanced around, though no items were on display, he could feel the presence of countless valuables. Many of the treasures here he had only heard of by name. This must be Archmage Nit's treasure storeroom. While Lewin was engrossed in looking around, overwhelmed by the vast, shadowy vault, a low voice sounded directly behind him, making him start and tense up as he spun around. You look lost. Who was that behind me? Lewin wondered, his eyes scanning warily for the voice's owner. The man continued in a tone of penetrating depth, as if reading Lewin's innermost thoughts. As if you don't recognize your true worth. Only then did Lewin realize the voice was strangely familiar. It was Kingram seated firmly on a chair placed in the center of the room. Kingram, how was he here? What struck Lewin even more and utterly astonished him was that the figure was no longer an inert statue. Instead, Kingram appeared in human form, vivid and imposing. He was no longer a stone statue. As if easily reading Lewin's mind, Kingram explained in a warm yet mysterious voice, surprised I'm not a stone statue anymore? This is the only place I am allowed to use this body. Thanks to the ancient mana that fills this room, I can exist in my original form instead of being a mere relic. Hearing that, Lewin replied softly, I see. He looked up at him, eyes full of skepticism toward Kingram's earlier words. What do you mean I don't know my true worth? Kingram's sharp teeth seemed more pronounced, exuding menace as he spoke. Plainly put, you truly don't know your own value. Even the magical relic you're using resembles Draka's. Kingram's next word struck Lewin like a blade to the heart, leaving him stunned as he realized a shocking truth. He knows about the relic? Lewin thought, overwhelmed with amazement. He looked down at him, eyes piercing as if penetrating every thought. That relic is rare in the world, how did you obtain it? And what is your connection to Draka? Kingram paused, waiting for Lewin's answer. Lewin met him with a serious look, his voice filled with curiosity and a touch of helplessness. I'm wondering that too. Who is Draka? He watched Lewin for a moment in silence before beginning to explain, his tone tinged with nostalgia and reverence. He was an entity that sought to become a god. One day he came to the Celestial Peak clan, where I lived. At that time he was small and short, looking quite unsightly. Yet his power was so extraordinary that no one in the Celestial Peak clan could resist him. Moreover, he grew stronger day by day, so even if we elves attacked him all at once, we could not defeat him. We revered him, he lived among us as if he were one of our own. He taught the language of magic to the future clan chief, me, for nearly 100 years. What? 100 years? How could a human possibly live that long? Lewin looked up at Kingram again, utterly stunned, the rest of him felt the same. His mind could hardly believe what he had just heard. Kingram let out a fierce laugh, his sharp teeth gleaming in the room's dim light. Perhaps because he is not human. The assertion landed like a heavy blow, revealing an astounding truth about Draka and raising countless new questions in Lewin's mind. His true identity is the Black Dragon Dracagonia, Kingram declared, delivering a severe shock to Lewin. Unbelievable, Lewin blurted, his voice caught by surprise. So dragons really do exist. He quickly absorbed the information before him and asked again, seeking confirmation. Is that really true? Yes, don't you know dragons are the source of magic? Kingram answered swiftly, without hesitation. Indeed, Lewin recalled having heard this before, but only as idle claim, he had assumed it was mere legend. His old certainties crumbled in the face of this horrifying truth. He cut across Lewin's thoughts with another piece of information: Draka could not use magic. He interrupted him with that fact. That's why he developed a fighting style like yours by applying magic to his limbs. Do you understand what that means? King Ram paused, posing the loaded question. Gradually it dawned on him, a light went off in his mind, connecting the scattered pieces. So Draka must have been treated as I was in the past. He answered immediately, picturing someone wrapped in mysterious coverings. I think I understand a little now. King Ram continued, his tone darker. Draka created an ability that only he could use, a way to turn magic into raw power like what you do. By mastering that power, Draka became the strongest being in the world. Yet he was not satisfied and continued to expand his power to the extreme. In the end, he destroyed everything, including himself. Lewin was once again surprised by the new information. He had raised everything, no wonder he was called the world's destroyer. He couldn't imagine the extent of power needed to annihilate the world. Awe mixed with fear as Lewin envisioned that terrible strength. Suddenly, a familiar system panel appeared before Lewin with fresh content. You have achieved the Trace Draka discovery. Reward, title, Fiend Ally of the Elf skill, Raging Sprite, an avatar of elemental power. Upon receiving the Fiend Ally title, the title's effect increases elves' friendliness percentage. The title's effect helps the holder communicate with elves. Reading each line, he rubbed his chin and thought, suddenly rewarded with communication. Well, better than nothing. Although still bewildered, he accepted the unexpected gifts. The system panel reappeared, displaying details of the new skill, Raging Sprite. Actively borrow power from an elf's fury to instantly amplify one's strength. Power reaches 300 for 30 seconds, the effect will gradually increase under the influence of the body's skill. Cooldown, 3 minutes. With a serious look as he finished reading the reward information, Lewin murmured, this seems like a level skill. The moment he reached out, a glossy blue orb instantly appeared, fitting neatly in his palm. But the orb already bore a few cracks, as if it had existed for a long time and endured much damage. Strang, an embodiment of power, what is that? Why is it suddenly in my hand? Lewin wondered, curiosity tinged with worry. King Ram rose from the stone throne, his massive form blocking part of the room's light. It seems you've just received a quest reward. Draka used to stare into space and speak like that too. King Ram's words confirmed what Lewin was experiencing. Still holding the blue orb, he looked up at him with questioning eyes. Do you know what this is? King Ram replied confidently, all right, bring it here for me to see. He leaned in to stare at the glowing orb in Lewin's hand for a moment. He examined it carefully and then stated, it's a strang. Eager for more information, Lewin asked further. King Ram answered in a deep voice, an item? It's not an item, it's an embodiment. He looked at the orb in his hand skeptically, barely able to believe his ears. What? This is an embodiment? King Ram began to persuade him, his tone certain as if he'd seen it all. He had always been beside Draka. Why wouldn't I know? From its current state, I suspect Draka sealed it in this spirit stone before he died. He continued explaining Strang's nature. It is an embodiment of power, though called a spirit, it is unlike ordinary spirits. Its temperament is hot-headed, it begged Draka daily for boundless power, but if its desire is met, it will grant you limitless strength. King Ram concluded, revealing a potent but risky force. You mean that embodiment will revive from this stone? Lewin frowned, raising the orb higher. The orb now looked slightly more cracked than before, tiny fissures were beginning to appear. Don't worry too much, the old man reassured him. As King Ram finished speaking, something unexpected happened. The orb suddenly sprouted more cracks, the fissures widening. When it was about to burst, Lewin held it and watched it slowly fracture. His heart pounded, it's breaking. He silently cried out in surprise. But contrary to what he'd imagined, an object no larger than his palm emerged as the smoke and shards of the orb dissipated into the air. Lewin stared at it, astonishment clear on his face. This is a bear. It rubbed its eyes and cursed hoarsely, its voice shrill but annoyed. You brat, how dare you call me a bear? This bear could talk. A bear that can speak? His curious, surprised questions kept coming, and the bear bared its teeth in anger. Don't you dare look at me as a bear anymore, you brat. It snarled sharply, its irritable voice echoing through the vast treasure chamber. Feeling that Lewin's words had crossed a line, the bear snapped and pointed a paw at his face. Don't call me a bear anymore, you powerless one, though you are a bear. His face showed shock and confusion, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. How could a bear talk? It reddened with anger. Hey, are you deaf? It stood with its hands on its hips, steam practically coming from its head, words tumbling out without pause. How dare you compare me to those things? I'm not a bear. He asked, so what am I then? It folded its arms and chuckled confidently. I am an embodiment. I can become whatever I like. I want to show you. It struck a proud, determined pose. Look, I'll show you my power. Hearing that, he on the other side waited expectantly. But nothing impressive appeared. Its face turned pale as if drained of blood. What an embarrassment for Strang. After a pause, it panicked as if it couldn't believe the ridiculous scene before it. Where's my power? What's wrong with your face? What did you do to me? Suddenly spoke up, probably because I was reborn with an empty stomach. Give me food. You saw and assessed. Why is this bear so rude? You broke the bad news to it. There's no food here. I don't even know what you can eat. Like a thunderclap, it screamed in despair. What? There's no food either? Why is my master so weak this time? You were baffled. Master, me? Bored and annoyed said, it gave up on the world, curled into a ball like cotton candy and fell asleep. Whatever, I'm sleepy now. When it's mealtime, remember to call me. You felt 30% powerless, 70% amused. What do you mean? Call me master, then say I'm weak. You gently hoisted the sleeping Strang onto your shoulder. The naive sight made King Ram chuckle. John Jason truly is hard to change his nature. Seeing it again stirred a bit of nostalgia in him. Seeing you with Strang reminds me of the old days. He seemed lost in memories of the past, recalling the days facing Strang and Draka in the old place back at the Celestial Peak clan. When the reverie ended, in the vast treasure chamber he sat regally in his seat, his gaze fixed on you. Luin Ardalil, the little destroyer bearing Draka's will, what do you intend to do? You asked back, about what? He hurriedly replied, the power you hold will make you stronger. It may lead you to greatness, or it may consume you. I ask again, once you grow stronger, what will you do? Hearing that, you fell into deep thought for a long while. The reason you want this power is to protect your loved ones from monsters, to restore the family's name, to prove yourself to those who dared to look down on you. You smiled with satisfaction. That should be enough. You have too much to protect, you can't let this opportunity slip away. After thinking it through, you looked straight ahead with more determination than ever. I will live as I wish for my loved ones, my family, and myself. Seeing the kid before him was promising, he nodded with approval. Not bad, I will look forward to that future of yours. You learned more about Draka from King Ram, and each day still began with quests. The only change was the training ground. Now Luin was practicing diligently. He wiped the sweat streaming from exhaustion and reminded, Strang, get up, are you skipping a meal? At the mention of food, it immediately woke up, its eyes sparkled and its mouth drooled. Food? As if a single second delay would lose the food, it quickly leapt onto you. While you prepared to cast the spell, it had already opened its small mouth wide. Ope. You glanced at its voracious look and felt helpless. This brat goes crazy for food and eats a lot. It focused on scooping the 3 flames burning on your hands. The streams of red fire rolled into its mouth. After eating, it patted its chest in satisfaction and let out aloud, I feel better now. You thought to yourself, the food I meant is the power gained from quests. Strang will consume my power. Strang, the 1-star spirit embodiment, responds to the primal nature of power. Power is proportional to its vessel. The larger the vessel, the greater the power. It once challenged 7 kings and the black dragon Dracagonia and was defeated. After it ate its fill, thanks to its special companion skill your power points increased. You praised, you're useful too. It proudly puffed out its chest. Of course you confirmed, each time you grow stronger, I will receive up to 100 power points. Oh, it explained, if I reach 2 stars it's 200, 3 stars 300. It increases like that. Before being sealed I had over 31 stars. Hearing that made your head tingle. 31 stars, 3,100 power points, I haven't even reached 1,000 points and I'm already strong. It seemed the revelation made you jealous, eager to become as powerful as in those days. How did Draka achieve that? Besides quests, is there any other way to increase power? Sensing your thoughts, it grinned wickedly. Now you see my value, do you? Want to know? Then give me a glass of water. You threatened it silently, go hungry if you want, don't blame me. Seeing that, the creature trembled and almost crumpled. It answered shyly, all right, I'll tell you. It explained in detail that there are many ways to increase strength, for example doing high-difficulty quests to receive better rewards. Forging items can increase power, or you can search for relics, or you can even cook fiend tendons to craft instruments. Then it splashed a ladle of cold water on your face. But those methods aren't suitable for you. You wondered why there were so many ways. It plopped down on your shoulder, arms folded, sneering. You need at least 1,000 power points to do those. Your growth rate is too slow, your body's still at the toddler stage. What stage? Who rates stages? Your lips tightened and you fell into thoughtful silence. So I thought I had already gotten stronger, turns out I'm still at the very beginning. Now the goal is 1,000 power points, so you had to keep training as before. You trained every day to increase your strength until your power reached around 930. The third exam, the live combat, officially began. Just upon reaching the arena, Gang asked, "Are you dueling today?" You were brimming with confidence. Yes, I've waited for this day for a long time. This test assesses Mage's risk management skills, it may be the most important part. At that moment Ja-sun was performing his trial. He used all his strength to cast a fireball spell, but, ironically, instead of hitting the monster it flew straight toward the knights and terrified them. Ugh, what are you doing? Don't aim at them. The monster beside them was also bewildered, not understanding what happened. The proctor watching nearby could only shake his head and sigh. Jason Demond, you're eliminated. He left dejected and lifeless, hunched over amid his classmates' jeers. Sir, the foreign knight squad is here to assist the exam to ensure student safety and to evaluate team coordination. The exam lasts 10 days, based on scores, each person will face different monsters. On the final day there are 13 students in the top ranks. Because it was the last day, everyone was very curious about which monster would appear. Suddenly the stands shook violently like an earthquake, and everyone's faces filled with terror. A brown-haired boy called out, "What is that sound?" A gigantic creature appeared, tall and hulking, its fierce face revealing razor teeth with a roar. Its arrival made people scream in fright. Is that a sea monster? Sea monsters live in packs across different continents. They're many times larger than humans and just as intelligent. Their violent nature often leads to conflicts between sea monsters and humans. Students around widened their eyes, sweating nervously. Are you sure this is okay? What if someone gets killed by a sea monster? Professor Heidel calmly explained, you are all mages, so you must remain rational. Treat this as real and do your best. Though fear still gripped them, they responded loudly and clearly, yes, sir. A moment later the official test began. Once released, the creature charged forward, roaring wildly. It lunged with its powerful arm toward the knights, forcing them to hastily raise their shields for protection. While they held the giant sea monster in place, Mko in the back seized the chance to cast his ice magic. Arrows of ice flew out in succession from the direction of his hands, ordinary ice bolts. Unfortunately, those arrows only struck the ground. It executed an ambush from above. By the time everyone reacted it was already overhead. Someone shouted from above. The professor watching nearby also shouted anxiously, Mikkel, dodge. But his whole body froze, trembling uncontrollably. Though he muttered about getting revenge for the other day, fear left him unable to move. Sensing things were wrong, the professor had to step in to help. Stop! Before the monster could attack Mikkel, thousands of vines sprouted from the ground and entangled it, leaving it stunned. Furious at being sabotaged by these people, it screamed and thrashed wildly. Although blinded, it still fought fiercely, reaching toward him and letting out a roar. Seeing that, he panicked and hurriedly backed away. His face went pale, blood drained from him. And the result of his pathetic performance was Heidel's cold voice, Mikkel Gary Hill, you are eliminated. His uncle, Elric, slammed his hand on the table in anger. He ground his teeth. Damn it, failed again. He intended to meddle in Lin's trial, so he turned to speak with Headmaster Tyrion Ignat. Headmaster, do you plan to continue the exam? Hearing that, the headmaster asked in confusion, what do you mean? Elric then revealed his purpose. It's almost Lewin's turn, right? He replied with a face full of sarcasm. Lewin is the only one King Ram gave a perfect score to. If we judge other trials the same way as Juin, it would be somewhat unfair, wouldn't it, Professor? He stroked his beard slowly. I understand your point, but we have no other monsters left. He revealed his true nature with a sly smile. No, we do have one. When the foreign knights brought the sea monster over, they also brought a goblin along. The headmaster pondered for a moment. Using a goblin in the exam was extremely risky, but with Professor Heidel and the line of knights at the front, he was truly curious about Lewin's abilities. Along the corridor winding through the magnificent castle, torchlight flickered everywhere. Heidel leaned wearily against the wall with his arms crossed, his gaze on the young man slowly stepping out from behind the long door. He softly called, "Lin." Hearing it, the boy looked up in surprise and replied, "Professor Heidel." He stepped forward, one hand in his pocket, and gently reminded him, "I must tell you this before the exam. Your trial today will be harder than the others." Lewin still didn't understand. "What do you mean, Professor?" Heidel was very concerned for him. The academy had high expectations since King Graham's perfect score. Many said it wouldn't be fair to pit you against the same monster as everyone else, so your trial will be tougher. Lewin frowned. "Tougher means?" The professor answered, "Your target won't be the sea monster, you'll fight a goblin." His words made both the boy and the bear widen their eyes in surprise at the goblin. Strang blinked his round eyes and replied nimbly, "Aha, your first true enemy is a goblin? This will be fun to watch." The scene shifted to a pair of large, muscular hands straining to pull a thick chain. It was a sturdy, hulking goblin-sized figure wrapped in brown-orange skin, roaring terrifyingly. The two guards on duty watched it fearfully. The blonde asked the man beside him, "Elric, is this the sea monster's leader?" The dark-haired one snapped, "You're stupid, that's a goblin." He grimaced in disbelief. "A goblin? No way." He gripped his sword tightly, thinking, indeed I'd hinted at that. It's a bit confusing and dismissive, but there's no way students should be made to fight a goblin in an exam like this. How strong can the students be? Goblins resemble monsters in appearance, but they're many times stronger. They can smash a skull and break a spine with a single twist. Elric ground his teeth and glanced at the person standing behind. He snapped, "Are you sure? Even knights have trouble catching them." Heidel, with a serious face, "I'm certain, this is the headmaster's directive." Elric snorted. "Ah," he changed his tone. "So you've wagered your life on this exam, have you?" From afar, black leather shoes clacked as someone approached them, voice magnetic, "Yes, I stake my life." Elric looked over at the newcomer, surprised. "Hm, you are." The two faced each other, "You stared at him." "I'm Lewin, the candidate." He asked again, "You?" Elric sized the boy up and couldn't help but feel contemptuous. This kid will fight a goblin? How could he possibly take on that goblin? Elric still focused on Lin, thinking he and the professors would protect him. But the boy walked past him coldly. Elric startled. Where is he going? He scolded sternly, "You're in the wrong place. What are you doing?" Lewin replied matter-of-factly, "I'm preparing for the exam. I'm in the wrong position, should be at the back." He snapped in annoyance. "You reiterated to Elric, I'll stand here." He frowned in puzzlement. "Huh." Lewin's jade-green eyes turned icy as he explained seriously, "My incantation is a little different." Elric raised his voice, "If you stand in front, we can't shield you. It's not as easy to deal with as a sea monster." "You reaffirmed your stance." "Yes, I know. But he still acts like that. Why would I gamble my life like this?" Lewin shrugged off his cloak, looking no different from a modern CEO. "You're lazy, no more explanations." With nothing left to say, he stepped toward the goblin. Elric, seeing his recklessness, couldn't help but worry. "You've been frowning so long you look ready to marry the frown." "I don't see any fear in him. He must be different somehow." Professor Heidel, watching from behind, finally spoke up. "Lewin is ready to go." Then he shouted, "Your trial officially begins." As he spoke he snapped his fingers. A click sounded. The shackle on the large goblin's hand popped open in an instant and fell to the ground. Its freedom officially began. The goblin erupted, roaring in all directions, charging straight at a few sword-bearing, shield-wielding soldiers and Lewin. You assumed a combat stance. A flare of fire magic burst from your hand, launched forward, sweeping past the astonished soldiers. Aaron shouted to stop him, "Hey, what are you doing? He dares face the goblin head-on. Stop, what is he doing?" They couldn't intervene in time. The goblin and Lewin clashed as his burst of magic met it. The goblin growled deeply, raising its hand to draw in summoning power. Crash! The sound of shattering echoed from the ground. Lin stepped forward and shouted, hurling a fireball straight at the goblin. A thunderous clash, the fiery collisions of two magical forces flared violently, lighting up the area. Even onlookers couldn't withstand the explosive combat energy. Everyone was swept up in the searing clash between Lin and the goblin. Elric kept his eyes on the battle, and his expression couldn't help but turn aghast. He actually dared to use a close-range spell in this situation? Professor Heidel waved away the dust before him. He must have anticipated this moment. Lewin truly hadn't disappointed his teacher at all. Of course he was the only one. The onlookers had long since gaped, eyes wide and stunned. Even those seated in the stands were the same. The arena was now full of smoke and dust. The soldiers stood motionless, uncertain of the combat. A student daring to fight a goblin in melee? Let's hope he survives. Before anyone could recover, the familiar silhouette in a black shirt emerged from the smoke. Even Elric flinched. He's still alive? The sight of his face shocked him even more. Still standing firm, Lewin ready to press the attack. Heidel's face was as before, but now it bore a plainly smug, proud expression. Suddenly a hand slapped Lewin's shoulder and a voice called out loudly. It was Elric. His face showed no pleasure as he angrily warned the boy, "You almost got yourself killed." Lewin calmly looked up and met his gaze, still composed but polite, replying, "I'm sorry, but if I had warned you beforehand, would you have let me rush in?" Elric, at a loss how to refute, could only ask, "What?" He shifted his gaze toward the enraged goblin. "We don't have time to talk now. Finish this exam quickly." The goblin was now clearly angrier than ever. Elric brushed past Lin, waving his hand to warn, "Step back. I know you're strong, but this one is very dangerous." Not satisfied, he warned again, his voice much louder than before, "Stand still and let me handle it." Lewin ignored Elric's words and quickly moved forward, stopping right in front of him. He turned, face stern, "This is my exam." Elric, like a deaf man, kept asking, "What?" Lewin's expression remained resolute. "Let me complete my trial." A gigantic, ferocious monster appeared. Its body was enormous, 5 times larger than normal. Lewin studied the beast seriously with iron determination. Behind him, Gutter also looked tense at the threat of a sudden attack. He concentrated fully, unshaken. There were 2 reasons he could be so brave. First, he remembered the goblin's possession skill. The title granted by King Ram would help him communicate with the goblin. The ferocious creature hissed, "Stay away, free me." He was not frightened because he understood what it was screaming. To others it was a savage monster, but to him the goblin was terrified of being surrounded by mages and knights. The second reason was the urgent quest he had been assigned, to strike first and defeat the enemy, with a reward of +30 strength and unlocking the spectator's eye skill. He smiled confidently and charged without hesitation, indeed a reward worthy of him. People who repeat dull daily tasks would gain in one mission as many points as 3 days combined. In a flash he lunged, leaving a cloud of dust behind. He summoned a fireball in his hand, blowing it forward like a gust of wind to Gutter's astonishment. In an instant his punch collided head-on with the giant monster's downward strike, creating a huge shockwave and showering sparks everywhere. It took one of his blows and roared in fury. With a bang, the swirling fire knocked it flying far away. Very quickly, the objective of attacking the enemy in front of him was accomplished. He sneered, "It's not over yet." It roared, eyes blazing red and bulging, sharp teeth snapping with murderous intent. "I'll kill you." The monster leapt high into the air, and poured all its strength into this surprise strike. It shouted, "I'll smash your head." Its blow made the ground shake violently. Fortunately, his long legs nimbly dodged. He carefully watched every movement of the beast, needing to find its weakness. After landing safely, he used time refracting to advance. The captain marveled at his lightning speed. How is he so fast? While moving he cast fire arts. He had to get closer. In an instant he closed the distance to the creature. He aimed for its weak spot. Before the monster could react, his punch drove straight into its belly. It cried out in pain. Among the knights some gaped in amazement. It didn't flinch before the goblin. What on earth is this guy? Some hid behind shields to avoid flying sparks. The students were equally stirred. What's happening? Hey, look, the goblin counterattacked. It swung a powerful punch at him, but he blocked it with his bare hand. Not giving up, it used its other hand, but he still stopped it. He lifted his leg and delivered a kick to its arm. Suddenly the monster caught his leg, and without mercy hurled him away like a sack of sand. His body spun through the air, like a leaf tossed in a storm. He clung to the wall like Spider-Man. Before he could recover he suddenly widened his eyes. It hurled a blazing fist at him. Luckily he dodged in time. A large section of the wall crumbled. He landed lightly as the monster turned its head to look at him. It ground its teeth, showing obvious hostility toward inferior humans. He dashed forward like a squirrel, spinning to prepare a kick that would stun it. He delivered a spinning kick, one he had trained for a long time, straight to its head. The goblin fell, shaking the ground, sending gravel flying everywhere. He leapt straight onto its chest. Wanting to finish quickly, he activated the goblin's rage skill. A red aura surged wildly around his hand. It broke into a cold sweat, trembling as it asked, "Are you really human?" He replied, "You probably don't need an answer, do you?" It blinked in astonishment, unable to believe its ears. It wondered, "You understand what I'm saying?" He didn't care much and lazily began casting a move. "You understand me too, right?" Before it could finish speaking, a violent fire strike, fierier than brimstone, slammed into its face. The accumulated effect of the goblin's rage shifted into a berserk state. This made controlling the energy more difficult. His pupils constricted, jaw clenched in apparent pain, as flames shot up, engulfing the giant body of the monster. He stopped. The monster was charred all over and completely defeated. "Are you done being cautious?" Strang watched from afar, marveling in admiration. "Not bad, huh?" Even beyond expectations. He stepped away from the creature. Perhaps exhausted from the fight, he breathed heavily. Everyone around was astonished. He actually defeated the goblin? It seemed so. Everyone cheered excitedly, relentlessly praising him. "Turn it up, Lewin is so cool." Elric showed visible displeasure that he had won. In contrast, Headmaster Tyan Ignat smiled with satisfaction. The murmurs didn't stop, some still found it hard to believe what had happened. He really defeated the goblin by himself, how could that be? The guard team quickly moved in to inspect the creature's body. Gutter approached him and asked, "Lewin Ardal, who taught you those spells and combat skills?" He replied, "No one." Doubt lingered on his face. "You learned them by yourself?" He looked every bit the serious young man. "Yes." He turned to the professor standing pensively nearby. "Professor, how did I do on the exam?" The professor fell silent, thinking for a long moment. After a while he spoke, "I thought you couldn't handle it, but I didn't even have the chance to stop you." He looked directly at him. "You always exceed my expectations. Do you want me to confirm that you passed?" Just that line sent the hall into an uproar amid the wreckage and lingering dust. Lewin, handsome and radiant, smiled confidently. A status window popped up confirming mission completion and issued an emergency quest identical to the last one. The reward was the Spectator's Eye skill and plus 10 strength. He was quite surprised. Spectator's Eye. Looking into it, the skill lets you perceive the essence of things, collect and digitize all information, and it unlocks invisibility detection and the ability to see others while they're invisible. Strang perched on Lewin's shoulder, looking excited. Spectator's Eye. Now you're a real player. You turned to him, "Do you know about this skill?" He chuckled slyly. "Of course, it's something only players possess." He stood with hands on his hips and explained enthusiastically, "You can see enemies using invisibility, they'll have a faint outline around them. Handy, right?" Suddenly the status window appeared again, unlocking the minimap. He asked, "Mini?" It grinned with delight. The feature lets you observe everything within a 500 m radius around you. Additionally, the skill allows viewing a target's status at will, with the amount of accessible information depending on the target's level. He crossed his arms, bearing a smug, toothy grin. There are plenty more surprises. New gear had to be tried immediately. He suggested checking the unconscious goblin's name and activating the Spectator's Eye. He glanced at the huge body. "Look at that goblin." He focused intensely, channeling energy to use the skill. The status window gradually appeared. Sure enough, it provided information on the creature, from name and origin to traits and target evaluation. He was so amazed he exclaimed, "Awesome. Do you want to test it on other subjects?" The next target was Professor Heidel, but only his level appeared. Suddenly he realized, "There are things I can't read. The information is limited." Trang replied, "Of course, you can't read the info of those above your rank. You can't read so much information about someone higher than you." He raised a finger seriously as if lecturing, "Once you become stronger, the amount of information you can access will increase. Listen carefully." He smiled faintly, touching his chin with one hand, his lips curling into a half-smile of calculation. "I understand." After the combat test ended, rumors that Lewin had defeated the goblin spread throughout the academy. On the campus, he and Jia Sun sat chatting on a stone bench. Jia Sun teased, "Lewin, have you seen how people are talking about you?" He was puzzled. "I don't know, it's my first time experiencing this." Suddenly a brown-haired girl approached him and asked. The girl shyly spoke, her eyes sparkling as if hiding affection. "Aren't you Senior Lewin?" Not only her, but two others came forward offering lunch bags. "You were so cool in the third test. If you get hungry, take one to eat." The moment he took the bags, they awkwardly withdrew, leaving him flustered because it all happened so fast. He awkwardly handed a bag to Jae-sun. "Do you want this?" he shouted in panic. "What?" He flew into a rage. "You acting like that is disrespecting the ladies who embarrass themselves to make lunch for you. I don't get why you're making such a fuss." Watching his friends sulk with jealousy, he thought, this Jae-sun, when I use spectator's eye, the status window said he has great potential. He teleported beside him and patted his shoulder. "In the past few days I checked everyone's status, and only M shows high potential." He put on a serious face, though his eyes were full of trust and resolve. "Jae-sun, try a bit harder, I'm sure you'll do well on the next test." He was embarrassed. "What? You're sympathizing with me now?" He denied it. "Sympathize, what do you mean?" "I mean you have a lot of potential, your skills are fine. Regain your confidence and work harder." He was astonished. "Really?" he advised, don't play around so much." He chuckled lightly. "Alright, fine. My goal for the next test is to make the top 10. He was helpless. "That's a bit tough." One moment joking, the next he put on a heavy expression. "Are you serious? Sometimes I can hardly believe it myself." He was puzzled. He confided, "I wonder if you're really the Lewin I've known for 6 years. A look of surprise crossed his face. "Oh." Lewin looked up at the high blue sky. Sometimes even I find it hard to believe. So I understand how he feels." He suddenly remembered. "Oh right, there are some rumors about you lately." "What rumors?" he asked. "People say you'll surpass Mikkel Gary Hill, not only become valedictorian but also the Academy's representative." He paid it no mind, stood up decisively. "I don't care about that. Let's go inside." Fearing being left behind, he hurriedly trailed after. "What do you mean you don't care? This is the year of the Grand Festival. Every May, representatives from renowned academies gather and a magic festival is held to select the outstanding participant. And every 8 years, all mages attend the Olympiad to choose the strongest. The Grand Festival occurs in years when both events coincide. The Grand Festival is a nationwide competition where the brightest students from academies showcase their abilities. The winner brings home a large sum of money for themselves and their academy and can receive numerous privileges. That's why the number of students participating in the Grand Festival is limited, 1 solo competitor and 30 team members. The top 31 from each academy will enter this major competition. The solo contestant will be the academy's student representative. At an academy, everyone was enthusiastically discussing the upcoming festival, with many speculations. "I wonder if this year's student representative Lai Ha will be Mike again." At his dining table, people were talking about it too. Jae-sun spoke first. "Of course Lewin will be the representative." The orange-haired boy next to him agreed, "Right, he's the only one who got 100 points from Kingram." He chewed messily as he recalled. "And from what I remember, every time Mo participated in the Magic Festival, do you guys remember how he performed?" The brown-haired student at the same table hurriedly answered, "Teams are a given, but in the solo round he ranked 4th out of 5. The orange-haired student sneered. "That's why we're called a low-tier academy." "Low-tier academy? We can't even do team contests properly, and our solo results are nothing." Lunch ended and everyone cleared the dishes, but the topic wasn't finished. "The only way to shake that nickname is Lewin. You agree?" "Totally." "Lewin, what do you think?" His expression turned serious. "The tests aren't over yet," he told himself. "It's not time to boast or get excited. After all, the person chosen for the Grand Festival will be the top scorer in the exams and must receive nomination from the professors. And the 4th test, the 11 combat between him and Mo, is coming up." He stared straight ahead with determined eyes. "That's why I must focus on the next test," he told himself. "At first I only thought about utterly beating him." 4 days later, a live combat test was taking place on the training field. Lewin sprang up and unleashed a spinning kick, sweat-soaked to show he'd been practicing for a long time. Status windows kept popping up. "You have gained 1,000 strength points, you have received the title, end of apprenticeship." Strang stretched his joints. "Finally, the day I've waited for, I'll level up right away." He crouched down, focused all his energy inward, and the air around him condensed toward his body. Feeling ready, he shot upward, and landed lightly on his shoulder as a fierce flame flared around him. The task difficulty had doubled and rewards tripled. He concentrated intensely, channeling the fire into his hands. He swallowed hard. His small body stood straight, head thrown back, trying to use inner strength to release the power outward. Moments later, a blaze like the sun erupted midair, spreading wide enough to scorch everything it touched. He turned to look at him, the searing heat made him instinctively shield his face. What is this? This fire seemed to register something. His eyes widened, and Dong too shrank back to look toward it. Elsewhere, Elric stood silently by the window with his arms crossed. He recalled the scene of Lewin fighting a goblin, his face creased in disgust. Damn it, I have to give him marks. He pictured the moment he might challenge Mikkel. He wondered if, with Lewin Ardle's current strength, he could defeat Mikkel. Thinking of him losing to that boy, he swept the thought away. That was unlikely to happen. Gritting his teeth, he calculated even more. If he beat Mikkel at the Grand Festival, Michael's position and the top scholar title would be shaken. The Gary Hill family must lead this academy. His facial muscles tensed as if trying to suppress an eruption of rage at any cost. Back on the training field, Trang had reached level 2. He looked exhausted. The ring of fire around him had weakened considerably, but in return he received 200 strength points. In his hand burned a glowing orange flame. He stared at it in awe. Trang looked at him. He seems much stronger now. At the same time, he showed gratitude. Oh man, thanks to you I reached 1,200 strength points so fast. He crossed his arms and puffed out his chest, proud with a hint of vanity. Hey there, he chuckled, the corners of his mouth lifting to reveal his teeth as he scratched lightly under his chin. This is just the beginning. The task's difficulty and rewards have increased. They both watched the status window closely. The routine physical training task 2, complete all the following. Punching, kicking, spinning kicks, 5,000 of each per task, run 15 kilometers and train in live combat to receive 30 strength points. Lewin looked it over and thought that since he'd increased his training intensity, it wouldn't be too hard. He turned to ask him, so what's this live combat training? Suddenly his face darkened into a villainous grin. Remember our first meeting? I said I could become anything. He replied, yeah, I remember, you were smug. From now on I can shapeshift, but there are limits. So can you turn into a person? Yes, but only at level 5, turning into a person is difficult now. He asked curiously, then what can you turn into? His face grew sly. Wanna see? A small whirlwind suddenly appeared, swirling around his body. Gradually the whirlwind grew larger. The whirlwind dissipated, and a tattered, mysterious scarecrow appeared, making him burst out laughing. Is this a straw scarecrow? Seeing that he wasn't as surprised as expected, it got angry. What's with that expression? He snorted, nothing, it's not quite what I imagine. It was vain. Don't underestimate this straw scarecrow. When Draka first started sparring, I was his support. He wondered, sparring means I'm the target, right? It confirmed emphatically, exactly. I'm useful for the task. From now on you must train in live combat with me every day. It spun the vortex around itself, looking mysterious. My power is still weak now, only on par with a level 3 mage. Deep within the scarecrow, it grinned slyly. Once I regain my power, I can play with anything. By then, whether dragon or demon, I'll take them all. Feeling amused, he wanted to try immediately. Then show me now, what do you want me to turn into? He boldly suggested, a mage. As if that hit the right spot, it switched to challenge mode. Oh ho, fine. Trang concentrated, forming a magic orb that transformed into a staff with a blazing red gem. Holding the staff, his arm instantly bulged with coils of muscle. Even if I hit you, it'll only stun, not deal damage. Lewin remained calm. What about you? Hearing that it felt no effect, he raised an eyebrow and said, I see, truly an ideal sparring partner. It didn't waste a moment and cast a fireball. Alright, take this. Saying that, it launched the large spell directly at him, not aiming at Lewin at all. He nimbly dodged, springing straight to the side. He was extremely excited, thinking Mikkel must be training now. He couldn't wait to challenge him. Completely contrary to his thoughts, at this moment he was in Elk's room admiring a leaf. That bastard is so irritating, what now? He was furious. My name, and you dare say that in front of me? If you were any stronger then, I wouldn't hear another word, he cut in, brushing his hand. Stop talking. I hear Lewin got boosted thanks to you, does that make you uneasy? He didn't hold back his sarcasm. Of course, you're the one who orchestrated that goblin incident. His face looked like he wanted to devour him as he slowly stepped forward. If my house finds out he got perfect marks because of you, I think you won't live long. He couldn't believe his grandson would be so insolent. He was bitter but could do nothing. How dare that brat speak to me like that? He urged impatiently, so stop whining and think of how to fix this. If he becomes the Academy's representative then. A firm answer escaped his mouth. No, that's not acceptable, I have an idea. A small jade green veil sat snugly in his hand, he picked it up. At a glance he recognized it, the Nin Thieu flower, a type of awakening herb. The Nin Thieu flower grows in the northern illusion zone, it's a rare medicinal herb used by some to craft special spirit elixirs. He instructed him to take it and he'd reach an awakened state. Mana casting time would be greatly reduced. He hesitated, noting it dulls pain but also makes it hard to distinguish friend from foe. He fixed his gaze on him. Yes, put another way, you won't see anything, at least you'll pay attention in class. Mikkel completely didn't understand what his uncle was saying. But why does he want you to drink this? Yes. He snapped angrily, are you crazy? Standing before him, he seemed to lose his civic rights. You have no right to speak here, you already lost to that kid, and now you want to bring disgrace on the family? However, he knew Professor Heidel's sharp eyes well, and this was too risky. He knows your true ability, if he discovers it, you're finished. He snorted, slapped his chest, have you forgotten who I am? Drug testing is my business. Truly foul players, he had planned carefully. Take it, this will help erase the traces. The remaining purple vial was placed in his hand, after taking the Nin Thieu flower, then this. He reassured his frightened grandson. Don't be afraid, for the Gary Hill lineage, this is the only way to advance. So, will you take it or not? Unexpectedly asked to do something like this, he hesitated constantly, undergoing deep internal struggle. Finally the one-on-one exam arrived. At this moment, warm sunlight bathed the arena, the mana-shielded plaza. Everyone excitedly looked down, conversations and laughter ringing out, always like this, whenever the sparring test occurs, the venue is packed. And this was the final match. Lewin and Mikkel stood facing each other, staring intently, the atmosphere grew tense. With a few rustling sounds, footsteps moved quickly forward. Lewin's expression turned serious, this was finally the final test, a direct confrontation with Mikkel. He braced himself as Trang reminded him, the opponent already knows you'll focus on close combat, if he prepares, it'll be tough. Lewin scoffed, but what if I can get close to him? It nodded briefly. Then just one Lewin punch and he's down. The man standing between them spoke, this test simulates real combat as closely as possible. Terrain elements have been prepared and arranged diversely in the arena. He asked, are you ready? Professor Heidel replied in turn. Lewin glanced at Mikkel, feeling that something was off. He frowned, pondering, but that bastard Mikkel had a strange look on his face, his whole body tensing. Lewin made a preliminary assessment, his condition looked very abnormal. He watched Mikkel grit his teeth and stare at him without making any move to attack. He wasn't arrogant as usual, something was wrong, he needed to use the connoisseur's eye to check. Then Lewin used the connoisseur's eye skill, a circular blue light appeared before his eyes. An info panel appeared above him, Mikkel Gary Hill, level 3 mage, high potential, dual spellcasting ability, special status, hidden frenzy. Lewin felt puzzled, hidden frenzy? He'd never seen that status before. Moreover, the system window said it was hidden, had he done something to conceal illegal drug use? He remembered Elk, before the test began, students were checked for banned substances. Wait, Professor Elric was responsible for that check. Could he be Michael's uncle? Did Professor Elric let Mikkel use something and cover it up? The man announced the match rules. Listen carefully, this battle bans only one thing, dark magic. You may use any magic from the 4 elements, and scoring will be based on the tier of the magic you use. He added that you needn't worry about harming your opponent. In this mana-shielded arena, magic power is reduced by 99%. Any more questions? Seeing Lewin raise his hand, he asked, what's the matter? To Lewin Ardel. Michael's face went stiff when he heard Lewin ask, if one of the two is using banned substances and gets caught, what happens? He replied sternly, they will be disqualified and fail this exam. It could also lead to expulsion depending on the severity. But why do you ask? Lewin glanced at Mikkel and answered indifferently, nothing, sir. He gestured for them to stand apart, then called out. Ready? Take your positions. He stood in place, clenching his fists, this was all he could conclude for now. And since only he could see the status window, no one would believe him. Lewin's gaze hardened. I have to find proof. The two faced each other, an intense, sword-like tension filling the air. He took a deep breath and shouted to begin. At the word, Lewin and Mikkel charged forward to attack. He condensed a glowing blue orb and shouted loudly, Lewin, go to hell. Immediately, blue vines sprouted from the ground, coiling tightly around Luan's legs. He shifted his foot, and the vines were soon severed. The crowd in the stands gasped in surprise. What? How did he break free so quickly? Could Michael's spell be ineffective against Lin? Luan thought to himself. The mana-shielded arena reduces contestants' magic power, but not my own. He then rushed toward Mikkel. He used another move, a pink light and a skull with an open maw spewed fire at Luan. Mikkel growled, "You think that's all I have?" As his fire attack launched, a blazing red flame shot straight at Luan. He used Blink, nimbly evading the erupting flames. Then Luan quickly spun and ran, the fire closely chasing behind. The fire seemed possessed, tailing him relentlessly. Luan leaped to avoid it. He hid behind a boulder, the heat spreading around him. Luan shifted slightly and looked back. Noting reduced cast times and increased mana, that was the effect of the potion Mikkel had taken. Mikkel laughed maniacally, "Don't hide. Come face me, you rabbit." He focused, recalling what he'd learned. It was clear Mikkel was more hyped than usual, definitely that potion was. An image flashed in Lin's mind, the Neen Thieu flower. He listed Michael's symptoms: trembling hands, extreme excitement, dulled pain perception, and impaired friend or foe recognition. Mikkel still laughed provocatively. "Come out, show yourself, face me." Luan squinted. The only effect not yet shown was pain suppression. He stood and faced Mikkel, speaking pointedly, "So that's why you're so confident? Because of that?" Mikkel startled and blurted out, "What?" Luan calmly watched Mikkel flustered as he uttered a name, Neen Thieu Hoa. Michael's face went stunned at Lin's words. "Whatever, I don't need that stuff to take you down." He raised his hand, voice dripping with mockery. "I'm coming up." Mikkel. Luan dashed forward like an arrow while activating time refraction. Mikkel summoned ice and snow while cursing inwardly, "Damn, how is he so fast?" An ice barrier he created materialized in front of Luan. He didn't flinch and shouted, "Useless." Luan's foot swept forward, a flash of golden light gleaming to Michael's astonishment. Murmurs rose around the crowd of Tyrian Ignat. "What kind of magic is that? Is that the spell? Is that even magic?" On the field, Mikkel cast a level 3 spell, the fire projectile crying out loudly, took the hit. Luan countered tightly, his fist launching a blow, earthquake. The punch landed and Michael's fire projectile was knocked away. It staggered back repeatedly, his large body seeming to writhe in pain. The spectators in the stands gasped. He used earth to block the fire. Mikkel was knocked backwards and collapsed to the ground, shrieking in pain. Suddenly his pupils contracted in terror, his face going rigid. Mikkel looked up at Luan above him, his voice faltering. "Don't come near me." Luan snapped his fingers with a cold smile, "Don't be so cowardly, take this." Mikkel watched Luan's thumb and middle finger touch, his voice becoming shaky. As Luan's hand drew closer, the golden light began to flare. With a boom, the scene inside and outside the mana-shielded plaza returned to normal. When Luan's fingertips separated, the shaft of golden light expanded and shot toward Mikkel. The crowd in the stands all leapt to their feet. On the arena, dust and smoke billowed, obscuring their view. Michael's eyelids drooped slightly. The sight before him left him somewhat surprised. Because at that moment Mikkel Ko was frowning with a deranged smile. "Luan, how dare you look down on me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Luan charged and butt-headed him in the ribs. Not giving him a chance to counter, he launched a flurry of continuous punches. With a thud, Mikkel slammed into a rock and lay sprawled on the ground. His body trembled in waves, yet laughter echoed. "So weak and still thinks he can beat me, not a scratch." Luan thought, after taking that many blows and staying conscious, Mikkel could die from shock. He grabbed Mikkel by the shoulder, intending to pull him up, continuing would be dangerous. Then Michael's whole body was hoisted up by writhing green trunks called prison trees. Luan raised his hand and spoke, "Sir, did Mikkel use banned substances?" He approached suspiciously and asked, "What do you mean? Why would M use banned substances? Are you sure? If you speak falsely, you could be disqualified." Luan replied firmly, "Yes, I'm certain, because it's possible the drug use was concealed." He continued, "Or someone discovered it and turned a blind eye." The man hesitated. "You mean?" Luan spoke gravely, glancing nearby. "The person capable of using rare ingredients and responsible for pre-match checks." He also looked toward Elric. His voice rang out again, "Only one person in this academy could do that." Luan hesitated, remembering, Professor Elric was apparently Michael's uncle. Wait, could Professor Elric have? Elric rushed over in panic. "Luan, do you know what you're saying?" He snapped angrily, "You're saying Mikkel used banned substances and I turned a blind eye?" Yet Luan showed no fear and replied calmly, "Yes, I have evidence." Elric started and exclaimed, "What?" He laughed, "Very well, then check again. Lewin stepped aside. No need, Professor, after all, you used a special elixir to hide his symptoms. Elric grew flustered. So what do you want now? Where is this evidence you speak of? Lewin touched the trunk and smiled. I'll let you see for yourselves. Immediately, there was a loud explosion, and a golden flash gleamed in the middle of the trunk. His hand remained in the same position as before, his fingers still spread. Lewin looked at the trunk, which now had a large chunk missing. This was my earlier snap. He argued that even if Michael's magic had improved through training, there was no way he could take so many consecutive hits and still be lucid and mocking. At this point, I think his skull was rattling violently and at least one of Tyrion Ignat's ribs was broken. Bloodshot eyes, he paid no mind and kept laughing. Lewin said, and yet he laughed as if he felt no pain at all. Elric's expression went rigid when he heard Lewin ask, do you still have any denials left? Professor Elia. Above, Tyrion Ignat sprang to his feet and called out loudly, Professor Elric. Seeing the guilty look on his face, he formed his own conclusion. Tyrion Ignat angrily shouted, how dare you do such a thing in this sacred place? Professor Elric, come to my office immediately. Hearing his indignant tone, Elric hesitated and looked toward his nephew. He only saw that the boy didn't realize how serious the situation was, and Michael's careless laughter. Then Tyrion's Nitz exam quickly concluded. The decline of the Gary Hill line was halted. People murmured in the halls, I heard Professor Elric was fired, and Mikkel was expelled too. I have a new nickname. Someone clapped Lynn on the shoulder and chuckled. Saint Exiler Lewin. Thud, thud, regular footsteps echoed through the quiet space. At that moment Lewin stood before a gigantic door. The space around him brightened because Lewin had been summoned by the headmaster. He felt time stop, no sound reached his ears. Suddenly a faint sound rang out and he looked up. His eyes widened in astonishment, there was nothing but disbelief in them. For Lewin now stood in a large grassy courtyard, before him was a red throne. Lewin looked around in confusion, this was the Ardal domain. He murmured to himself, it doesn't seem quite right. Then Lewin looked again at the object in front of him. He looked at the chair and realized the Theron throne, the seat of the supreme mage. How was it here? Tyrion Ignat's voice suddenly sounded behind him. What do you see? Lewin turned and saluted. Ah, good day, sir. He spoke as he walked. This place was created by the Eyes of Manalrock. Have you heard of the Eyes of Manalrock? Lewin followed and replied, yes, I've heard of them. As he understood, Manalrock was the leader who began the invasion of the Freelia continent. He could make a person see what they most desired. After his death, his gaze was forged into a relic. Tyrion Ignat glanced back and continued, the Eyes of Manalrock are a treasure that lets one see what they wish to see. What appeared before you just now mirrors your deepest desires. Lewin bowed his head slightly, a fleeting thought passing through his mind. His greatest desires were to restore House Ael's domain and become the most powerful mage. He suddenly asked, may I ask what you see? Lewin, curious, replied, what do you see, sir? Tyrion Ignat smiled softly, his gaze warm. A world where everyone fulfills their duties, students are students and mages are mages. Now the two stood before a door. He continued, of course, it won't be easy. Lewin murmured, yes. With a creak, the thick, heavy door opened. As Lewin prepared to step inside, he glanced back over his shoulder. He saw himself holding the championship cup, carried high by male students as Lewin soared through the air amid roaring cheers. Lewin won. Lewin won. Then the scene shifted to Lewin wearing a graduation cap as a voice announced, congratulations to valedictorian Lewin Ardal. The corner of Lewin's mouth lifted slightly, forming a barely noticeable curve unless you looked closely. The scene cut to another place. In the quiet space a soft sound suddenly came. A cup of tea was set on the table with an invitation to drink. Lewin nodded and replied, yes, thank you, sir. Tyrion Ignat watched silently as Lewin lifted the cup and took a sip. After Lewin finished his tea, he asked, I called you in because I have something to ask. Will you answer me? Among the many banned substances, Tyrion Ignat clasped his hands together, his voice turning serious. How did you determine what Mikkel used? Nin Thuhoa. Lewin said nothing, seeming to arrange his answers in his head, then listed the characteristics. Michael's behavior wasn't normal, he was aggressive but restless. Moreover, the amplification and mana flow were abnormal, so I suspected he used Nin Thuhoa. Tyrion Ignat pressed on. But you seem certain now, not merely guessing. Why is that? Lewin frowned in explanation. The mana-shielded hull only reduces magical power, not physical strength. And what he used was physical strength, not magic. he mentally noted not to mention the eyes of the spectator. Luin's tone dropped. I'm sure he was in extreme shock, yet he could still mock and showed no sign of pain. That can only prove he used Nin Thieu Hoa. He privately praised the boy, only 16 yet perceptive enough to notice the smallest changes in an opponent. Moreover, he remained calm in that situation and displayed flawless spellcasting. Tyrion Ignat placed his hand on the table and spoke firmly. As headmaster of the academy, I deeply regret this incident. My sincere apologies to you, Luin. I will ensure the Gary Hill family cannot harm you. He stroked his long white beard and said, one more thing, I have a proposal. Luin was stunned when Tyrion Ignat said, do you want to participate in the Grand Festival this July as the Academy's representative? Although mentally prepared, he couldn't hide his surprise. Representative of the Academy, a coveted position he had vaguely hoped for when he came here. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to steady himself, seemingly weighing a very serious matter. Tyrion Ignat listened intently for his answer. Thank you, sir, I am honored by this offer. But Luin's voice grew hesitant. You know I still lack experience. I have never fought in an actual combat during my years here. He bowed his head slightly and his voice dropped. During that time I achieved nothing because of my mana disorder. The Grand Festival gathers the best, I'm not sure I have the strength to compete with them. Tyrion Ignat's voice made Luin look up. That's not a problem, you will serve as a judge at the Grand Festival. He raised his index finger and said confidently, I think you deserve the title undefeated candidate. He hesitated and asked, Sir, why? Undefeated candidate? Tyrion Ignat stroked his long beard and said, I assert you are a very promising contestant, and what's even more frightening is. Luin's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment at his words. You will be a secret weapon nobody expects. Tyrion exhaled a satisfied breath. To them, you are an enigma. They have no information about you, don't know what techniques or fighting style you'll use, and of course can't find a way to counter you. Hearing that, he was secretly pleased, so that's it? Since I'm always last, they won't be on guard, they don't have much intel on me like Miko does. It looks like this time I can pull off a surprise. Luin clenched the hem of his trousers with both hands when asked whether he would participate or not. After putting on a thoughtful expression, he answered, I'll do my best not to let you down, sir. Suddenly there was a knock at the door outside. Tyrion Ignat said, perfect timing, please come in. He looked at the newcomer, then said to Luin, Luin, I think physical skills classes will benefit you more than magic classes. I've invited this professor to help you develop those skills. At the greeting, how have you been? The boy was at a loss. Luin was momentarily stunned. Oh, this is the visitor, Gutter Paranti. He grinned teasingly, what's with that face? Aren't you happy to see me? Luin recognized him, he was the captain of the cavalry in the foreign domain, one of the few elite-level knights in the kingdom of Jodi. He recalled that this was also the man he had met during the third exam. Seeing Gutter seated before him, Luin couldn't help but exclaim, he hadn't expected to take physical skills lessons with him. Gutter then said, first I must confirm a few things. Gutter asked, I heard Professor Heidel say you're a special mage because you can only fight in close combat, is that true? He nodded slightly and replied, yes, that's right. He commented on Luin, from what I see, your movement is quite good, quick, efficient, no wasted motion. He froze when Gutter spoke, but honestly, at a glance it's clear you have never formally trained in martial arts. He spoke gravely, your moves might work on that goblin earlier, but against us you'll be completely read. No matter how strong you are, opponents with good physical skills can predict your attacks from your shoulder and hip movements. With his empty hands resting on his knees, Luin thought, he's right, my techniques are just repetitive motions from tasks, so they're not very useful in real combat. Suddenly Gutter stood up, but don't worry, if you learn from me, your movements will change from the very basics. He looked straight into Luin's eyes. Shall we start now? They then moved their training to another location. Gutter's voice rang out, for a knight, the most important thing is the feet. Stable feet give stronger sword swings. Moreover, the feet help you anticipate an enemy's next move, so your first lesson will be proper footwork. He sat on the platform and said, only when you learn to walk correctly can you use physical skills properly. Luin extended his hand, his expression serious as he followed Gutter's instruction. Tien Vo is a martial art commonly used to train knights. He threw a continuous series of punches, the swishing sounds filled the space. Gutter slowly rose, watching Luin strike the air, and said, this discipline comprises a total of 36 forms, not including sword techniques. He continued to train tirelessly, his hands clenched into fists, Lewin poised to charge forward. One blow after another smashed into the air, each slicing through the wind with a sharp sound. Nearby, Gutter crossed his arms over his chest, silently observing each of Lewin's actions. His expression grew serious. He recalled Lewin's earlier remark, wondering about it. At that time Lewin had asked why the teacher would bother teaching him martial arts, and why he had to come to the academy every day. So why, sir? Gutter had replied then, think of it as an investment. Hearing that, Lewin asked doubtfully, an investment? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. I've met someone who could become a talented mage in the future. If I can help support that person. Lewin fell silent as Gutter continued, so it's worth the investment, isn't it? Then he bowed deeply. I will rely on you, sir. Professor Gutter. Suddenly Gutter cleared his throat awkwardly and said, calling me Professor sounds pompous. Just call me Hyung. I'm not even 30. Hearing that, Lewin was startled in surprise. Huh? No way. Back in the present, he continued to train diligently. Lewin switched from striking on one side to throwing punches on the other. Gutter watched nearby at ease. He was somewhat pleased. The kid's decent. He's got guts. Gutter remembered earlier, while checking the goblin's wound, he had heard whispers. Was the goblin's jaw really broken? Seeing Lewin kick high again, he inwardly admired, a close combat mage stronger than a goblin, what an interesting kid. And so, 3 weeks passed. Lewin saw a system notice, body arts skill leveled up, body arts reached level 10. Awarded title, the body is a weapon, a reward that increases the effect of the mage's frenzy skill. With Mage's Frenzy, you can channel magic throughout your body. He told Trang that mastering Tien Vo was useful, right? Trang laughed heartily. Of course, it's how I reached level 3. Lewin looked at the notification, strength 2130. His hand curled into a fist. This power is enormous, I can feel it clearly. Chang exhaled, Lewin's rate of reaching this strength was even more astonishing. It took Draka over 1.5 years after meeting me to reach 2000 strength. Is it a difference in temporal perception between humans and dragons? Suddenly a voice called out from afar. Lewin saw Jason sprinting over. Curiously he asked, Jason, what's the matter? Jason leaned on his knees, panting, and asked, did you see it? Lewin asked back in confusion, see what? Jason answered, the contestant list, the grand festival has been posted at the academy gates. Lewin froze, thinking, the grand festival. Memories surfaced for Lewin, a voice announcing first place, Lewin Ardell. At the opening ceremony, I represented the new students on the podium. Because of that I became the target of jealousy and suspicion. In response to that envy, I behaved miserably for the past 5 years. All I could do was stand at a distance and watch Mikkel receive everyone's congratulations. And now, Lewin and Jason hurried toward the academy gates. When they arrived, they saw a crowd gathered in front. Seeing the notice's contents, he couldn't help but shout, drawing the attention of those around him. Lewin could hardly believe his eyes. Had he truly become the academy's representative? The male students recognized him too. Huh! It's Lewin. They ran up to Lewin, shouting, congratulations on becoming the representative. Lewin will represent you at the grand festival. It took a long time, but I finally became the academy's representative once more. Lewin beamed at those around him. Jason was so happy he cried. I'm also listed at position 31 in the team competition. Cut to another scene. Heidel praised. I'm very surprised Gutter said you've mastered Tien Vo. His voice faltered, but a 16-year-old S-rank student, your prodigious talent sometimes frightens me. Heidel then changed tone to one of conviction. I believe you can do it, Lewin. And so preparations for the grand festival proceeded smoothly. Just as we arrived at Antan, the festival venue, everyone was standing waiting for the mana train to arrive. Voices murmured, are we boarding? Is the mana train here? This is my first time. I've heard it's extremely fast. Lewin stood among the crowd as chatter reached his ears. There are only 2 transfer hubs in the kingdom of Jati, but the Ja Imperial League has over 100. Well, they're an empire. We're the smallest nation among small nations. Lewin and Jason both frowned when someone clicked their tongue. You country bumpkins making such a fuss over a mana train. A sneer sounded, don't be so rustic, quiet down. Jason snapped back sharply, what did you say? Then the boy angrily barked, you bastard, are you done talking? Lewin remained silent and didn't intervene. He recognized the name. That bastard was Henkus, Michael's henchman, the one who'd attended last year's magic festival with him. Henkus, unconcerned, continued, if you think Lewin will pull off some miracle at the Grand Festival, give it up. He's so arrogant just because he scored high in the first term. The male student beside Hankus chimed in, right, representatives from other academies are like ghosts. We'd have a better chance if Miko, who fought them before, were chosen as our representative. Jason trembled with anger at that declaration. In any case, I won't accept Lewin as the Academy's representative. Mind your own business, he shouted. What? Lewin fell silent. Many scoundrels try to profit in small ways by clinging to the Gary Hill family, but I must perform well in this competition. Even if I have to be on the same team as those bastards. Trang perched on his shoulder and smiled. Lewin, you're in a difficult spot, aren't you? Hankus glanced toward the source of the sound. He'll be pleased, no doubt. Lewin offered an icy smile. Dogs remain loyal to their masters, even when their masters are about to be driven away. Hankus stepped up to him and raised his voice. Did you just call us dogs? Lewin laughed. Lucky for you, I try to be as clear as possible so someone of your intellect could understand. So you get what I meant? He continued, just because you're the Academy representative. Before Hankus could finish, Lewin cut him off. Lewin's tone grew serious. This grand festival will be on a different level from the magic contests you've entered before. If you achieve good results, you'll gain opportunities the Gary Hill family cannot offer you. Hankus laughed derisively. Of course, if we do well, everything will be fine. But is that realistic? The competitors are monsters. In the end we'll be stuck in the kingdom of Jodi, working under the Gary Hills. Stop dreaming. His voice remained calm. We can do it. Lewin turned and walked away. The Grand Festival is an event where unity matters most. It's best to remove elements that undermine team spirit. Hankus called after him, so you mean you'll compete without us? Lewin gave him a cryptic reply. On the way there, think again about who your current representative is. Hankus ground his teeth hearing Lewin. And there's no Gary Hill here to reward your loyalty. He screamed in rage. You're ruining your first solo match. I won't follow any of your orders at the Grand Festival. With a steady chug, the train sped through the forest. Inside the carriage, everyone looked out and gasped. It's really fast. Trang, perched on his shoulder, laughed loudly. What's going on here? The world has become a better place. In my day, the fastest transport was. His face showed obvious embarrassment. Suddenly footsteps sounded near the door. Then a voice spoke into Lewin and Jason's ears. Ah, I think I can smell a loser somewhere. 3 male students stood there, the one in the middle sneering. Well, who do we have here? The country bumpkins from that dumb academy? Lai looked at the emblem on the boy's chest. That emblem, it's the National Magic Academy of Iota. From what he knew, the National Magic Academy of Iota, the only academy in Iota of the Sand Kingdom, is built on the desert. Renowned for its ancient history, they're especially known for honing swordsmanship and bodies to the extreme. Lewin looked there in puzzlement. What were people from Iota's National Magic Academy doing here? Sita called out loudly, Hey, you dumb academy lot, where's Mikkel Gary Hill? He didn't run away because of some hardship, did he? I was planning to have him take care of us this year. He said this while laughing loudly, as if speaking of being served like a slave. Theta waved to his companions. You're also responsible for the last place this year, right? Let's get along. Trang covered his mouth, chuckling. Oh my, aren't you patient? Can Lewin just sit there hearing this? Lewin looked at Theta's mockery and thought to himself that he'd never been here before, but it seemed their academy was being treated very poorly. His gaze shifted to another direction nearby. He saw Heidel staring at his notebook, feigning indifference. Lewin realized the professor had no intention of intervening. The Grand Festival is a competition among students, and now the teacher's role was simply an advisor. He bowed his head slightly, furrowing his brows. The authority and responsibility of the whole team now rested on him, the Academy's representative. Theta walked over to Hankus, draped an arm over the seat back and called, Hey Hankus, where's your Gary Hill representative? At least he's an interesting one. But Hankus remained silent. Suddenly a sound made Theta turn his head. Mikkel was probably bedridden, praying his broken ribs would heal right now. He saw Lewin standing tall, full of confidence, staring straight into Theta's eyes. Hankus spoke hesitantly, That's our Academy's representative. Sita said in disbelief, The representative is that kid? It's my first time seeing him. Then he turned and walked toward Lewin. The footsteps sounded like drums pounding on everyone's hearts. No one dared breathe loudly. Sita stood before Lewin and introduced himself. I am Iota's representative, Sita Menkiri. What's your name? Unfazed, he replied calmly. Lewin Ardal. His voice grew low. I think a simple greeting is enough for a first meeting. If you're done causing trouble, leave our carriage. Theta snapped. What? He curled a corner of his mouth, and of course you'll apologize for calling us a dumb academy before you leave. Do it politely, that's what I mean. Lewin repeated, before you go, you should apologize for calling us a dumb academy. Yes, apologize sincerely. A vein throbbed on Theta's forehead, his voice cold as ice. What did you say? He stepped up close to Lewin. You told me to apologize, did you? Then Theta spun around angrily and shouted, Hey Hankus, didn't you tell him who he is? Hankus's whole body trembled. Hearing that, Theta grew even more furious. Something this simple and you couldn't handle it? I'll give me a lesson he'll never forget. Seeing him like that, Lewin realized what was going on. He looked at the fearful expressions on everyone's faces. This was why participants in the Grand Festival were terrified when they saw the Iota Academy crowd. Lewin fixed his determined gaze because Theta had been bullying him. He felt an atmosphere of fear sweep through the carriage. They were doing it deliberately to demoralize people before the match. Lewin clenched his fist in anger. So the Grand Festival had started from this very moment. Suddenly he curled his lip provocatively. Want to test yourself? Theta must think this is a joke. Huh? Has this bastard lost his mind? With that, he prepared to throw a punch, still threatening, you think I'm scared? If you get punched, don't complain. Before the blow could land, someone shouted, Theta, stop. Sita withdrew his strike and his voice faltered, Professor. The man spoke sternly, can't you just sit still? What are you doing before the match? Already trying to make enemies? He looked sincerely at Heidel and apologized, my student was rude. On their behalf, I sincerely apologize, teacher. Heidel nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Then he shoved Theta forcefully and ordered him back to his seat. Theta still looked resentful, but said, yes, Professor. Theta turned and cast a hostile glare at him, just you wait. Lewin watched the man walk away and fell into thought, just as he'd suspected, it hadn't been easy from the start. In another carriage an angry voice rang out, Professor, why did you stop us? Sita fumed, unable to understand. You're the one who set this up. So why? The man bowed his head and sighed, asking back, didn't you notice? Sita blinked and replied, no, sir. What do you mean? Theta flinched and answered, yes, sir, when he heard the professor's question. Didn't you see him smile? The professor recalled what he'd seen earlier. Professor Heidel of the XN Academy had been smiling as he watched, as if waiting for someone to act. Theta cautiously voiced his thought. He just seemed confident. The professor exhaled, unsure himself. He wasn't entirely certain. He remembered the aura around Lewin. I think that kid Lewin has something we don't know about. He's not like the Mikkel Garyhill who fought you before. Sita heard that tone and realized the matter was more complicated than he'd thought. The train continued on. After the Iota group left, the cabin's atmosphere changed strangely. Everyone gathered around Lewin to discuss. Hey, what's the first match? The first round is a team match without representatives, so does that mean you won't be there? Lewin, I don't know if we can do this. Hankus spoke loudly and determinedly, of course we can, we must not lose. Others shouted in agreement, full of spirit, we won't let those bastards win. Lewin looked at everyone with satisfaction. Just now they were full of pride and jealousy, but now they'd united like this. People worriedly asked him, are you okay? Lewin, why are you so tense? Those guys have been fighting since they were born. Yeah, he's right. If it comes to real fighting. Lewin's words made the group fall silent. Don't you feel uncomfortable? He emphasized each word. They look down on you, they openly belittle our school's representative. As the representative, what would happen if I just sat still? Inside the carriage, Lewin's voice rang out again. They'll only become more amused and look down on us. Moreover, one person hesitated, that's true, but you cut him off. If you do nothing, we'll really be the stupid academy they say we are. Do you want that? The group hung their heads at Lewin's question. Do you want to be despised forever? Suddenly he raised his voice. It's precisely because you given that they've looked down on us throughout Elric these past years. Lewin continued, so what do you want to do now? This isn't the time to let pride break our unity. Someone shoved Hankus forward. Yeah. We're thinking of making Hankus the goalkeeper for the shuttle match. What do you think? He scratched his head awkwardly, me as goalkeeper? Lewin was somewhat pleased. It seemed M's tail would join in too, so by the time the tournament ended, a chime sounded on the train, followed by someone urging, we're here, everyone take your luggage down. Antanuchi is a state within the Royal Federation of Danak. It's also the only state recognized as the Empire's neutral territory. So when you step foot here, even centuries-old enemies must put aside their grudges. If bloodshed occurs within Antanuchi's borders, the Empire, as continental overlord, will step in to adjudicate the matter. For that reason, major international competitions are held in Antanuchi, such as the Grand Festival of Mages and the Great Sword Tournament of the Sword Guild. The boys stared at the crowd ahead and murmured. So this isn't the Danak Empire? Someone scoffed, no, it's not the Empire. It's just the Royal Federation under the Empire's administration. Another sneered, as if it made no difference. Jason looked around, this place felt like another world. Lewin, our Daemon district seemed impressive, but this place. Lewin's eyes drooped slightly. So this is Antanuchi. He glanced at two men chatting happily. It truly lived up to being the kingdom's capital. Then he looked toward two girls laughing with delight. Everything exuded antiquity, and people seemed at ease. Lewin thought to himself that this place made their hometown seem truly small. Suddenly a voice announced, "We'll be arriving at the rest stop now, everyone board the carriages." After that, people climbed into the horse-drawn carriages one by one. The carriages traveled along the road in a line. Seated opposite Lewin and Ji-sun, two teachers spoke up with a reminder, "I'm only saying this as a precaution, even unintentionally, don't go into the areas of other academies." His gaze flicked at Lewin. Now is not the time to cause trouble. He became flustered. "Why did you say that while looking at me?" Suddenly Chang looked in another direction and shouted, "Hey, look." Lewin looked at him in puzzlement and asked, "What is it?" Trang raised an eyebrow. He continued, "I just smelled something extremely interesting." Lewin's eyes widened in astonishment. What smell? Suddenly something jumped down from above. It landed on Lewin's foot and spoke. Apparently Trang sensed it and said the ruins of Draka are here. Scene transition to the next day at the XN Academy's Inn. Jae-sun watched Lewin briskly pull on his coat, still half asleep, and asked, "Hey Lewin, going on a date?" He didn't answer and darted off like a gust of wind. The system screen lit up before Lewin. While running he asked Trang, "Are you sure?" He nodded, "I'm sure. You'll see it appear on the minimap in a moment. Even I can see it." When they arrived, a sign for a crafting workshop hung there. Memories stirred and Trang exclaimed, "We're here." Lewin slowly opened the door and stepped inside. He looked at the interior and remarked, "I thought Black Dragon stuff would be kept somewhere special. This place looks too ordinary." Lewin touched his chin thoughtfully. It should have been in black markets or wealthy people's basements. Trang put hands on hips and laughed. Draka's remnants mean nothing to ordinary mages. They're like weeds to them. When he activated the invulnerability marker, his eyes suddenly widened. Then a brilliant stream of light flashed. The light struck the man, leaving him astonished. A ring hovered in that light, system information appeared, the player's innate treasure, and also Draka's first failure. The invulnerability ability resists physical impacts on the player's body, increasing resistance to physical damage. Lewin, puzzled, asked, "A failure?" Trang chuckled and explained, "It's a bit unusual." She clarified that it not only negates attacks but also blocks normal touches, even a lover's embrace wouldn't work. Trang forced a smile, "It's useless when you need it and present when you don't, that's why it's called a failure. But you still need this, you can't refuse it, you can only nod." Reading the system message that equipping it grants plus 200 strength, Lewin nodded. Plus 200 strength, just that alone makes you want to wear it. He then tried the ring on his middle finger. Lewin admired his hand with great satisfaction. "Perfect, fits as if made for him." He asked the seller, "How much for this ring?" The man laughed out loud and gestured, "Take it, it's been here a long time, I don't even know how to preserve it." Having no choice, Lewin offered, "Then let me buy another one." The man smiled again, "Be my guest." He walked down the aisle, glancing left and right. A connoisseur's eye, really convenient. Seeing the rarity levels of the books displayed, Lewin thought silently, they even assess an item's value. Suddenly his gaze stopped and fixed on a direction. A dazzling golden light radiated from a book with info, high rarity, quantum mechanics of magic and swordsmanship. Lewin flinched, this. As he reached to touch the book, someone suddenly appeared and blocked his hand. He was stunned to see the white-haired girl before him. This was the info floating above the girl, Irene Prowse, S-rank mage with very high potential. Lai recognized her as Irene Prowse from Seiki Women's University. The king of mages, the supreme mage Theron Artemis, is one of the 11 successor mages personally chosen by him. Lewin's expression grew solemn. Rumor said she was a genius on the verge of S-rank. He looked at Irene and recalled the earlier info. In truth she was already S-rank. It seemed the rumors had been understating her power. She hissed, "Let go." Lewin refused to back down. I got here first. Irene's hand still pressed on his. Judging by his uniform, you're from Znit Academy, she said. I'm Irene Prowse of C Women's University. You found what you needed and are just looking for more, right? I came here only to buy this book, she suggested. If it's not a big deal, would he yield it to her? Lewin frowned, thinking she'd heard his earlier remark. Was she buying the book for the grand festival? He asked, why do you need this book? Usually few people buy volumes like this. Irene's voice grew hesitant. She withdrew her hand, her face flushing slightly as she looked away. It's just for an assignment, I can't explain it. You know that. Lewin guessed it probably wasn't a school assignment but something related to the Infection King. He suddenly said, then take it, it's important to you. Take it, no need for words, and Irene, flustered, replied, oh, thanks. Lewin resumed his search. So, what should I buy now? Irene watched his retreating figure, a look of mild puzzlement crossing her face. Back at the lodgings, after Lewin recounted everything, questions came pouring in. You met Irene Prowse. What did you say to each other? Is she as beautiful as they say? Jason's son and Hankus' eyes lit up with excitement. Where did you meet her? How did you meet her? Lewin was at a loss. Can each of you ask just one question? Jason looked up sadly, truly jealous. His dream was to touch Irene's hand just once. Hankus took the chance to brag. So ordinary. I also met I at the grand festival. I even sat next to her for a bit. Jason cut in angrily. That doesn't count as talking to her. Lewin endured the two of them screaming like children. What? Look at yourself, you haven't even been close to her, let alone more. As if remembering something, Hankus, waving a flag, spoke up. He's strong, sure, but always second best. I heard he loses to top-ranked Doom Pram every year, actually to death. Jason sprang up yelling, nonsense. How dare you speak of my Irene like that? Hankus sighed. Irene, when did he become yours? I'm serious, he's top-ranked at the Danak Military Academy. In other words, on this continent he's the most recognized among his peers. He added that he also possessed a light sword. Lewin was surprised. A sword, he recalled that book, so that's why Irene needed it. He needed it to defeat Doom Pram. As Lewin knew, being a swordsman wasn't all that great. Compared to other weapons, a magic sword doesn't grant much power, and mastering sword techniques isn't easy. Hankus added, but Doom Pram is different. His light sword is an S-rank treasure, and his skill level is at least comparable to a typical knight. Jason sighed dramatically. Mastering swordsmanship, proficient in magic, and an S-rank treasure, what more could one want? Plus he's from a prominent family, his father's influential, he's good-looking, and the girls are obsessed. Hearing him complain, Lewin thought silently, are there really people like that in the world? He stayed quiet. He remembered Irene, an S-rank mage at only 16, and a swordsman who always took first place. Lewin frowned, pensive. Could he possibly win when facing such prodigies? He recalled his encounter with Theta. Surely no one would pay attention to someone like him. But Lewin closed his eyes and remembered Tyrion Znit's words. You are a title contender, not an exaggeration, he told himself. He wanted to try and see. Suddenly someone from outside burst in, breathless. Your debut lineup for the opening ceremony has been posted. Hearing that, a determined glint flashed in Lin's eyes. Good. He then stood up and walked toward the door. Lewin walked straight toward the beams of light pouring in from outside, the grand festival. His cloak billowing in the wind like a declaration that it was only just beginning. He thought to himself that finally the debut lineup had been announced. Lewin's face grew very serious as he looked up and waited. Our opponent is. Staring at the bracket for a moment, he was quite surprised. Damn it, a match against those stupid academies? Suddenly a voice rose from behind, then that's too easy. It turned out to be that Theta. He arrogantly stepped forward and taunted, fighting you lot just gives me more time to play. Immediately he turned and thought of the Iota students. Lin's face showed no fear, but inwardly he thought facing them would be the trickiest. He scanned the whole group and considered them. They were notorious for dirty tactics. Not to mention, those behind the others looked frightened and whispered. Damn, why did it have to be them? Yeah, they do look scary. Hearing that, he thought many at school had been psychologically traumatized by them. Theta sneered arrogantly and mocked them, you're so weak you can't even excite us. Boring. Boring as a fried snack. His subordinates laughed heartily at that. Ha ha ha. Watching the crowd whispering, he arrogantly and challengingly said it was lucky to face those stupid academies, like hitting the jackpot. Aren't you worried they'll hear you? So what? What can they do to me? They can't do shit. Luan's mouth curved into a malicious smile as he thought, fine, I'll use this chance to show you. He clenched his fist, pride on his face, thinking, we're not what we used to be. Then he spoke boldly, I've been waiting for you. He immediately approached them and provoked, are there a lot of people participating in the grand festival here? Hearing that, Theta bristled and asked, what do you want? He stepped closer and said quietly, I want to make an introduction. Then he loudly announced, pleasure to meet you all. I'm Luan Ardal, the representative of the so-called stupid academy group you're talking about. Luan continued, I won't say much, just one small request. His face turned menacing and he added, never call us the stupid academy again, it sounds awful. Theta, furious, ground his teeth and snorted, humph. He bared his teeth threateningly. I'm sick of being at the bottom, no more of that from now on. Lin looked them squarely in the eye and declared, surprising them, I want to be number one. The others reacted violently, cursing. If not, stupid academy, then what should we call you? Cut the act. Theta, annoyed, retorted, do you think this is some backyard contest? Number one, what a sore ear that is. Who do you think you are? Hearing that, he thought of the old silver-haired man and muttered to himself, ah, he is. Luan's face was confident as he spoke clearly, keeping his trump card hidden, he resolved inwardly never to flinch again. Cut to the white building, where the others were buzzing excitedly. Who is that? Luan Ardal, the group complained in confusion. I've looked into him, heard he used to be at the bottom of the class. Bottom of the class and still the student representative? One of them, annoyed, replied, I'm not sure, but I heard at the start of the term he suddenly changed 180 degrees, his grades shot up. Theta, puzzled, asked back about the 180-degree change. The other continued, yeah, maybe that's why he's so confident. In his head he recalled the old man's words, that kid, there's something about him we don't know. He then sighed and said, maybe I'm overthinking it. He immediately stood up, stretched his limbs, and declared, those arrogant brats, I'll teach them a lesson. His face was full of confidence and pride as he said, by following our school's tradition. Cut to the lodging area of Znit Academy. Here, Luan's group had gathered to discuss their plan. Tomorrow is the mana grenade throw, the format is a team match, and apart from the student representative, all team members may participate. He then analyzed tactics for his teammates. The challenge requires participants to throw mana grenades at a Midran golem, the team that defeats it faster wins. One team member asked him, if you're not here tomorrow, will we be okay? Luan stood up and announced to everyone, indeed, our individual abilities aren't on par with Iota's. But with fierce conviction he encouraged the group, I believe you will win. Hearing that, his teammates, anxious, asked bewildered, win how? Seeing this, Luan said to everyone, this is a team match, if we coordinate, we will definitely win. Then he laid out the plan, start by dividing into small squads. Hankus exclaimed in surprise, small squads? In his head Lin devised a detailed plan for the divisions and told everyone, Squad 1 will prime the grenades, Squad 2 will handle transport, Squad 3 will attack the golem, and Squad 4 will hinder the opponents by healing their golem. Upon hearing this, the group buzzed excitedly. That would take a long time to take down the golem. Indeed, Iota can attack with up to 30 people at once, if we have fewer, and they're no slouches, it's risky. He looked at his teammates with genuine eyes, and shouted loudly, what's wrong with you? Hankus, bewildered, muttered, huh. Lin spoke very seriously and clearly, do you remember what I said in front of them? I said we will be number one. He meant it. He then slammed his hand on the table and waved grandly. Whether I'm participating or not, I'll give you my all to help. He stood before them and persuaded, when Iota makes one move, we make 2 or 3. Iota members can use the traditional method because of their superior skills. If we do the same, it'll take us too long. Jason, resolute, declared, alright, I trust you. Luan Ken-ko beside him agreed, me too. The others, fired up, also declared, us too, we trust you as well. Luan looked at them and assigned tasks, alright, Hankus Ko will be commander, Zola, Min, Mora, Iake, Freya, you will prime the grenades. He then turned to others with further orders. Once the grenades are primed, Shiman will handle transport. He stared at the plan, considering that he had divided teams based on each person's abilities, something only possible thanks to his innate skill. He immediately used his ultimate ability, the Eye of the Connoisseur. He examined his teammates to assess the opponents, the ability to see through others' powers would let him minimize disadvantages and focus on everyone's strengths. Everyone was filled with confidence and chatted excitedly. This should be okay this time, right? Yeah, we might actually win. Seeing everyone so upbeat, he thought to himself that once in the right squads, people's confidence would grow. They happily talked. I'm not good at throwing, but I can prime in 5 seconds. What do you mean not good? I'm great at throwing. Lewin felt very satisfied and thought quietly, what a relief. Watching everyone laugh and talk, Lewin felt better. People were gaining confidence and their belief was strengthening. Suddenly someone burst in, out of breath, pushing the door open. His face was covered in injuries. He slumped down. Seeing this, everyone in the room panicked, shouting and glaring. His lips trembled as he managed to say, Lewin. Seeing him like that, Lewin rushed over in alarm and asked anxiously, what's wrong with your face? Are you okay? The wounded youth, using all his strength, stammered, Iota did this? After a long moment, Fun Lum finally managed to speak, surprising Lewin. Their representative had called his gang over and they dragged me away. Cut to the room of that other team. When Theta saw him enter, he exclaimed, oh, wow. Looking at him, he sneered contemptuously, see? I told you he'd show up. What do you plan to do? Huh? You think you can take us on? His expression turned deadly serious as he fixed a killer stare on him and said, Sita Mankiri, come out here now. In that room, Lewin raised his voice and loudly called the name, Sita Mankiri, get out here now. Theta laughed with scorn and cursed, damn it, is this guy crazy? He then stood, stepped in front of him, ground his teeth and said, who do you think you are, always acting like you're something special? At that moment, Lewin fixed him with a murderous glare, placed his hand on the other's shoulder and said through gritted teeth, who do you think you are? Immediately after, he drove his hand into the man's arm with force. Instantly, he knocked him down, forcing him to his knees on the floor. Theta was horrified watching this and thought to himself, what is this power? He sprang up furious, clenching his fists, and yelled, you bastard. Lewin quickly dodged his punch. Then, with a single move, he twisted the man's arm, causing Theta to scream in agony. His face looked dangerously threatening as he warned them, I'm warning you, if you ever lay a hand on my people again, this won't end here. Theta was left gravely injured, collapsing to the ground and wailing in pain. His subordinates, terrified, rushed over to ask, what's going on? Theta, are you okay? He was writhing in pain, clutching his shoulder and crying out miserably. Lewin stood over him and said threateningly, you want to bet on a match with me? Back at their turf, Lewin told his brothers what happened. They were shocked and shouted, no way. The whole group, stunned and delighted, exclaimed, if we beat Iota's students, Sita Mankiri gets humiliated by you. Don't tell me it's the same humiliation Mikkel got. At that moment he announced another piece of good news, they would also have to apologize to them publicly. Hearing this, everyone cheered and cried out, wow, we have to win this time, what motivation. Haha, our job now is to win. Just then someone ran in to announce it was time to head to the arena, everyone prepare to leave. Soon after, the whole team arrived at the grand festival, the festival of mages and the entire continent. And among the mages present in history, everyone here looked confident, each becoming a pivotal factor in changing the fate of the continent. The audience cheered passionately, go, small academies, go. Lewin felt confident and satisfied, thinking to himself that he never expected to be part of this place, a place that forges legends in history. Immediately after, the stage manager shouted to announce to everyone that the opening ceremony had ended and requested everyone return to their seats. At once the whole group returned to their seats. Suddenly he ran into someone. It turned out to be Theta. His face was furious, he ground his teeth and said, prepare yourself, this time I won't be careless. Immediately after, the man stomped off in anger. Lewin paid him no mind and thought to himself that his real rival wasn't Theta Maniri. Suddenly something caught his attention. It turned out he had noticed the guy over there, Doom Pram. Looking at his face, Lewin thought to himself that this was the winner of the Magic Festival and the top student of the Military Training Academy. He looked at him with determination. If he advanced deeper into the rounds, he'd have to face him. Suddenly a voice spoke up, you're the troublemaker here, aren't you? Lewin turned and recognized Irene Prowse. She stepped forward and said to him, you were causing a ruckus everywhere yesterday. She went on to ask, leaving Lewin surprised and dumbfounded, you even went to Iota Academy to make trouble? He was shocked and asked back, how did you know? She walked on and replied, this place is small, I'm sure everyone here already knows. Hearing that, he felt embarrassed and answered, oh, really? I wasn't causing trouble, just venting a little. She turned back to him and said, anyway, you lent me a book last time, so here's a bit of advice. Don't make yourself too conspicuous. He replied, surprising her, like you? You're hiding your talent too, aren't you? Swift as the wind, Lewin ran off and waved goodbye. Well then, I have to go. We're participating in the first event. She was left astonished and surprised. She stood there dazed. Soon after, the competition began. In a few minutes the mana grenade throw would start. The first two teams were Znit Academy and Iota Academy. He rallied the team and asked, "Ready?" Everyone encouraged and boosted each other's morale. Show them our strength. Prove we're not a bunch of useless academy students anymore. Immediately the whole team strode in with confidence. The first event, the mana grenade throw, officially began. Everyone was puzzled, even the audience turned to each other and wondered, what's going on? What are they doing? Seeing his team's formation left everyone confused. Until now, team victories relied on individual power. Arranging a formation like knights was strange to everyone. Even the outer mage teams were surprised. They split into two groups, primers and throwers. Oh well, whatever, Iota will take the win anyway. He remained completely calm, ignoring the whispers. Those people were just posers, stupid academies, no wonder they're at the bottom. They probably don't know how many things lie beyond human comprehension. Even Irene's group held their breath in anticipation. She herself was no different, exclaiming in surprise, how is this possible? Then his team managed to break off one arm of that stone man, to everyone's astonishment. Look at Znit's golem, its arm fell off. Seeing that, he immediately ordered the group to charge in. Everyone continued to press the attack. Immediately he shouted orders to everyone. Kenko, speed up the warming. Mora Iake, you two handle transport. Jason, aim for the right arm. The members promptly received the orders and carried them out. In no time, they had destroyed the right arm. At this, Theta clenched his teeth in furious anger. Seeing the situation, he raged and cursed. What the hell are these idiots doing? How could they lose to those stupid academy kids? Immediately after, he pulled out the controller and shouted, these bastards are weird, they healed the golem so it didn't weaken at all. Seeing that, he was enraged and could do nothing but curse, damn it, Lewin AO. As for Irene, she was full of admiration and exclaimed, impressive. Watching Lewin's team fight so vigorously made her consider why Znit had overcome Iota's individual superiority, because they used strategy. She admired him greatly, but noted that the tactic only works if you accurately understand each member's abilities. She then recalled that moment when he found the book he needed in an instant. Seeing his members execute the plan so smoothly impressed her. He could even divide the team based on each person's capability. Then her gaze turned to him as she wondered who he really was and why she'd never seen him at previous magic festivals. At that moment, he formed an enormous sphere of energy in his hand. Then Jason gathered all his strength and hurled the orb. Finish him, you demon. Very quickly, that force shattered the stone man to pieces. Witnessing the scene, Theta went pale and stood frozen. He snorted coldly in anger. Immediately after, the giant stone man collapsed to the ground. Seeing that, the group cheered with joy. Woohoo, we did it, we won. Then they dashed off quickly. At the Grand Festival's first event, where everyone expected Iota to win, his comrades happily ran back to embrace Lewin and celebrate. Yet the victory went to the so-called stupid academy. After winning, they were elated and joked among themselves, so the dumb academy isn't last anymore. Iota's last. What should we call them now? Oyotach? Sounds ridiculous. Immediately after, the referee announced the next event. The flag capture between academy representatives was about to begin. For this event, Lewin would compete. His whole team cheered him on enthusiastically, boosting his confidence. Lewin, crush them. The referee then announced the next match. The first bout would be between Lewin Ardal representing Znit Magic Academy and Sita Mankiri of the Royal Iota Magic Academy. Recall. He stepped close to Theta, who was seething with rage. Trang, seeing his tense expression, mocked him, why do you look so stressed, Lewin? But he seemed unconcerned and mumbled, we're currently ranked top 20 out of 32 schools, right? That's perfect. Hearing this, Trang was puzzled and asked, why perfect? His attention met the audience's surprise and analysis. After that match, people's focus began to shift to us, but that still wasn't enough to erase the stigma carried for years. Then he resolved strongly that they must achieve a spectacular victory. Lewin stared straight at Theta, his voice heroic, only a spectacular win over Iota will make people see us differently. Hearing that, Strong finally understood and exclaimed, oh, I see. Then his gaze shifted upward. And look at that mage furnace, resolutely, we also need to prove ourselves to the supreme mages. Cut to that dark room. the supreme mages sit around, watching the match through the crystal orb. Inside the orb appears an image of the two standing side by side. King of the underworld Theron looks at them with deep thought. Then he turns to the man beside him. Lewin Ardell, this boy was once a candidate among the 11 ordinary children. The man next to him, surprised, asked, "You still remember?" Hearing this, he bowed his head and explained, "I have a habit of remembering talented people. That boy is a natural genius, which is why he learned to use mana on his own at such a young age." Immediately his face tightened with disappointment. "So I was very disappointed to learn he suffered from mana disorder." Hearing that, Zni responded in surprise and disappointment, "Weren't you the one who treated the boy as if he were worthless?" Theron fell silent, lost in thought. Then he voiced his thoughts to everyone there. Yet now the master chose such a student as the academy's representative. I don't think the master did this for some intriguing reason as before. The two boys lifted the curse years ago. Hearing that, the man named Iknith remained silent for a long moment. Then he looked straight at Lewin and, with great confidence, said, "Watch for yourself, the answer will reveal itself." At that moment Strong turned and asked him, "What are you going to do now? Blinding or freezing requires getting close, or are you planning to summon a guardian?" He immediately denied it. "No, the guardian isn't very smart." Hearing that, Strong was puzzled and asked, "Then how will you fight this match?" At this, Lewin relaxed his joints and said, his face full of vigor and confidence, "We fight head-on." Then the referee prepared to shout the start. The word begin rang out. Instantly he took Defy and, swift as lightning, launched straight at the invader. Seeing that, the opponent refused to yield and immediately used his power, shouting, "You will pay for what you did to me the other day." Right after, he unleashed a summoning guardian to fight toward him. Seeing that the giant senator was closing in on Lewin, Lewin showed no fear and immediately used the timer fraction technique. Very quickly, he cleverly dodged the senator's attack with ease, then swiftly dashed forward. Immediately after, he was as fast as a blade behind Theta. Seeing this, Theta flew into a rage and struck out, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Damn it." But Lewin remained unafraid and calmly used his bare hand to block the punch. His face wore a smug look as he taunted him, "Told you so." The other guy, seeing his arm immobilized, cursed in fury, "You planning to let it go or what?" Then Lewin calmly replied, making Theta stare in confusion and blurt out, "Huh? I don't think you should be saying that right now." It turned out the senator he summoned charged at the other man, screaming. "Humph." Seeing that, Theta went pale and screamed, "Stop, you stupid guardian." The guardian pressed closer and closer to him, frightening Theta. He fumed in anger, unable to move, thinking he couldn't move at all. Lewin wore a defiantly challenging expression and taunted, "Try running away then." Suddenly he seemed to realize something. The other man recalled how a single strike had felled him and realized, that feeling back then was real, not because he was careless. The spear tip, poised to thrust straight into Theta's face, helplessly dropped. "It's over." His eyes were squeezed shut as he awaited death. But nothing happened. This made him open his eyes to check the situation, and to his surprise, Lewin had darted out and taken the senator's blow. Seeing this, Theta couldn't believe his eyes. He stood frozen, thinking, impossible. He watched as Lewin, barehanded, pounded the senator repeatedly, leaving him in awe as he struck the steel guardian with his fists. The senator was battered to pieces by his blows. Lewin had defeated the senator, much to everyone's astonishment. Immediately after, he took step after step toward him, causing Theta to panic. Theta looked at him, moved, stammering, "You just saved me?" Lewin feigned ignorance, then coldly replied, "Why would I save someone who humiliated my friend?" Then he closed in with a dangerous look and slowly said, "I want to finish you myself." He then reminded him, "Remember the bet?" Lewin flexed his wrist and casually said, "Just a boring little snap." His snap was so light it only sent him flying. He lay sprawled on the ground, dazed, thinking, the sky looks so blue. The audience was equally stunned and cried out, "Oh my!" Seeing this, his academy cheered in delight, and the arena erupted. Everyone couldn't stop praising him. "Whoa, what kind of magic is that? No contest needed." And Lewin caught the attention of another person. He glanced over at him and thought to himself, here we go again." Theron's face went blank, as if stunned. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. As a demigod-ranked being, the only mage at rank 8, dubbed the Supreme Mage, he had never seen magic like this. He couldn't believe his eyes. He stared at him in puzzlement and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Watching him joke around. He was furious, the name Lewin flashing through his mind. Theron was furious, he bared his teeth and glared as if about to devour him. "Tyrion Ignat, tell me everything you know about Lewin Ardell," he suddenly said in a mysterious tone. He fell silent, pondering something, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. "That student always does his duty," someone everyone thought would give up but ultimately did not. He folded his hands on the chair and began to recount what he knew about him. A person who turns weaknesses into strengths and is more of a true mage than anyone else. This is what I know about Lewin. After listening, his lips tightened, he seemed angry. He suddenly pushed himself up, speaking with a mocking laugh. "Ho, are you trying to protect your pupil from my curiosity? Tyrion, what if I simply call Lewin here and ask him directly?" He declared arrogantly, a triumphant look on his face. "If you intend to force the boy to speak," he said enigmatically, making him even more curious, "then I'll have to stop you." Tyrion almost couldn't believe it. He glared at Tyrion in irritation. He exhaled and sneered contemptuously at Tyrion's words and actions. "You're invoking a mage's right to secrecy, are you? The oath of Melee." They stared at each other, ignoring those nearby. "All right then, but a little exchange shouldn't be a problem, He looked back at the orb, the corner of his mouth lifting as if he'd caught his prey. "The one who reached the magical limit must be me." Tyrion stared at the orb without blinking. "I must find out what that kind of magic is. Lewin Ardal, somewhere in the dead of night. We only won one round." He placed his hand on his head, complaining, now he should rest. "If you keep partying like this, other schools will come too, so why get so worked up?" A group of students drank loudly, laughing and joking. Opposite them, Lewin was utterly helpless. "I always thought if I ever came to Altian I had to visit this place. Come on, Lewin, celebrate your victory. After all, it's a festival." Jia's son stepped behind him. Lewin was 3 parts helpless, 7 parts resigned, sighing in exasperation. "They have Altian coconut juice here. There's also Dragon Kiss." 2 fancy drinks were laid out before them. Lewin was surprised when he heard the name Dragon Kiss. "Haha. You know I always love my homeland," he said as he thrust the bottle toward him. "So this is your specialty?" "Of course, but I didn't order it because of that." From somewhere footsteps approached. "Just a sip and you'll taste like you're kissing a dragon. It's top tier." Jason used every flattering word to market the bottle. "Come on, Lewin, don't make that face. Try it. 1 glass and you'll be there. No, 1 glass and you'll taste perfection," he chirped, urging Lewin to try the strange drink. Lewin nervously eyed the bottle in his hand. Behind them stood a tall figure. He looked up in surprise at the person behind him. The large young man was Sita, the one who lost to Lewin in the previous match. Theta Malkiri. The group exclaimed his name in surprise. "I know your pride was hurt losing to Lewin, but you should leave, don't spoil the fun." Jason frowned, glancing at him with annoyance. Theta Malkiri, he couldn't believe the name. Why was he here? Looking for trouble? "I've come to apologize, to put my ego aside," he squinted, forcing out the apology. Their faces turned into question marks. They were extremely surprised to hear him speak. "I'm sorry for looking down on you guys all this time." He bowed his head slightly, trying to sound as sincere as possible. "After being beaten by Lewin in the arena, I realized it." He frowned and growled, "I shouldn't underestimate others just because they're weaker than me." Words he never expected to say came out. "There are many people in the world stronger than me, so to someone else I may be the weaker one." The group was still stunned by what he was saying. "I truly feel what I've done to you all has been wrong." "Wait, why all of a sudden?" Jason asked, puzzled, sweat beading on his face. "I know that even saying these things won't make you forgive me easily, but I'm saying them so you know. I sincerely apologize." He bowed to show his earnestness. Lewin looked at him, his expression softened a little, but he still said nothing. Awkward silence. The other guys shifted uncomfortably and scratched their heads. "Yeah, that's right. Sorry for ruining the mood. I'm going now." After saying what was on his mind, he stood up straight and prepared to leave. A call of Theta made him turn back in surprise. "Are you apologizing because of the bet or are you truly sorry?" Lewin asked sternly, half skeptical of the sudden apology. "It's real." He looked at Lewin, his honest expression said it all. Upon hearing that, Lewin breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Thanks for the manly apology." Lewin stepped forward and extended his hand as a gesture of encouragement, which surprised him. Emotions welled up inside him, his eyes seemed to speak. He reached out and shook Lewin's hand, a handshake that was hard to describe. "Tastes great." "What's this?" They resumed what they'd been doing earlier. My friends had accepted Theta's apology, and we all gathered together. Then they clapped each other's shoulders, grabbed bottles of Dragon Kids, and drank into the late night, tipsy in the air. Suddenly Lewin opened his eyes, his face showing clear panic. He fell silent. Jason and the others stared at him and then burst into bright smiles. Lewin, you're awake, huh? He propped himself up with one hand, rubbing his head with the other. So you lot watching around the bed, finally awake? Remember what happened last night? You really like Dragon Kiss, huh? Hankas's remark sent Jason and another into fits of laughter. Yesterday you cried and said, thanks for believing in me, at least for now. Wow, school life is so hard. Lewin held the bottle and cried while Theta applauded. The others laughed until they cried. Recalling it, the group laughed even louder. Who knew perfect Lewin had this side? Ha 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 ha, from now on Jason and the others would tease him. Lewin strode down the corridor muttering angrily, these newly awake devils are already causing trouble, it's insane. His face turned stiff as he remembered Jason coaxing him to try Dragon Kids. What kind of drink makes people so sensitive? From now on he must avoid it. As he was strolling along, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Lewin ran into Theta again. Did you sleep well last night? Theta ran up, smiling as he spoke. Last night you two even apologized for beating each other up, promising to be brothers from now on. They hugged and cried loudly. Blushing, Lewin hurried away while Theta stood in the corridor shouting, my friend, see you later. Lewin ran off, his face tomato red. His tired body continued walking. Trying to avoid one problem he ran into another. He bumped into Professor Heidel. Wherever I go trouble follows. The professor's words made Lewin uneasy. You knew about that already, teacher, but he didn't mention that. He announced someone wanted to see you. Who is it, teacher? The two stood facing each other. He said the person was dangerous despite a polite appearance, which only heightened Lewin's curiosity. Who is it? Lewin's face showed shock when he learned the visitor was the false god called King of Hell Terran. The professor earnestly warned him. Be careful. Lewin, Terran is a mysterious man. He continued in a serious tone, people who hide their true nature like him are very dangerous. Lewin stood and listened intently. That's all I can tell you. He added, his face thoughtful for a moment. I'll keep that in mind, sir. Lewin seemed to soothe the professor's worries. Alright, after the contest today I'll let you know the time. After Lewin told them, the students were excited and a bit surprised. King of Hell Terran? The Supreme Mage is watching us? They all shouted, some thrilled, some fearful. He stood with his arms crossed, speaking decisively. Well, that's even more reason to win. I've already thought about a strategy. The strategy named, if possible, defend. Hearing that, everyone was confused. What do you mean? Lewin confidently pointed at himself like a pyramid scheme guy. I'll run to the goal. The next match is Shuttle Arrow. It's a game using movable arrows that continuously fly around. Each team has 9 members divided into attackers, defenders, and a goalkeeper. The team that fires more arrows into the opponent's goal wins. The rules are simple, but the match demands high tactical skill. You must know when to use defensive spells, and when to use control spells. You must know how to catch the shuttle arrows and throw them into the opponent's goal. Normally you consider many factors, but with Lewin the rules are just words. Someone on the other team shouted in panic, watch out. He dashed like an arrow toward the opponent's goal. The match began, the others yelled, ice technique, ice arrows. As hands charged with ice magic attacked Lewin, someone gathered mana in their hand and released a massive flame arrow of fire toward Lewin. With one hand he shattered the ice block, and with the other he punched through the flames. They used every kind of magic, but all was useless. In the stands, Theta cheered for Lewin even louder than those from Ignat Academy. Go Lewin. Go Ignat. People looked at him with disdain. What's wrong with him? He lost yesterday and is still making a fuss. Probably went crazy after Lewin beat him. Must be that. Hearing that, he roared in anger. Say something? Lose what? Don't you know you fight first and then your brothers? A student spoke up. What fight? Aren't you the one who got punched? Those cutting words reached his ears. What did you say, you jerk? His friend replied fearfully, nothing. Then no one dared speak in front of Theta anymore and instead whispered behind his back. What's up with these representatives? The tall, dark, sweaty guy folded his hands in his pockets and thought. Lewin Ardal, after fighting you, I'm certain of one thing. You will be the next generation mage. The image of him looked impressively grand in his eyes. Irene Prowse from the Women's University. then Dalian Malken from Freelia School of Sacred Arts, and finally Doom Pram from Jenk Military Training School. Theta had faced the best at the Grand Festival, yet Lewin was stronger than all of them. Not only strong, Lewin also has leadership skills and patience. His image replayed in his mind, thinking that, he couldn't believe Lewin still accepted being friends after everything. Captain, we're up next, aren't we having a strategy meeting? Yeah, let's go. With that, Theta could no longer keep cheering for Lewin. One guy shouted at full force, block Lewin Ardle. They were desperately trying to stop Lewin with everything, ice, fire, earth, wood, whatever worked they pulled out. The whole group shouted in unison that they were giving it their all. Lewin, using his body, nimbly dodged all of the opponent's attacks. He grinned triumphantly. Done, right? Now it's my turn. They hurriedly raised thick ice barriers out of fear. With a word from him, he punched and shattered the ice into shards. Ice shards. They scrambled to flee and fell flat on the ground. Watch out. Have you forgotten about us now that Lewin's here? While Lewin was disrupting the enemy formation, Jason had already caught the shuttle arrow. He caught the shuttle arrow. Stop him. But even if they wanted to stop it now, the defense line was already in tatters. They also ran into Jason, a master at throwing. Take this. He shouted. He raised the score to 2-0. From outside came the uproar. Nice, another point. After that, all attention focused on Lewin. Jason and his teammates exploited the weakened defense to attack that gap. He lunged with wind-tearing speed. Lewin Ardle couldn't be stopped. Their defensive line collapsed. The whole stadium couldn't believe their eyes. It was unreal. On the field everyone was panting from exhaustion. He's a monster. We can't beat him, it's over. A normal shuttle arrow match has 3 to 4 goals. But Ignite Academy scored 11 goals, setting a record and not allowing the opponent a single goal. A surrender signal was raised. The commentator's voice echoed through the stands. The winner is Ignite Magic Academy. He and his teammates celebrated joyfully amid cheers across the arena. Our academy won decisively with an 11-goal margin. Looks like the guy wasn't bluffing. Yeah, maybe he's the top leader. The crowd began to gossip about Ignite Magic Academy. Back in the waiting room, the group celebrated the victory. Wow, we won again. At this rate we'll be first for sure. Someone asked. While enjoying the win, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Lewin Ardle. It was Professor Heidel. He opened the door as if he'd been waiting there since afternoon. He stepped in to meet Lewin. There was an appointment. Tonight at 7. His hand resting on Lewin's shoulder evoked images from romance dramas. Switching to a crimson sky, the King of Hell was enjoying a glass of red wine. With the glass in hand, his gaze was distant. Remember not to eat before you come. Lewin imagined a grand tower dominated by black and red. On that very day, as arranged, Lewin strolled slowly down the corridor. You're here. Tyrion Ignat suddenly stepped out, startling him. He quickly realized the silver-haired man was his teacher. Good day, teacher. Lewin cleared his throat and greeted him. Tyrion Ignat watched him quietly for a while, then gave a slight smile. Let's go inside. The door opened, and Lewin and Tyrion Ignat stepped through together. Welcome. A deep steady voice rang out. Lewin stopped, his eyes widening in surprise as he followed the voice and looked ahead. A person appeared before them. Trang reacted quickly. That magic, could he be a dragon too? Lewin frowned. He tried to remember, and a sudden thought flashed, making him realize the man was the supreme mage, nearly at the half-human, half-dragon threshold. It was the King of Hell, Terran. A lavish meal had been prepared on the table. You probably don't know we have met before. Terran remained calm. I saw you from afar back then, he said, and Lewin grew curious as he heard it. Terran spoke between bites. That was 5 years ago, when I was searching for the truest self. You were on that list too. Hearing this, Tyrion Ignat turned to Lewin and nodded in confirmation. Lewin was surprised, but before he could react Terran interrupted. It seemed things were very different now. I'll get straight to the point. Lewin looked up at him, bracing himself for what he was about to hear. Can you tell me what has happened recently? He thought to himself that in the man's eyes he was a mistake. The fleeting thought made his face more pensive, a sign that even the supreme mage had erred before. Terran wanted to hear it from his own mouth to prove he wasn't wrong. Lewin looked down into the dimness and guessed his intention. Forgive me, sir, right now I can only say one thing. Lewin's hoarse voice made him pause for a moment. He frowned, wary. Lewin continued, no matter how talented I am, my efforts won't be acknowledged. Effort. Terran propped his hand on his chin, his eyes mocking as if he'd heard an old joke. Are the two of you related somehow? Why do you always talk about effort? Tyrion Ignat seemed to chuckle warmly at Lewin. That's why I like this kid. Lewin smiled slightly at that. So what have you been striving for? Came a reply. Lately I've been focusing on martial arts. You mean you've overcome your mana disorder through martial training and thus gained extraordinary power? His tone rose, cold and teasing, even claiming Lewin could cast spells without chanting. You expect me to believe that, or did you simply use some treasure? He spoke in a way that made Lewin imagine hidden power items, implying Lewin was ordinary like others and not special. I haven't even heard of such a treasure. Tyrion Ignat hesitated. It's possible. Terran said, all right then, there will be more opportunities later. He affirmed, I will continue to observe you. I wonder if your efforts have affected my kids in any way. Lewin did not flinch. Please continue to watch me, sir. He stood up, surprising Terran. Now I'm a bit curious myself. Lewin smiled, wondering whether the person the Supreme Mage would choose would be any different from him. Terran was somewhat astonished by that remark. At the grand arena, the crowd's cheers spiraled out of control into frenzied shouting. Everyone here was excessively hospitable. A mate approached. Oh, sir, are you afraid I'll devour your student? Of course not. The two veteran mages sat facing each other. Talented mages are always welcomed. Terran smiled faintly, shrugged. He was just a little curious. The maid quietly poured tea. Tyrion Ignat glanced at the other man. So, has your curiosity been satisfied? Terran was inscrutable. I wonder if you were hiding something from me, but you surely have no secrets, right? He closed his eyes and smirked meaningfully as he sipped his tea. Now I'm curious about something else, he repeated. You heard that too? That brat is subtly threatening me. Terran shrugged. Tyrion could only force a smile. Look at him, just a sniveling kid. That named fellow shows no fear at all, while many mages tremble before me. How interesting. He chuckled softly, a hint of expectation in his tone. In the silent space, Terran wore an impassive expression, hoping the named brat he had his eye on would do something noteworthy. Outside, the cheering continued. The door swung open, the clatter of other mages' footsteps filled the corridor as Doom Prime strode forward like an alpha beast. He scowled in anger. What good is all that cheering? To me it's just... Bang! The door flew open and someone rushed in, nearly tripping. He whispered into Doom Prime's ear. Doom Prime asked if it's certain. I'm sure, I saw it with my own eyes. The representative for Lewin Ardal had arrived at the tower. Doom Bram's wrath flared up inside him. The King of Hell tests others instead of me? He trembled with anger. He began rifling through memories of matches he'd watched. He'd seen his matches several times. At this grand festival he'd caused quite a stir. Rumor said he was a tough opponent because his magic was unusual, but he didn't care. No matter how high he climbed or how he writhed, he wasn't a match for him. Doom Prime fell into thought. In his eyes the other was simply a freak, nothing more. Reaching a peak, he seemed to lose control to his jealousy and anger. Others noticed his odd behavior and hurriedly watched him. What's wrong with you, Doom? What's the matter? Voices echoed with concern and some caution. I will never forgive you, Lewin Ardal. The only one he should have acknowledged was me. On the other side, a mysterious gate slowly creaked open. Behind the gate stood Lewin, the young man everyone was talking about. He stepped through the doorway and stood there, staring at the hem of the black cloak before him. It was him. It was Doom Prime. He glared at him with a slightly annoyed expression. What did you say to the King of Hell? He glared, baring his teeth in a fierce challenge. You waited for me just to ask that? Didn't you think there are more important things than nitpicking like that? In the great hall the man's shouting echoed, his eyes flashed with fury. Answer me. Opposite his anger, Lewin replied indifferently. Humph. You do not flinch before his rage. A calm voice rang out. Why should I answer? Though soft, the word slapped him like 10 buckets of cold water. Doom Prime frowned and, without hesitation, drew his sword as a threat, for no particular reason. The hall's air seemed to thicken, his sword emitted a cold light. But I want to hear, his voice rang out, yet Lewin remained composed and unshaken in the face of his fury. This guy wants a fight. Lewin's face hardened, his gaze like a bullet flicking toward him. You challenge me? This isn't an arena. He balled his fist as a provocation. The two stood opposed with completely different streams of power. If you like, come on then, he said, eyes wide as he taunted Lewin. The moment the last words finished, the ground beneath their feet shook violently. A blinding beam of light exploded from ahead and hurtled toward him like a whirlwind. Before his reflexes could respond, the danger was already upon him. Their energy flooded throughout the great hall. He's truly strong, I can't see any weakness. My initial arrogance died out in the face of his power. Could he really be trying to pick a fight here? This is outside the arena. He wondered as he saw him still pressing the attack. He silently drew his mirror blade, preparing for the next move. The two stopped out in the distance. A sudden shout made them both start. Irene Prowse, a girl with long white hair, stepped up to them. Is today a reunion? Everyone's here, she said as she moved closer to them. Reunion? No, it's just that I don't know whether we should greet those two properly. Irene stood beside him, arms crossed in helplessness, saying, no need. He fell silent, saying nothing. Humph. He glowered in anger, turned his back, and walked off, ignoring the two watching him. Always like that? He asked, looking at her in puzzlement. No, only on days like today. Normally he rarely speaks. What does that mean? Lewin still didn't understand her remark. Doom Prime is provoked by matters related to the King of Hell. She recounted an image of him kneeling submissively before the domineering King of Hell. More than anyone, he desperately wants that man's recognition. It's rare for the King of Hell to summon others like he did today. She continued, he probably thinks the king is paying attention to me. He stood there pondering her words. Suddenly she turned to look at Lin and smiled, leaving him dumbstruck and speechless. Were you really going to fight him earlier? The girl asked curiously. Of course not, doing that would be like forfeiting the right to compete, he replied. He probably wasn't going to hit for real. He waved off her idea, sure it was just meant to intimidate him. So are you afraid? Irene teased playfully, catching him off guard. Doom Prime was like an impregnable fortress, ordinary attacks would do nothing to him. She went on, while he raised his hand and looked at it. I don't think I'll lose either. He clenched his fist, showing clear will and determination. No matter how strong the wall, continuous assault will eventually do it in. I'm strong too, right? He asked, prompting the girl to giggle. You really are odd, she replied. Still, be careful. Doom Prime won't go easy. Quiet footsteps retreated somewhere. After today, he'll surely keep an eye on you. Elsewhere, his gaze remained resolutely fixed forward. At another place, in the Ignite Academy dormitory, the morning sunlight gently streamed through each windowpane. Disappointed, really disappointed. Jason lay there sighing listlessly. Oh come on, everyone tried their best. Seeing his fatigue, Lewin stood and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Yeah, getting fourth in the team without Lewin is already good. Good? It's extraordinary, another friend spoke up. It's a shame to break the streak, but at least it proves the Academy's strength. His face showed regret as he shrugged helplessly. So any plans coming up? The individual exam is next. As they chatted, a cheerful guy burst in carrying 2 overflowing bags. Anyone want vanilla Coke? Of course we have to win. He answered the earlier question as he took the can of drink. Thanks, I have to hold first place from now until the very end. He popped the can open, eyes full of determination as he stared at it. Right now I'm still tied for first in the individual rankings. Irene Prowse, Cherky, Dalian Malken, Doom Prime. The names of the talented competitors appeared. Me and these heavy-hitting rivals are all vying for the championship. If nothing changes, the next match will be crucial. It's a fight for survival. This is a survival battle among 32 representatives on an artificial island. First place gets 32 points, last place gets 1. Players earn points based on performance, so rankings can swing dramatically. I know you'll do fine, but aren't you going to prepare like everyone else? The friend asked curiously. Lewin replied puzzled. Yeah, others are scrambling to find allies. Jason looked at him and said, oh? He answered hesitantly. In the survival match, contestants may form alliances to survive together. Distinguishing friend from foe and forming a strong alliance is considered an effective strategy. Everyone else will have alliances. How could you single-handedly take them all? They continued chatting animatedly. Or try teaming up with Thaden, the friend continued while Lewin stood dazed, planning. The first person he thought of was her, the image of the long white-haired girl in his mind, but he didn't know if she'd join. Even if she did, they'd still be short a member. Hey Lewin, form a team, someone shouted as Theta burst in excitedly through the door. Lewin looked at him in surprise. Oh right? There's still that guy. Lewin's face lit up as if he'd caught a big fish. he looked at him triumphantly. Don't betray your brothers halfway through, that's what I should say. The two dashed out the door and hurried away. Theta is very sincere, he's someone you can trust. Lewin glanced at Theta with a glint of hope and full confidence. Hurry, we're missing one more. Saying that, he ran on ahead leaving his cart. Theta shouted from behind. Hey, who's left besides me? He asked as he chased after them. Who? Or try again, never mind, we can't reach her anyway. Could it be she turned down everyone? Or doesn't want to team up with anyone? Amid the crowd, the two boys stood solemnly staring. Hey, don't tell me it's you. Theta jumped at the sight before him. A bright red scarf with a 5-petaled flower in the center fluttered. You want to team up with Irene Prowse, but she's a title contender. Are you close with her? He still couldn't believe it. After a moment, Lewin answered his abrupt question. Oh wow, how close are you two? Nice. So I'll be on a team with Irene Prowse? He probed excitedly. Cut it out. I haven't even asked yet. Lewin pleaded, turning back in exasperation. I heard everyone who goes to her gets rejected, what if we get turned down too? His face flushed with worry and embarrassment, he sounded like he was confessing. Stop talking nonsense, Lewin said as he shyly replied. He glanced at something beside him. Quit the babble, he mumbled awkwardly. Then he noticed something and glanced over. It was Irene, the girl with the distinctive white hair, standing there smiling at him. I've been waiting for you. Lewin suddenly beamed and spoke to him as if they were lifelong friends. In a small room they stood bent over a large wooden table spread with maps of the tournament. After studying them for a long while, they began discussing strategies to win. Lewin spoke first. So the largest team has 14 members? Irene answered promptly. Yes, this team is led by Darian Malkan of Freela School of Holy Sorcery. He's a genius, always among the top 5 title contenders. His magic is mainly light and holy arts. Recognizing him as a tough opponent, everyone's faces looked very wary. Theta's eyes squeezed shut, brows slightly furrowed, one hand propping his chin and the other folded across his chest, making him look even more uneasy and anxious as he muttered non-stop. Numbers aren't the issue, and of course his team is the most formidable. Feeling that what he said wasn't entirely accurate, he spoke up to cut off that line of reasoning, causing the two to turn back in surprise. There's someone even more formidable. Just the name Doom Prime was enough to silence the room. It seemed this was a dangerous opponent everyone should be wary of. Yet for some reason the two had forgotten that. He remained unmoved, keeping that serious expression. The content of the contest will change depending on each person's abilities. In the blink of an eye the day of the competition arrived. It was a clear, sunny day. Sunbeams hit the ship, making it glitter brilliantly. Whether that was an omen of a good start or fragile hope before a storm was unclear. The supervising teacher checked if everyone had put their armor on. Then, before the contestants who listened attentively, the teacher went over the rules once more. Note: when your armor's durability reaches its limit, you will be eliminated and automatically teleported out of the contest area. Note: when your armor's durability reaches its limit, you will be eliminated and automatically teleported out of the contest area. Everyone boarded the ship in order through the opened gangway. Some wore tense expressions, worry evident in each heavy step. Others looked confident, ready to face whatever challenges awaited on the mysterious island ahead. Just after stepping down, Theta couldn't help but hug his trembling body. I'm already shaking. Lewin, meanwhile, didn't blink and stared intently forward. He raised a hand to shield his eyes and observed the island, intermittently visible and covered by a layer of barrier. He asked, we just need to stay there for 72 hours, right? With a calm posture and cold gaze, he nodded slightly in confirmation. Everyone around paid attention to Doom Prime, beads of sweat forming on their brows. On guard against his overwhelming strength, the atmosphere on the island felt more oppressive than ever. As expected, Doom Prime really entered alone. Although this had been in Lewin's calculations, their eyes still showed caution. Irene tilted her head slightly, voice light but decisive. That's true, but don't underestimate him. Everyone realized that being alone didn't mean weakness. Sometimes it signaled a beast waiting for the right moment to strike. No more delays. He suggested, let's go, we must take a boat from here to the main island. The others agreed. Let's go. Their boat moved slowly over the green-blue water. Gradually it passed through a barrier. She reached out and touched it. This is our safe zone, he replied. Yes, it will shrink over time. Upon arrival, the three sprinted like chased spirits. Hurry, we need to secure a good spot quickly. On the island the trees grew thick, sunlight filtered through leaves, shining down on the dense canopy, creating a faint halo like an aura amid the silent nature. Suddenly, a rumbling from someone's stomach shattered that tranquility. It turned out to be Theta. After the three settled in the tree like monkeys, his stomach protested loudly. He wondered, Lewin, I'm not complaining, but why didn't we grab food at the entrance earlier? Lewin's eyes showed bored sorrow, part resignation, part helplessness, as he gave a forced smile. She stood beside him and, seeing this, couldn't help but toss out a few teasing remarks. Weren't you the one who insisted on ambushing first? Huh? Lord Theta Malkiri? He blushed, sweat prickling at his temples. All right, fine, we're both of one heart after all. How long do you intend to keep drawing a line between us? Suddenly a loud noise from behind cut off their conversation. Everyone turned their heads to look. Far off there was a massive explosion in the forest. A blinding flash forced everyone to instinctively shield their eyes, and the shockwave was strong enough to shake the whole area. He was flustered. Already a fight? You stood with your arms crossed looking down like a wild animal that had found prey, your face clearly pleased. It's our turn, Theta. He didn't understand your meaning and hurriedly asked, huh? You reassure me, I've said there's no need to worry about food. Now you'll be eating your fill. Our prey has arrived, you said calmly. Below, a group of 5 people were sneaking around, probing cautiously like weak prey that could be attacked at any moment. One person in the group couldn't stand it any longer and spoke up. Why not wait a bit and get food later? I'm exhausted. The leader looked fatigued but didn't give up, urging everyone to cheer up. Those spots are easier to find food and water. Suddenly an arrow sliced through the air from nowhere and shot straight forward. It struck one unlucky member directly. He toppled backward, crying out in pain, ugh. Meanwhile, the others around remained dazed, not understanding what had happened. Only then did they realize the seriousness of the situation. They braced into defensive stances, shouting, ambush. Ambush. Hello there, I've been standing here since afternoon. He stood with a cold smile, conjuring a magic orb in his hand. The kids had waited a long time for him to appear. Iron Spear. He unleashed a surge of power, shafts of ice flew toward them like a storm. Beside him, Irene also clasped her hands. Her expression didn't change. Above her head a massive blue power shone brilliantly, many times larger than Theta's iron spear, emitting blinding, spiraling streams of energy. Seeing that sight left you astonished. It was a level 5 ice magic. Violent blizzard storm. A colossal energy burst forth with fierce force and overwhelming scale, erupting like a vortex of light. The energy beams shot out as long, razor-sharp streaks, as if tearing the fabric of space, and the booming sound underscored its tremendous destructive power. The force it unleashed left him gaping in awe. Indeed, Irene Prowse cast high-level magic without a flicker of expression. While continuing her spell, he stared in amazement, because he sensed a large energy mass behind him. The group didn't bow to the stronger foe but counterattacked energetically. The commander shouted, 3 in total, including Irene Prowse, attack and defend at once, the more the better. The relentless attacks painted the area in a pale blue hue. The aftershocks kept radiating, forcing those nearby to raise hands to shield their chests. The scene didn't surprise you much, it still wasn't spectacular enough. You never underestimated opponents. You thought inwardly that they were formidable magic users too, after all representatives of the academy. Sensing it was time to act, you sprang down from the tree. With keen ears, a brown-haired young man sensed something amiss and became alert. He muttered, as if he'd heard a sound. He looked at the bush before him and was certain there was someone else behind it. Wanting to live on as a legend, he immediately launched an attack straight at Lewin. There. The strike pierced through the foliage right beside you, but you remained unfazed and faced it head-on. Quickly, you activated time refraction. You rushed past each person in turn without trouble, and in no time reached the last young man. Your speed left everyone wide-eyed in astonishment. Your body leaned forward decisively, preparing to deliver an earth-shattering kick. A direct kick hit him, and he seemed to lose the ability to fight instantly. The others, unprepared for such an outcome, stared in shock with their mouths agape. To avenge a teammate, someone used the prison vine skill. Countless vines sprang from the ground and lunged at you. Having faced this move before, you just had to jump up once. At the same time you also conjured a fireball in your hand. Sensing its danger, fleeing was the best tactic. They scattered in all directions like a disturbed hive, shouting, "Fire bandits, everybody get out of the way. But unlucky for them, they hadn't run many meters before Theta's ice darts blocked their path. He cheered from behind like an enthusiastic fan. Lewin, handle them. Not letting his teammates down, you swung at the attack like a basketball player going for a dunk. The unlucky youth, even running frantically, couldn't dodge the fireball. His face went ashen, eyes wide, and he screamed in vain. A massive explosion occurred, expanding into a hemispherical shockwave that swept everything away. Trees were blasted apart and blinding light filled the space. As a result, he was knocked unconscious, foaming at the mouth as he lay on the ground. Ugh! At the same time, the armor's durability reached its limit, so he was eliminated and automatically teleported out of the contest area. You glanced at the others, they involuntarily bristled and cried out. With the air of victors, you were calm. Now it's 3 versus 4, right? Behind you, Irene and Theta also stepped closer. Realizing they'd met a far stronger opponent, the gang leader humiliatingly spoke up. We surrender. You couldn't hide your excitement. Now we have food. After defeating them and taking their provisions, they acquired a good amount of food. There was even meat. If this holds out, maybe we can eat for 3 days? They'd been saving carefully. Theta checked a bag with a satisfied grin. Irene and Lewin each had a black sack. Thanks, we'll feast well. Suddenly a distant explosion rocked the area, surprising Theta. The three quickly turned their attention to it. Is that where Team Dan is? Whatever it is, it looks serious. Who would take on a team of over 10 people? This is what they call a choke point. Irene folded her arms. Very few mages reach this level of power. Geez, in just 1 year he's improved that much? Theta exclaimed in shock. Lewin fell silent, pondering. He's truly very strong. Your expression grew serious and somewhat intimidating. Thinking of the famed swordsman Doom Prime. The door ajar let in orange twilight light into the dark house. Everything unfolded exactly as you had planned. Lewin fell silent, his face contemplative. This is the central village, the only place on the island large enough to hold a big number of people. The map showed a large island with countless trees and hills. Team Dalian might come here. Yeah, makes sense. And Doom Prime could also come there. At the mention of that name, your expression grew even more serious. Knowing there will be many people there, he still decides to go alone? Isn't that recklessly bold? Irene voiced her question. No, he'll definitely go. It's the best way for him to secure victory. Hearing Lewin, she was puzzled why. Kill points. Each time someone is eliminated, kill points increase. If I were Doom Prime, this is a brilliant idea. Truly ingenious and cunning. I was just putting myself in his shoes to think what I'd do, you said with an embarrassed smile. Not to mention he's trying to get the Reaper's attention now, he has no choice but to act recklessly. You're really strange. Irene looked at Lewin suspiciously, making you flustered. At night, a silhouette prowled outside the house. Have you checked how many there are? Lin peered through the gap in the curtain and asked Irene, just one. He must know someone sneaking around. He's not letting his guard down and is investigating quickly. I turned off the lights in case anyone spotted us. I don't think they know we're here. Is he coming this way? You watched the stranger very carefully. Go wake Theta up. Irene said. While danger lurked outside, he was still sleeping soundly. I'll stand guard and see. The mysterious figure approached the doorway. The crunch of footsteps on the grass sounded through the still night. He stood at the door, seemingly probing to see if anyone was inside. Lewin lay in ambush inside, ready to grab him the moment he opened the door and stepped in. If he were alone, his face would likely have been extremely tense. That man stepped in and shut the door. He entered without noticing Lewin hiding beside him. You immediately grabbed his cloak from behind, catching him by surprise. Then you hurled him forward and toppled to the ground. Before he could react, Lewin had already clapped a hand over his mouth. Suddenly, Irene appeared and cast an illumination spell that shone directly on him. As his face gradually became clear in the light, Theta froze slightly. You're Canalus. Lewin released him. He lay on the ground in pain. Sorry, everyone, I didn't mean to break in. I just needed a place to rest. If I'd known you were here, I wouldn't have come. Lewin kept restraining him. You came alone. He's extremely cautious, his brow always furrowed. Right, what about the others in your team? I remember 6 more. Theta carefully drew back the curtain to observe outside. Doom Prime, when that name was spoken, the atmosphere inside grew even tenser. We were trapped by him. He pictured Doom Prime's savage face as he slaughtered everyone. From the start we made bold moves. Using our numbers advantage, we planned an ambush on Mainkel's team to earn kill points. The group in black cloaks was quite large, but then he appeared. Doom Prime leaped down from above and struck their group. He targeted the moment when people spread out to gather supplies. You mean all 6 fell into Doom Prime's trap? Irene exclaimed. No, only 1. We had prepared for defenses, but what happened after was the problem. After the explosion, Dalian brought his whole team to attack us. They had to fight Doom Prime while being wary of other enemies. Though we fought back fiercely, we couldn't hold. Including me, only 2 of us escaped, but it didn't end there. While Canalis and another teammate were gravely wounded, they were desperately fleeing. At that moment Doom Prime appeared once more, radiating murderous intent as he stood over his prey. He had initially hidden and watched us silently. When the battle ended, he followed covertly as we were injured. He recounted this with an enraged expression. He exploited the situation for his own gain. Truly a clever move. Lewin couldn't help but praise Doom Prime's scheming. This time he's sure to profit. So I know it's a bit presumptuous, but could you let me join your team? He pleaded pitifully. Huh. Theta was surprised by the request. Now he's truly exhausted, but this guy does have good tactics. He rubbed his chin, thinking, no. When Lewin said that, both Theta and Irene were taken aback. Why not? What's wrong? How did you get away? Khalees asked him with a cold look that made sweat pour down his face. If it were Doom Prime, how could he have allowed you to escape while wounded? His face turned serious, like interrogating a criminal. Only then did the other 2 notice something odd. C pointed in a direction. Oh, you mean, there are only 3 possibilities. 1, you're lying, 2, Doom Prime deliberately let you live, or 3, someone was watching all this from afar. Lewin began to reason as if in a trance. Otherwise you used his identity check system. The results showed 5 giant question marks. The identity was unconfirmed. The imposter, feeling exposed, gritted his teeth in anger. You're not Khalees. Lewin balled his fist, his face terrifying. A loud noise echoed through the silent night, startling even the owls into flight. The floor had been blown into a large, burning hole. Only the cloak remained. The person had vanished without a trace. A clone? Witnessing this, Irene and C were stunned. Hurry up. At dawn, the sun rose over the high mountains. Khalees may have been attacked by whoever created that clone. It's likely all 7 members of Khalees's team were eliminated. Lewin, Irene, and Theta packed up and left early. Perhaps that clone wasn't lying after all. I want to say something about the person who confronted Khalees. The others' attention turned to Irene. Her expression grew serious. There's a saying in the Maze Row Sea. To fight pirates, one must use pirates. Lewin calmly slung his backpack on. Let's go catch the enemy. You smiled with determination in your eyes. At a rather large house deep in the forest, have you located their position? They're hiding out on the west shore. Haha. He covered his face and sneered while Dalian looked at him with annoyance. I faked almost everything, but unfortunately they still found out. Your puppet was discovered? How? Dalian raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. I don't know. Even you were surprised. The puppet was destroyed, someone clamped it. He grinned broadly, his face as wicked as a psychopathic killer. What will you do now, Dalian? He furrowed his brows, thinking deeply. Irene Browse, Theta Malkiri, and Lewin Ardal are troublesome opponents. It seems he knows their profiles well and will likely devise a countermeasure soon. Behind them, an ambush, a blinding light suddenly flared from the rear, startling the 3. The holy spear suddenly charged out, weapon in hand. It wasn't Lewin Ardal. He thought he was the ambusher, but instead he was the one ambushed. A burst of light exploded, shaking the entire forest. It was Dion's holy spell. Everything was going according to plan. The 3 had actually been hiding in the trees, watching while Theta ate, sitting comfortably as if watching a movie. At the sound of the explosion they all rushed over, but in fact we weren't there. He grinned triumphantly with an apple in hand as Irene watched the staged performance intently. So what do we do now? Come on, let's get the kill points. Lewin stood up, smiling because the ruse had worked. The other 2 readied themselves seriously for battle. The scene cut and then blood spattered everywhere. Diane looked in that direction in shock. The 3 who had been mistaken for the earlier group were huddled, faces drained of blood. Lewin, Irene, and Theta arrived in time to render aid. Is this what you call a temporary ally? Worth a try. Theta seems pretty interested. They only have 6 people, go charge. Don't be afraid. One of them quickly recovered his momentum, unaware of his limits, he charged straight at them to attack. Suddenly, from behind Theta, a massive surge of power shot forth, surprising even Lewin. The attacker was struck by that force and was blasted away 100 meters. It happened so fast nobody could react immediately. Dalian's group was stunned to see a comrade sent flying with a single blow. Our three protagonists were equally astonished by this power. Everyone turned to look. It was Doom Prime. Lewin's pupils contracted. He streaked through them with terrifying speed, a blue aura enveloping him. With a single sword stroke, Doom Prime felled 3 men before their eyes. Whoa, you want to join us? Doom Prime, Theta hesitated, Irene frowned. It seemed we had another temporary ally. Agreed. Lewin, though still wary, recognized the advantage. After taking out Dalian's team first, you began to calculate everything, watching sharply. The survivors were all here. Perhaps the fight was nearing its end. Why are only we being attacked? Doom Prime said. Everyone retreat to base. Dalian's men fled. Cherky and Dalian still tried to fight back. Don't withdraw, join forces and fight. Lewin slammed his fist into the ground, creating a quake to strike those charging him. Pained screams echoed across the sky. Oh! The voice drew Lewin's attention. He looked up and saw. Doom leaped over an unconscious man to land in front of him. He stared at him with a stern expression. Lewin Ardle brushed past his shoulder. His low, fearsome voice made Lewin's eyes widen. I will end you with my own hands. He looked at him with murderous resolve, a definite declaration. With that he dashed off, sword flashing as he charged forward, leaving Lewin standing silently. You sighed and watched his figure fade into the distance. Some time later, in the observation room, inside a small solitary house deep in the forest, a young man was training tirelessly. We had stopped at base B near the island center. Lewin punched madly forward, sweat pouring. After that battle, the largest alliance was reduced to only Dalian Malken and Cherky. The temporary allies vanished along with Doom Prime. Routine tasks: punch 5,000/5,000 times, kick 5,000/5,000 times, run 15 kilometers laps 1/1, practice 1 real combat session. You stopped, glanced at the notice board, and panted. Good, finally done. It's been a long time since you did quests. The door opened gently, you turned to look. You're awake? Irene smiled as she stepped out. Training. She walked down the hall toward you. Feeling a bit itchy, sore from yesterday's heavy sparring. Hearing her, you didn't know how to reply, so you stayed silent. Theta left breakfast for you, remember to eat. I'll come in later. Lai quickly changed the subject. Ah, thanks. On the table was a neat plate of beef and eggs. Irene took a bite of the beef. The thick, juicy slice was well cooked and looked appetizing. As she took a bite her eyes lit up like sparks. Tasty, right? He's quite versatile. Lewin came in from outside, hands coolly in his pockets. I went to bed last night without saying anything. Sorry. Irene said shyly. You smiled, moved closer, and comforted her. It's okay, you were tired after your shift. Lewin sat at the table and poured himself a cup of hot tea. Hey Lewin, about that? Just as you were about to drink your tea, your attention shifted to her. There's something I've wanted to ask for a long time. What's that? Lewin replied indifferently. What are you going to do after you graduate? Irene asked, looking at him seriously. You were silent for a moment. Why do you want to know that? I'm just curious. Your abilities are extraordinary, so you probably won't choose a normal path. The mages competing in this tournament will eventually enter the outside world. At that moment they will begin a life of coexistence. Some will join the ranks of knights in some domain, taking on the duty of protecting the land under the royal army. Some will become members of the magic tower, others will join special teams to earn money. Those are the normal paths. Lewin looked down at his cup of tea. What about me? Actually, I don't know, I never thought about it. He set the cup down, laced his fingers, and spoke seriously. Just last year I was at the bottom of the team. I didn't have time to think about the future. Your eyes were fixed on the tabletop while Irene kept her focus on you. Back then I had to figure out how to become a mage first. Once this tournament ends, I'll probably have some idea of what to do. Maybe return to the academy? Lewin smiled and exhaled. She remained silent. What about you? Irene, I'm like you, I don't know either. I've never been sure what kind of mage I'll become. I just followed what others told me. Now it's Irene's turn to look down at the table. Like, Irene, become a great mage, okay? She lifted the cup with both hands and took a sip of tea. You said nothing at the sight, so I've made my own decision. Irene set the teacup down on the table. I want to defeat Doom Prime first. She placed her hand on the table and said solemnly, I think by doing that I'll find my path. Determination shone in her golden eyes. This was Irene's firm declaration about her future. I will know what kind of mage I want to be. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. It was no longer an ordinary conversation. The battle with Doom Prime. Every year Irene ranked second. Doom Prime was the mountain she had to climb, the lesson she had to complete. All right, let's do it together. Lewin understood her feelings and smiled, respecting her ambition. Everyone has their own issues to resolve. Hearing you say that, Irene beamed. Thank you. That night the full moon shone brightly in the starry sky. The safe zone was shrinking faster and faster. We should leave in about an hour. The three of them looked out through the window. So tonight the safe spots left are just the central village and the base? Theta used magic to illuminate the map on Lewin's hand. If both Dalian and Cherky are in the central village, taking that spot might be a good idea. But we can't rule out the possibility that Doom Prime is ambushing us. When you said that, the other two were immediately stunned. And if we sit and wait for them to attack first, Theta said tensely, looking out the window. Irene grew worried. If so, we'll have trouble with the safe zone. Any ideas? He laced his fingers behind his head. Why not just attack then? Irene was speechless at this musclehead. Now isn't the time to draw attention, we must be very careful. That's true. Lewin crossed his arms, his eyebrows finally moving after staying silent. Wait, I have an idea. Irene and C stopped their discussion and simultaneously turned their gaze to you. There are only a few people left, gaining 1 rank now would net a lot of points. As Irene said, everyone will act very cautiously. Lewin began to outline the strategy. Not to mention we just caused a commotion with that brawl this morning. It's very likely no one will react to our actions. So? Now's our chance to catch Doom Prime. The other two couldn't help but be shocked by Lewin's bold move. Dalian and Cherky have just lost all their members, the remaining survivors are weak and will surely hide. But Doom Prime will reveal himself, confident in his skills. Besides, we can't ignore him, or we'll be in danger too. Lewin frowned, his expression very serious. But where do we find Doom Prime now? Irene's question was practical. How can we catch him if we don't know where he is? Before Lewin could answer, an explosion outside smashed the house door. From the dust and smoke, a tall figure stepped in. Doom Prime appeared with an angry face, veins visible in his eyes. He glared at Lewin with murderous intent. Did you sleep well? You didn't flinch, remaining calm facing Doom Prime. We need to get to a safer place. Outside, the night was silent, the air was tense and oppressive. Lewin, did Doom Prime capture you? Theta stepped forward cautiously, worried. Lewin raised a hand to reassure him. Captured how? I brought him here. Brought him where? You should have acted subtly and set an ambush. Theta shouted impatiently. But I never intended an ambush from the start, Lewin said, embarrassed. Doom Prime had remained silent until then. Doom Prime. You turned to look at him. Your opponent isn't me but Irene Prowse. You smiled and looked at Irene, who was clutching her skirt, extremely tense. Theta was surprised by Lewin's decision. Doom Prime exhaled a long breath. Lewin crossed his arms helplessly, closed his eyes, and sighed deeply, his head heavy with worry. Irene, she was truly strong but always came second. She said she was extremely anxious because she always lost to Doom Prime. You thought of the girl who always turned away, embarrassed and pitiable. Well, that's about her family, so it's hard to give details. She doesn't like answering many questions. You pondered Irene's serious, determined face. You thought this was how she handled things, trusting in the kind of mage she wanted to become. Circling through those unconscious thoughts, Lewin involuntarily raised his eyes to assess the small girl struggling against that enormous power, the blue light about to explode before him. Contrary to the calm figure across from him, Irene was writhing, sweating profusely as she fought. She cast a spell, forming a blue orb of seething power, then summoned all her strength to thrust the magical mass forward, shouting, "Storm Ice," as a cold block of ice flashed and shot forth. It raced toward the man holding the sword in defensive stance. Suddenly the power erupted with earth-shaking force, an explosion louder than a bomb convoy, reverberating through the forest and shaking the ground, plants, and creatures. Irene frowned, startled. The blue light vanished completely, replaced by a blazing red power that swept everything away. It was a shield spell. The red sphere formed, surrounding and protecting the ground where Doom Prime stood. Moments later the sphere cracked and light seeped out into the black sky. Then it exploded, and he emerged in the center looking cool like a protagonist holding a sword. The ground around the circle where he stood had caved into a large hole, dust and fragments flew everywhere. As the dust cleared, the cold, sharp face of the man appeared plainly, veins bulging, teeth clenched, eyes blazing like a dark king. Irene was exhausted, drenched in sweat, grinding her teeth in helpless strain. As for the two men over there, the one with his arms crossed watched Theta as if she was about to break. Lewin, is it okay to leave her like that? He looked calm but his face was tightly furrowed in thought. Long couldn't hold back anymore and wanted to step in to help the girl. The fight raged intensely and one side was exhausted. Doom Prime's face was cold as a demon, preparing to strike. He swung his sword, sending a blaze of red magical fire toward Irene, who had long been drained of strength. She panicked, helplessly watching the stream of power draw ever closer, unable to dodge it. A man's body stepped in front of the girl, blocking the killer blow. The two of them moved like riding waves, gliding through the surge of magic. Lewin. She stared in surprise at him up front protecting her. Lewin, you stepped forward to fight Doom Prime, aren't you afraid? She asked. He casually turned to answer her, I said I'd let you attack first, not let him finish you off. Hearing that, she relaxed and collapsed onto the ground. He glanced with a half-smile, looking very composed and almost boss-like. I can't lose a useful teammate like you, even if it's just for the sake of victory. Irene was speechless, likely moved to tears of sweat. Lewin turned to the man, stomped through flames and wind, and shouted provocatively, Doom Prime, let's make a mess. He scoffed, looking down on the group with disdain. Humph, you intend to face me alone? Won't your whole team come out instead of leaving that musclehead over there? That musclehead isn't deaf, you know, his face might even look more executive than the protagonist's. Annoyed, he kicked back at that dog. Lewin stepped closer to him. Of course I'll do it alone. Aren't two people already too many for you? He was somewhat pleased that he'd learned how to face swordsmen from Sir Jia. He recalled his observation that the most important thing about a knight is their feet. Not only do they channel power into the sword, they also let you predict an enemy's moves. So if I watch Doom Prime's feet, he said as he acted. At the same moment the man leapt up. The drawn sword charged straight forward, ready for a fierce clash. At the moment of action, he was within prediction. Indeed now Lewin strained his eyes in satisfaction, the result was within his grasp. So when Doom Prime swung his sword, he nimbly leapt and twisted, narrowly evading the fierce slash. Lewin gave a half-smile, the same crooked smirk, satisfying. But appearances were deceiving. He rolled his eyes in shock as a shadow as quick as lightning flashed past him. Hearts are hard to read, one never knows. Before anyone realized it, the man had lunged forward, using magic synchronized with the sword in his hand to move, slicing past Lewin. His mind hadn't caught up yet, when a drop of blood went drip, drip, falling onto the pitch-black knight. I'm not a knight, I'm a mage, Doom Prime snarled, forcefully reminding him as Lewin struggled to stay standing. He clutched the wound on his arm, his head sweating profusely from it, but still forced himself to look up toward the voice that had issued the taunt. He raised his sword again lightly, because they had yet to witness a true magic swordsman in person. Immediately, the sound of magic echoed out. Doom Prime stepped forward slowly, swinging his sword with each step, while Lewin repeatedly retreated step by step. The man angrily pressed the attack on Lewin. He clicked his tongue, looking distressed and unable to accept that he'd never faced someone like this before. He racked his brain back to previous encounters with mages. His method was to use time refraction to close in, then create an opening to exploit the opponent's weakness. Reflecting on the man he was facing, he concluded so. But Doom Prime had overcome that by using a sword. Lewin stopped. There was no more room to retreat. He had halted, but he gaped down at the slash tearing through the fabric of his pant leg above his thigh. Not only was it bleeding, the surrounding area was bruised and the blood had darkened. He didn't wait for a question and quickly continued. This is called a radiation effect. He advanced as he spoke. This wound will continue to absorb your movement, and you'll become completely trapped like Irene. Doom Prime's expression shifted for a moment, his voice turning terrifying. Alright, it's over. He stabbed the tip of his sword into the ground. It emitted a surging light, no longer blazing red. The power transformed into a brilliant, pitch-purple glow. That power enveloped Doom Prime. Boom! A pair of midnight purple wings flashed open, feathers fluttering around him, blending into the night. The two onlookers at the edge, seeing the change, felt something was wrong and worried for him. Lewin. He widened his eyes, the situation was hanging by a thread, a 5th-tier magic moment. Doom Prime summoned and shouted, the demonic wings magic flared violently, casting a beautiful jade-green light. But looking at the dark black wings and each feather, they clearly were anything but beautiful or bright. Whoosh, whoosh, the wind surged from him, sweeping away everything around. Terrifyingly, it could even blow a person's body away. It was the two standing outside. They nearly got blown off and clung to a nearby rock to avoid being swept away, both screaming in fear. Oh my! Doom Prime stood amid the battlefield, earth, rock, even the road had been shattered into pieces by the power from his palms. Where was Lewin? He hid behind a boulder to escape that demonic power. Unbelievable, the man truly lived up to the annual champion title. He was incredibly strong. He struggled, gritting his teeth as he tore a strip of fabric from his sleeve. Then he wrapped the strip of cloth around the wound on his thigh to prevent it from festering. Startled by a glimmer, he looked to the other hand of his. The ring on his middle finger was emitting a light. As for Doom Prime, he stood there with dust and rubble all around. Nothing remained intact, and the plants had been destroyed. He sighed as if very saddened. Lewin, I had expectations for you, but it seems I must be disappointed. He poked his head out from behind the boulder like a little mouse and looked at him. Yes, I admit it. After saying that, he stepped fully forward to face the towering, imposing man. Doom Prime, you're truly powerful. There were moments I thought you were an impenetrable wall. He glanced at him and sneered. Have you given up? Not that easy. Lewin's expression changed, his eyes sharpening with a gaze that seemed to pierce him. Those eyes were like a blade of power. Yes, the strength built from the faith of those who trusted him. He thought of them and declared clearly to Doom Prime, aren't there many people who place their trust in me? Saying that, he held out the hand wearing the ring with the vivid red diamond straight toward him. He didn't understand the gesture and raised an eyebrow with a smirk. Humph, you're insane. Then he pulled his sword up from the ground and taunted, let me teach you whether you have any words left. Without hesitation, Lewin shouted, a wild surge of starlight power rose up. His hair seemed to carry his anger, matching his mood that was about to explode. Doom Prime, watch your words. The clash officially resumed, both sides equally determined not to yield. Doom Prime leapt high and came down swinging. If you can't dodge this, you're dead for sure. Lewin was ready too, swinging out the hand wearing the red ring. Two sources of power collided, a sword and a ring. The tension was like a drawn bowstring, not a single slip for a moment. The huge sword pressed down on the ring as if it could cleave it in two. Sometimes an invulnerability threshold activates to block physical damage. Then the ring flared, and the sword split in two. Countless shards of the blade flew into Doom Prime's body, sending blood spraying everywhere. Lewin leaned and darted past, leaving him stunned. Doom Prime looked at his wounds, his voice trembling. How? You took the chance to kick his knee, causing Doom Prime to collapse. Losing his balance completely, he fell with a thud to the ground. Then a boot stepped onto Doom Prime's chest. Lewin slowly spoke, Doom Prime, listen. He looked down from above and said, you're not worthy of me. The only thing you have is arrogance, thinking yourself superior. Wake up. Lewin's arm rose, his fist clenched tight. Doom Prime's pupils contracted in fear, his whole body went numb. Lewin's punches fell like heavenly blows, his cloak billowing with each movement. The three of them watched the light flash from Doom Prime's body. Theta clutched her chest and panted, shaken to the core. If you lose, I'm next to get hit. Lewin chuckled, just luck, almost lost there. Suddenly his gaze fell to Irene, who stood nearby looking sad. Her eyelids drooped slightly, she didn't seem very comfortable. Lewin stepped closer and said, sorry for interfering in your fight earlier. Irene put away her sorrow and smiled, why apologize? I'm the one who should say that. She bowed her head, her voice full of self-reproach. I put the whole team in danger because of my selfishness. I'm truly sorry, everyone. You hesitated, but because of me you couldn't complete your objective in this contest. Irene turned and walked away as if unconcerned. Don't worry, that goal's gone now. Lewin still couldn't understand, huffed once. Irene smiled softly, my goal is no longer to defeat Doom Prime. Then she pointed at him. My goal now is that you. Lewin frowned and smiled in reply, this goal won't be easy to play with. Irene grinned mischievously. I know that already, prepare yourself, one day I'll definitely surpass you. The situation grew tenser, 5 people remained in total, including us, Dalian, Malken, and Cheki, all fighting fiercely. Those two and Irene also fought hard, but they were no match for our team. A sudden loud boom and a flash of light erupted from within the forest. Dust and smoke swirled amid a greenish light. Dalian and Malken Vicherki lay motionless on the ground, bathed in the green light. Dalian's entire body lay there without moving. Seeing the two gradually vanish, Theta cried out. Lewin said, so there are only the three of us left. Irene beamed, that's right, while Theta couldn't hide her joy. I never thought I'd make it this far. You suddenly propose, you want to fight the final match? Irene's voice rang out. Wait, Lewin. Irene said, I raise my hand to withdraw. I'm not in good condition right now. Sorry, I'll try harder next time. Lewin cheerfully agreed. Alright, let's rematch another time. He thought to himself that Irene must be very tired. Theta winked and smiled. Oh, is it my turn? Lewin? Even if you're the team leader, I won't go easy. You haven't seen my true skills yet, have you? Lewin took a fighting stance. Then come at me. Theta cried out in panic, wait, hold on. He shot up into the air. Theta's voice still trailed behind, I said wait a moment. Elsewhere someone shouted excitedly, congratulations, the representative from our academy took first place. Everyone at the table raised their glasses in celebration. Congratulations Lewin, Lewin number 1. Suddenly a voice called out, making him look over. When everyone said you weren't in the dorm, I knew you'd be here. The two standing by the main door were Theta and Irene. Irene spoke first. We fought side by side for so long, how could I miss the chance to congratulate you? And Mr. Theta insisted on coming with me. Lewin listened as Theta explained. What is this? I thought the contest was over. Why is there more? She smirked. Can't help it, that's just me. Lewin smiled gently. Everything remained the same. After the survival match, he had become the sole leader. Although Doom Prime had many kills, his low survival points dropped his rank. Dalian and Irene, despite being championship contenders, would still be behind him if he maintained this position. Lewin imagined holding the champion's trophy as everyone cheered, victory would no longer be a distant dream. Jason's eyes were hearts. He cried out with joy, I never thought I'd sit at the same table as Irene Prowse. I can die happy now. Irene kept waving her hand in response. Oh, stop it. Everyone happily raised their glasses and cheered, come on, let's toast the goddess Irene. Faced with everyone's enthusiasm, she could only cover her mouth and laugh. Seeing this, Lewin couldn't help but smile along. In the bar the sound of everyone's laughter and banter was lively and joyful. Elsewhere two people whispered to each other, that Lewin can't possibly win this festival, right? Hey, keep it down. Dumb heard it just now. Oh, sorry. Although spoken quietly, those words still reached Doom Prime's ears. He was upset and couldn't believe he'd lost. Doom Prime stared at the fragments of the sword in his locker, he had been careless. He never imagined the opponent's target was the sword, not him. He recalled what had happened, he had realized for a moment but then swung his sword, thinking victory was assured. Now Doom Prime was filled with regret for losing the match he had been watching. Suddenly he asked, he didn't come to find me today? The other person mumbled, huh? No, not yet seen. Then the other suggested, don't worry so much, you're tired too, shall we find somewhere to rest first? Doom Prime's even voice replied, sorry, I want to be alone now. Hearing that, the other quickly stood up. Huh? Oh, sorry, I'll go out then. If you need anything, just call. At that moment only Doom Prime remained inside. He stood silently before his locker. Doom Prime stood like that for a long while, seeming to be lost in thought. Below the building, joyful voices rang out. Lewin Ardle had defeated Doom Prime, a new generation of talented mages had been born. Tyrion Ignat stood by the railing looking down, the cheers had not yet died away. Pride shone in his eyes. I only expected the boy to do well, I never imagined he'd go this far. I never thought he could defeat Doom Prime. Terran stepped forward from behind. Since Lewin won, the master's expression looks good. I sense wounded pride, it's hard to see Dan's face at the arena. Tyrion Ignat hesitated and asked, so the arena is settled then? He smiled and nodded slightly, yes. The two of them looked down together at the scene below. The grand festival was about to conclude. The steady sound of footsteps echoed, what remained were the individual trials. Specifically, the trial was an obstacle course format. This round was held within the city. Competitors would be judged on 3 athletic criteria: combat, and swimming. Since it was a contest among mages, contestants could summon mounts or use teleportation to traverse time and space. Theta turned and asked the person beside him, see anything? Lewin. His gaze rested on the excited crowd in the stands. They're chanting your name. What's it feel like to be a star? Lewin turned to look as well. Ah, that I don't know. Actually, his brows rose slightly and his eyes darkened. I want to savor this thrilling moment, but now is not the time. Nearby, Doom Prime's eyes were still fixed on Lewin. Celebrating isn't late if the victor has been confirmed. It was a sunny day, the warm sunlight combined with the clear blue sky felt pleasant. Theta crossed his arms and cleared his throat. Today's the individual trial, no one can withdraw, so don't put yourself in danger. Lewin laughed aloud. Yeah, I know, I'll do my best. A man fired his gun into the air and shouted a loud signal to prepare. The three, Irene, Dalian Malken, and Cherky, all took up ready stances for battle. With a bang, the sound from the gun echoed loudly. Dust billowed afterward. The pounding of running footsteps rang out intensely. Each moved in different ways, but all had destinations. Suddenly the group halted, for a band of goblins stood before them with weapons raised. Irene spoke. I thought you'd be a little slower. Dalian Malken was yanked and hurled through the air. Dalian Malken proposed a temporary alliance of the three of us. What do you think? Irene politely declined. Sir Malken, I'm not fond of team-ups. Nearby, the clattering of horse hooves grew rapid and intense. Doom Prime rode atop a horse, his expression extremely serious. A beam of golden light shot straight from his sword toward the goblins. Irene said, they seem to prefer attacking individuals, while Dalian Malken nods. Although I've watched Doom Prime for 6 years, I still find him hard to approach. Fine, we'll go our separate ways and bother no one. The image of Doom Prime appeared in the green eyes of a goblin. Before it could counterattack, it took a strike from above by one of his blows. Doom Prime glanced back, wondering why hadn't he appeared yet? Then he cut another goblin's body in two. Could he have left us behind? No, that's impossible. Doom Prime looked back again. If so, he must still be behind. He frowned and asked Irene, why hasn't he appeared yet? She hesitated and replied, I don't know either. Now that I think about it, it's strange. Irene remembered the goblins they'd just slain. We've been leading so far, so why haven't Lewin and the others shown up? Dalian Malken's voice grew worried. That's right, they still had time to catch up with us and the others, but not a single one has. He hadn't finished his sentence when a gust of wind shot past them. Lewin stood there and then called out a greeting. Caught up. Doom Prime's brows knitted, and his expression darkened. Earlier in the stands, people were buzzing. What's up? Why hasn't Lewin Ardal moved? Did he give up? What's going on? Just watch in silence. He's the one who defeated Doom Prime. Lewin ruffled his hair. I'd been waiting for this day since I decided to enter the Grand Festival. After half a year of physical training, I'm confident about this round. You have your own worries too, but I'm a close combat mage. Turning my back to pursuing foes would be a huge disadvantage. After a moment's thought, Lin's gaze hardened. He sprinted off. I'll take them out one by one from behind and then move forward. At that moment, those moving ahead heard rustling from behind, and turned to look. They saw Lewin rush up and fling 3 people away. He counted 29, 28, 27, 25, 24. After that he forgot which number he reached. At the same time a voice called out, "Oh, what's that?" Theta glanced back, puzzled. Seeing Lewin, he asked in surprise, "Lewin, since when did you cut off Theta's call?" Lewin put on an innocent smile. "You understand me, right?" Then, when he opened his eyes, his voice turned icy. "Sorry about that." Lewin delivered a kicking strike that sent Theta flying into the air. His figure grew dim. Theta, furious, cried out Lewin's name. After hearing the account, Irene timidly asked, "So you took them all out?" Lewin replied nonchalantly, "A few of them, the rest surrendered." A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. "Now no one can stop us." Doom Prime gritted his teeth and called out Lewin Ardal's name. He stared at Lewin. This time things would be different. Strong gusts blew toward the group, making the atmosphere stifling. Doom Prime's voice was grave. "I'm ready to face you now, but there really are still a few chasing from behind." His hand clenched, and blue light flashed around Doom Prime. He leapt up and mounted his steed. Doom Prime grunted, "See you at the finish line." With that, he spurred his horse and dashed off. Dalian Malken called after him, "Doom, do you really have to go through there?" They watched Doom Prime speed toward the castle. Everyone knew that area was a trap. Lewin remained silent, looking into the distance, his face deeply contemplative. The trap zone. This castle had been rigged with many traps to protect the treasures inside. Since the treasures had already been excavated, the traps served as obstacles for the contest, a place full of deadly hazards for anyone daring to rush in. So the usual safe approach people took was to disarm the traps. It's also the perfect method to assess a mage's knowledge and risk management skills. Irene and Dalian Malken quickly focused on creating a barrier. Lewin's hand tapped on the castle wall. But dismantling traps takes a great deal of time. Chang looked up at the high wall following Lewin and asked, "So you want to bring this wall down?" If it were Draka, he'd probably do that. He hesitated somewhat. "Yes, but toppling this massive wall is still impossible." Lewin said, "I know." Chang grew more puzzled and asked, "Then how?" He turned back and answered, "This place is the ruins of an abandoned castle. It's a bit worn." "Aha, you mean aim for the parts that are no longer solid, right?" Lewin gently nodded, "Exactly." The whole Great Wall, with information about its hardness, appeared in his mind's eye. Lewin continued, "That's why I'm using the expert's eye to observe the wall." His gaze dropped downward and then suddenly stopped. Seeing a red square with corroded old data, Lewin softly exclaimed, "There it is." His whole body lunged forward, Chang clinging tightly to Lewin's sleeve. Blow after blow, he struck repeatedly at the spot on the wall. Dalian Malken watched Lewin's strange actions suspiciously and wondered, what the hell is he doing? Trying to break the wall? Is he joking? Irene inwardly thought, truly worthy of Lewin. He shot her an annoyed look and asked, "Irene, I know you're close to Lin, but don't you think this is a bit much? Who punches a wall with their bare hands?" Suddenly Irene pointed forward and cried out, "Look!" They saw cracks on the wall slowly beginning to spread. Both looked at Lewin standing before a large hole at the castle's base. Dalian Malken scratched his head and forced a smile at him. "Hey, can I come through this way with you?" Lewin turned his head and gave a curt reply, "No." Seeing Lewin about to act, Dalian Malken hurriedly shouted, "Wait, Lewin." A large rock fell from above, sealing the hole. He angrily yelled, "That bastard is mean." Lewin ran off in haste. Chang couldn't help but praise, "Impressive." He broke through an entire wall using only 2,400 strength points. Not bad, must have used his brain. He ran while gasping. So now it's just me and Doom Prime in the lead. As Lewin rounded a bend he spotted Doom Prime. Chang was somewhat annoyed, that guy is already ahead too. Seeing an arrow lodged through his shoulder, Chang spoke up, though he was surely in a hurry because his shoulder was injured. Lewin chased closely behind, thinking, "You want to beat me, do you?" Doom Prime. Doom Prime drew the sword in his hand and let out a low growl. A sword stroke came down and Lin quickly leaned aside to dodge. Suddenly a hand grabbed Doom Prime by the collar. He held him tightly and, falling from above, said to Doom Prime, "Let's get through the final round together." Then the two fell freely through the air. With a splash, both hit the water, sending white spray flying everywhere. Lewin surfaced from the water, gasping as he drew in a big breath of air. He swam while thinking, "Good, if that guy uses magic to scale the cliff, I'll be at a disadvantage. I have to swim out of here fast." Suddenly the water's temperature grew colder. Lewin turned to look and saw the water behind him freezing and steadily spreading closer. Seeing the opponent concentrating on casting magic, he shouted, "Doom Prime." The angrier Lewin got, the louder he yelled, "Hey, you bastard, do you see someone swimming or are you just freezing the water?" At that moment the water around him had frozen, locking Lewin in place. Doom Prime sat on his horse standing on the ice and looked down at Lewin, replying, "Is this worth bothering with right now?" Then he sneered. "I'll go ahead, Lewin Ardle." Watching Doom Prime's figure grow more distant, Lewin couldn't help cursing, "Damn it." He struggled, heat waves of yellow energy spreading beneath him. He had to break free quickly. The ice surface began to melt from the heat, cracks slowly radiating outward. With popping sounds, the ice finally gave way. Doom Prime, riding his horse, heard a familiar sound behind him. Seeing Lewin close on his heels, he was startled in surprise. How could this be? How did he catch up so quickly? He ran, steeling himself. From now on there would be no more obstacles in his path. The only thing to do was run. Lewin planted his foot, launched himself, and leaped high. From above he dove down shouting, "Doom Prime, rematch?" Doom Prime was so anxious he broke into a cold sweat. No, given his current condition. Before he could finish thinking, a loud boom rang out, followed by a cloud of dust. People stared at the screen and began debating loudly, who won? "I don't know either." Suddenly a man pointed forward and shouted, "Look, someone's coming." When the door opened, a horse slowly stepped through the swirling dust. The horse lifted its head and let out a long neigh. Everyone's faces showed puzzlement. "What's with the horse? Where are the mages?" A man pointed elsewhere and shouted, "Hey, it looks like someone appeared on the screen." On the screen, Lewin stood looking at Doom Prime sprawled on the ground. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Lewin Ardle is standing there." Lewin looked at him and commented that he seemed exhausted after making it through the trap zone. "Your moves were a bit sluggish." Doom Prime squeezed his eyes shut, groaning in pain. He turned and walked away. "I'll go first, Doom Prime." 3 flags corresponding to the top 3 ranks were raised on the field. Lewin stood on the podium for first place in the survival battle and triathlon combined. He also took first in the individual round and had the highest overall middle stage score. The grand festival had finally come to an end. He recalled the past. Those voices seemed directed at someone who had endured everything for 6 years like me, someone imprisoned in the dark cell of solitude. Lewin's silhouette gave people the impression of a lonely self. He clenched his fist and pressed it to his chest as the crowd's joyous shouts rang in his ears. "You've worked hard these past times." A gladness shone on Lewin's face. "Those cheers felt like a reward for all my efforts over the years." He raised both hands high in response to them. "Thank you everyone. I don't want to lose these words of praise." Outside the door, carriages moved in a line and voices could be heard. "Wow, so many carriages." Jason propped his chin on his hand and looked out the window. "But they're all selected nobles, right?" Lewin nodded. "Yes, I heard not every noble family was invited." He hesitated, so those people responded to Jason with a single sound, "Right," coming from Lewin. Lewin sat alone at the banquet table. They had all come to see him. He sighed wearily. "I'm bored, I want to go back to the academy so badly." Suddenly a sound made Lewin start. "That's a bit odd, isn't it?" Seeing the newcomer grinning from ear to ear, he suspiciously called her name, Irene. Irene pulled out a chair and sat down, then asked, "What do you mean by odd?" "I don't see anyone here coming over to talk to you." Lewin replied calmly, "Maybe they think I'm arrogant. I can even attend a banquet dressed half-heartedly like this." Irene looked him over from head to toe and nodded. "Yeah, could be." Then she added, "But from what I know, there's another reason." Irene glanced at the half-interested looks directed their way. Clearly most of the nobles here wanted to befriend him, so no matter how arrogant he appeared, there should at least be someone approaching him. Her eyes lit up as if she'd discovered something. It seemed someone had been spreading rumors about him. Irene's words surprised Lewin somewhat. That person must be someone of authority, enough to make any noble hesitate to approach him. He blankly asked who she meant. As the two talked, someone stepped up to the head table. The man cleared his throat and said to everyone, "Tonight's banquet officially begins. 32 student representatives, please follow me." On the banquet table, delicacies from land and sea were beautifully presented along with fragrant drinks. Looking at such a spread, one couldn't help but sigh. At the dinner with the Lord of the Underworld, the dishes were laid out like a king's meal. Yet the atmosphere here was very strange. Someone clicked their tongue. "Oh, if I'd known I'd feign illness to skip this." Hey, that line should have been mine to say. Today's banquet is ostensibly a dinner but actually a comprehensive review of the contest. For students who performed poorly, it's like the meal of a condemned man. Lewin moved toward the 2 empty chairs nearby. He found it puzzling. "I thought only the Lord of the Underworld would attend. Why are there 2 seats at the head table?" The man pointed to the nearby entrance, signaling that they had arrived. Everyone rose at once and looked in that direction. They saw Terran entering slowly. Everyone bowed respectfully as he passed. A chorus of voices rang out, "Welcome, His Majesty the Lord of the Underworld." Though Lewin bowed, he swore inwardly, "Welcome His Majesty the Lord of the Underworld, this stinking ape gives me the chills." Upon hearing Terran say, "Please enter," he seemed surprised. "What? The Lord of the Underworld invited someone else?" A strange voice suddenly rang out, "I hope I'm not interrupting your dinner, old man." This person had eyebrows thin as blades and brown irises. The newcomer exuded an aura of nobility. Lewin looked on, bewildered, wondering, who is this? He recalled the earlier excitement and chants. Wonderful. New Mage Lin. People called my name, calling me the new mage instead of a failure. Now everyone in the hall knelt and shouted in reverence, "Long live the Crown Prince." Hearing that title, Lewin was startled in surprise. Huh? The Crown Prince? After the greetings, everyone quickly took their seats. Fear flashed across each face. They sat with heads bowed and backs bent, wishing for a hole to crawl into. Even a single careless touch would unsettle them. The atmosphere fell silent, as if you could hear a pin drop. Terran spoke first. "Well, none of the 11 orders could beat Lewin Ardal even once. Is the skill gap really that wide?" Doom Prime hung his head, his whole body trembling at the remark. "How disappointing. I'm ashamed to call you my disciples." He didn't dare raise his head, only able to vow, "I promise I will never perform so poorly again." Terran's voice grew cold. "Second place is a rank for the inept. This grand festival has proven the old saying true, even a small stream can have a dragon." Lin's mood wasn't any better, he felt uncomfortable. It seemed this banquet was staged to shame the 11 orders, while I was merely the instrument for the Lord of the Underworld's message. He turned his gaze to the man beside Terran, and Terran wasn't the only one making him uneasy. This guy had been watching him with a bullet-like stare since the start of the banquet. That man was Shumartan Rainak. He was openly staring at Lewin. He recalled what he knew. Despite being at a disadvantage as the third prince, using his brilliant strategic mind he had successfully driven his brothers out of the court and become the sole crown prince. A cold sweat broke out over Lewin. A man trained both in letters and arms like him was nearly perfect in every way. He suddenly remembered Irene's words, someone seemed to have spread rumors about him. That person must be powerful enough to make any noble hesitate to approach him. Terran suddenly asked, Lewin Ardal, how do you feel after winning the Grand Festival? The question plunged him into silence. Lewin then answered, I feel uncomfortable. Terran, puzzled, asked again, uncomfortable? His voice hardened. Yes, I'm satisfied with the competition's result, but I'm uncomfortable that my achievement is being used to belittle and diminish the honor and effort of the students here. Irene, sitting beside him, quickly grabbed his arm and called, Lewin. Everyone present reacted with fear at that response. Lewin fell silent. Even in this situation, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Terran's tone was indifferent. You don't want your result used to belittle others. But isn't inferiority one of the factors that drives people to improve? You understand that, don't you? Lewin bluntly stated his view. To me, it seems you are inciting others to be hostile toward me. Pointing out weaknesses and encouraging them to try harder are one thing, stirring up hostility by dwelling on their shortcomings is another. Then he looked into Terran's eyes. Aren't those two completely different matters? Lewin's voice turned ice-cold. My Ignat Academy is not somewhere to be belittled as a mere little stream. The corner of Terran's mouth lifted, he let out a loud, amused exclamation. The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere fell silent once more. Suddenly, a small laugh escaped Shumartan's lips. Then he clutched his belly and laughed loudly. Everyone turned to look at Shumartan. A look of discomfort briefly crossed Lewin's face. Shumartan wiped tears from his eyes. Oh my. He's laughing so hard he's in tears. Hilarious enough to cry from laughing. Where did this guy come from? Irene clutched her chest and let out a relieved breath. Thank goodness. She angrily said to him, Lewin, you're not planning another stunt, are you? Lewin forced a smile and replied, no. But inwardly he added, maybe. Terran interlaced his fingers and spoke. But it will be somewhat different, a bit fresher compared to Tyrion. I'm looking forward to what's coming. Shumartan suddenly looked toward Lewin and called out abruptly, wait. He stood and offered, Lewin Ardal, would you like to have tea with me? Then Shumartan smiled coldly, I don't want to hear your answer. No. After that the two moved to another place. Now Lewin and Shumartan sat facing each other. He slowly spoke, addressing him, Ardal Lewin. Shumartan put on a commanding air. From now on work for me, this time I will not accept refusal. No, he said as if it were obvious, you have a position to fill, I'll transfer you to the cavalry training grounds and arrange lodging for you. Shumartan, as if remembering something, added, and about nationality, how could the crown prince's right hand be a foreigner, right? Lewin grew increasingly confused. What? Nationality? He asked him puzzled, but why? The Empire already has countless talented mages, like Doom Prime, for example. Shumartan answered slowly, that one. He bowed his head and sighed, in the end, he'd still lose to you anyway. Shumartan's tone turned cold. You want me to keep a failure at my side? Lewin fell silent and lowered his head without answering. He went on, one more thing, from now on when you speak to me, remember one thing. A flash lit Shumartan's brown eyes. He said in a low voice, I prefer hearing command, yes, more than questions. Hearing Shumartan's tone, Lewin lifted his head and looked up with anger tinting his eyes. Shumartan urged him, come on, answer me. He said, the first reason is that my father recommended you. For years I've been asking him to consider talented mages for me, but he never mentioned anyone. Shumartan added another reason, also because I like your guts. He pointed at Lewin, it's the kind of person who dares to dress shabbily in front of a group of power-hungry leaders. In Shumartan's voice there was a measure of praise. And it's the kind of person who dares to voice disagreement with my father. Finally he half-laughed, the kind who keeps questioning me despite warnings. Shumartan spread his hands casually, politics sometimes needs a man who can crack a joke. After Shumartan's long spiel, Lewin summed up and asked, so my job is just to give advice, right? He sounded displeased and added another question, you want me to protect you from those older brothers who trample anyone who gets in the way of making themselves crown prince? He fell silent and bowed his head without answering, his face showing great embarrassment. Shummertan asked again, "You don't like it?" Lewin nodded, "Yes, that's right." He ground his teeth, "I knew you'd say that, so I warned you. I don't want to hear refusal." "No way." Lewin sank back into thought once more. Lewin thought of Shummertan sitting before him. This opportunity might come only once in a lifetime, becoming the right hand of the Empire's most powerful crown prince. His thoughts became chaotic. After all, most mages choose to align with power. Even the Tower of Magic, devoted to arcane research, was no different. If he missed this chance today, he might regret it for a long time. After a brief hesitation, Lewin answered, "I still want to do many things." He told himself he didn't want to be anyone's mage. Shummertan's voice turned cold. "I thought I was too rational, but the truth is you're overly sentimental." He asked again, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, won't you regret it?" Lewin replied decisively, "I won't." Then he stood up. Shummertan didn't try to stop him, only smiling, "Fine, let's pretend this conversation never happened today." As Lewin left, he suddenly called out, "Lewin Ardell, they say you're the brightest gem of this grand festival." Shummertan made no effort to hide his intent. "My hobby is collecting gems, and so far there's never been a gem I couldn't obtain. Want to know why?" He issued a warning, "For gems I cannot obtain, I destroy them all." Before stepping out of the room, Lewin turned his head to look back one more time. Then he decisively opened the door and walked out. Lewin now stood alone in the corridor. He told himself the last remark was clearly a threat. His decision was the right one, wasn't it? Suddenly someone nearby called out, "Hey, Lewin." Jason asked curiously, "Where are you going?" "Off flirting with girls, are you?" Lewin retorted, "No, of course not," he told himself. After all, in the end he only wanted to be a mage with his own colors. From the room Shummertan's voice carried, "I'm curious about the name Dad recommended, he seems very special." Terran added, "It seems things won't be resolved easily." He nodded, "Yes, I threatened him a bit, but it seems he was unaffected." He asked further, "So you intend to give up?" Shummertan laughed out loud, "Not at all." He raised his glass, the ring on Shummertan's hand flashed. "You understand, especially when it comes to collecting hobbies." He gave a sly smile, "In the end, Lewin Ardell will belong to me, because I've decided it." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lewin had to force a smile as he withstood the questioning of the two. One beautiful sunset afternoon, Lewin kept punching and kicking in training. Yes, a radiance surrounded him, emanating the bearing of Lu Ruyan. No, white moonlight was more accurate. The system appeared and said, punches 5000/5000, kicks 5000/5000, spinning kicks 5000/5000, long run 15 km 1/1, one-on-one combat training 1-to-1. After reading the system board, Lewin gasped. "Alright, that's all for today." Lewin collapsed onto the ground and sighed. Where did Trang come from to stand beside him? "Wow, I can feel your body getting better," she said. Hearing that, he turned to look at the tiny bear about the size of a hand. "I don't want to hear that from a man." It immediately protested, "What are you saying? I'm a girl." Lewin sprang up, incredulous. "What? How can you be a girl?" It replied at once, "Why? Because I was born that way." He still couldn't believe it and asked loudly, "A demigod with a gender?" Trang angrily shoved him and snapped, "Who said you couldn't? You just didn't ask." "But we bathed together." He recalled the times they had bathed together. Trang snorted coldly, "There's nothing to see," a remark that seemed to admit everything. Lewin's face darkened as he paced out each word to her, "So you saw everything?" Asked like that, she trembled like a frightened animal and spun away to hide her embarrassment, knowing she couldn't conceal it. But unlike Trang's embarrassment, he only gave a small, light smile. He slowly stood up, no longer threatening it. "That's enough, can I go now?" It turned back, staring at him with a blank face. It ran after him shouting, "Come on, let's go together." But he strode ahead a good distance. She chased after him while still calling. "Then don't joke around." She stammered, trying to insist she was telling the truth. "No, I'm not joking, really." Yet he still didn't believe her and laughed to tease her. "You think I'd believe that?" Hearing that, she fell silent, unable to say anything more. Scene cut to a train station, blue sky, white clouds, golden sunlight, perfect weather. But a dramatic voice shattered the peaceful atmosphere. Jason was hugging Lewin with tears streaming down like waterfalls. "I'm leaving first, Lewin. Take care of your health, okay? Remember?" He fussed over him like a mother seeing her child off. Lewin blushed and awkwardly patted his friend. I'm not dead yet. Their surrounding friends witnessed the scene and laughed until they couldn't see the sun. The train's horn blared loudly. Jason and the others had already boarded the train. Lewin watched the train recede. The Wildcat's voice called out, "All right, I should be getting off too." He turned to look at him. After my friends left, I headed to Leverdine to complete the itinerary as the champion of the major tournament. You and that Wildcat sat together on another train, but both remained silent. No one spoke a word. You recalled the first time you met him. He asked only to be called Wildcat. The witch named Wildcat was the guide sent from the Tower of Witchcraft. The system popped up again to identify that witch. Name? Age? Special notes? He sat quietly reading the paper in his hands. The system couldn't fetch any information, only 3 huge question marks. You were a bit shocked. The players I couldn't even determine his name, indicating he was highly skilled. Lewin thought to himself that meant they were on par with or even above the professors at the magic school. The only thing he could say about them was they looked to be in their late 20s. He turned to look at the Wildcat carefully. His eyebrows seemed poised to kiss the spellbook. Then the man finally spoke. Now I'll give you a brief rundown of your schedule. First you'll go to the Royal Palace to receive congratulations. He then guided Lewin step by step, while Lewin sat silently listening, his face a little anxious. You cut him off. Excuse me, could you speak normally? Your request surprised him slightly. You continued, I'm only 16. He answered, that's more comfortable for me. His face didn't change at all, cold as paper. He went back to reviewing the schedule again. You could only force a smile, thinking they're very thorough and very procedural. You learned something new. He announced the next item on your schedule. You'll go to the Tower of Magic to be chosen by an item. You listened stunned, as if your hat had flown off. Chosen. He announced the next item on your schedule. You'll go to the Tower of Magic to be chosen by an item. You listened stunned, as if your hat had flown off. Chosen. Hearing that, your face showed a hint of worry. You also tacitly understood the Wildcat's meaning. Like King Grammar, items could have consciousness. The Wildcat put the paper into his satchel after announcing the final schedule. Finally you would be assigned a mission. He explained that normally as a student you wouldn't receive an official mission. But the champion of a major tournament is an exception. It's an event to announce the arrival of a new generation mage to the world. You opened the list and read as he continued. So it's like a beginning, he replied. Exactly. He went on, then choose a mission from the provided list. You pondered the list before you. The missions included search, subjugation, assassination, and excavation of knowledge. Just as you read that, Trang popped out from somewhere and whispered in your ear, making you a little startled. You and Trang stared at the list in your hands, both of your expressions identical, father and son couldn't compare. Then you made your final decision, I choose this one. Your voice rang out decisively amid the roaring trains outside. Cut to Moran Palace. The two of them stood in the hall. This was Moran Palace, the prince's secondary palace. Come in, everyone is waiting for you, he urged. Then he bowed respectfully. I will take my leave. Startled, you turned back and shouted, wait, hold on, aren't you coming in with me? While you were still embarrassed and wondering why the Wildcat wouldn't enter with you, the door in front of you opened. Shummertan stood imposingly in the wide-open doorway, while you were still searching for the Wildcat's figure. He put his hands on his hips, a hint of amusement in his tone. Welcome to my empire, Lewin Ardal. Lewin looked up at him and remained silent. Entering, you knelt before him. First, I accept 10,000 gold from the Crown Prince. The amount exceeded the Ardal envoy's annual budget. Somatin sat on the throne and smiled at Lewin. If you need money, come here anytime. If you change your mind, Moran Palace's doors are always open to you. You could only laugh awkwardly. It seemed you'd never earn that sum in a lifetime. You hugged the gold and walked away, thinking the prince hadn't given up on you, but you hurried on to the next item on your schedule. Now the Wildcat strode beside you through the vast palace. People here must have great endurance. Walking around this vast place all day is a feat, you joked to break the silence. But the Wildcat didn't seem to like jokes. He turned back with a cold face. Stop the chatter. Lord Terran is waiting for you. You stood awkwardly. Ah, yes. You forced a smile. Is there really no one here who knows how to joke? Maybe they should be sent to live by the sea to gain some saltiness. He asked again, so are you sure about that mission? You were a little surprised but answered firmly, yes. Receiving your curt answer, he asked no more. I see. You chose the most difficult one. You replied cheerfully, haha, it looks like it will be very interesting. He added, I wonder what Lord Terran will say. Their conversation ended. The door to the room opened, and a cold gloom filled the air. Lewin entered. Terran was already seated inside the room. He called to you, come in quickly. A conversation took place over steaming cups of tea. Terran began by asking, do you want to choose that great mission? You answered at once, yes. Hearing that, he lifted his cup and slowly said, the safest mission is subjugation. You could be escorted by the royal guard to eliminate a few bandits near Siciliano, and you could be received like a hero, he explained, while you sat silently listening. Then he wondered aloud, but why would you go there? It's just a barren wasteland. You remained silent, though your gaze changed, an answer had already formed in your mind. No, it's more like Mount Tien. Rewinding to when you were choosing missions and Trang appeared, she pointed at one entry on the list. What is that? You asked her. Your first mission, choose that one. But you still didn't fully understand what it was. She explained, it's the homeland of King Ram. You were stunned. She continued, and it's where Draka stayed for about 100 years. An image of a huge dragon appeared on an endless green meadow, inhaling the open air. Tien's sun lies at the far north of the kingdom of Ridden. A towering peak rose up behind a thick mist. It was said to be the home of ancient giants, but there are no giants there anymore. The large, robust giants now exist only in the past. Except for the King Ram artifact at the academy, they all perished in the Great War. All the giants lay prostrate at the feet of the enemy leader. Where the giants vanished is now a ruined wasteland. A giant's skull was carried by the cold wind to the heart. There is a reason why a search mission there is considered extremely difficult, because of the barrier, an invisible shield surrounding the mountain. A barrier that cannot be broken by any magic. To this day, countless scholars and mages have failed to find a way to dispel it. Everyone throws up their hands in defeat. That search mission is to discover the identity of that barrier. Determination shone in your eyes as you recalled what Trang had told you. Terran remained quite curious. I'm curious why you want to undertake a search mission in that wasteland. He continued, don't you find the origin story, like a child's tale, suggestive that the gods of the giants grew wrathful and turned that place into a sacred site? You simply turned to look at him, silent. You pondered, thinking others would have no reason to care about that place. However, that world-ruined place was where Dracogonia dwelt for 100 years. That reason alone was enough for you. No further explanation was needed. You explained briefly, it is the toughest mission. He tilted his head at your explanation. Just for that reason? Well, if it's just for glory, you'd better choose another. Terran advised you, for he couldn't believe a 16-year-old would pick such a task. He still tried to dissuade you, there's no need to suffer so much for an achievement, it's only difficult because it's a mystery no one has solved. Lewin smiled defiantly. If a 16-year-old mage solved such a mystery, wouldn't that be a remarkable achievement? He kept prodding, saying you'd only end up as another failed mission in the tournament's history. You shot back that failure can also be a way to make a notable achievement. Your remark made him slightly uneasy, his brows knitted and his smile lost some ease. Terran changed the subject. Do you know why I introduced you to the prince? The question left you a bit puzzled. Seeing your reaction, he explained, to keep you in Ravardine, I wanted to observe you further. Everything was calculated from the start. You fell silent, tension evident on your youthful face. Terran added, because of your unique power, I wondered whether it related to your choice of this mission. The atmosphere grew tense. In any case, I'll be watching you, he said, which made you somewhat anxious. Back in your room, you flopped onto the bed but couldn't stop thinking about the commitment you had made. Could you really do it well? You wondered, still a bit worried. Trang, standing beside you, asked, why worry? Are you afraid you won't find anything? You answered her a little, after all, that world has been disconnected for centuries. I wonder if anything can be found. She countered, humans haven't found anything so far, but you can. You immediately replied, I'm that human. She answered, you surpass normal human capability. You asked in surprise, me? Well, she said, surpassing human limits like Lewin is a whole process. What level, and judged by whom? As you two talked, there was a knock and a polite request at the door. Lord Lewin, may we come in? You jumped up and called back, come in. Two people entered. You greeted them, hello, wild boar, wildcat. Trang, perched on your shoulder, was puzzled when you called them that. Wild boar? Wildcat? What are you talking about? You sighed and explained, it's His Highness's habit. The mages like to call them that. She heard but still looked bewildered, unable to understand what kind of farm this was. The wild boar cheerfully approached you. So Lewin, I'm off now, to the crafting chamber to receive the reward. The three walked down the corridor as they explained the crafting chamber to Lewin. The Mage Tower's crafting chamber is divided into 4 sections, C, B, A, and X. Items in C are the most common, while X holds the rarest. Wild Boar walked ahead, Lewin and the Wildcat followed. As they went, the Wildcat explained and listed the sections for you. The Wildcat added that Lewin would be allowed to explore Chamber A. You asked, you didn't mention going to Section X? He turned when he heard you ask, his face suddenly serious. That area isn't open to anyone unless something special happens, even for His Highness it's a problem. You scanned him with your eyes, wondering in your head, something special? Following the guide, you began exploring from Section C. The three entered the C room. You picked up a sword larger than the wild boar. You asked the two, is this a dark sword? Wild Boar replied, yes. We only collect well-preserved items after battles with monsters and demons. You looked at the sword, impressed. It seemed like the radiant blade Doom Prime used. Its polish reflected your chopping board face. Truly Matop's crafting vault, even the noble's donation section is like this, you marveled. Suddenly you noticed a book on the floor, The Peculiar Transformations of Tin Brown. I heard it was discontinued, so why is the book still here? Wild Boar stopped and, seeing your curiosity, cheerfully asked, do you know it? It's a book over 100 years old. You laughed, aha. There was a time when all I could do was read books. Behind, the 7 mom cruisers explored nameless lands searching for ancient creatures as you read the titles of the books on the shelves. Can people freely read these books in the tower? You opened one and asked. The Wildcat explained, occasionally the tower's head allows members the opportunity to read, but ownership is not permitted. Section B is a treasury of knowledge, from forgotten spellbooks to rare ancient texts and even legendary manuscripts. Leaving B's allure behind, you moved on to Section A, but no artifact in A responded to you, which made you a little anxious. You turned to ask the two if anyone else had been unchosen by the artifacts before. Wild Boar scratched his head and forced a smile, there have been, but very few. He explained that for a mage to reach Section A, and even have 1 or 2 artifacts respond as recognition of notable skill, was rare. Your mood immediately sank, being overlooked by every section was disappointing. You were very sad and could only give an awkward laugh. Trang, seeing this, folded her arms and smiled like a CEO. She lifted your spirits, there's nothing to be disappointed about. It's all trash. You were utterly shocked. What did you say? She explained to you, of course these are rare to humans, but they're really rare at the top tier. She pointed toward the door across the way, radiating a murderous aura as if from the depths of hell. You asked, in Section X? The X door alone looks terrifying, and there's a dragon head above it, its mouth gaping as if ready to devour anyone who approaches. Trang stared at that room. I think there's something made by a dragon in there, you can even smell unrefined dragon ore inside. You sighed at her words. You didn't care much, no matter how valuable what's inside is, you couldn't take it out. Lacking faith in your own ability, you bent down to search, focusing on finding an artifact. But before you could find anything, a blue light appeared and caught your attention. Trang smirked because she already knew what was about to happen. The blue light also startled the two of them, Wild Boar even stammered. That's. The light was coming from the X door. If you couldn't hold steady, the three of you might be blown into the wall and framed as a painting. The Wild Boar shouted, it's happening, something special is happening. It's been 56 years, aha, that door is slowly opening. Cut to Terran's room, he frowned. Could a marriage registration be imminent? He asked, did Kun Khan's Fang react? The Wildcat replied respectfully, yes. He pondered, is this the sign that he will be the next heir? 3 exceptional artifacts are kept in Section X, Algol Scepter, Morshi's Scales, and Kun Khan's Fang. These artifacts share a common trait, they elevate their bearers to the pinnacle. Algol Scepter was used by the first human wizard. The artifact of Algol amplifies destructive power endlessly and symbolizes the Wizard King. 56 years ago, Terran was chosen by Algol Scepter. Anyone chosen by it is raised to the top of the Mage Tower. Morshi's Scales grant an impervious armor that repels all magical attacks. This armor selects a owner only once a century. Those chosen become legendary knights. However, Kun Khan's Fang, the first leader of the Molar and a mysterious artifact, has not chosen an owner in 100 years. Terran fell silent. Kun Khan's Fong chose Ardal. Does that mean he is truly destined for the throne? He wondered. He asked the wildcat again to ensure the report was accurate. Luin Ardal actually lifted Kun Khan's Fong? The wildcat confirmed to Terran, yes, he lifted it very easily. Terran sank into thought again. Kun Khan's Fong is an artifact that even commanders could hardly bring into the tower. He recalled 6 men bearing a single Fong, every face strained by its weight. It's not something anyone can simply pick up. It possesses a power reminiscent of an ogre. Thinking that, he seemed to realize something. A power evoking the ogre. The special mission chosen was a search in Tian Mountain, the Fong of Kun Khan, the first leader of the ogres. He reorganized all the information he had, then suddenly spoke. Immediately, he summoned the Scream's mage and gave orders to the wildcat. I decide we go west to Tian Mountain. The wildcat instructed Luin, the time allotted for the mission is 1 month, make sure you return on time. After the instructions, he handed you travel supplies. Here is your stipend, your ID card, and a train ticket. You received them and thanked him. Thanks. The wildcat stood silently watching you stow your things, as if wanting to say something. After you finished packing and looked up to see him still staring, you asked, do you have something to say? He answered when you asked, yes and no, a reply that sounded frustratingly ambiguous. Hearing that, you were a bit puzzled. What do you mean? He replied, as a mage of the tower, I am not permitted to express personal opinions. But as a senior, there is something I want to tell you. Luin's face registered brief surprise. He didn't understand why the wildcat would say that. The mage tower is very courteous to its underling mages, but cold to those who are not. You know, the place you would best belong. Luin, he hinted at something he was sure you would understand. Be careful and question everything. Saying this, he grew serious, making the atmosphere tenser. Seeing that, your face naturally became more solemn. The ancient city of Tezeran. The city near Tian Mountain was built to protect the continent from monster attacks. It is also called the shield of the continent. Therefore, Tezeran is always equipped with high walls, strong military power, and brave soldiers comparable to guardians. At least that's what I read in the books. You stood in a nearly deserted spot talking with Trang. Your face held some worry, it was surprisingly quiet. Chang replied that this is a city. Their purpose has vanished. But now the threat, the ogres, are gone, it explained. It pointed at a tavern. Look, the guards are drunk in broad daylight. Each of them holds a huge mug, after drinking they could be full and need no food. They shout all day. Luin felt a bit annoyed. TSK. They said this city is where people return to fight bravely by day. Suddenly a burly man with a sword-shaped scar on his face appeared from nowhere. Hey you pampered brat in fancy clothes, hand over everything you've got. Was he really trying to intimidate you with that bulk? Does Luin's face look scared at all? You simply placed a hand gently on the burly man's shoulder. Afterward you walked away. The world was very different from what the books described. The other man was left lying on his back, staring at the sky. A thunderous snore rolled through the quiet air. Someone was drooling in their sleep, blowing bubbles from their nose. Luin and Chang looked at him helplessly as he slept, not knowing what to say. You decided to break the man's drunken sleep. Excuse me. Hearing you call, he stirred groggily awake. He sprang up when he saw you standing there. I'm sorry, I slept too deeply and didn't notice you, mage. You weren't too bothered. It's fine. Can I borrow a horse? You asked. The stablemaster's face looked a bit embarrassed. Well, actually, we don't have any horses at the moment. The stables were empty, only piles of dry straw remained. You asked again, no horses at all? The stablemaster answered, yes. You asked further, are there no other stables nearby? The stablemaster just scratched his head guiltily. This is the only place in Tezeran. Chang laughed until tears ran. What kind of stable has no horses? Haha, this place. Before he finished, Luin cut in, slightly off plan, his face a bit disappointed that he couldn't borrow a horse. The stablemaster explained, there were originally 3 horses, but all were rented this morning. We haven't had customers in a long time, but today someone suddenly rented them all. Hearing this, you were surprised. He awkwardly offered, if you can wait a day, somehow I'll. You cut him off, wait a moment, which slightly startled him. Yes? You asked the stablemaster, after a long time without demand, how did someone rent every horse today? He was puzzled too. That's true, but why? You began to be suspicious. It's rare for people to come to Tezzeran, so is it just a coincidence that someone else rented all the horses here? You wondered. Then you remembered what the wildcat told you before leaving, doubt everything. You turned to the friend perched on your shoulder. Trang, have you noticed anything? He sighed and crossed his arms. You human, only now do you realize? I told you back on the ship. He answered your question. Right. Both of you turned at once. We're being followed. Behind the house opposite where you and Trang stood, a cloaked figure was watching the two of you. After realizing you were being tailed, you acted immediately. I had told the inn staff to report if anyone asked about me. You slipped a gold coin to the innkeeper, whose eyes lit up as he readily agreed. Money really can move the world. You decided to act as bait and stroll through Tezzeran. You strode down the street. They'll have seen me leave the inn and will surely come ask about us, right? They were clearly agents of the Rainiche Empire. You smiled, as if you already knew everything. Whether it's the prince angered by my refusing his offer of citizenship or the king of the Mage Tower sniffing around me, I don't know, but none of them are particularly welcome. At all costs this must be resolved before we reach the summit. Your eyes showed determination. You couldn't let them keep tailing you now that you knew they were there. No one came. The innkeeper answered Lewin awkwardly. You, disbelieving, asked again, what? The innkeeper answered honestly, to be truthful, I was on edge waiting for someone to show up after you left, but no one came. Trang spoke up, looking at him as if he weren't lying. Suddenly the innkeeper remembered something strange. You hurriedly asked, what is it? He revealed a shocking detail. For about 3 minutes my memory was almost blank. Hearing that, you were extremely stunned. The innkeeper added, no matter how hard I try to recall, your face grew more tense as I recounted what I could remember. Mind control. A high-level 6th tier spell that allows control and domination of an opponent's mind. The victim loses all memory during that period and the other party can steal those memories. You quickly went up the stairs. They are far more patient and powerful than we thought. Moreover, if memories are tampered with, they'll realize we've discovered they're tailing us. Bit by bit you deduced everything. Lewin opened the door to his room. The room was empty, but someone had pinned a note above the headboard. On the note was written, I do not intend to harm you, so don't waste time searching for me, continue your quest. Lewin ripped the note down in anger. So they sneak into my room and leave a note telling me not to worry? That's a real threat. Then you said sternly, fine, then try me. Lewin leapt out of the room. You kicked off the nearby rooftops, and landed safely. Lewin's jump looked dangerous. Lewin dashed like the wind. If he broke speed limits he'd likely be hauled in. Then Trang asked, what do you think? You replied with a triumphant grin, we need to find them. Lewin ordered, open the map for me. The map showed 4 red dots, one for you and Trang, the other 3 were the men tailing you. You sprinted off but didn't forget to glance back with a taunting look. All right, then follow me. Red circles appeared as Lewin sped up. He shouted loudly so the 3 could hear, like racing for first place in a triathlon. Should we chase them? One of the 3 asked. Haha, our champion junior from the big tournament asks us to play, how can we refuse? Said the one with a skull on his collar, seeming to be the leader. He ordered the other 2 to pursue them. Don't kill them. The 2 obeyed and vanished into the air. Understood. The sky turned red as the 2 tailors flew like birds, and in no time they closed in on Lewin and Chang. You ran still smiling without a hint of fear. After all, you were the one who invited them to play. What was there to fear? In a desolate spot like an empty temple, a purple light appeared and 3 suspiciously cloaked figures descended. The 3 began to stride forward, scanning the surroundings as they walked. The one in the middle said, the trace of the mage from Screams, Lin Ardle, has vanished. The leader turned his head and said, he hasn't disappeared, he's waiting for us. What? They spoke without paying the slightest attention to the pile of wooden crates nearby. Lewin suddenly burst out from there, catching the 3 cloaked figures off guard. They yelled in panic. Lewin Ardle. Before he could finish the second sentence, one of them was punched by Lewin until his face was distorted. He quickly turned back toward the second man, leaving him so shocked his mouth dropped open. Lewin lunged with a fist, but that man swiftly conjured a protective wall in front of him, as if that could stop him. The magical wall shattered under Lewin's punch, and the man swallowed a blow that sent blood spurting from his mouth. Before long, 2 of the 3 were down, sprawled out on the ground. Lewin fixed his gaze on the last one. He suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, I was curious what kind of person he was, turns out he's a real monster. huh? Lewin glared at him with murderous intent and said in a low voice, "Who are you?" The black-cloaked man with the mustache smiled calmly at Lewin's vigilance and said, "Did you know? The head of the Mage Tower sent us here. We were instructed to protect our younger generation." Lewin replied, "Sounds more like spying." The mustached man's expression grew more enigmatic. He tore the paper in his hand and said, "It's the same either way, besides, watching you was entertaining." Then the old man vanished, leaving the two subordinates unconscious on the ground, a swirl of grey smoke, and the parting words that they'd meet again. Lewin looked at the skull tattoo on the subordinate's neck and said, "That skull tattoo, dark mages, dark mages." Lewin crossed his arms, staring at the two unconscious men, then told Chang, "Yes, it's a secret order, a group of mages from the tower who handled dirty work." With that skull wrapped in mysterious blue flame and those enigmatic black-robed figures, you could tell this organization was no benevolent one. Lewin called them the Dark Mage Cult. All that's known about them is their name and that tattoo. It's unclear exactly what they do, the individual members' levels, or even the Academy's true identity. Chang listened eagerly and asked Lewin, "So what's your impression after meeting them?" Lewin looked at Trang as if he'd thought of something and smiled. "It's plausible, they don't seem on par with the representatives from the recent grand tournament." Trang, a bit confused, said, "But we still haven't verified that one's strength." Lewin nonchalantly replied, "All right." He covered his mouth with his hand, recalling how those cruel mages attacked innocents, and said, "They used 6th-tier magic. Clearly they're not ordinary opponents, and they can also track us from afar." Trang studied your pensive expression and asked, "What do you intend to do?" Lewin remained thoughtful. He looked up as if he'd devised a plan and said, "First, I'll make them reveal themselves." After a while, the sound of horses' hooves grew rapid. The next day, we set off immediately toward Tian Mountain. Lewin galloped quickly toward the mountain range ahead. The journey to Tian Mountain was exhausting. We had to cross barren deserts, but I could feel we were certainly reaching our destination. Lewin placed a hand over his chest. Lewin dismounted, with his hand still on his chest. His face was anxious and his chest trembled. Light shone on the sweaty youth's face. He gave a faint smile and said directly, "So this is Tian Mountain." "Yes, you're not mistaken, the mountain wrapped in that gloomy black veil is Tian Mountain." Lewin stood dazed for a while and said, "This is exactly the feeling of satisfaction." The dark barrier trembled slightly as if something had touched it. Lewin said, "You once said this is where you lived with Draka, right?" Chang replied, "Yes, that's right." Lewin sat down wearily, leaned against the barrier, and said, It won't budge at all, how am I supposed to get in?" Lewin's expression changed, a hint of worry appearing. He looked up at Trang and said, "What kind of inhumane idea is this? You want me to destroy this barrier?" Trang climbed onto his head and answered, "Yes." Lewin sighed. Trang climbed to the top of his head. Lewin looked down and said confidently, "If they were humans, they'd definitely try to break the barrier, right?" Lewin looked up at Trang and added, "Yes, that's the first thought." Chang continued, "But they can't break it using normal human methods." Chang went on, "What if there's an OGRE here?" Chang's word surprised Lewin a little. He hadn't expected that. Lewin sat cross-legged, propped his chin with his hand, and thought seriously, wouldn't it be better to summon an OGRE from inside and ask them to open the door like a friend? While Lewin was still pondering, Trang shot down to the ground. He crossed his arms, looked at Lewin, and said, "Yes, now my thoughts are very clear." Lewin was even more shocked on hearing that. His pupils contracted as he looked down at Chang and said, "But you said all the ogres here were dead, didn't you?" Trang, with a very confident expression, looked Lewin straight in the eye and replied that that was merely human thinking. Lewin began to feel tense. He turned his head to look at the barrier behind him. Trang's face darkened. He said, "Remember, Lewin, your strength isn't bound by preconceptions, break it." No sooner had he spoken than a voice came from within the gloomy, black barrier, "I am breaking it," which surprised Lewin standing outside. Lewin placed his hand on the barrier and said. Then he began to put both hands on the barrier, a bit hesitant, and said, "Can you hear me? I know you'll pretend not to hear, but I have your leader's Fong with me. Koan Khan." Lewin kept both hands on the barrier and continued, "If you can hear me, open the door." The atmosphere then fell suddenly silent, leaving both Lewin and Trang somewhat anxious. After a moment, a powerful purplish-blue light emanated from Lewin's hands. A huge explosion jolted between Lewin and the barrier, putting Lewin in a difficult position. But with firm resolve, Lewin held his ground. He endured the force before him. Lewin's pupils suddenly contracted as if he saw something terribly dreadful approaching. The black barrier then gradually vanished. Luin exclaimed, how did it open? A mysterious old man in a black robe suddenly appeared from who knows where and ran forward in a panic, shouting, how could a rookie like him do what no one has done before? To his bad luck, when he arrived the barrier reappeared and blocked him from entering. Helpless, he could only stand outside, repeatedly pounding the barrier and screaming. What's happening? It's closed again. What is going on? Before he could make sense of what was happening, a punch everyone recognized came flying at him. Luin lunged forward and punched him squarely in the face, knocking him backward. Luin's face flamed with rage as he shouted, seize the chance, you won't run like you did the other day. Not giving him a chance to counter, Luin unleashed another move, an earthquake strike. He slammed his hand into the ground, causing a shock that cracked the earth beneath their feet. The old man was already reeling from the consecutive blows and cried out in pain. Not finished, Luin shouted and summoned vines. Long tendrils shot forward to seize the designated prey, the mage. The old man was soon tightly bound by Luin's vines, sprawling on the ground before him. Unable to speak or move, he could only let out helpless sounds. Ugh. Luin said, did you think this time you could get close to me? Luin calmly looked at the man now restrained before him and said, what level are you? End this game quickly. Oh my, already being stared at by the elder. He's probably the big one who'll charge out with a wooden club. The giant suddenly swung his club and lunged straight toward where Luin stood, leaving him stunned and bewildered. A horrifying sight appeared. In an instant the green giant's wooden club was dripping bright red fluid, leaving no doubt what that liquid was. Luin was utterly shocked by the gruesome scene. His eyes widened and his body went rigid. The giant turned to look at Luin with a grim, elephantine stare that gave him chills. His dark, deep-set eyes fixed on Luin. He said, answer me, human, who are you? On the outside Luin tried to appear calm, but inside he was extremely anxious. Trang, perched on his shoulder, leaned in and whispered, Luin, remember this, they're made with the mindset of monsters. Fortunately, I managed to get inside the Tian mountain fence. The moment I stepped in, it felt like another world. Luin murmured as he followed the green giant deeper inside. There he was surrounded by countless other terrifying green giants. They looked at him with curiosity. One of them said, a human? What is a human doing here? But he smelled not much like a human. He smelled just like us. Sniff sniff. Luin walked on with a face tense as a drawn bowstring. Trang beside him said, Master, be careful. They don't have human morals. Luin, nervous, replied, I know. Luin recalled his first encounter with that green giant and thought aloud, now I suppose he didn't harm me because of Kun Khan's Fang, but I still don't know when they might kill me. He cautiously trailed behind the green giant, observing him. They reached a towering peak. The green giant said, we're here, this is the summit of Tian Mountain. The two stopped beside another green giant. Luin looked at the club-wielding giant and asked, a summit? There's still another peak above this, right? Bang! A shockwave rang out, causing Luin to flinch. Before him stood another giant, larger than the rest, with white hair and beard. Luin thought this wasn't merely a summit, there was an aura of authority. The white-haired giant looked down at Luin and began to introduce himself. I am the leader Hak Khan, human, I've heard you possess Kun Khan's sacred relic. Needless to say, Luin was still in shock at the enormous size, dozens of times larger than the other goblins. He gaped upward, thinking the leader was far bigger than those goblins. Hak Khan continued, human, we welcome you as a guest. I've decided not to tear you apart and feed your body to the eagles. Who are you? Luin tried to stay calm and replied, I thought I said this at the gate, I am the one chosen by Kun Khan's Fang. Hak Khan sat down and said, nonsense, that's not an item any human can handle. Luin answered, but it's true. Luin took out an object wrapped in a white cloth. He said, may I show you? The goblin shouted in alarm, oh my, it's true. Hak Khan looked at Luin with great satisfaction and said, an interesting human, you carry our scent, and I also smell the fragrance of power. Luin replied cheerfully, that's right, I'm quite strong. And I smell the fragrance of power, Hak Khan said. Now answer me, who are you, human? Luin hesitated and began to say, I am. Suddenly Luin and Chang exchanged a look as if thinking of the same thing. Luin said, do you know Dracogonia? That's the name of a dragon living on this Tian mountain. Hak Khan also gaped in surprise at what he had just heard. Hak Khan hurriedly looked down at Luin and asked, how do you know that name? Luin put his hands on his hips and smiled, I heard it from King Ram. Leader Hak Khan was even more shocked when he heard King Ram's name. He shouted, King Ram, he's still alive? Lewin recalled his first encounter with King Ram and said, he's alive as an exhibit at my academy. Should I say he's regarded as one of the professors? Lewin looked at Leader Hak Khan and said confidently, you're curious who I am, aren't you? The Green Goblin guide who had led them earlier stood quietly listening as Lewin said, I'm a friend of King Ram, who once led the summit of Tian Mountain. Lewin continued, I'm also the one chosen by Kuan Khan's Fong and the inheritor of Draka's world-destroying power. At that, Leader Han was taken aback. Facing the two huge goblins, Lewin announced clearly, I am Lewin Ardal. Lewin faced Leader Hak Khan and said, with all that said, you still intended to crush me and feed my corpse to the eagles? Leader Hak Khan pondered for a long moment, then said, no, we will gladly welcome you. A human, eh? Lewin's face then went rigid, as if he had no words. He was brought to the center of a plaza with a simple stone table, while the goblins around kept shouting. Trang sat on Lewin's shoulder, arms crossed, and said, the goblins have a ritual even for welcoming newcomers. If you want their welcome, you must show your worth. Draka did the same when he first came here. Chang looked at Lewin seriously and said, and the format is arm wrestling. A large green goblin stepped forward in front of him. He proudly flexed his muscles and said, I am Amarat, son of Marukan Khan. You're the human we've welcomed, are you? Already Lewin's face tightened like a wrinkled blanket. He thought to himself, you expect this giant to be my opponent? Something's wrong here. In a flash, Lewin and Amarat took their positions to arm wrestle. The whole plaza roared, come on, crush that human, Amarat. Lewin leaned on the stone table and asked Chang, if I lose the arm wrestle, they still won't throw me to the eagles, right? Trang replied helplessly, I'm not sure. Facing the giant Amarat, the tension was palpable. Lewin looked very small compared to him. They gripped each other's hands tightly. Lewin thought the giant was meant to intimidate him, but that didn't mean he should rush in blindly. Lewin's face was extremely tense. He thought a match between a goblin and a human sounded ridiculous, but he also possessed special power granted by the relic. The white Fong hovered amid the magic. Lewin said that since obtaining Kuan Khan's Fong, his power had increased by 1,000. Lewin frowned, showing seriousness, and thought that his power now reached 3,520. This was possible. Amarat looked extremely confident. He said, I don't think you're an ordinary human, but your arm feels different. I'm Amarat, son of Amr Khan. Even if my opponent is a human, I won't go easy on you. Lewin refused to back down. He grinned and shouted, all right, try to beat me once and then be gone forever. The referee stepped into the center to prepare. Both competitors' faces were deadly serious. Begin. The goblin referee yelled. Almost immediately Lewin clenched his arms so hard that the sleeve's fabric tore in a strip. Amarat was somewhat surprised at his opponent's strength. The match continued with no clear winner yet. Amarat shouted loudly, oh. Looking at Lewin, one could see his condition worsening. Sweat dripped as if he could only hold on a little longer. He wondered, is it over? But Lewin summoned the last of his strength and shouted. This is my last chance. You goblin brutes. However, not as he hoped, Amarat pinned Lewin's hand with incredible ease, even producing a popping sound. Lewin strained so hard his shirt tore, but losing so horribly left him stupefied and dazed. The goblin referee then stood up, raised both arms, and shouted, Amarat has won. Lewin lay exhausted on the stone table and sighed, ah, I lost, even though I tried my best. Lewin's hand trembled, bruised and wounded all around. He asked, so now they'll throw me to the eagles to eat? Lewin stared blankly at the sky as if contemplating death when a voice said, stand up, human. A green goblin knelt and, facing Lewin, said approvingly, you fought back, against Amarat, Tian Mountain's finest warrior. Truly praiseworthy. At that moment a system quest panel appeared. The Tian Mountain goblins revere strength. Draka took 17 years to earn the goblins' respect through his power, as he did. Subdue the goblins you want with strength and make them respect you. Defeat Amarat in the arm wrestle. 0.1 goblin favor reward at Tian Mountain. Lewin looked up in disbelief, stammering, thank you. Trang cheerfully looked at Lewin and said, well done, Lewin, you've won the goblin support. Lewin pushed himself up on his hands, glanced at Trang, and awkwardly said, Chang, you didn't tell me this would happen, did you? Trang chuckled happily. Lewin snorted and glanced at Trang, saying, you said Draka took 17 years to beat Amarat, right? I'll do it in a month. Looking up, the atmosphere was very merry, goblins sitting together at tables eating and chatting. As soon as the arm wrestle ended, a feast had been prepared on the small summit. At one table Lewin said happily, tastier than we expected, right? Hard to believe goblins cook this well. Trang replied helplessly, I know the food smells strong, really pungent. Luin said, no, it's not like that. Luin sat down and looked around, asking, but why do the goblins here keep themselves isolated in this monastery? Luin's expression darkened. He felt there was more to it. Watching the goblins laughing and joking, Luin thought he would overcome something more important than this task. Amarat approached from behind and said to Luin, a strong human. Luin turned and replied, yes, Amarat. Amarat looked down at Luin and asked, so what do you plan to do with the first chief's tooth? Luin blinked and said, huh? Do what with it? What can I do with it? Amarat smiled brightly and said, if you want, I can help you make a weapon suited for humans. Surprised to get such a bargain, Luin was a bit taken aback. He thought, what? In a dark forge. Luin held the enormous tooth in his hand and asked, what is this? As he carried the tooth, Trang said, this is the main source of power, a great symbol of strength. Whoever in the Agris clan inherits it will be the strongest. Luin asked, no, I mean, what is it used for? Things like armor or a magic staff. Trang said the Ongel staff and Morshi scales have clear uses, one is a wizard staff and the other is a spellplate for a knight. The image of Luin in armor holding a staff and laughing loudly appeared. Trang said, or this could be used as a mace, accept this enchantment. The two walked down the dark corridor chatting animatedly. Chang said, keep it and learn about it later. It will only help increase your power. Luin replied, all right. Cut to Amarat smiling brightly, if you want, I can make it for you, a weapon suited to humans. Surprised to get such a bargain, Luin was a little taken aback. He thought he had it but didn't know how to use it. This was an unexpected opportunity. Amarat pointed his thumb at himself and said confidently, Kuan Khan's tooth is so heavy and hard that no one seems able to work it. But if it's a Musara iron, it's entirely possible. Luin listened, a little puzzled. The iron trap is just like a human blacksmith's work. Amarat looked at Luin and asked, do you have any idea what special kind of weapon you mean? Luin grunted. After a moment, he suddenly smiled as if he'd thought of something. So can you help me make exactly what I need? It had been half a month since I arrived at Sky Mountain, Luin said, lurking in the bushes as if waiting for something. Luin, up ahead a green goblin shouted loudly toward them, human. Luin leapt from the bushes and said, I'll deal with it. In that time, I've helped the Ogress tribe hunt or supported them. Then he began to run. He spent a lot of time training me in things I couldn't do. Luin, sweating heavily, looked up at the system and then said cheerfully, all right. After that he wrestled with Amarat again and, as before, Luin lost. However, my main duties mostly involved something else. Plainly stated, he declared 15 losses in 15 matches. Wrestling Amarat, Luin kept losing 15 times. Sulking, he rubbed his arm and said he'd lost again. This really happened to me. Amarat could only laugh behind him. Haha. Luin rubbed his arm for a while, then Chang came over to cheer. Come on, master, you're getting better. Amarat smiled and said, stand like that, human, you've gradually started using your strength more effectively. Luin still refused to give up. He looked at Amarat confidently and said, thanks. I feel I'm making progress. I've learned to use my strength wisely through advice, and each day I can endure a little longer. Luin put both hands in his pockets, turned his head and said, before I leave here, I must defeat Amarat. Amarat behind him was naturally stunned when his name was called. Although inside the cave, their conversation could be heard clearly echoing out. Amarat, are you hesitating? Amarat replied, no, this human has no chance against me in wrestling. A few days later, Amarat wore a fixed, rigid expression. Oh, so Luin's small hand had beaten Amarat in the wrestling match, the referee said, 17 matches, 16 losses. Chang couldn't believe his eyes either and said, a win. Luin happily stood up, raised both hands and shouted loudly to Amarat's astonishment. I won. The system appeared, side quest at Sky Mountain, win the wrestling match with Amarat. Complete one to receive the Sky Mountain OGRE tribe's reward. You will earn the respect of all ogres. Amarat wasn't angry about losing. On the contrary, he kept praising Luin, saying the boy kept surprising him. I lost. Young Master Ardal. Luin rubbed his wrist and looked at Amarat happily. This is the first time, right? Amarat called my name like that. Amarat turned his back and walked away, saying, it seems you're ready. Luin watched Amarat's figure recede and asked, ready for what? Amarat turned his face back and said, come here. Amarat said, actually it's been finished for a long time. I've been waiting for this moment to give it to you. Eluan quickly stepped up to Amarat and asked, "Why didn't you give it to me even though the weapon was finished?" Amarat rummaged for the item and said, "I waited until you could beat me. If you hadn't won, I might not have given it to you. The Fang of Kuan Khan is very important to us." Luan's expression froze a little after hearing that, a bit embarrassed. He thought, "Doesn't this feel like being robbed right in front of me?" After a moment, Amarat held out the object toward Luan and said, "Here you go, it's yours." Luan looked at the item before him, surprised, and said, that is." It was a pair of black metal gauntlets, the paw made from Kuan Khan's Fang, crafted by Amarat, a gauntlet inlaid with the Fang of the first Ogre chieftain of Sky Mountain. The Fang pieces would not shatter under any impact and would destroy anything. Instantly grants plus 2000 strength, unlocks a unique skill, leadership, with growing potential. Luan slid the gauntlets on, clenched his hand, and resolutely thought that a paw gauntlet fitted with Kuan Khan's Fang inside would surely suit him best as a melee mage. Seeing he hadn't spoken, Chang asked, "How is it?" Amarat also asked, "What do you think of my finished product? I made it using the most perfect mold for you." Luan looked tense, but he was actually lost in thought. "Amazing, not just plus 2000 strength, it might be even stronger." Luan said, "Amarat, can you gather all the Sky Mountain warriors?" Very quickly, all the green goblins assembled. They were gossiping that, "A powerful human wants to challenge all of us to wrestling." "Yes, he says he'll defeat every one of us." The goblins immediately buzzed with talk. "Although he had beaten Amarat, he still wounded our pride, facing such a challenger, an event like this." The more they spoke, the more excited and thrilled they became. "Welcome." Luan stood in the square facing a huge goblin. From the ogre perspective, this seemed an arrogant challenge. But the atmosphere was very jovial. The ogres worship strength and love contests. They seemed to appreciate my competitive spirit. Not only the large goblins but also smaller ones came to watch and cheer. A child shouted, "Come on, father." Chang folded his arms and smiled, "Ah, remember before, Draka did something like this once too." Luan leaned on the stone table and looked down at Chang. "Although he's faced 17 opponents in a row over 30 years, your case is different. Humans don't live as long as dragons, so we must hurry." Chang lost his smug look and replaced it with helplessness. Luan placed a hand on the stone table, eyed his opponent seriously, and thought that just yesterday he had said this was impossible. But looking at his own gleaming black gauntlets, Luan felt confident that with Kuan Khan's Fang gauntlet on his hand, he couldn't lose. The goblin referee standing aside began to shout, preparing to start. The two tried to pin the other's arm, but Luan's side initially looked a bit disadvantaged. But with trained strength combined with the gauntlet's might, Luan was able to easily pin his opponent. On the plains, the goblins gathered to send Luan off. One goblin said, "Will you return, young master?" Luan replied, "Yes, now we must go to Leverdin." The goblin said regretfully, "You gave us an unforgettable experience." "Thank you, young master." Luan looked at them cheerfully but said nothing. Luan reached out his hand. Amarat saw it and said, "Do you want another wrestling match? Even though you've defeated all of us already?" Luan said, "It's not a wrestling match," which momentarily stunned Amarat. He extended his hand to grasp Amarat's and said, "This is called a handshake." Amarat, a little puzzled, repeated, "Handshake?" A fleeting look of regret crossed Luan's face as he performed a human greeting. Amarat seemed enlightened. He listened silently as Luan explained how people greet and bid farewell to a friend. Then he set off on the road amid the goblins' farewells. Luan waved and called out loudly. "See you later," is a form of goodbye. Late afternoon at the News Academy. In his office, Terran sat at his desk listening to reports. "It's not very important news," he said. He listened while propping his hand and thinking. The report on the screaming which was still incomplete. It had been quite a while since the two returned with severe wounds. There has been no news since the screaming which began tracking Luan Ardal alone. He recalled the Western mage who Luan had beaten up the other day. After sending another team to scout again, they found no sign of humans near Sky Mountain. Then he spoke up. "They have been dealt with." Before he finished, someone interrupted him. "Leader, I have a new report." Another man in a black robe entered. He said, "Luan Ardal has advanced to Leverdin." Terran listened in disbelief. His face darkened like the bottom of a pot as he brooded for a long moment, as if plotting something dirty. He gave the order for the man to return immediately. By then, Luan had already reached the city. The castle was bathed in the fiery red of sunset, accompanied by a deep, disappointed voice. I failed the mission. Terran rested his hand on his chin, looking partly helpless and mostly amused as he listened to the other explain. As King Flame said, there was some reason why no one could successfully conquer that place. It was only when I reached Thien's Sun that I realized the task exceeded my abilities. Lewin sat on the boat with his face downcast, explaining despondently that the barriers there were too strong, so there was no way to get inside. Terran remained silent and listened. He interrupted you. You sounded like a mess, you know that? Terran spoke slowly, word by word. Be honest and tell me clearly that you were chosen by Kun Khan's Fang. He said sternly that your assigned task was to search for the Ogre stronghold. That seems like quite a coincidence. Hearing this, Lewin's face went pale and sweat ran down his face. He tried to stay calm as he questioned, so you've been following me? Terran replied calmly. Following you? I'm simply worried, you might become one of the tower's opponents. Lewin hurriedly spoke up. Any mage who dared oppose King Flame would become an implacable enemy of those in the tower, wouldn't they? Terran looked him over and answered, enough small talk, I'll get to the point. Tell me honestly, what did you see inside Thien's Sun? His face suddenly grew fierce as he growled, are the original Ogre people still alive? Lewin tensed at Terran's question, his expression strained as he struggled to find the right words. He slowly left the castle. Lewin breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. Recalling when Terran had threatened, don't lie to me, I know everything. I could rummage through your past right here if I wanted. He cut in and asked, but you wouldn't actually do that, would you? Which briefly surprised Terran. What? Lewin sneered provocatively. A great frontier wizard like you wouldn't stoop to such measures, would you? Especially not against a student like me. Terran heard this, his brows knitting as he shouted angrily, you dare bet against me? That student sounded a bit too modest, didn't he? Terran said helplessly, well, fine. He softened his tone and advised him that since his official first mission had failed, he should return to the academy. Lewin's face darkened as he pondered. I just wagered on King Flame's pride, luckily it worked. Though he wouldn't use such extreme methods, there were plenty of other ways. He frowned, thinking anxiously. But if King Flame grows more unreasonable, I could be trapped. Just the thought is terrifying. Lewin reassured himself that it was surely over now. He thought of Terran and had a premonition that choosing him in District X meant everyone knew he was the heir to the throne. Though unstated, King Flame would certainly watch him closely. Lewin rubbed his aching shoulder and hurried off, grumbling, I don't know, I just want to get away from here as fast as possible. The steam train thundered forward, smoke billowing, colorful banners bearing Lewin's image and cheers. Wow, Lewin, congratulations on winning the festival. The crowd tossed him high into the air, shouting with excitement. Over here. Lewin greeted them, embarrassed, and cried out, stop it, that was 2 months ago. Jason casually dropped a cardboard box onto the table with a thud. Lewin sat on the bed, puzzled. What's this? The man, hands on his hips, smiled and replied, it's your letter. As expected, the festival winner would definitely become famous. Seeing the pile of letters in the box, he cried out, whoa, so many. Jason interrupted, these are just the recent ones. At his question, Jason turned to the white cabinet and continued, and these are some from long ago that were kept. Lewin's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open as he stared at the mound of letters like a small mountain, speechless. He was in shock and didn't know what to say. Jason propped himself up and watched Lewin sit cross-legged on the bed, murmuring as he read the letter in his hands, what's this? Letters from princes too? From the imperial genius of law and the true patriot of the kingdom, addressed to Lewin Ardal. The letters kept spilling out of the cabinet as he read in his steady voice, I was very glad to hear you refuse the imperial prince's invitation. You truly are a patriot, even though I've never met you. Jason sighed and replied, dear, isn't for those you're already close to, it's for those you want to be close to. Do you know that? He stretched out on the bed and watched Lewin read the letters intently, asking, but Lewin, what's your plan here? Lewin's mouth twitched into a slight, sly, mysterious smile. He broke into a bright smile and said, I'm thinking this year will be very different. Lewin rode slowly under the tree canopy, passing through a sunlit forest. As he rode, he felt excited, thinking it had been a long time since he last returned home last year. He just stayed in the dormitory, not going anywhere. Remembering that time, Lewin couldn't help but feel ashamed that he had no face to show his fellow townspeople. He lacked the confidence to smile and answer their questions. How's life at the academy? Lewin's eyes grew confident as he said, but now I can face them with pride. From atop his horse, he looked down and saw European-style villages spread across the open land. The villagers, stunned and rubbing their eyes in disbelief, called out in unison, young master. Lewin scratched his head and answered shyly, how is everyone? The villagers cheered loudly. Is it really you, young master? Someone exclaimed in surprise. What, young master? People crowded around him, making him scratch his head and awkwardly explain, sorry everyone, I've been away too long, haven't I? A villager laughed loudly, ha ha ha. How's the schooling? Is it like the rumors? Another interrupted. But our young master is the best, right? Luina came running from somewhere and threw her arms around him, shouting, Big brother. The little girl, hands on her hips, pouted loudly, humph, not a single letter came home that whole time and now you appear. Their father stood behind, smiling kindly though somewhat helpless. Luin called out, Father. Luin put his hand on his head teasingly, Luina, you've grown so much, I almost didn't recognize you. Making the girl angry, she shouted, What? He gave a very bright smile, adding inwardly, and you're still as adorable as ever. Luin gently instructed his father, Father, call all the family members. It's been a long time since I've had a chance to talk with anyone. The bright moon shone in the night sky, which was partly covered by clouds. In the parlor, everyone gathered around to listen to Luin. I told the family and close ones about what happened over the past 6 years. Of course, I left out the details about the players. Luina wiped away her tears. Big brother, you've really been through so much. The housemaid exclaimed, but you overcame all those hardships. We're so proud of you, young master. Beggin spoke up, so that means you won a big contest and even had a private conversation with the imperial prince? He replied gently, yes. He thought to himself that although it had been 2 months, it was still fresh news to people in his rural hometown. His father held a letter in his hand, pride in his voice. Is that why the royal family is sending letters? He laughed loudly and showed off that countless letters from noble families had also been sent here, making him smile helplessly. He thought, I wanted to be the first to tell father. Beggin said sternly, there are a few matters related to that you need to be aware of, young master. His father replied, let's start, I'm done with that discussion. Beggins advised, you need more understanding, it will be to your benefit, which left Luin feeling confused, not knowing what was happening. He turned to his father and asked, Father, tell me, if I heard these things from someone else, I would be very disappointed. His father propped his hand against his face and answered helplessly, it would be useless. Recalling the wooden chest full of letters he had received, he sighed. As I said, our house has received countless letters from nobles, all about you. Many letters offer great assistance to our family as an excuse to use you or to secure a meeting with you. Luina and the housemaid both looked worried when they heard his father speak. Of course I refused them all, but there is one problem. Luin put his hands on his thighs, looked at his father, and asked seriously, what problem, sir? He replied, Bilkos Monzo. He thought of that man with growing concern, fearing he might use you as leverage to threaten House Ardal. Monzo is the only trading city near Ardal territory. Most goods produced in Ardal are traded through Monzo. In other words, Ardal's lands are sustained by the money earned in Monzo. Luin looked at his father and asked in bewilderment why they would set such unreasonably low prices for our goods. He turned away gloomily and answered, yes, because they want to take Ardal territory hostage and force you to become Monzo's guardian mage. Luin's father put his hand to his weary face and added that at this rate Ardal's finances would collapse. He bowed his head and lamented, but for now there was no clear solution. Luin recalled the cheerful faces of the farmers eagerly saying, oh come on, I'll be the first to host the young master. Some even boasted that our young master's goat milk this year was exceptionally good. His father and Beggins were surprised when he said, I suddenly thought that a villain needs to be struck down. He looked at his clenched hand and said casually, if they're eager to meet me, they'll have to come and perform for me. After loading the luggage onto the horse, Beggins didn't forget to remind him, here is some food and water for the road. Young master, travel safely. Luin replied, thank you, Mr. Beggins. He looked at him apologetically and said, I'm very sorry to place the burden of this matter on you just as you've returned home. Luin patted his horse reassuringly, it's all right, you're just doing your job as steward. And I'm only trying to fulfill my duties as a young lord. Beggins watched anxiously as Luin slowly climbed into the saddle, uncertain how to speak. He called after him as Luin prepared to spur the horse away, young master, don't be angry with him. Luin asked in surprise, what? Beggins, eyes worried, tried to explain, the lord has done everything he can, he even paid out of his own pocket to make up for the harm Monzo caused. Most people in Ardal's lands don't know about this. Luin bowed his head and listened as he was told that the peace they now enjoy is thanks to the Lord's sacrifices. Luin said in a low voice, it's shameful, I think I've been too arrogant. Hearing this, his father looked stunned and asked what he meant. Thinking of his father, he couldn't help but admit he had been very disappointed and wondered whether his father had been silently enduring everything. Thinking about last night's conversation, he felt ashamed to confess that he had thought he alone could solve all the things his father could not. Lewin's eyes were sad and helpless as he said, "Even though I knew, since I was a child, my father has loved and cared for this land more than anyone." Baggins, hearing him, had nothing more to say to console him. From his horse, Lewin produced a wooden box and said, instead, "Could you deliver this to my father?" He respectfully extended both hands to receive it, asking, "What is it, young master?" His mouth fell open as he looked at the box in his hands when Lewin calmly said it contained 10 gold taels. The gold bars were neatly arranged in the box. He gently explained they were the prize from that great tournament and hoped they would be used for necessities in the territory. Baggins asked what for. Cradling the box carefully, Lewin replied that in his personal opinion it would be most effective. He said that by using it to buy more land, he believed House Ardal could become self-sufficient in supplies and not rely on Monzo in the future. Baggins frowned in thought and replied, "It could come true, but our territory is currently in trouble. Right now no one wants to sell land to us." He was startled when Lewin said, "What if we take it?" Lewin said confidently, "And then we'll clean it up." He explained they would reclaim the long-troubled Wolf Hill within the territory and the marsh plains occupied by the Mud people. "It's not a bad idea." Sitting on his horse, Lewin carefully outlined his plan. With this money, if they hired mercenaries to reform the lands and train outsiders for hire, they could even earn more revenue. Baggins realized that if they could hire mercenaries at a reasonable price, it would be worth trying. Lewin turned to Baggins and said he would leave the details with the steward and his father, and then he would set out. Lewin spurred his horse into a full gallop, leaving Baggins behind and shouting, "Let's go." The trading city of Monzo is the largest territory in the southern part of the kingdom. All nearby supplies are concentrated there. Lord Bilkos Monzo has many bad rumors about him, such as buying office with money through loan sharks or being a former leader of the Walpa gang. As he rode, Lewin thought to himself that, in other words, they needed a heart of steel. He stopped before the gates of an imposing white castle guarded strictly by sentries. From his horse, Lewin bowed politely and told a guard, "I am the second son of House Ardal. Is Lord Lewin Ardal inside?" Hearing that, the tall thin guard sighed, while a fat guard scoffed and picked his nose. Lewin's face darkened when he heard the guard's mocking voices, "Ardal again." One guard wondered aloud why they kept making such a fuss when it never succeeds. The tall guard replied, "Yeah. Exactly." The fat guard joined in sarcastically, saying they're just children learning to beg. The tall guard laughed, clutching his belly and mocking the mounted Lewin, "Ha ha ha, can you speak properly this time, young master?" The fat guard scratched his head and chuckled along, "Heh heh." Lewin squeezed his eyes shut, thinking to himself, has he always been treated like this? How many times has my father come here? A guard sneered at him to dismount. "Come in and inquire of the Lord, if it's Ardal, they'll throw him out." The thin guard, seeing his companion's bored yawns, deliberately called out, "But this time it's different, right? Hurry up." Lewin silently calculated that he was not here as a cadet but as the second son of House Ardal. If he accepted rudeness as normal, it would make Ardal's reputation look foolish. The fat guard, surprised to see Lewin take a stance, shouted, "What do you intend to do now?" The thin guard squinted when you reminded him, "You boys should go home and practice more." To the guard's surprise, he hurled the thin guard hard, sending him flying backward. Bilkos Monzo and another guard returned from somewhere, smiling warmly as he called out, "Oh my, look who's here." Lewin glanced at the old man with a sardonic smile. "The hero who won this year's great tournament, the mage of a new era, aren't you Lewin Ardal?" He frowned and asked, "Are you Lord Bilkos Monzo?" The old man bowed deeply, feigning respect. "Yes, I am Bilkos Monzo. It is humiliating that someone of your stature would visit this humble place. I cannot hold my head high." He was taken aback when Lewin arrogantly replied, "Then don't hold your head high." Lewin glared at him fiercely and ground his teeth, "If you're ashamed that I came here, you'd better bow your head." Bilkos Monzo frowned at that and was left speechless. He curled his lip into a smile. Bilkos Monzo straightened, adjusted himself, and replied with a smile, "As rumored, you're quite forthright. Then, despite the shame, I shall lift my head." Lewin said casually, "Fine, but you need to train your guards better." The old man sycophantically asked, "Have my boys committed some offense?" Bilkos Monzo glared at Lewin's disdainful glance. "They treated my family like goblins, so I issue a mild warning." He looked back at the guards Lewin had thoroughly beaten, piled up and speechless. Bilkos Monzo was provoked to fury, grinding his teeth and rolling his eyes. Lewin, seeing his expression, taunted, "Is that acceptable, my lord?" He turned and smirked in reply, Heh, feel free to treat them like your inferiors. But inwardly he seethed, how dare that brat lay a hand on my men? Lewin rubbed his hands and smiled, then we will. To Bilkos Monzo's astonishment, he delivered a kick that sent the remaining guard flying backward with great force. The struck guard fell and rolled on the ground. He clapped and laughed casually, that's enough, this one needs etiquette training too, leaving the old man speechless. Lewin added with a smile, you might have been planning to make me wait here longer. The old man was maddened by the taunts, grinding his teeth and glaring fiercely when he heard the cutting sarcasm. Show me in, my lord. As he stepped inside, he saw something hanging on the wall that looked like a wolf's head with its mouth open and sharp teeth. The man gave a not at all insincere smile and told Lewin, I have a hobby of collecting such artworks. He looked seriously and thought, it doesn't look pleasant at all. The old man continued, I understand, everyone has different tastes. He fell silent to ponder for a moment, inwardly judging, collecting these things and calling them beautiful, this fellow's tastes are corrupt. The items he displayed were all bizarre, frightening shapes that ordinary people would never buy. The more he thought, the more he grew worried about the old man. Clearly those pieces were meant to create fear and unease. Was he trying to intimidate him? The man then poured tea for Lewin and introduced the brew, or rather rare southern tea called param. Try a little. He folded his arms and declined the offer. No thanks. Oh, you don't like tea? I'll change it to a soft drink for you. With his blunt manner, he shot back, are you pretending not to know? Do you really not understand why I refuse to drink your tea? He said, pouring the cup on the table as he stared at the man with a taut expression. They locked eyes, though neither spoke, they seemed to grasp each other's intent. The atmosphere grew tense. Lewin's tea spilled, mingling with that ominous silence. The corner of the man's mouth curved into a mysterious smile. He calmly lifted the hot cup. You think I poisoned your tea? But I don't intend to be your enemy. There's of course no poison. I only want to be your good friend. He emphasized the words good friend. Whether there was poison in the cup or not was unclear, but with that friends first attitude he seemed dubious. Lewin asked him, friends who threaten each other? What a ridiculous threat. It was simply a well-meaning proposal, he said with a chuckle. Lewin, furious, ground his teeth and shot back immediately, you call it a proposal? Is it that petty scheme meant to weaken House Ardal? Having said that, he flatly and decisively refused the man's offer. They stared at each other again. He lowered his face and spoke in a mysterious tone, unfortunately, since you rejected our friendship, the prices of goods from Ardal will remain as they are, practically giveaways, he said sarcastically, with the look of a bully. The protagonist's face darkened with murderous intent as he threatened back that it would be best if he restored the goods prices to their original levels. A silent gap opened between them. Both were as tense as a tight string. No sooner had he spoken than he was called rustic and ignorant. The old man clenched his fist in anger. You think only you can refuse a deal? You should be the one begging, you're the weak one now, not me. He was about to lose his temper. Are academy apprentices not supposed to use magic during their holidays? I'll teach you some humility. No sooner had the brat finished speaking than Bilkos's soldiers appeared, surrounding Lewin. He remained unafraid and dealt with them calmly. Weren't you planning to stop me from leaving? At his command, Bilkos's troops charged to attack. Kill him. We'll turn that bastard's body into an exhibit in the display room. He could still fight and talk under life or death pressure. You want to make me a trophy? You're crazier than I thought. The little bear on his shoulder also thought the man had truly lost it. Although he had anticipated the outcome and didn't expect much from the conversation, he still could not foresee the old man's brazen behavior. He regarded him as a fat pig stuck in his own southern well. Men like him first lunged at Lewin, thinking he would immediately enter combat with one soldier. When the two were within close range of Lewin, he suddenly stopped. He raised a finger, freezing the soldier for 5 seconds. Snap! As he finished speaking, a burst of force from his snap sent the soldier flying. What followed was a spectacular fight. Golden light radiated from his power as he swept away the swarm of soldiers like bees to honey. With a confident look, he turned to the man and said, "Let me tell you something. A special skill manifested, the chieftain's will, until completely exhausted, would be backed by the first leaders of Mount Harkan and Kuankan." He immediately panicked. Where did this smoke come from all of a sudden? What are you doing? Then a great flame appeared from nowhere, forming the face of something neither human nor beast. Lewin proudly made it clear that even on leave, he would use magic if his life were threatened. Now terrified, the man watched as the fire being he had just created lunged fiercely at his soldiers. The soldiers trembled in fear at the sight before them. "If we stay here, we're dead for sure." Immediately they scattered and fled, no one wanting to die there. He clenched his fist and the fire being mirrored him, both wearing confident, proud expressions. Lewin smirked, running won't save you either. He and the god within his skill surged forward together, and energy erupted, a massive blast shattered the castle. Onlookers were thrown into panic. As the flames grew larger and more dangerous, everyone urged each other to flee for their lives. Meanwhile, the fat silver-haired man still mourned his bizarre collectibles worth 2,000 gold. He stepped up behind the man. You still have time to worry about your trophies? In the next instant he glared threateningly. Now it's time for you to worry about your life. The fire raged wildly, leaving the space devastated by the blaze. He wasn't finished and spoke triumphantly. You will restore House Ardle's goods to their original prices and compensate my house 10 times what you took. That's my demand. What do you say? Can you do it? The old man trembled and fell to his knees. Compensate? How large a sum is that? He grabbed the man's collar. Pay now. And let this be a lesson, never look down on others. You prey on the weak because of numbers, and the price is getting your face beaten in by me. Serves you right. Cut to Lewin riding his war steed home. It's almost over. He wondered how surprised his father would be to learn he'd taken care of everything. Riding the road alone, he felt relieved. So I've solved the Monzo problem and returned to Ardle. But one surprise followed another. Before he could celebrate, things weren't over yet. A voice greeted Lewin. He wiped sweat from his brow in surprise at the girl before him, long white hair. An unexpected guest was waiting at Ardle. She smiled kindly at him, Miss Irene. The scene flashed back to about 2 months earlier at a lavish banquet. Lewin stood to the side, hands on his head, looking exasperated. I'm bored of this. It was fun at first, but now I just want to go home. As he stood there, the beautiful white-haired girl stepped forward and asked, Are you talking about the charming Ardle Manor? Irene, pretty, hands on her hips in mock annoyance. I'm glad the feast ended without incident. I really thought something terrible was about to happen because of someone. He forced a smile. Haha, I'm sorry, but I couldn't do otherwise. Seriously, not only did they belittle the students' efforts, they also looked down on our manor. She wondered, is Ardle really that beautiful? He happily told her about his home. Of course, it's a beautiful place that brings peace to the soul. You should visit sometime. Really? Then when you come, you mustn't ask why I came. Haha, I won't do that. And so the story began. But what he truly did not expect was that she would actually come. Back in the present, he sat with an embarrassed, shy expression as she entered the house. The whole family chatted and laughed happily. When your father saw Irene, he mistakenly thought she was your girlfriend and was moved to tears. Little Lewin has grown up, while the girl beside him showed her anger plainly. No one knew the exact relationship between you and the girl, but she seemed jealous. Hey, can you explain this situation? He felt a bit worried, unsure what was wrong with the girl. She angrily peppered him with questions. What is your relationship? Is she your lover? Where did you meet her? Tell me. A barrage of countless, frantic questions followed. Cut to father and son Lewin discussing earlier events. He was surprised the cheeky girl wanted to be Irene's guide. Luina really volunteered to be Miss Irene's guide? The moment I suggested you do it, she insisted she would handle it herself. You pondered, and your father continued. Isn't that adorable? She doesn't want to lose the brother she hasn't seen in 6 years. Still unconvinced and suspicious about Lewin and Irene's relationship, he asked again if she was really not your girlfriend. He told you could speak freely. You denied it at once. Hearing that, his face fell. What a pity, father. You wondered why your father seemed disappointed at the news. He immediately changed the subject. Let's put personal matters aside and talk about something else. Beggins, come in. An old man with a brown beard and hair opened the door and entered. He carried something and brought it to father and son Lewin. Lord Ardle politely thanked him. Your father turned and handed it toward you. Lewin, I cannot accept this money. You were taken aback. He explained that it was your money, not House Ardle's. You wondered why it couldn't be accepted. Aren't you a member of Ardle? He replied gently, yes, no one denies you are the heart of Ardle, but you still have many duties outside Ardle, don't you? You fell silent and gazed thoughtfully at your father. You lowered your head in sorrow and thought, I know clearly you say this out of concern for me. I also know you are a man of integrity and principle. I respect you for that. But, I feel hurt that you always discuss the estate's matters without me. You felt sad and mustered the courage to tell the Lord everything you thought and wanted. You spoke seriously, no, I want to use my money for Ardal. Just as you have, father. On hearing this, he suddenly brightened. Beggins interjected. Haha, I think the young master should know that you have been supporting Ardal with your personal funds all along. Lewin's father gently reminded him about that action. In the future, I would appreciate it if you discussed with me before making any hasty decisions. Hearing this, the man forced a smile and scratched his head. Yes, my lord, I will remember that. Then Lord Ardal turned back to his son. Whatever your intentions, I cannot accept them. You are not yet ready to shoulder the responsibilities of the estate. He took the purse. We still have 3,600 gold, right? That's the sum we deserve. Finding it now is like discovering a forgotten emergency fund. You leaned over and whispered to Beggins. 3,600 gold? How can that be? I'm sure I handed you 10 times that amount. He explained, he didn't demand the rest, he was so resolute that day I couldn't raise the matter of punishment. The two continued to discuss in circles like wolves circling a pot. Why is father so stubborn? Indeed, you've given up trying to persuade him. With blue eyes and a handsome face, you looked over at Beggins, who worried but still forced a smile. Our lord has always been like that, hasn't he? He gave a benevolent smile. At that, your mood softened and a faint smile appeared on your lips. Looking at your father, you could only say, yes. Lewin stepped outside. He looked into the courtyard and saw the beautiful girl taking a stroll, with little Luina beside her. Lewin, Miss Irene. He approached and asked Miss Irene if she enjoyed her tour of Ardal. At that moment Luina excused herself to give the two some privacy, putting Irene in an awkward position. The girl smiled brightly, waved goodbye, and reminded him, be friendly with her, big brother. She seems like a good person. Lewin flew into a rage. Luina, what are you saying? It was surprising how the girl's attitude had shifted 180 degrees. No longer sulky and stubborn as when she first met Irene, her words now left Irene puzzled. Why is she saying such strange things? Blushing and embarrassed, he shyly invited her for a walk. Would you like to walk for a bit? While they walked, Irene spoke about Luina. Luina is truly adorable. I wish I had a sister like her. He was happy to see them get along so well. She asked him with concern, by the way, Lewin, is something bothering you? You seem lost in thought. Do I look that way? He didn't hesitate to answer. As heir to the family, I want to do something for the manor, but I can't think of any ideas. After saying that, he mulled it over deeply. With the prize from the grand meeting and the money from Monzo combined, he had over 40,000 gold. His father said he could use it as he wished, but while he was lost in chaotic thoughts, she spoke up. He couldn't stop thinking about the estate. Even though she had come all the way to Ardal, at the mention of it his face went pale and green like a frog. Only then did he realize she had made the effort to come, while he had been ignoring her. Maybe she was offended, and he immediately changed his tone. Haha, Lady Irene, how did you get to Ardal? Our manor is quite far and must be inconvenient to reach. She smugly opened one eye and replied, not too far, I arrived 2 days ago. He hurriedly apologized to her, and a small regretful question escaped his lips. She began pointing toward the route she had taken. Crossing those mountains makes it rather close. At that, his mind immediately shifted into action. However, in that answer lay the solution he had been seeking for a long time, the southern mountains. Although they occupy most of the AEO estate, their rugged terrain makes farming impossible and the land lies abandoned due to monster infestations. However, with Lakey nearby, the area's geographic value is very high. He had an idea. What if they used that to create a trade route through the southern mountains? Lewin pondered seriously. By relying on places like Monzo, we could build an independent manor, become a powerful estate with the only southern road leading to the Reenac Empire. Why haven't I thought of this before? This would be a huge boon to our manor. The beautiful white-haired girl beside him watched intently. As soon as he thought of it, he excitedly wanted to fidget, then turned to take her hand and thank her giddily for inspiring the idea. She blushed shyly all over. Then he immediately ran off, leaving her behind and calling, see you soon. He ran with determination and joyful excitement, while the lady stood frozen for 50 seconds. She smiled warmly, thinking he truly was an interesting person. Perhaps she was struck by some love-smitten fate, imagining herself as a romance heroine, abandoned outside by him yet still entranced. Lord Ardal declared helplessly, impossible. Lewin asked the lord in confusion, what? In the large room his booming voice echoed, I tried, but all 8 merchant guilds at Lake 8 refused. You asked again, they refused? Why? Before Lewin's astonished eyes, he explained slowly, from their perspective, House Ardal is not profitable. Begin standing beside him also reached out to support his words. Young master, even the Lord knows this is a great opportunity, but many things have already changed. It's small but progressing. A clear thought ran through Lewin's mind. Just because the merchant guilds refused once, we can't give up on something that offers great hope to the people. Lewin smiled confidently. Who knows, perhaps a champion's proposal could make a difference. Lord Ardal and Beggins fell silent, saying nothing. Then he breathed a relieved sigh. You also handled the Monzo matter. So what reason do I have to stop you? All right, go ahead and try. He replied, thanking his father. Just as Lewin stepped out the door, someone called out, Are you going to Lake 8? Irene approached from afar and spoke calmly. So now you'll travel by boat with me, an illegal immigrant? He seemed unable to catch her drift. What? What do you mean? Suddenly Lewin jumped up. Wait, don't tell me you crossed the Ardal border without permission. Irene smiled as if not denying it. Yes. Hearing that, he shouted, that makes you an illegal resident. Who crossed the deserted border alone? Are you always that bold? Don't you think that could be very dangerous? She folded her arms smugly. I don't think that's anything compared to what you did. Unaware of what was coming, Lewin could only ask. She closed her eyes and slowly listed the alleged sins she thought he'd hidden. You broke into someone else's dormitory. You didn't even consider the risks and used an extraordinary method in the competition. And you won everything. To keep up with someone like you, isn't this just a little prank? Didn't I say I'd catch up to you? At that, his expression finally relaxed a little. A gentle breeze swept across their shoulders and hair. Lewin declared ambitiously, but I plan to go even further. Irene quickly decided, then I'll follow you. I'm already an illegal immigrant, one more time won't matter. The two of them climbed the mountain together, heading straight for Lake 8 and deciding to cross the southern mountains to scout the road ahead. They explored together. The terrain was so rugged that even with a compass it was hard to find the way. They decided to use divination magic to locate the mysterious village of Insanyang. Suddenly Lewin panicked at something he saw. Of course, there are rules forbidding the use of magic during the break. Somebody's voice, unclear whose, kept saying as they ran, aren't students banned from using magic during the break? Then you can follow the compass. Irene had been using this divination magic since arriving in Ardal. However, the tracking magic targeted humanoid monsters, inadvertently leading her into a werewolf den and putting her in danger. A pack of werewolves snarled before them. You cast magic and leapt high into the air, then struck down at a werewolf. A surge of golden energy caused a massive explosion that shook the ground. The werewolf staggered amid the magical flames, but by exploiting the pack's dependence on their leader, we quickly took down the alpha and escaped. We also received an unclear quest. Lewin was slightly speechless. A quest? Using traces of the tracking magic, we continued toward our destination. Fortunately we encountered no more monsters, and finally both of them smiled. Irene said softly, it seems we found it this time. Lake 8. Lake 8, a massive guild where the Great Lake 8 meets and connects to the sea. Like Altian, it is a neutral state under the Empire's control. Here, instead of a king, representatives from the 8 merchant guilds govern the land with the title of co-representatives. As a mercantile nation, it dominates trade across the continent and rumor has it they even deal with pirates. If it brings profit, this place values money above all else. She tilted her head and asked Lewin for his opinion. So where are you planning to go now? He replied quickly, we'll go to the Golden Hall. The Golden Hall is a grand manor situated in the center of Lake 8 where the representatives hold daily noon meetings, making it the ideal place to persuade them. A guard standing by the gate, per protocol, asked, do you have an appointment? Lewin calmly requested help. No, I'll wait here. Could you relay a message? The guard, Tran Tru, seemed inclined to refuse their plea. Submitting official documents would require time for verification. With confidence he called out loudly to the man, just say that Lewin Ardal has arrived. And this is Irene Browse. On recognizing them, the guard immediately froze. Wait, are you Lewin Ardal, the winner of the grand tournament? Sorry I didn't recognize you, I'll report it at once. Lewin folded his arms and laughed loudly, see? Irene, not particularly surprised, just as Lewin expected. Fortunately, we were admitted immediately. Upon entering, the first thing that struck them was a statue of an angel with a trumpet and a cloak made of gold, dazzling overall. Irene exclaimed at once that the place truly lived up to its name, the Golden Hall. Lewin agreed. Indeed, it couldn't be compared to House A, right? Approaching a large white door, the guard bowed respectfully to them and invited them in. He reassured himself, "Don't be nervous, I'm here to make a fair deal, not to beg for favors." Then he flung the great door open and announced, "A pleasure, I'm Lewin Ardle." Those inside turned their heads to look. Before the pair sat a round table full of people, with only 2 seats left empty. The group continued watching as they took their seats. Someone spoke up, "I thought it was just a rumor, but it turns out to be true. I saw you in Altion, you are the champion." The man with a bushy beard raised an eyebrow and asked, "What brings a reputable new generation mage like you to this remote place?" Lewin silently calculated, "The champion title holds weight here." He thought to himself for a moment, "The champion title from the grand tournament carries value here. I was worried about coming without notice, but it seems we can speak." The others laughed and whispered, "Yes, it would be wonderful if this benefits our guild." "Ha ha ha, don't be hasty, I'm interested too." Contrary to them, he presented with a very serious expression. "I've come to negotiate trade between Ardle and Lake 8. Those opposite fell into thought. And in another corner, people were at a loss for words. The man at Lewin's shoulder leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Lewin, it seems you've cooled the situation down." Murmurs of discussion began to rise. One man turned to his neighbor and asked, "Ardle, I think I've heard of it. Do you know where it is?" The other, with some knowledge, replied, "It's south of the small nation of Radian." The woman behind, propping her chin, joined the conversation. "Ah yes, that countryside once tried to sell keystone fish and sweet potatoes. I think the Lord visited there." "What happened then?" The man gestured and recounted, "We refused, 8 votes against, none in favor, a unanimous decision." The woman grew curious. "Why?" The other explained, "Because it's not profitable. They only wanted to sell unilaterally." Lewin fell into a quiet reverie. The man presiding opposite smirked and declared, "In that case, I think there's little left to discuss." Now you began to feel tense. They are merchants. After all, the moment they hear anything against their interests, their attitudes change immediately. I'm both a new generation mage and a son of Ardle, but they only see me as the son of Ardle, a poor country bumpkin trying to snatch their money. Their cold, blunt stance was frighteningly clear. Lewin and Trang showed their discomfort, and you guessed whether it would be the same this time. However, Lewin pushed off and stood up, regretting to see everyone react this way when we hadn't even begun presenting our proposal. "Here, 30,000 gold in total." The crowd was immediately stunned. You smiled as if victory were certain. "So? Are you gentlemen more interested in a deal now? A vast city-state where 8 great lakes converge and open to the sea. Instead of a king, 8 representatives jointly govern the nation under the title of co-representatives. I have come to establish a trade route between Lake 8 and Ardle. I crossed the northern range to get here. I faced many hardships along the way. But if we can succeed in this negotiation, it will all be worth it." Lewin's eyes suddenly lit up. "So what do you think? Are you interested in making a deal now? I'll buy weapons worth 30,000 gold from Lake 8 for Ardle. In return, allow the exchange of Ardle's products." The man beside, puzzled, questioned, 30,000 gold, are you preparing for war? If not, why would you need that much in weapons? You fell silent. As expected, they were astonished. 30,000 gold is the 3-year budget of a rural domain like AO. It's equivalent to a year's budget for a mid-sized city. Spending such a large sum on weapons is truly shocking. But I learned one thing from the Monzo incident: power naturally attracts wealth, and that power creates peace. If I must buy weapons somewhere to gain strength, I'll build my foundation here. I know that each of the 8 representatives specializes in different goods. Who is responsible for weapons? They unexpectedly introduced a quiet child who had been sitting there all along. He is the #1 representative here: weapons, ironworks, flora and fauna, even ships. They manage the widest range of goods. Surprised by the answer, Lewin's face showed clear astonishment. The child looked even younger than Lewin. But that kid's gaze was not that of a child, it carried an extraordinary presence. What kind of life had the child lived? Cecilia calmly asked, "By the way, what do you intend to do with so many weapons? I know this curiosity is improper, but as a supplier I'm a bit concerned." Lewin also showed a certain respect for the girl. "First, we plan to conduct a large-scale hunt of monsters near Ardle. The weapons deal is the first step." Cecilia hesitated and repeated, "You say it's the first step?" Before she could finish, Lewin explained immediately, "We intend to establish a trade route connecting the 8 lakes and Ardle, across the pass through the northern mountains. The presiding member alarmedly whispered to Lewin, "Mr. Ardle, please don't mention that mountain range by name here." Hearing that, you were puzzled. Sorry. Irene glanced lazily at those around the table and asked, "Why is the atmosphere like this? What's going on?" Lewin made the same gesture and replied, "I'm not sure either." You watched the group carefully. "I don't know what's happening, but I know who caused it." They had gone completely ashen. "Why would that be?" Cecilia frowned in warning. "You intend to cross the northern mountains?" "No, that's impossible. Because a demon dwells there." In Lewin's mind the gears turned immediately. A demon, could that be? Then he recounted to them, "Last night I crossed that range myself." The girl went pale, clearly disbelieving. "You're lying." Lewin affirmed his words and reached into his coat to pull out a small pouch. "This is not a lie. I encountered something in that mountain range." "Is this the demon you mentioned?" "It's a silver wolf pelt." Cecilia sprang up in alarm. "You completed the task and earned the respect of the Valtry's family." Lewin confirmed inwardly that it was indeed true. Tears welled at the corners of the girl's eyes, transparent drops. Finally it was dead. 3 days later, Lewin and Cecilia walked side by side. She politely started the conversation, apologizing for keeping him waiting. He, of course, bore no grudge. "It's completely fine, it's perfectly understandable." With rosy cheeks, Cecilia confided, "I never thought I'd face this mountain again. Of course, my heart still feels heavy, but it's different now than before. The disaster that took my father is no longer here. It's all thanks to you, Mage Lewin." Lewin politely replied, "It's nothing, I just happened upon it on my way here." The two of them looked up into the canopy. Cecilia laid out a very specific route. "If we can make a road through the southern mountains, we can establish a direct trade route from Ardle to the western Sand Kingdom, Iota. We won't need to waste time and money detouring through the central region as we do now. And regarding building the road here, our Valtry's family will provide support." You stared in astonishment and raised your voice, "Sorry. This is completely the opposite of what I expected. I thought we'd start by building relations through selling weapons and that the trade route would come later. I even assumed I'd bear the cost of opening the trade route. However, if the Valtry's family assists, this is an enormous benefit." You hesitated in disbelief. "Do you mean, you'll accept my proposal?" She calmly affirmed, "Of course. Any goods produced in Ardle will be bought here at prices above the Lake 8 market." Lewin thought to himself that buying above market price was an extremely generous term. Cecilia across from him gently explained, "Merchants will do anything for money, but we also have hearts." I, Cecilia Valtry's, promised to show gratitude and trust befitting a benefactor. Lewin closed his eyes and finally yielded to the offer. He reached out and took the girl's hand. "I look forward to working with you. Thanks to this, the agreement with Lake 8 is completed." Lewin and Irene walked through the woods. He shared with her, moved, "I'm so glad things went smoothly. Now I can finally bring good news to everyone and to my father. By the way, Representative Cecilia is remarkable. She matured so much at such a young age despite lacking a father." Irene quickly noticed a change in Lewin. "You seem different than usual. Lewin, are you feeling moved?" He gave an unpredictable reply, "I think I felt sympathy for a moment because I'm in a similar situation." She showed a look of surprise. Lewin turned and gave a benevolent smile. "Anyway, wait and see, Miss Irene. If you ever visit Ardle again, you'll be surprised how bustling it is." Irene let out a breath. "You really love your homeland." "Lewin, I wish I could feel that way too." He rested his hands on his head and asked curiously, "Isn't homeland something everyone cherishes and longs for?" She denied it flatly, "Not for me." Lewin continued teasingly, I'm very curious. Will you invite me to your homeland one day, Miss Irene?" Irene answered casually, who knows." Irene seemed reluctant to talk about it, "But I'm sure I'll visit Froyus one day." Golden sunlight gently wrapped the village in warmth. Mixed into that was Lord Ardle's extreme excitement. "What? Above market price?" Begin's astonishment. He even promised to take responsibility for opening the trade route. And concerns unrelated to Lewin's story. Did the two of them book a private room at the inn? Lewin quickly clapped a hand over the girl's mouth. Ignoring his sister's eager excitement, he answered his father, "Yes, sir, Cecilia Valtry's promised all of that." Beggins exclaimed loudly. In any case, the cold, infamous Representative Valtry's said she would repay the favor. Remarkable. Lewin explained calmly, "Yes, but we'll need time to prepare that quantity, and they said it will take 3 months for those weapons. Construction of the road through the southern mountains will begin this month. Lord Ardal couldn't help but feel proud of his son's capabilities. A direct trade route to the Empire, Ardal will finally prosper. You've grown up, Lewin, to achieve something so difficult. Thank you for growing into such a fine man. Taking the opportunity, Lewin made one final request. Then father, do you trust me and allow me to do one more thing? He asked softly. What is it? He clenched his hands on the table and resolutely spoke his desire, the lifeblood of Ardal, the dream of Ardal's people, and vengeance for my mother. It was the hunt of the Red Plains. Everything gradually sank into memory. Standing before a horrific scene, everywhere engulfed in flames, Lewin recalled. On my 6th birthday, which should have been a happy memory, but that birthday became the worst nightmare. The mud people overran the meadows, attacked the village, and countless people died. The most painful thing was that my mother was among them. My mother, now I can't recall her face clearly without looking at her portrait. So many people, including my mother, lost their lives, and many were gravely injured. That day, for the first time I made a vow, I must become stronger. As Lord of Ardal, I will not let Ardal remain weak. Back in the present, on a fine morning, Lewin was walking with Irene, watching villagers training diligently before them. Shouts rang out, decisive movements filled everyone with spirit. After the order to exterminate was given, the villagers began spear training every day. Their motions were precise, repeated again and again without tiring. Irene watched them enthusiastically, the villagers looked transformed. Lewin praised them too, it was something to be grateful for, they were working very hard. She noticed something special, a bit surprised and mildly impressed. By the way, their spear technique seemed quite unique. Irene wondered who taught them the technique. Hearing this, he looked toward an old man standing with his hands clasped behind his back, who replied solemnly, "Ah, it's taught by our knight commander." The man with a kindly face, wrinkles worn by time, once nicknamed the Lightning and fought on the kingdom's front lines, Bolvar Petten, Ardal's greatest knight. Lewin remembered the image of him standing strong against monsters, with gratitude. If not for Bolvar when the mud people attacked, the losses would have been much worse. I still vividly remember how he felled 5 mud people in a single strike. You were still lost in thought. Even now he preferred a fishing rod to a spear. Suddenly someone behind called out a name, Lord Bolvar. The voice pulled Lewin back to reality. He hurriedly turned and replied, "Yes. Is something the matter?" Bolvar stepped forward and called out loudly as if to confirm, "Ah, are you young Master Lewin?" He saw him approaching from afar and quickly greeted him, "Ah, long time no see, Lord Bolvar. I meant to greet you after training." The man replied politely, "Training just finished, it's fine." He replied courteously, "Training just finished, it's fine." Then Bolvar grabbed Lewin's hand, laughing excitedly, "I heard you made quite a mark this time. You won the big prize and now lead an extermination campaign. You're shy, putting on a brave face, huh?" "Yes, that's right." After a warm exchange, Bolvar looked at the girl opposite him with curiosity. "By the way, the person beside you is..." She placed a hand over her chest and politely introduced herself, "Pleased to meet you, I'm Irene Browse." She closed her eyes in admiration, "Meeting the Lightning Knight Bolvar here is an honor." A name was spoken that made his eyes widen in disbelief. Those beside Lewin also heard it and were surprised, glancing to ask what she meant. After a few seconds of surprise, Bolvar regained his composure. He asked, "Miss Irene, what are you referring to? I heard about you in the night lecture, the 11 children." Irene clenched her hands and respectfully explained, "I became certain after seeing the villagers' spear technique." Her hair fluttered lightly in the breeze, facing the middle-aged man, her voice remained gentle and patient. "The kingdom rids only spear knight. I heard you abruptly retired and vanished at 30, a legend among legends." His tone deepened, gentle yet full of nostalgia, as if returning to a glorious past. "Haha, I didn't expect anyone to remember those little stories." She gently tucked her hair aside, eyes calm, speaking in a mild voice as if recounting an obvious truth. "Of course, it's so impressive I read about it in detail." Facing Bolvar, Irene seemed to envision the armored man wielding a mighty spear, standing proudly behind. She continued the story of how he cut down more than 10 senior mages of the rival nation and became a legend. He closed his eyes, calm as if unconcerned with the past. "I'm honored the young lady finds it memorable, though now I'm just an old man." Lewin stepped closer to Bolvar, voice a little sad. "Lord Bolvar. Why did you hide that?" He turned to face him and replied nonchalantly, I never hid it, you just never ask. He lowered his eyes, a little bitter as he explained, yet feeling somewhat out of place. I had to hear from others that you were the Lightning Knight, though I was right beside you, I didn't know. Suddenly, one of his remarks made Lewin start and open his eyes wide. If anything, don't you know more about me? The young master disagreed and began to speak of what he knew of Bolvar. That's only part of what I know. Images came back to him. He liked to fish and lived in the house beneath this hill. Memories of warm sunset afternoons when Bolvar would take walks with him surfaced unexpectedly. He often walked me when I was little. He continued, but seeing you grown as you are now is also truly joyful. Bolvar folded his hands behind his back and spoke sternly, isn't Bolvar pedant enough as he is? Those few words from him seemed to wake Lewin. He stepped forward to face him, eyes resolute. I hadn't thought it through. I understand you better than anyone. Bolvar bowed happily in response. Thank you for understanding, young master. Bolvar didn't let him ponder long and made an offer. Ah, by the way, I promised to help the young lady with sword training today. Would you like to join? Lewin was delighted and agreed immediately. Observe? I'd be glad to. Suddenly his face remained gentle but his voice grew serious. Interrupting, no. Bolvar clarified his intention. Not to observe, I mean a sparring session. Hearing that, he was so surprised he was speechless, his face frozen as he asked, as if afraid he misheard, what? In a dense, overgrown forest somewhere. Below, Bolvar was dueling Luina. The two swords clashed, producing bright, ringing clangs. Irene watched intently, exclaiming, she's extraordinary, having skills like this at 12 is amazing. Lewin didn't reply, his face serious. But inwardly he agreed, honestly, even I am surprised. He observed the girl gripping the sword with both hands, fierce and energetic, marveling inwardly. Her blade was perfectly balanced and her footwork consistent, proof of a very solid foundation. Then he glanced at his opponent. He had held back much of his fighting strength to reduce damage to Luina. Lewin felt some admiration. And Lord Bolvar was only using his left hand against someone like Lewin, wielding not his usual spear but merely a wooden sword. Bolvar's closing words rang out, that's enough training for today, young lady. He slung his sword over his shoulder, looked at the girl with hands on her hips, and proudly praised her to Lewin, see? Her skill has progressed to this level. At this rate, even you won't match her swordsmanship. Lewin smiled proudly, it seemed true. My sister is truly excellent, he silently praised. You've worked very hard, Luina. Not letting him savor the feeling long, Bolvar suggested, now it's your turn, isn't it? Lewin had to take the wooden sword, a bit nostalgic. Yes, around 9 years old I trained with Lord Bolvar using wooden swords, because even a mage needs to understand swordsmanship to face knights. He made his decision, I've trained in martial arts up to now. Now it's my turn to demonstrate. His face grew serious, eyes sharp as he spoke. Please instruct me, Lord Bolvar. The match ended with Lewin sprawled on the ground, his face battered, eyes dazed as if unable to believe it. Amid the laughter of the two girls nearby, Bolvar encouraged him, your movements have improved since 7 years ago. The old man felt very pleased, while Lewin lay helpless with no consolation at all. Lewin sat up and asked curiously, by the way, how did your skill as a knight compare to today's standards? Hearing the question, he was unsure of his answer. I'm not certain. It's been a long time since I retired, I don't know how the younger generation measures up. He looked down, thoughtful. Is there any good point of comparison? Then, as if he had found a solution, he exclaimed, ah! An image of a man came to Lewin's mind. He suggested, I know a knight, Lord Gunter Paranti, the only 6-star knight in Eastern Radian. I recall with gratitude he helped train me before the big tournament. He was very strong. Bolvar's face showed a trace of reverie when he heard that. Recalling, he said, 6 stars, 20 years before I left the Knights, I was a 7-star knight. Hearing that introduction, Lewin was amazed, eyes wide, what? He thought inwardly, he was a 7-star knight 20 years ago, that's almost the strongest in the kingdom. Lewin looked at the system panel that appeared before him and wondered to himself why someone like that had come to Ardal. An order was issued to fight the knights with wooden swords. A surprise mission? Fight Lord Bolvar? He looked at the countdown clock, the remaining time was 3 days. Sweat beaded on his face, he felt a bit anxious. Can I do it? With my current swordsmanship, I'm far from ready. Suddenly Irene spoke, pulling Lewin out of his thoughts about being trained by a 7-star knight. Young Master Lewin, you're really having a rare experience, aren't you? He blinked in surprise and asked back, what? She excitedly explained her words. Lord Bolvar is the only person in the Radiant Kingdom to reach the legendary knight level. This is an experience money can't buy. Lewin smiled as if enlightened. Indeed, this is a wonderful opportunity. I can't believe I hesitated just because I feared failure. Bolvar still kept one hand hidden behind his back. He caught the moment and marveled, oh, young master, I love the expression on your face right now. Meanwhile, Lewin recovered his spirit, stood up and lifted his sword. Yes, now I am determined. The time to complete the task was 3 days remaining, once more. He seriously gripped the sword and held it forward, his face hardening with some confidence. I have to rely on you again, Lord Bolvar. Lewin burned with resolve, with that amount of time, I'll succeed, it's fine. Lewin was startled by a notification from the system. During the sparring with Lord Bolvar, a new task appeared. The task specified that he must perform blocking, dodging, and counterattacking skills using a finishing strike when facing Lord Bolvar. Lewin told himself that to complete this task he trained with Lord Bolvar every night. Counting down by the second, Lewin practiced tirelessly, his face scratched and smudged. He kept moving his limbs while holding those thoughts. At first I wondered whether these matches meant anything. While thinking that I might be careless and get caught by Bolvar, I saw a gap here. Still, believing the system had its reasons for assigning the task, I continued sparring. The final deadline was just over 42 hours, under 2 days. Just then, Bolvar leisurely announced again that this side also had a vulnerability. And finally, when the deadline read 23:51, Lewin had to concentrate even more. He lunged at Bolvar with wind-like speed. After a moment, he smiled softly, his eyes showing excitement and satisfaction. Done. Bolvar looked at him with a kind smile and didn't hesitate to praise him. You did very well. He thought inwardly the same. Lord Bolvar said the results of your efforts are starting to show. Time passed, and the final day of the training arrived. Bolvar, worried about Lewin's overexertion, asked, Young master, are you tired? Lewin answered firmly, no, I can continue. Bolvar slung the wooden sword over his shoulder and gently told him not to push himself too hard. Look, the sky is brightening. But Lewin, driven by the task, grew more determined. Yes, I've practiced enough with Lord Bolvar, but, he stared at the single remaining task line, the finishing strike. I still haven't fulfilled that condition. Only a little over half an hour remained. Lewin hid in his thoughts, bewildered. He couldn't believe this was all he'd achieved after a whole sleepless night. Was landing a finishing strike on a 7-star knight an impossible task from the start? His hand clenched tighter as each second passed and little time remained. What's going on? Were you up all night? Brother. Luina had woken by then. The girl pleaded with her brother. Stop, you've practiced enough. Beggin sighed long and drawn out. Honestly, I followed the young lady to be on guard, but why is the master pushing himself so hard? Luina tried to add with rising worry, even you have limits. Brother, stop and rest. Lewin didn't look at them, he looked at Bolvar and emphasized, just 30 more minutes. He deliberately repeated it as if to say that no one should hope to stop him, just 30 minutes. But Lewin was also full of anxious thoughts inside. I know very well it's hard to achieve a miraculous result in just 30 minutes. Yet he still slammed the wooden sword he held down hard onto the ground and shouted, Lord Bolvar, and planted the sword firmly in the earth. Lewin rolled up his sleeves very quickly. I'll treat this as the final trial and try a different method. He said, thinking, so from now on I'll change my approach. His strange action threw Luina and Irene into bewilderment. Both Beggins and his father couldn't hide their surprise. Both frowned. Beggins muttered something under his breath. Bolvar was a bit surprised too. He replied gently, Young master. Seeing his face and body already in an attack stance, he asked again, Are you serious? Yes, I'm serious. Lewin narrowed his eyes, nothing in his mind but steadiness. Through these days of wooden sword training, I've learned to anticipate a knight's movements. Now that goal is met. I need to win using my specialty. With his keen insight Bolvar noticed, I found it strange that you've been practicing swordplay all night these past few days. So you want something from me? Lewin didn't hide it. He smiled faintly at the guess. You figured it out. Bolvar grew even more eager for this final match. Very well, then I'll add one more rule for you, young master. He generously gave him a big opportunity. in the remaining 30 minutes, you may use magic against me. Lewin froze and muttered the word magic. Bolvar then replied with a smile and raised sword, but I'll be a bit more serious, I want to see your true power. Lewin was ready. He lifted his heel and pointed his toe toward Bolvar. I'm coming. A moment later, both of them flew forward. Lewin gritted his teeth and widened his eyes, thinking, no wooden sword needed, I must close into sword range. In return, his body felt lighter and his balance improved as he moved. At this close range the sword's blind spots made it useless. Bolvar suddenly paused his attack and laughed with delight, so that's it. At the same time, Lewin hesitated and felt a little flustered, but he bit his lip in a brief panic. The Lord revealed no openings beyond the reach of the wooden sword. It's the method I used against Doom Prime at the Grand Tournament. Breaking an opponent's sword isn't a strategy that works on everyone. Knights of Lord Bolvar's caliber don't confront power differences head-on, instead they redirect them. Bolvar analyzed Lewin's fighting pattern from earlier as if seeing through it, the plan to close into a distance outside the wooden sword's reach. That was a good choice. But once discovered, I won't have many options left. The opponent will always try to widen the distance from you. This only made Lewin more driven. He lunged forward and clenched his fist. Lord Bolvar was right, my entire strategy has been seen through. As his fist prepared to strike, Lewin suddenly bearing a sly grin. However, the Lord did not anticipate this. In an instant, that curled hand snapped open, and Lewin shouted, releasing light. Immediately a blinding blue light engulfed them both, and neither Lewin nor Bolvar could be seen. After the light faded, leaving only faint drifting smoke, everyone saw Lewin grabbing Bolvar's collar and pinning him to the ground. Luina cried out in shock, brother. Though defeated, Bolvar still smiled kindly at him. I was worried you'd use some terrifying magic. But you just blinded me with light? You've completely beaten me, young master. Lewin looked at him and responded humbly, that's all I could think of at the moment. I'm truly sorry for catching you off guard, Lord Bolvar. The short words carried many thoughts. Frankly, if Bolvar had been in his normal condition, would likely have failed. He hasn't rested all day because of me. And finally, at last I succeeded. The system announced the reward Lewin received, the Steel Destruction skill. He stood delightedly reading the prize, when Lewin felt a sharp smack on his shoulder. Brother, what are you doing? Luina frowned and snapped at him in a cold tone. Even if it's just practice, how could you topple Lord Bolvar like that? Lewin grinned sheepishly, not knowing how to explain, and just mumbled, sorry. Bolvar then spoke up to explain for him, I'm fine, so please don't be too harsh on the young master, miss. Lewin then bowed respectfully and reached out toward Ba. Now that training is over, I just want to soak in a hot bath for a bit. Oh my, I've taken up too much of your time. He helped him to his feet, his heart full of positive emotion. I've learned a great deal during this time. The two of them slowly returned together. This was a very enjoyable experience for an old man like me. Young master, your vacation is probably about to end. Lewin replied to him, yes, I'll depart soon since it takes 10 days by horse to reach the academy. This long but short vacation is coming to an end. He felt a twinge of sadness as he shouldered his bag and prepared to leave. The day to stray far from home had arrived. Standing on the bridge, he and his father watched the young workers laboring enthusiastically below. All right, a little more effort. Finish this, then have a few Lewin beers. Definitely, today I'll drink my fill. He politely explained to his father, these are workers sent by the Valtry's family. Since we're building a base at Ardal, we need a lot of manpower. He spread his arms with excitement. Through this route we'll transport weapons from Lake 8 and carry out elimination missions. Also, many workers will use Ardal's restaurants and inns, bringing great benefits to the whole region. This is the beginning of change. As he mentioned this, his voice dropped, and there's one more thing I want to tell you, father. He handed him a box, 12,000 gold coins, please use it for Ardal. Lewin's father seemed about to refuse. He frowned and exclaimed, son, but anticipating his father's thoughts, Lewin quickly cut in, I've kept 400 gold for myself, so don't worry. You surely won't refuse this time, will you? He looked at Lewin with loving, proud eyes. I'm ashamed, I'm the one indebted to you. To bid farewell to his dutiful son, he didn't hesitate to give him a hug. Thank you, my son. All right then, go on your way. Lewin sank back into his thoughts. I must say this was a very productive vacation. I said goodbye to everyone and walked part of the way with Irene. When the road forked and he was about to say goodbye, Lewin heard Irene say something and hurriedly asked, "Huh? What did you just say?" "You must have misheard," Irene deliberately emphasized. "No, you heard correctly." She smiled with her eyes narrowed at Lewin. "After you graduate, on monster hunting assignments, I'll help out. I told you, I will follow you until I defeat you, Master Lewin." Watching Irene's retreating figure, Lewin thought briefly, oh, so she hasn't forgotten, what a strange person. And so we parted ways, see you again someday. About a week after leaving Ardal, I crossed the central border and entered the eastern region. Unlike the southern area, this place was busier. No sooner had Lewin set foot here than a street brawl caught his curiosity. Someone was shouting. "Say that again." A thug in black was raining insults on a young man in a white shirt. "What did you just say? You weak brat?" The shrill shouting grew louder. "Say it again. You bastard." Seeing this bullying, Lewin began to feel uneasy. What's going on here? The man in black kept his high, arrogant tone. "Say it again, what did you just say? You brat." The young man, his face marked with minor wounds, pleaded, "Please let my sister go." But a second later he glared at his opponent and shouted, "I'm a knight too. If you don't release my sister right now, I won't let this go." The man in black burst into loud laughter, his voice full of mockery. "You hear that? What are you going to do if you don't stand down?" Then he stood up and continued lecturing the poor youth. "All this happened because your family couldn't pay, we have to make a living too." His fist tightened as his mouth spat provocative and insulting words. "So now I'll collect the debt your father owes, even if I have to sell your sister." "Haha." The young man frowned, his eyes filled with indignation. "What?" Hearing him touch his family, he didn't hesitate and rushed forward wildly. "You think I'll let that happen?" For the first time in the conversation, he dared to sneer at him. How ridiculous. But before he could strike, he took a punch from the man, accompanied by his savage cursing. "Do I look like I'm joking?" He kicked the young man while unleashing a torrent of insults. "And you think a weakling like you can become a knight? Is this Hansen the standard for a squire in Foldrun?" As if that weren't enough, he grabbed the youth by the hair and forced him upright, ordering him like a slave. "Say that again, what did you just say?" The brave young man emphasized each word. "Try selling my sister." He fixed the other with a burning gaze, his voice cold and emotionless. "I'll kill you." Lewin watched, his brows knitting in indignation. "Am I really witnessing this? Is this happening in broad daylight?" The youth looked like a squire from a nearby territory, but even for a squire he was frighteningly weak. However, it wasn't the gaze I normally see, it was the look of someone with something they absolutely must protect. As Lewin stepped toward the scuffle, someone suddenly slapped him on the shoulder. A terrified man warned him, "Young man, don't meddle, leave. If you pick a fight with Ongi Lumber it'll be a disaster." "Yes, they're extremely brutal." Lewin didn't bother to thank him, instead he wanted to provoke these thugs. "I understand. But then what are you doing here?" they asked. "Huh? What do you mean?" Lewin continued, "You didn't try to stop it, nor did you help that young man." His eyes widened and he bared his teeth in disgust. "You should be ashamed, you are no better than them." Saying that, he moved on toward the young man. That look was good, a gaze that could become much stronger. Suddenly I was curious about the true worth of that youth. The well-meaning man who had warned Lewin was now furious at being lectured. "What? Fine, do whatever you want, after all my concern for you." The thug who was tormenting the youth froze when he saw Lewin approach. He shot Lewin a sharp glance, then, in a gruff, lecturing tone, asked, "Who are you, here to get beaten?" He seemed unaware of whom he was facing and was loudmouthed, daring Lewin to leave before he did. Before he could finish the sentence, Lewin used magic to send him tumbling backward. His eyes widened in panic and fear as he stared at Lewin's cold face. "Why do I feel like this?" The onlookers also gaped in shock, mouths agape. His henchman stood dumbfounded and asked, "What the hell is that?" As for him, he could only stand there while Lewin trampled his body with magic. What just happened? After some taunting, Lewin finally unleashed a straight blast of magical force to his face. He howled in agony. "Oh, don't come near, stay away from me, retreat, retreat." The young man who had been sitting stunned still hesitated. "Who are you, really?" Lewin's back was full of pride. He answered, Lewin Ardal." Then he turned to the young man with a relaxed, gentle smile. He added, "That was a scoundrel." That night, Lewin went to the young man's home. The boy, who introduced himself as Han, invited me in, and his story was all too familiar. 2 sisters bearing their drunkard father's debts, and 1 young man forced to take up a sword to stop his sister from being sold to a brothel. Lewin had a few questions and asked quickly. But where is this Ongi lumber gang? The name sounds almost cute, but their actions are horrifying. It may sound that way, but they're extremely brutal. Han told the story with goosebumps. They stake people to the Ongi tree and kill them. Their leader has killed 4 people, so no one dares to confront them. Lewin still had questions and hurriedly asked, does the Foldren territory just let people like that run rampant? Han explained that their area of operation isn't in Foldren. They operate in our village and a few other small villages, all too small to have a garrison to help. Lewin slightly lowered his face to hide his thoughtful look. They're worse than I thought. I want to deal with them myself, but I don't have time to handle them one by one. Han bowed his head and spoke gratefully to Lewin. Thank you for your help, and I have heard of your name. He asked gently, they say you're the champion of that tournament, right? Lewin answered immediately, surprising Han a little. Yes, that's right. Did you hear it from Sir Gunter Paranti? He straightened and looked at Lewin. How did you know that? Lewin smiled and explained, I heard that thugs say you were a squire from the Foldren territory, and if it's Sir Gunter, I guessed he'd mention me. Han leapt up, words full of excitement. Yes, our captain spoke a lot about you. He said there's a very strong mage at the academy, though not stronger than our captain. Oh, really? Lewin thought wryly to himself. But I already beat him in the arm wrestling contest. Han kept beating his chest enthusiastically. I want to become strong quickly and be an excellent knight like our captain. Lewin was silent for a moment, pressing his lips together in thought. Having a captain as a goal to strive for is good. But Han was too weak to reach that, let alone become a knight. It's not even certain he'll graduate from the academy. Suddenly he lowered his voice, a little ashamed, and admitted, actually I'm at the bottom of the academy, so I'm mocked every day. They say, how can you stay at the academy with skills like that? His confession was sad but showed a glimmer of faith. Everyone criticizes me, but our captain is different. He says I have a talent others don't. At that, he brightened and became positive again, saying that if he kept working hard, one day he'd shine. Lewin suddenly realized it was exactly the same, like how Professor Black too and the headmaster had believed in him to the end. Sir Gunter Paranti also believed in Han because he had gone through something similar. Lewin didn't hesitate to encourage Han. Yes, effort never betrays you. He popped a piece of food into his mouth and continued to encourage his new friend. Even if you're slower than others, if you persist, a miracle will come one day, like it did for me. Seeing Lewin's wincing face, Han was embarrassed. Ah, sorry, I forgot to warn you, my sister's cooking is rather unique. You thought to yourself, why are you telling me this now? They were chatting warmly when a brazen shout interrupted them. Come out, you filthy brats. Members of the Ongi lumber were standing outside in full. That damned noble, I'd tear him apart. But instead I'm here to kill these 2 brats, the leader growled. Kill them, or we'll sell them. He stormed at the house and kicked in the weak wooden door. Come out, don't hide anymore. But he suddenly froze, narrowing his eyes in hatred. What? Where are those 2 brats? Inside the house the 2 Han sisters were nowhere to be seen, only Lewin stood there waiting. The leader shouted, who are you? Lewin fitted a bit of protection on his arm and smiled, I was wondering what to do, but thanks for coming right to me. In less than 3 seconds, the man was struck by Lewin's magic, his body sent flying in a straight line from inside the house out into the yard. The henchmen, panic-stricken, asked each other, what was that? They all fell into chaos, blinking dryly, then whispers spread. Isn't that the noble from earlier? Why are you here? At that moment the 2 Han sisters stood close together in fear. Lewin instructed, Han, this place is dangerous, protect your sister. He asked anxiously, Lewin, what will you do? Lewin lifted a faint, crooked smile. His hand then clenched, his voice full of resolve. I have to earn this meal. Don't be afraid, everyone. No matter how skilled he is, we still outnumber him by more than 20. Yes, charge together. The black-clad men with weapons rushed forward. All right, come at once. A surge of blue power emanated from Lewin's hand. From the duel with Baron Bolvar, I learned a new skill, Steel Destruction. When using this skill, the moment the sword meets a fist, the sword's spirit will vanish without a trace. He thought as he fought, what is this? My blade. Someone cried out in panic. Normally I only dole out mild punishment, but clearly they are villains. undeniably antagonists. So there will be no mercy as Luin's vast power descends upon them. Demons! Please spare us, we have committed a grave crime. The men fell to the ground begging for mercy. By now they probably realized further attack was pointless. As Luin pondered, a scream rang out from afar. As predicted, not everyone perceived it. Someone had been taken hostage. You bastard, if you move even a little, I'll slit this woman's throat. What are you doing? Get up now, stand up and point that damned noble out. The black-clad man ordered. You worry. You bastard, are you the leader of these men? Yes, I'm the leader of the Ongi lumber gang, he introduced himself. He added, if you understand, get on your knees right now. You bastard, you worry searched for Han. Han, what's happened? Injured sister Han spoke up, you were hurt trying to protect your sister, weren't you? Then there is no choice, I must deal with this. He moved toward the man. He roared, don't come near, do you think I won't kill her? Don't move, if you so much as lift a finger, I'll cut her open right here. Luin snapped angrily, damn it, didn't they teach handling situations like this at the academy? I don't have enough time to use magic. Damn it, what should I do now? A sword stroke came down. The man holding the blade cried in shock, you bastard. Han, furious, took up a sword and stepped forward. If you don't want to end up like your leader, get out of here now. You bastards, run. The group fled in panic. Han, are you okay? Han's sister ran over. Han looked unbelieving. I killed someone, how could I? It's okay, Han, that was necessary. And congratulations, Luin comforted him. Han turned, puzzled. Congratulations? He explained, that's the Perito sword, right? Proficiency of Ki. I saw a stream of blue chi emanate from you earlier, didn't you just reach 4-star rank? The appearance of that invisible blue aura means what? Han was astonished. Huh? I reached 4-star rank? Yes, reaching 4-star rank? It's considered top tier among knights. Of course you still can't fully control your Ki yet, but what's certain is you've shown clear progress. Yes, you did it, just as I predicted, I was right. Your intuition was correct. He was moved. Thank you, Luin, it's all thanks to you, without you I wouldn't have had the courage. Really, stop with the flattering words, Luin replied. At least now no one will bother Han's sister anymore. Thus, Han's incident was resolved smoothly. As soon as dawn came, I went straight to the academy, and now I'm back. Before leaving Ardal, I hoped the vacation wouldn't end. But now returning to the academy, I realize one thing, I really miss this place. Luin, what did you do during the break? Me? I was just, he and Jason were chatting. What should I say? A lot happened, but there's nothing worth telling here. He hesitated. I trained. He was surprised. You, someone as strong as you trained too, swordsmanship? Oh come on, Luin, the break is for resting. Besides, swordsmanship is part of the knight-related classes in the second semester, right? Why train early? Studying ahead during the break is called preparation. While they were talking, a professor called for Luin. Professor Heidel, so you're here. What brings you? Look outside, there's a visitor. Many knights and banners bearing the golden sunbird. Luin seemed to recognize who the guest was. I'll go out right away. We've exchanged letters, but I didn't expect to meet him so soon. The champion of the martial tournament had arrived. They opened the carriage door. The princes had arrived. 2 princes stepped down from the carriage in turn. Don't you dare come between me and Luin, Prince Krosteradian, the elder prince said. Don't get your hopes up, brother. No matter how hard you try, young Master Luin will choose me, the other replied. While the two argued, Luin stepped forward and introduced himself. It's an honor to meet you, your highnesses. I'm Luin Ardal. Ah, young master, sorry for the sudden arrival. I've prepared a gift and hope to speak with you privately. No, my gift is far more valuable. Forget my brother and talk to me first. Their intentions were obvious. If you win the martial tournament and back one side, it would be a major step toward becoming king. I have a proposal, he spoke. A proposal? All right, we'll do as you wish, young Master Luin. The two of them were asked to discuss the matter together. The kingdom of Ladian, to which both I and the academy belong, is currently known as the weakest nation on the continent. Even so, the kingdom cannot unite internally. The monarchist faction of the crown prince clashing with the reformist faction of the second prince is the cause of the prolonged conflict. Most of the mages are the same. They are merely tools in their power struggle. In retrospect, the reason they sought me out was plainly because of that. This brat, I'll sit here. No, the seat opposite Lord Luin is yours. Both princes are arguing about who will sit opposite Luin. You're also exasperated with these two. Well, how troublesome. Don't make a mess. Isn't it because of you that things got messy, older brother? Because of childish people like these, the country is in such a state. Thoughts like these were swirling in him. Ridiculous. What did you just say? Stop arguing. I'm a bit surprised by your sudden visit, but it's very good that you came. I also have something to say. I do not intend to choose a master between you two. I foresaw this, but hearing it directly still stings. That's true, yet even the legendary strategist, Jagees, refused the offer 3 times. You probably know that story as well. Jagees, you refused the great emperor's offer 3 times and ultimately joined the emperor's faction. Are you really comparing yourself to the first emperor? The first emperor was a 9th rank knight. Even if you keep making that offer, the outcome will be the same. As Lewin Ardal, there are things I must do, things you must do. I intend to return to my homeland, the territory of Ardal. Ardal means you will not leave the kingdom even after graduation. Of course, then I could become a force for the kingdom. Oh, it's good to hear that, but the situation in Ardal is not easy. I trust you understand why I do not want to abandon my homeland. Both princes were surprised when they heard that. The future strength of the kingdom should not be burdened by unnecessary worries. I, Prince Kroster Ladian, will fully support you regardless of the matter. Don't ask me first, don't ask my brother. Money, food, I'll give you everything. Hey, can't you see I'm talking to this young master? Don't butt in. The two resumed arguing. No matter what happens, I will not choose either of you. Definitely not. Why? Because it's more beneficial for me if the two of you keep fighting. Lewin was still having his own calculations. I'll send a wonderful gift for your graduation. No, I'll send a gift even more splendid than my brother's. That's fine. However, I hope you will handle what I mentioned. Haha, don't worry about it, just focus on graduating. Fortunately, the princes were satisfied with my not taking either side and left. In addition, I had made my loyalty clear by confirming I would not leave the kingdom. However, I made a few requests. First, I asked for approval of the plans that Ardal is currently pursuing, and I requested military support to coincide with the timing of the campaign. Everything is progressing smoothly. Is this the power of authority? Is this the power of authority? Ah, and the train of thought was interrupted. Everyone, listen carefully. Duke Lewin Ardal is the future and treasure of the kingdom. Therefore I appoint Duke Lewin as the royal protector. Show him the respect he deserves. This was not part of the plan, but things turned out that way. As the closest guardian of the royal family in the kingdom, no one would dare disrespect him. Though not official yet, since the princes have acknowledged it, it is effectively official. I felt relieved that everything was resolved smoothly. Now let's get going. The two princes bade farewell and left. Truly impressive, being appointed protector of the kingdom is remarkable. Exclamations rang out. Make way, you're blocking our way to class. Jason shouted as he walked, telling people to move aside. Now that the princes were gone, the classmates finally gathered. Looks like things are about to get noisy again, huh? The protector's position has long been monopolized by the Gary Hill family. Hey, quiet down. Mikkel is coming over there. At that, all the chatter fell silent. What are they saying? Are they talking about me? He just arrived and is already tall, how ridiculous. Seriously, who is saying what about whom? It seemed those words truly angered him. Did you forget? I'm of Gary Hill. No matter how much you make a fuss, after graduation you'll all be under my command. Gary Hill. Michel Gary Hill, who was nearly expelled after using a banned substance on the midterm of the first semester, avoided expulsion thanks to the severe penalty of a 30-day suspension. All thanks to the reputation of the Gary Hill family. The magic world of the academy, indeed, even the magic world of the royal palace, is now almost under Gary Hill's control. Really? But it seems that's not what the princes want. Long time no see. Mikkel, damn. He spat each word. You think you've won, right? What? Just wait and see who will be laughing at the end. He turned his back but showed displeasure on his face. Jason comforted him, saying he's just jealous, don't pay him too much attention. When you win the big tournament, Michael's expression will be notable. This situation with the princes probably affected him more, right, jealousy? Those things aren't worth considering. Michael's tarnished reputation in this matter directly concerns his family's honor. He might be planning something. This class is a special lecture by alumni, right? Yes, let's attend. After all, my opponent is ruthless Gary Hill. Alumni are coming to the academy to give lectures, I wonder who will come. Hopefully someone kind, Jason silently wished. And somehow, that uneasy feeling is never wrong. It seemed the person behind the door did not disappoint his expectations. The whole class turned surprised eyes toward the two of them. He was astonished. What's going on? The person who had been on the podium spoke up. What's the matter? Why is the atmosphere so strange? Could that person be Lewin Ardell? Pleased to meet you, Lewin Ardell. That person was Jekyll Garyhill. The second semester of the graduating class focuses more on practice than theory as mentioned earlier. There will be classes related to knights, and alumni will come to the academy to share stories about current mages. A kind of lecture. It's a well-intentioned session, but somehow that uneasy feeling was never wrong. Lewin and Jason sat on alert in their seats. Both silently looked ahead, especially since the invited alum giving the lecture was Jekyll Garyhill's brother. He held a book and chalk to introduce the lesson. Today I'll tell you about the relationship between the Garyhill family mages and the court mages. He sneered arrogantly. Everyone knows, right? Of the 14 court mages selected last year, 11 came from the Garyhill family. He smiled, but his gaze was chillingly cold. As a senior from the academy, I'll share a truth you need to know to succeed. There's nothing in this world I can possess on my own. Up here, Lewin listened carefully to every word. Therefore the weaker ones must unite even more. From now on you'll focus more on practicality than ideals. Just because you praise the student representative Lewin Ardell doesn't mean your lives will unfold like his. He suddenly named Lewin directly, causing the hall to fall silent. He emphasized each syllable. Lewin Ardell, what do you think? Jason slammed his hand on the table and stood up in anger. Whenever he saw his friend about to do something foolish, he rushed to cut in. Well, I can say this. In front of everyone, he spoke his mind without restraint. Even if 10 shards of insight combine with determination, a masterpiece will never be born. At best it's just a massive pile of shards. Feeling mocked, he paused slightly. Are you talking about me? You denied it immediately. Not at all. Do you really think that's about me? The tense atmosphere between them made the surrounding students buzz with speculation. Seemingly at a loss for words, he changed the subject. Well, I've heard a lot about you from my brother. Mikkel, you're really an unlucky one, aren't you? You replied calmly. I suppose you haven't heard the other stories, about how that unlucky one utterly defeated him. He could no longer maintain his confident half-smile. His face darkened. A truly arrogant brat. At that moment both understood that the feud between Lewin Ardell and Garyhill would be a confrontation not easily resolved. Since Jekyll's arrival, the atmosphere at the academy began to change rapidly. By saying anyone could join Garyhill if they wanted, Jekyll dazzled lower-performing students. Jekyll's pragmatic, blunt style proved quite effective. At the same time an argument broke out. One student said, "Did you hear what Senior Jekyll said? If we work for Garyhill, we could succeed too." The other side retorted, you really think Garyhill cares about you? No self-respect at all. I'd never serve under Mikkel, who uses dirty tricks to manipulate others. Ultimately, the students split into Garyhill and Ardell factions. With Garyhill's petty attempts to humiliate Lewin and Lewin's growing anger at such childish provocations, the academy's atmosphere heated up over time. However, soon an opportunity appeared to put Garyhill in his place. Headmaster Tyrion set a steaming cup of tea on the table and gently said, "Oh, come in, sit down." Lewin moved down to sit across from him and replied quickly, "Yes, how have you been lately, Headmaster?" He slowly raised his teacup. "Haha, I'm well." He spoke in a steady, deep voice, carrying understanding and trust. "Since you're the student representative, we can discuss official matters, right? So? How is life at the academy?" He closed his eyes slightly, his brows easing. Everything as usual, except for one thing. A troublemaker was making a mess of things. With his knowledge, experience, and background, he quickly grasped the situation. He set the cup down. "I understand. I have a feeling I know exactly who you're talking about." He leaned back. "Garyhill, I'm not fond of them either, but what can I do? Every mage in the kingdom has ties to them, so the academy is no exception." He continued explaining the present situation. "However, unlike last year, this year we've only assigned them courses that don't directly affect grades. Still, they're noisy both inside and outside the academy. It seems they hold quite a grudge against you." You asked curiously, the alumnus Jekyll Garyhill, "What kind of person is he?" He recounted that the young man was extremely famous for his looks and eloquence. His social connections seemed smooth and his academic results were excellent. At 23, he became the youngest chief mage in the kingdom. But his face suddenly turned serious. Behind that appearance lived a giant serpent. He had thirst, power, and deep ambition. His nature compelled him to obtain whatever he wanted at any cost. After understanding the true nature of Serpent Lord Jekyll, you became wary. He may seem fine outwardly, but inside he is completely rotten and will use any means necessary to get what he wants. That's Gary Hill. You clenched your fist. By now there were plenty of reasons to act. The question was which reason to use. Unexpectedly he spoke up, I want to discuss the upcoming special lessons with you. Your face showed confusion. Special lessons? He replied, yes. The upcoming classes. Suddenly a wild idea popped into your head. I have a good idea. But would he agree? That's what you had asked many people, but the responses were mostly negative. Thinking that, you walked toward the classroom. At that moment, remembering Headmaster Tyrion's words gave you extra courage. What if you ask him directly? Then you opened the door. Hearing the door open, the students all turned their heads to look. Even Jekyll on the podium paused, his voice tinged with surprise. Huh? Lewin Ardell. Dear Senior, you said directly to him, I have a request for you. Senior. Mikkel beside him heard everything and laughed. Whoosh. He stood up, pointed at Lewin with a grin stretching ear to ear, and demanded, all right, it's only a matter of time before you say something like that. You put on a serious face, don't get me wrong, it's not the kind of request you're thinking of. Then you continued, revealing your real intention. I heard you received a proposal from the headmaster about the joint nights class next week and that you declined it. At that, Lewin's lips curved slightly. So I'm here to make a direct request. Please allow the alumni and us to have a joint class. In that instant, his whole body seemed to freeze, the face that usually wore arrogance suddenly became stunned. A joint class is a lesson where alumni, acting as special instructors, participate in class alongside students. In other words, it's also an official opportunity for Jekyll and me to face off on the same stage. Just that one sentence energized the atmosphere. A joint class, so we'll finally get to see Jekyll Gary Hill's skills, right? The students around couldn't hide their excitement, everyone's gaze turned to him, he and Lewin would stand on the same stage in direct opposition. Wow. After a moment of silent thought, he spoke. Why? He said slowly, our alumni are seasoned experts who have worked in the field for years, there's no need for such a class, and frankly it's just a waste of time. Do you really think so little of us? It sounded convincing, but it was all within your expectation, so you unleashed your killer line. That sounds a bit illogical. Isn't the purpose of alumni visits to the academy to teach us? He was surprised. What? You put on a sad expression, yet you dismissed the joint class, the best chance to pass knowledge to juniors, just because of that kind of class, you keep insisting Gary Hill is a collective. His face at that moment became very ugly. Your tone was clearly provocative, wearing a mocking smile. So why the sudden change? Or is there another reason? For example, are you afraid? He wore the villain's ecstatic smile. Even though he had won the major tournament, you were still just a student with limited experience. He quickly regained a calm expression as if nothing had happened. Facing a real blade, you can do nothing but cling to your useless stubborn ego. Why would we need such an inconvenient class? Before he finished, the students shouted in, we want to see your skills too. He paused slightly, embarrassment flickering across his eyes. Then a student called out, and others followed in turn. Yes, skills honed in real battle, we really want to see them. At the same time, Mikkel slapped the table excitedly. Come on, brother, what are you waiting for? This is the perfect chance to crush that guy in front of everyone. Accept it, Lewin Ardell, you'll regret proposing this for a long time. My brother is a powerful mage. His reaction was exactly what you hoped for. You grinned with satisfaction. Yes, Mikkel, you're right, that's how it should be, so our esteemed senior won't be able to refuse. Jekyll sighed in exasperation. Alright, if it's a joint class, the Squire Knights from Foldren will participate, right? However, he defended himself. I declined this proposal because I didn't want to steal the spotlight from you, the student representative in class, but if you now want to forgo that. Lewin did not hesitate, he walked straight up to him step by step. No, please, go ahead, I'm asking you. You held out your hand. As a junior at the academy, I also want to see your skills. He had no choice but to shake your hand. Well then, if that's the case, I have no other option, let's do our best. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain travel through him. A pain so intense he gritted his teeth. He ground his teeth. This brat, you leaned close to his ear and whispered like a stone. Then I'll leave it to you, senior. Your eyes lit up, full of excitement and challenge. be ready to be amazed. 3 days later, the squire knights from Foldren arrived at the academy. Before the meeting, Lewin had a brief meeting with Headmaster Tyrion. You spoke up, a special lesson. Really? He propped his hand calmly and recounted evenly. That day I considered pairing alumni with students to form teams for the lesson, but most refused. He smiled, however, if you ask directly as a senior, he won't be able to refuse. As the student representative, what do you think? Recalling that suggestion made him just chuckle, a smile mixed with helplessness and surprise. The headmaster is sly indeed. To devise a plan the senior couldn't refuse. Suddenly the atmosphere flared unexpectedly. Someone, unable to contain their excitement, pointed straight ahead, voice full of enthusiasm. They're here. It was the Squire Knights of Foldren. Cheers rose like a wave across the yard. Seeing Lewin in the crowd, Mr. Gutter immediately broke into a broad smile, his eyes showing delight. Oh, look who's here, the stubborn brat, how have you been? You replied, of course I'm fine. And you? Gutter shrugged, his lazy expression unchanged. Same as always. I hear news of you from time to time. You won the grand festival, didn't you? You tilted your head slightly, humility showing on your face. Yes, thanks to your guidance, Gutter. Hearing that, he burst into hearty laughter. As he turned to leave he waved goodbye. Haha, I'm off to see the headmaster now, so please show the kids around. You immediately took the task, understood. You placed your hand on your chest and introduced yourself formally. Pleasure to meet you. I am Lewin Ardell, the Academy's representative. Could you tell me who is the Squire representative? The lead Squire glanced away awkwardly. Ah, our representative is currently busy. Following that look, you couldn't help but stare in astonishment. Before them was a typical scene of bullying. The one boy laughed with enjoyment. Haha, come on, Maltiv, you're scaring the kid. The other replied, no one will care about this brat even if he dies. So what of it? You froze for a moment, your gaze falling on the slightly battered but familiar face. Hans, the bullied boy, lifted his head. Lewin, you stepped forward. What are you doing here? At that, a brown-haired guy in the crowd laughed. Ah, are you the famous Lewin, eh? I've heard a lot about you. Then the guy introduced himself, head held high, eyes a bit arrogant. I'm Maltiv Gegen, representative of Foldren. He continued smugly, Vengras Gegen, commander of the Golden Knights, the only 7-star knight. Have you heard of him? He's my father. Your face was like, who asked about your father? Why bring him up in an introduction? Is he boasting that his father is remarkable too? Done. You brushed his words aside. Yes, but I'd be happier if you'd answer my question first. His face soured at being ignored. Question? What question? Your gaze sharpened. Repeat it once more. I asked what you're doing. He answered nonchalantly as if it were nothing. Oh, this brat's been disobedient lately, so I'm training him myself. What's wrong with me personally training a commoner? He frowned, teeth grinding in obvious irritation. And you're rude, caring about a commoner while greeting us. Do you know him? Your hand clenched. He's my friend. What's the problem? His laughter echoed across the yard as if he'd heard the day's funniest thing. Oh, how earnest, friends, huh? Looks like commoners get along better with each other. Maltiv sneered. The Ardell clan isn't much different from commoners. The Academy's representative coming from such low birth, talking to you makes me feel disgusted. You didn't understand why his attitude had shifted so drastically. What was he trying to do? Suddenly he saw someone in the distance and his eyes lit up. Huh? Brother. You glanced back reflexively, wondering, your brother. The moment you saw that person, you finally understood why this guy had been hostile toward you. Jekyll approached, smiling casually. Greetings, Maltiv, you're here too. Why would a squire like you show up here? It seems birds of a feather flock together. Even if Lewin wasn't acquainted with Hans, they were always bound to clash. Sir Gutter shouted, all right, everyone gather round. As you know, today we will hold a joint training session. He stood with his hands on his hips, confident, beside Teacher Heidel with his usual stern expression. He instructed, before we begin training, let's divide into groups. He continued to explain that each group would include 2 academy students and 1 squire, making a total of 54 groups. No sooner had he finished than Maltiv scratched his head in annoyance. I didn't want to come here at all, why must I train with these kids? Jekyll hurriedly chimed in. We graduated long ago, I still don't understand why we're here. The two truly shared the same mindset. He proposed with glee, so what do you think? Let's just get through it. Obviously we'll win anyway. The other nodded in agreement. Yeah, makes sense, if we add M Company's member, we'll form a team. He burst into delighted laughter. Heh, sounds good, the weak ones will be easy to take down together. Nearby, the atmosphere buzzed as students quickly formed groups. Yet amid the bustle, Han kept his head bowed, standing quietly like a forgotten shadow. Suddenly Lewin stepped up. Han, join my group. He couldn't believe his ears and asked quickly, Lewin, are you sure? Are you really okay with teaming up with me? Having been through much, you fully understood the feeling of being cast aside. Your voice was soft but resolute. Why not? You're my friend. At that moment he looked at Lewin with deep gratitude, murmuring his name, Lewin. Jason slowly approached. Wow, that's a bit surprising. If friends are being chosen, should get a say too. He came closer, face bright. Because you're Lewin's friend, you're my friend too, right? He explained. Thanks, Jason. I saw Han looked uncomfortable, so I thought I'd step in first. He reached out and patted Han's shoulder gently. Your name is Han, right? From now on, feel free to speak up, okay? At first Han was a bit surprised but then quickly warmed to it. Huh? Oh. Yeah. Okay. Then he declared clearly, everyone listen up, our goal here isn't just to score high. He stood with his hands on his hips, tilting his head in question. Huh? What else? His gaze flicked toward the venomous clique, Mick Company. Jekin and Maltiv, gathering over there. He frowned slightly, alert. We also need to deal with those troublemakers. Once the teams were set, it was time for a short break. Lewin and Hans walked together down the hall. He asked gently, hey Han, are you okay? After getting beaten like that, I can take you to the infirmary if you want. Han waved him off. It's fine, I'm okay, no need to go anywhere. He kept his head down, one arm holding the other. Lewin, it's nice to meet you, but it might not be good for you to act like you know me. You paused. What did you say? A cloak of low self-esteem wrapped him, his eyes fixed on the floor. Many people dislike me, so when there's no one around, you looked him straight in the eye, your gaze steady, dispelling that childish thought. No, like I said, I'm your friend, so you don't need to be on guard, anyway. That guy from before, the one who harassed you at the training center, it's him, right? He answered, yeah. Both of you then turned your eyes toward Maltiv ahead. When you checked his info in the status window, you understood why he was afraid. A 4-star squire with high potential like Maltiv was surely powerful. At the same time you glanced to the side, remembering the moment a blue aura surrounded Hans's body when he killed the gang leader with a single slash. Although he now appeared weak and insecure, his info gave you pause. Though his current rank was 3 stars, he'd met 4-star requirements, and with such high potential there was plenty of room to grow. Thinking that, you suddenly said, I'm planning to deal with that Maltiv soon. How about you? He widened his eyes in shock. Huh? You continued encouraging him as if trying to give him strength. Are you just going to keep letting them beat you? That same resolute look you had when you defended your sister, where did it go? He hesitated. Can I really win? You didn't hesitate and answered flatly, you can. He seemed never to have considered it before and kept asking, can I? Maltiv above, hearing this, glared down in irritation. I can't stand that nonsense anymore. For someone with an ego as towering as his, losing to someone he always looked down on was unacceptable. Hans beat me? A useless commoner who just takes up space. Hans, get over here. Despite his fear, he still dared to stand up. No, I don't want to. It seemed this was the first time he'd resisted, so the guy grew furious. What? This bastard's gone mad, standing next to him doesn't make you special. It's just idiots clinging to each other. He drew his sword, intending to teach him a lesson. Have you gone insane after being beaten all this time? Come here, today I'll kill you myself. Han instantly drew his sword in alarm, but Lewin quickly stopped him. Don't fight him, Hans. He looked bewildered. Huh? But you explained, you're not like him, right? You shouldn't act the way that bastard does. Then you stepped forward. Today isn't the day you face him, wait for the right moment to wipe him out. So I'll handle it today. No sooner had you finished than the two of them lunged at each other like moths to flame. Maltiv's face flushed red with anger as he shouted, "Who the hell are you? Get lost now. Get out, you bastard." Suddenly someone kicked him straight in the face, and with a single kick sent him flying 5 meters, his sword soaring into the air. Lewin stared in shock. "Master Gutter." He frowned angrily. Lewin widened his eyes at Gutter's appearance. His action was completely unexpected. Maltiv was struck so hard that his whole body was flung back into the stone wall behind him. Gutter sternly demanded, "Maltiv Gegen, what is the meaning of this?" The man stammered in panic. "That is," he immediately made an excuse. "They started it, I didn't do anything wrong." "You still stood upright." His severe eyes seemed to cut through the man's pretense. "So you drew your sword to strike someone?" His voice dropped cold as ice. "Maltiv Gegen. Effective immediately, you are relieved of your position as head knight of the training academy. The vice-captain will assume command temporarily and punishment will be applied once you return to the academy." Refusing to accept it, the man threatened, "If you do this to me, my father won't let this go." But a single remark from him was enough to shut the man up. "Yes, I think so too. But if he learns his only son drew a sword in the academy and intended to strike someone, Vengira's Gegen would probably faint." Hearing that, the man relented. "I'm sorry." Lewin watched from the side as a cold, silent glance swept over him, quiet judgment mixed with contempt, boasting bravado yet terrified of his father's wrath. "You frowned, after all. When you met the hateful, tearing glance he cast, you realized you had clearly attracted attention." The first training session of the intensive course began. The lesson was on offense and defense. Sir Gutter Paranti taught us how to exploit a mage's weaknesses and the casting times needed to neutralize them. Professor Heidel explained how to anticipate a knight's movements and effectively evade their attack range. Each group practiced these techniques under instruction. While the students trained diligently up front, Milu's clique lounged comfortably in the shade of a tree watching. Maltiv scratched his head, his scowl showing his annoyance. He was furious about that Lewin and now had to train in a place full of people like him. Jekyll replied calmly, "Forget it, we already know this stuff. Right?" He sighed, "Just do it." Though he acted nonchalant, his mind was in turmoil. He said that, but how was he supposed to actually train? He formed theories then quickly dismissed them. With so many students watching, did they expect him to reveal his full strength? No way. In a corner, Lewin's group was also training hard. Han, hands on his knees, panted. "Lewin, take a break." You remained upright, not a drop of sweat. Jason beside you exclaimed, "Does this guy never get tired? I'm already intimidated before even fighting him." Feeling the previous exercise wasn't enough, you casually rested the wooden sword on your shoulder and said, "I don't know. But it seemed like just a warm-up." The others, unsure whether you're stubborn or tough, shouted in unison, "What?" Suddenly someone stepped forward, cutting into their conversation. "If you're not too tired, could you spare me a moment?" You exclaimed in surprise. Sir Gunter, he already held a wooden sword in his hand. "I want to confirm something." You asked, "Confirm what do you mean?" He explained, "Swordsmanship at this level can't be learned in such a short time through self-study, unless you have an exceptionally skilled master." Hearing that, you paused for a moment, then remembered your master. "Wow, Sir Gutter is more perceptive than he looks, huh?" He continued, "So I want to ask a favor of you." He pointed his sword at you, issuing the challenge amid everyone's anticipation. "Lewin Ardal, I want to duel you." You froze slightly, your eyes clearly showing shock. "What is happening?" Murmurs swelled like a disturbed hive. "Duel the Academy's representative? Why would the commander do that?" After a brief moment to calm, you spoke up, "Are you joking? Sir Gutter, I'm not even a knight yet, how could I possibly beat you? Besides, I've only been training a week." He looked you squarely in the eye. "I'm not asking you to win," which made you even more confused. "Then what is it?" Then he stated his true purpose. "I want you to teach the trainees here. No one here has swordsmanship superior to yours." The apprentice knights who heard this were stunned, jaws dropping. "What, Commander's serious?" You inhaled softly, thinking being suddenly thrust into the spotlight was overwhelming. But, your brow tightened slightly, lips pressed into a firm line. You didn't say it aloud, but inwardly you were sure this was a good opportunity. If you performed well here, you could seize this chance to establish your position, no small matter. With that thought, you became eager and quickly assumed a ready stance. "I look forward to learning from you, Sir Gutter." He smiled in satisfaction, a natural curl at the corner of his mouth. Your stance is impressive, then, I'll come to you. With that, Gutter lunged forward at astonishing speed. The onlookers outside involuntarily widened their eyes. People exclaimed, wait, what speed is that? Is he being overly serious? If that hit, there wouldn't be enough left to pick up the bones. Yet you managed to parry that attack with ease. Someone gasped in amazement. He blocked that strike? Even so, you let out a heavy sigh. The force of his swing sent you sliding across the training ground as you braced against it. He slowed and looked you over again. I find your skill hard to believe. I'll ask once more, where did you learn this swordsmanship? He squinted, suspicion in his gaze. Could it be a name you couldn't reveal? You fell into thought, hesitating whether to say, it's not like that person was deliberately hidden, so it should be fine. After hesitating for a while, you uttered a name, Sir Bolvar. It was an unexpected name, so everyone present gaped in shock, including Sir Gutter. One surprise followed another, leaving people stunned. Bolvar Payton, the legendary warlord? Impossible, I heard he was dead. Quickly, Gutter regained his composure. Oh? Is that so? He asked, can you elaborate? How do you know him? You explained, Sir Bolvar retired and has been living in Ardal since then. He's the one I've been with since I was a child. Before you finished, Maltiv hastily cut you off. Don't lie. He angrily stepped forward, eyes blazing as if to burn you. Don't lie to me, you strange one. Lie? He pointed at your face as if he'd caught a fraud. Yes, nonsense. The town said Bolvar Payton is dead, and you can't prove otherwise. Right? You showed obvious displeasure. Why would you need to prove that? And don't call someone who is still alive, dead. He ground his teeth slightly. His face still wore a mocking smile, but his eyes revealed bitter resentment. Even if what you say is true, it doesn't matter. After all, the strongest knight in the kingdom is still my father. Hearing that, you realized this was his real concern. The officially recognized strongest knight in the kingdom was none other than Maltiv's father, Vangeras Gegan, commander of the Golden Knights. But if the legendary knight Bolvar Payton were still alive, the official hierarchy could be overturned. You lazily replied, fine, believe whatever you want. What's he so stunned about? Your gaze was cold, your tone unwavering as you stated your view. Believe those strongest in the kingdom titles if you like, whatever. Sir Bolvar doesn't care about such petty rankings. Hearing that, he clenched his teeth in fury. Petty, did you just call it petty? He immediately drew his sharp sword. How dare you insult my father? Now he was like a madman ready to cut down anyone he saw. Lewin Ardal, I challenge you, bring a real sword right now. While he screamed like a maniac, come here, fight me now, he took a sharp blow from Gutter, his eyes rolling to the sides like a stunned child. Gutter struck him to prevent him from doing something foolish while out of control. What the hell, challenging? So you really want to fight Lewin? He crouched like a puppy, clutching his head. Finally he announced it, the first match of tomorrow's group sparring will be Lewin's team versus Maltiv's team. Any objections? Heidel's voice rose. No. In the blink of an eye it was the next day. His commanding voice echoed across the field. Alright, is everyone ready? As announced yesterday, the first duel will be Lewin's team versus Maltiv's team. The two teams faced each other under curious gazes. Suddenly Jekyll stepped forward and called your name, Lewin. His face showed no worry, he seemed relaxed. Have you all prepared properly? Lewin switched to alert. What is this? Why are you asking suddenly? He gave a sly smile. Ah, never mind, just do your best in this match. Hearing that, Gutter signaled. Alright, then prepare to begin. As if waiting for that cue, he lunged forward at astonishing speed, leaving you disoriented. Fortunately you reacted in time, if you'd been a moment slower you'd have been caught. You wondered what kind of speed that was. What was happening? No one could be that fast. Then you noticed the status window above him, and contempt flashed across your eyes. How ridiculous. How desperate was he to win? Was he carrying 6 artifacts on him? The night before at the manor, polite greetings were exchanged. Well, who is this? Sir Vangeras. Ha ha ha, long time no see. Commissioner Josh Garyhill, commander of the Golden Knight Cavalry Vangeras Gegan interjected, I've heard about Jekyll, he was invited to give a special lecture at the academy as a representative of alumni, right? Josh Garyhill, a senior commissioner of the Ladian Tower of Magic Council, replied modestly, surprisingly, Principal Tyrion Ignat personally invited the boy. Is Maltiv doing alright? He looked helpless, his face showing clear annoyance. Yes, but he's caused too much trouble, quite troublesome. So I sent him to Sir Gutter for proper discipline. He's probably at the academy now. He sighed, eyes closed, showing he'd worried over the matter for a long time. Actually I came because of that academy representative, he murmured. If it's the representative, do you mean Lewin Ardell? Then he recalled the information he'd heard before. The rumors spread to the point that even I remember the name. I heard he won the tournament and even attracted the Empire's attention. But immediately after, his tone changed. A rustic from Ardell shouldn't have such an easy path. Just as expected, the old man agreed. Haha, exactly, we must prevent someone like that from wooing the princes, right? As true loyal subjects who really care for the kingdom. Of course, he asked, do you have a plan? Just then the other replied, this time my son and Maltiv will be on the same team and they'll face Lewin Ardell. So I'm thinking, why not give Maltiv an artifact? I didn't expect the old man to be so reckless. His eyes widened in shock, his breath catching. What? The old man stammered. If you leave that pendant behind, I'll make sure he receives it. He stuttered, are you suggesting we cheat? The man put a hand on his companion's shoulder. That's not important now. If we want to crush that kid before he becomes a bigger nuisance, we must do whatever is necessary. I've already given the artifact to my own son. However, the other still hesitated, so the man played his final card. Bolvar Payton, does that name ring a bell? His expression changed at once, he stammered, why bring up that name all of a sudden? The man's face went dark. I've heard he's still alive, and it seems he taught swordsmanship to Lewin in Ardell. He continued, Lewin Ardell, favored by the princes, learned swordsmanship from Bolvar Payton, the glorious knight. If he defeats our sons in the upcoming match, our position will end. After hearing this, the man hurriedly removed the artifact from his clothing. He handed the pendant to the old man. Here, I'm counting on this to produce good results. The old man gave a half-smile full of calculation. Of course it will. Finally they clasped hands. All of this is for our kingdom. Back in the present, Jekyll laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, well then, Lewin Ardell. He cast a spell, conjuring vines that coiled tightly around Lewin's team. You rely on such mediocre skill and feel confident? How disappointing. The magical vines tightened like shackles, forcing them to writhe in pain. Lewin's face darkened with a mix of anger and scorn. You expected they'd cheat, but you didn't think they'd stoop this low. He stood there taunting constantly. What are you waiting for? Show your incredible power, Lewin, or Maltiv will beat you to a pulp. No sooner had he finished than the man lunged from the side, wielding a wooden sword. Jason shouted anxiously, Lewin, dodge. Your foot quickly sliced through the vines. A burst of blazing golden light tore through the ground, erupting with a thunderous explosion. Fortunately you dodged. You were astonished. What? How can a wooden sword be so durable? At that moment an odd light emanated from the wooden sword. The artifact Maltiv Gegan received from Sir Vengira's was a sturdy protective charm. This artifact was designed as a pendant for easy carrying. It enhances weapons, making them sharper and more durable. He sneered contemptuously, a mocking curl at his lips, saying regretfully, ah, I missed, I could have killed you. Then he swung his sword again, charging forward. This time I'll definitely kill you, Lewin Ardell. You watched intently. As solid as steel, huh? Thinking that, you clenched your fist and activated the binding-breaking technique. With a single swing, the wooden sword flying at wind-splitting speed instantly shattered. The man panicked. How the hell did you do that? Not giving his opponent time to recover, you dashed forward like lightning. A thunderous punch landed, the impact strong enough to send him flying backward. Watching him slump in pain on the ground, eyes trembling as if unable to believe what he was seeing, his voice hoarse as he called out in shock, Maltiv. His face contorted from the ache coursing through his body. How could this happen? Even though everyone was carrying artifacts, he hadn't been pushed back at all. Lewin slowly pulled his gloves on tighter. I intended to go easy on you if possible, but clearly that won't work. Since things have come to this, I'll fight seriously. With that, the leader of Will on his hand was immediately released. Everyone present fell silent, mouths and eyes wide at the surreal sight. Even normally composed people like Professor Heidel and Gutter couldn't help but show signs of confusion. If outsiders were shocked, imagine those facing it directly. He muttered, impossible, a demon. Behind Lewin, a colossal lion demon appeared. Panic spread among those nearby, screams erupted chaotically. Run. Everyone run, it's a demon, a demon. The overwhelming pressure made his legs go weak, his body trembled and collapsed as he scrambled backward. You said calmly, let's end this. I mean, 6 artifacts still aren't enough for you. Hearing that, his head buzzed. What? You didn't bother to explain, your hand reached out gently, and the giant spirit behind you solemnly reached out as well. Its enormous finger slowly slipped into his necklace. The treasured necklace snapped into many pieces and fell. The atmosphere instantly seethed, whispers erupted everywhere. What? Is he serious? Senior Jekyll actually used an artifact? Used an artifact against a junior? Unable to bear the murmurs, his face twisted in rage. Bastard, how long do you think you can hold out? Gary Hill won't sit idly by. You cut him off irritably. You say Gary Hill won't leave me alone? First M, then the eldest son. Next is Ezekiel Garahill, who's that supposed to be? Could it be Sir Josh Gary Hill? At the mention of his father's name, he immediately leapt forward like a moth to flame. What did you just say? You dog, how dare you mention that name? Lewin raised his hand, a sharp spark flared and shot straight, striking him squarely between the eyes. You snapped, you're too loud, just lie down and rest a bit. Suddenly the bear spirit appeared on your shoulder. Are you sure about this? It asked. Huh? About what? You replied. Was it really okay for the demon to be revealed like this in front of everyone? Only then did you realize thousands of curious eyes were fixed on you. It added, look at the headmaster's face, he's completely shocked. You replied calmly, I couldn't hide it forever, and it agreed. Indeed, then your expression shifted as you drifted into thought. After all, Jekyll Gary Hill had collapsed, and it seemed Mikkel had fainted frothing at the mouth from shock at seeing the demon. That meant the winner had been decided. Thinking that, you glanced at Gutter. Catching your look, he cleared his throat and declared distinctly, and therefore you win, when a loud shout suddenly cut him off. Wait. Everyone was surprised by the sound, people turned their heads toward its source. They saw Hans approaching carrying 2 wooden swords. The match was not over. He stopped in front of Mantp and tossed one sword toward him. Your sword just broke, right? Then use this to pick up your sword. Maltiv, the atmosphere immediately sank, all eyes turned to you, as if no one expected you to choose this action. And of course he immediately went mad. Veins stood out clearly at his temples. Are you really insane, you filthy peasant? How dare you? His voice snarled, but he suddenly froze when his gaze dropped. He noticed the sword neatly held in your hand. It was Perito's sword, now wrapped in a fierce blue lightning. Perito's holy sword, a knight of 4 stars or higher, meaning one who has mastered aura manipulation. By convention, 4-star knights have blue auras, while 5-star knights have red auras. From 6 stars onward, the aura gradually shifts to purple. Beyond that level, auras are no longer tied to specific colors and manifest according to each knight's traits. Apprentice knights average around 3 stars. The male student still couldn't believe the situation. Maltiv fell silent, speechless. Someone behind him whispered, impossible. Many eyes turned to Han, with murmurs spreading. How could a weakling like Han do this? I haven't even mastered aura, meaning even among official knights many haven't reached 4 stars. Chang, sitting on Lewin's shoulder, whispered, Lewin, aren't you going to stop? After all, the match is over. Your eyes answered firmly, no, let's watch a little longer. Inwardly you thought, at last it's back. That look from Hans. Lewin fixed his gaze on Hans's stern face and furrowed brows. Maltiv reached down, picked up the wooden sword on the ground, and said, I won't accept this. He lunged at Hans, shouting, I will never accept this. Maltiv's sword rose and slammed down toward Hans's head. He snarled, you're nothing but a lowly commoner, and now you dare claim you can use aura? Han braced himself and took the deadly blow with the wooden sword. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to withstand it, while Maltiv's voice rang in his ear. Impossible. He increased the force in his hand, pressing his face close to Hans with contempt. There's no way a weakling like you could be on my level. He increased the force in his hand again, pressing his face close to Hans with contempt. There's no way a weakling like you could be on my level. Han swept his sword in counterattack. Han laughed coldly. Still clinging to that commoner logic? Maltiv, surprised that he was fighting back, blinked and asked, what? Han shouted, veins bulging in his neck. You're just a lucky kid born into a good family, selfish and vain. Veins stood out across Maltiv's face. He wore a bizarre smile. Are you crazy? Maltiv stomped hard, the ground ringing with the impact. he said in a low voice. All right then, Hans. Maltiv channeled power into the weapon in his hand, a blue light enveloped the sword. He spoke like granting a mercy, if you want to die, I'll help you achieve it. He then took a running jump, bringing the sword down. Han shouted, die, you bastard. Seeing the situation turn perilous, Lewin ran like the wind, yelling, Han, careful. Gutter also sprinted toward the arena, muttering curses as he ran. Maltiv bastard. Heidel hurried after him as well. With a boom, a great sound echoed from the center of the arena as the blue light spread outward like an ink drop in water. Lewin's pupils contracted in astonishment. He froze, staring at the scene before him. Before the crowd, Han held his stance, sword poised in counterattack. Mamp's sword was flung out of his hand, and he himself was thrown far away. Maltiv, unwilling, shouted in fury, you bastard. Han was unaffected by the insult, his entire demeanor radiated seriousness. Seeing Man-Tip lying motionless on the ground, the boys ran over and sat beside him, calling, Man-Tip, calm down. Damn, is he unconscious? Then there was a murmur. What just happened? So fast, Han beat Maltiv? And Han is still standing there like a statue. Before Lewin had even reached him, he hurriedly asked, Han, are you okay? Han turned and looked at him, then called to Lewin. Lewin froze, stunned, staring at him before letting out an "Oh." You pointed at Han's hand and said, Han, look at your wooden sword. He looked down at his hand and asked in puzzlement, my sword? At that moment, a brilliant golden light radiated from the sword. Han murmured, an aura, it's red. Cut to another location, a voice echoed through the castle as expected. You're amazing, Lewin. Tyrion Ignat and Lewin walked and talked. He exclaimed, I had a hunch about Lewin, but I didn't expect you to defeat an advanced senior graduate. You clenched your fist and asked, so you only had a hunch? Lewin turned and said confidently, Professor, the headmaster was the one who summoned Jekyll Garyhill from the start. Didn't you foresee this outcome all along? Tyrion Ignat laughed. Oh my, so I've been found out. He glanced toward the portraits on the wall and said, I wanted to use this opportunity to teach Garyhill a lesson in humility, but instead it seems I've only deepened his hatred. Lewin asked suspiciously, hatred? Tyrion Ignat explained, rumors of this duel have spread all the way to the capital. Because you defeated the eldest son of the Garyhill family, the nobility is speculating that this could spell the downfall of that house. He warned Lewin that Josh Garyhill will certainly do everything to restore his family's honor. That means you could soon be in danger. Tyrion Ignat's voice grew grave. As headmaster, I cannot allow my student to be endangered. That's why we've come here. The two stood at the top of a staircase looking down. He indicated that the stairs led to the academy's basement. Then Tyrion Ignat recounted that a few days earlier King Ram had awakened from his long sleep. The first thing he said upon waking was, Lewin's grip tightened as he listened to Tyrion relay King Ram's words, I smell the presence of my kind. Tyrion Ignat adopted a mysterious air. Now we just need to go down, King Ram is waiting with a treat. Seeing no reaction from Lewin, he asked, why don't you ask about it? You asked suspiciously in reply, ask about what? Lewin half-jokingly, I suddenly appeared with a demon on my back. There's no magic like that in this world, aren't you even a little curious? Tyrion Ignat looked at you with trust, whether you appeared with a demon on your back or carrying a goblin's head, the Lewin Ardal I know is someone I can trust, that's all I need. Lewin replied sincerely, thank you, sir. Tyrion Ignat gestured. Now go down. King Ram has been awaiting you for some time. You are now standing before a large door. Lewin slowly opened the heavy door, which echoed loudly as it moved. After stepping inside, he walked deeper into the room. Moments later, a low voice rumbled, long time no see, little destroyer. Lewin smiled softly in response. Yes, it's been a while. Before him sat King Ram, enthroned on a large chair. Lewin bowed and greeted, King Ram. King Ram's voice rumbled. Little destroyer, I still can't believe it. I can smell my clan from Thien Sun on you, I can even sense my father. After a moment of thought, he asked, if you can, could you tell me what happened? Lewin did not hesitate and nodded, all right, I'll tell you everything. Then the two stood facing each other and talked. I recounted to King Ram what happened at Thien Sun and how I forged a relic from Kuan Kan's jaw. After hearing the whole story, King Ram laughed with delight. You wrestled with hundreds of goblins. You are truly reckless. Lewin added, not only that, I won every fight. He nodded, that's your style. My tribe must have had a very good time. King Ram covered his face, his voice thick with emotion. I thought I would be trapped in this relic forever and then vanish, but I never expected to hear news of my homeland again. Then he looked at Lewin gratefully. Little destroyer, thank you, my benefactor. You comfortably accepted the thanks in return. It is my honor. The system screen suddenly lit up before Lewin with a notification unlocking a relic. He wondered to himself, what is this? A sparkling screen displayed, the title Friend of the Goblins has been upgraded to Goblin Lord. Thanks to the Goblin Lord's passive effect, power increased by 1000. Chang's power incarnation reached 5 stars. The human form can now be used thanks to a special skill. Companion power permanently increased by 500. King Ram said, "You are the incarnation of Draka, my benefactor, and the only human trusted by the goblin tribe of Thien's son. This is my gift to you." Lewin was astonished, as if he could hardly believe his eyes. Power rose by 700 instantly and Chang reached 5 stars. Chang put its hands on its hips and let out a long belch. What a feast! I reached 5 stars much faster than expected. Then it jumped down from Lewin's shoulder and cried out, "I've been stuck in this useless child form for too long." Chang's body enlarged and began to glow. It frowned, clenching its fist and asked, "Do you know how boring that was?" A blinding golden light appeared. Lewin had to raise his hand to shield his face. He hesitantly asked, "Girl, what the hell is this?" A long brown hair fluttered, and a soft laugh sounded. "Well?" A girl appeared, but her voice was very familiar as she asked, "Isn't it wonderful, Lewin?" She tossed her hair and said smugly, "This is what I've longed for, the human form of Chang." A while later, Lewin returned to the top of the stairs. From the meeting with King Ram, I received 2 more gifts. The authority of a leader allows me to command the goblins as one, the lord who summons goblins. Next was the second gift, a special privilege to summon King Ram, who is bound to the academy for life, to my side one single time. Lewin recalled that before parting, he had told me to summon him only if I truly faced mortal danger. Laughter tinkled in Lewin's ear, he felt slightly annoyed. He thought, just ignore that. Chang leaped up in delight. Yes, becoming human is the best. Meanwhile, Tyrion Ignat asked suspiciously, "Lewin, who is that young girl?" You pondered, the moment Chang transformed, others could see her. Then Lewin himself had to ask to confirm. "Ah, you're really a girl?" Chang stiffened, annoyed, and replied, "How many times have I told you?" He muttered in a slightly lowered voice, "I thought you were lying." Tyrion Ignat's voice rang out again, "Only one person went down into the depths, yet 2 came out. Can someone explain this?" Lewin closed his eyes and sighed. "Ah, it's you." In the quiet space, he cleared his throat and spoke. "So then," Tyrion Ignat stroked his long beard and probed, "with my limited knowledge, I can only guess she's a spirit, right?" Chang put hands on her hips and replied, "Close. To be precise, I'm an incarnation." Lewin was slightly confused, wondering if this explanation would really work. Chang looked around and continued, "She and he share a symbiotic relationship, so we cannot be separated." You embarrassedly said, "Hey, are you just going to babble like that to the headmaster?" Chang snorted coldly, "I've lived many times longer than he has." Lewin was a bit at a loss, that could be true. But, Tyrion Ignat's voice cut him off. "Because you came here through King Ram, Lewin's noble incarnation, I'll arrange for you to stay at the academy." Chang, visibly intrigued, asked, "Oh, you have plans?" He nodded slightly as confirmation. "Of course." Cut to another place, an astonished voice echoed from inside the academy, "Wait, what is this?" Everyone stared at Chang, then hesitantly asked. "So you mean Lewin?" A male student shouted in surprise, "You have a cousin like this? And she just enrolled today?" Chang put her hands on her hips and laughed loudly, introducing herself, "I'm Chang Ardal." Lewin, embarrassed, added, Yeah, she's in our year." Jason, clutching his chest as his heart pounded, asked, "A grade above us, you said she's younger than us." Lewin explained, "She skipped a grade, she's a prodigy." He raised his voice and exclaimed, "A prodigy?" Jason politely extended his hand. "Pleased to meet you, miss." Jason dropped to one knee and introduced himself. "I'm Jason's son Damon, Lewin's close friend. Would you like a tour of the academy? If you haven't seen it yet, I can show you." Chang asked casually, "Who are you?" Lewin didn't understand what was happening and wondered what he was doing. Jason offered, "Do you want to go to the dining hall? The baguettes there are great." Chang bluntly refused, "I don't like bread." "Go away." He tried another angle, "Do you like the sea? It's wonderful. Suddenly someone approached and called out to Lewin. Seeing the newcomer, Lewin greeted, Hans. That's right, today's the day you leave, isn't it? Hans smiled and replied, yes, I'm here to say goodbye. Lewin lamented, it's a shame we must part again. One day I'll visit Foldren to see you. Hans answered, I look forward to it. You're always welcome. After a moment's hesitation, Hans asked, and Lewin, after I graduate from the training center, can I come to Ardal? Lewin replied heartily, Ardal? Of course, come anytime you want. He said resolutely, no, I don't just want to visit, I want to become a knight of Ardal. Hearing this, you were stunned and asked again, are you serious? Hans nodded firmly. Yes, I want to do something meaningful like protecting Ardal, which you will lead, so give me the chance. Lewin smiled at him. Of course, thank you. Hans, suddenly someone interjected, are you two planning to keep this to yourselves? Jason leapt onto Lewin's back and shouted, I want to go to Ardal too. I'll help wash dishes and clean, but I'll stay with Miss Chang. You doused him with a cold response, I never said you were allowed. He flailed in shock, clutching his neck. Lu shouted angrily, hey, that's too much and I know you're joking. You were inwardly overjoyed, thinking, my friend's moving to Ardal after graduation, this is a great idea. Cut to the capital of Duke Ladian. Radian. The man shouted in fury, it's over, everything has collapsed. Do you know how much I invested in this? Sir Venger, his squire actually beat Maltiv? He grew angrier as he spoke. The same thing happened to the Gary Hill house. Even Gary Hill's eldest son was defeated by Lewin Ardal. The era of Gary Hill is over. For generations, the Gary Hill house has maintained its reputation as an arcane family, and Vengira's Gegen was hailed as the kingdom's strongest knight because they had noble backing. That continued. But what if that backing disappeared? He strained his neck and shouted. You may still be the strongest now, but when our children become the pillars of the nation, your descendants will have no chance. Another person added, the solution is obvious, we should change sides. Voices grew louder and more resolute. We must immediately switch allegiance to Ardal. Then someone hesitated, but your leader at Ardal doesn't take bribes. Another snorted mockingly. Oh please, who doesn't like money? Look at Gary Hill. Suddenly someone stepped toward the crowd and spoke. Are you talking about me? Everyone gasped in surprise. Commissioner Josh Gary Hill, he growled. You all are having a pleasant chat, so which side are you planning to join? The man forced a laugh and scrambled for an excuse. Ah, that was a slip of the tongue, I didn't know you were listening. Josh didn't give him any face and retorted. A slip of the tongue, if I weren't here, you'd be babbling about this all night. His voice dropped. Listen carefully, all of you, since the Duchy of Ladian was founded, Gary Hill has always held power, history never lies, so your worries will never come true. Someone awkwardly replied, yes, we'll remember that. Josh gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, Lewin Ardal. I planned to use him as a springboard to boost Jekyll and Michael's reputation, but he completely crushed our honor. Veins bulged on Josh's face with anger, his eyes flashing killing intent. I'll kill him no matter what. Another important lesson in the second semester was a visit to the capital. In the ship's hold, conversation buzzed non-stop. We'll get into the Mage Tower, the Royal Mages, sounds great. Lewin watched everyone and thought to himself, a fantastic class to visit the Mage Tower and the palace directly, where we can observe and learn from the current mages. He felt a bit uneasy, but again, the purpose of the class was great when Chang suddenly asked, Josh Gary Hill, does that mean we'll finally see him? Lewin did not deny it. Perhaps. You know very well that recently the head of the Gary Hill family has been filled with resentment toward me. Coming to the capital means setting foot in enemy territory. There he can easily manipulate the royal mages, and in that situation there are countless opportunities for him to target me. Chang voiced her concern, is Josh Gary Hill strong? Lewin quickly replied, according to rumors, he's a level 7 mage like the headmaster. She exclaimed in surprise, level 7? If I were still in my old state, I could easily defeat him with one finger. He also pondered curiously, I'm not sure how strong Chang was back then, but a level 7 mage is not to be underestimated. Lewin looked toward Tyrion Ignat ahead, his system board only showed that information couldn't be viewed at this time. From that Lewin understood one thing, the headmaster, at that level, I cannot confirm any information through the player's eyes. Lewin told himself he could not let his guard down even a bit while in the capital. After a while, an announcement sounded, the next destination was J Radian, the capital of the Radian Kingdom. Everyone cheered with excitement, we've arrived. They excitedly told one another, just as expected. The capital is truly different, so magnificent. Right? It's really the best. Lewin felt a bit of admiration. Yes, a capital is a capital, but, he remained extremely wary inwardly, it's just a flashy shell, unworthy of such a small kingdom. Just then someone approached and greeted Tyrion Ignat, "Headmaster, long time no see." He asked suspiciously, "You've come here in person, what business do you have?" Kiri called his name. "Chairman Josh." Josh stepped forward and spoke, "Why am I here? Doesn't that seem a bit harsh? When the future seedlings of the kingdom come to visit the capital as the country's protectors, the least I can do is welcome them." Then he sinisterly emphasized, "But there's another reason." Josh stared straight at Lewin and said, "I want to see how those saplings have grown and confirm how he crushed our son." He glared threateningly. "So you are Lewin Ardal?" You felt a bit uneasy under that gaze, like a snake coiling around your body. But something was off. The Josh Garyhill I knew was a level 7 mage, but the system board showed, Josh Garyhill, level 6 mage. Lewin read it in disbelief. The player's eyes indicated he was only level 6, how could he have deceived everyone? You suddenly jolted, realizing. Lewin looked at Josh's hands heavy with gold bracelets and rings and inferred that those items were all relics. You curled a wry smile, thinking how the son and father were no different. Seeing you like that, he asked irritably, "What's so funny?" Lewin turned away and then replied, "Nothing, nothing at all. I'm leaving." Josh immediately grabbed his arm. "Where do you think you're going?" "I haven't finished asking." He glared and demanded, "I asked what you're laughing at." Diongnit quickly stepped in to mediate. "Chairman Josh, he's still just a student. Please stop." Chang was visibly angered at this madman. Josh snapped in command, "Be silent." "The headmaster," he threatened him. "You may be the academy's headmaster, but once the students set foot in the capital, managing them is my responsibility." Tyrion Ignat immediately retorted, "If that authority is abused as a tool to threaten innocent students, I will never accept it. I will return the students to the academy at once." Hearing that, Josh only felt amused. "You're going to take them back? Right, our esteemed headmaster Tyrion is always like that." He sneered harshly. "Do you think I don't know? Your aim was to humiliate my son before the whole school by luring him out. Are you still upset that I was appointed guardian instead of you? The headmaster is petty and jealous." Dion Ignat flinched and shouted, "Josh Garyhill." A gust of magical wind instantly encircled everything around them. Those present cried out in fear. "What is this wind?" Josh still smiled thinly, goading. "Do you want to take this to the end? Fine, suit yourself." Lewin suddenly spoke up, "How interesting." The man was stunned and asked back, "What?" You then revealed why you were laughing? "I laughed because it's amusing. I've never seen anyone wear so many rings before." Lewin's next words shocked Josh. "Mikkel and Jael, my seniors, also liked accessories. Seems the rich are all the same." He inwardly wondered, what does this bastard mean? Josh quickly found an excuse. "No special reason, it's just that we happen to have many accessories, you act like you know everything." "Oh, I see, of course." He glanced at Tyrion Ignat and brusquely ordered, "Anyway, Headmaster Tyrion, step aside so I can lead the tour. From today I will personally direct all the classes under my charge." He said that and fell silent, unreadable. Josh turned and declared, "I'm leaving now." The capital tour turned out to be nothing like a typical tour. Lewin recalled that Josh Garyhill, who had vowed to attend the entire itinerary, vanished without a trace as soon as we reached the palace. Instead, an old mage guided us. He nodded in admiration. Although the tour's content wasn't remarkable, the atmosphere wasn't bad. Everyone quite enjoyed the trip, praise kept ringing out. "Is that really the Mage Tower?" "Amazing." "Except for one thing," Chang asked Lewin, "do you feel the same? Right?" You honestly confirmed. "Yes, I noticed immediately." Lewin knew they were blatantly watching him. Night gradually fell. Lewin sat by the window and carefully pointed out to Chang. "Look over there, Chang." When they looked down, they saw a few suspicious people hovering around it. The two began to discuss, "Isn't that the guy we met earlier?" "Yes, he's been there since we entered the resting area." "What? I felt something was off from the start. What is he planning?" Lewin pointed out that it was an illusion. Chang asked in surprise, "An illusion spell?" "You revealed a few things to him. I can sense magical energy around here. He's creating images using illusion magic." Lewin quickly added, "The scenery and passers-by below are fake, above them, he uses a magic barrier to separate this area from the real world. Chang complained angrily, "Damn it, I can't believe I didn't notice this spell. Even though I've become human again, I'm still far from my original power." "You were contemplative, I anticipated this, but I didn't expect him to act so fast." Luin suddenly noticed something. The man in the black cloak suddenly ran off. Chang exclaimed in alarm, "He's running away." You soberly denied it. "No, he's trying to lure me out. If we fought in a cramped space like the resting area, I'd have the advantage. But he knows I can't risk other students getting hurt, so I have no choice but to fight outside." Luin recalled the system board showing Hizen Gary Hill, a level 6 mage. He then guessed a level 6 mage is manageable, but the scale of this illusion magic couldn't be produced by just one level 6 mage. Luin meticulously analyzed, there are 2, maybe 3 enemies, perhaps more. If they are all level 6 mages, my chances of victory are slim. The face of Josh suddenly flashed in his mind. What if Josh Gary Hill himself also joined the fight? Luin thought to himself, maybe I can use that. Chang, seeing him turn, asked curiously, "You're leaving right now?" Luin nodded once, "Yes, I have to go down." He stepped forward and remarked, "Tonight will probably be a very long night." A few hours earlier, Josh had slammed his hand on the table in anger and shouted, "Is this all the people?" He shouted in extreme displeasure, "I personally convened this meeting. Are these all who showed up?" Someone timidly reported, "Yes, it seems people intentionally avoided this meeting." Josh growled in annoyance. Luin Ardle is finished as of today, yet they're still so afraid of Ardle they won't come. He angrily lashed out, normally this place would be packed, some would even stand for lack of seats, but today only 4 people showed up. Josh ground his teeth, cursing Luin in his head. Damn it, that bastard ruined everything. Finally he sighed, "Fine, sooner or later they'll regret it." "Has the matter I assigned you been handled?" The other quickly replied, "Yes, the capital's night guard is now entirely ours, so whatever happens won't be a problem." Josh then turned to ask Vengras, "What about the task I gave the captain?" He replied calmly, "Last night we received confirmation that the assassins have arrived in Ardle." Vengras continued with the plan. "After midnight, they will sneak into the manor and take Luin Ardle's head." Josh exclaimed with glee, "At least father and son wouldn't be alone in death. Since they'd die the same night," he added. Not only father and son, Luin Ardle also had a young daughter. Vengras emphasized further that Bolvar Payton must disappear as well. He believed there should be only one sun in the sky. At that moment Bolvar was strolling and thinking to himself. Everything felt eerily quiet. He pondered, the young master's recent victory over Gary Hill's eldest son had drawn many nobles' attention to Ardle. But the Gary Hill I know isn't someone who gives up easily. Bolvar recalled Lord Ardeli's words, "Report anything suspicious immediately." He nodded in agreement. It seemed the Lord shared my concerns. "Be cautious." Bolvar suddenly saw a man carrying a wooden crate. He asked him with interest, "Finished for the day?" The worker replied cheerfully, "Lord Bolvar." "Yes, I just finished cleaning and was about to go home." Bolvar pressed on, "May I ask, did anyone suspicious visit today?" He thought for a moment, suspicious people? The worker quickly remembered, there were 5 merchants, but I never saw them selling anything, nor did I see them leave. Bolvar finally concluded that assassins often disguise themselves as merchants. Now they had disappeared completely after entering the territory. The worker blurted out, "And they carried swords, you should be careful. Lord Bolvar, stay on guard." He suddenly ran swiftly in the opposite direction. Seeing that, the man felt slightly reassured, perhaps there was no need to worry much. The manor was unnaturally silent. The assassins were searching inside, moving and whispering to each other. That Lord Ardle, could he have noticed something? He hasn't returned to the manor. You can feel the town's atmosphere, no one has noticed. He'll be back soon, we just wait for the right moment. He nodded in agreement. Yes, there's still time. One of the assassins suddenly collapsed to the ground. They saw the man before them and cried in horror, "What the hell, it's Bolvar." He glared and shouted, "How dare you? Do you know where you've stepped into?" The assassins panicked and asked each other, "Wait, how did he know we were here?" As expected from a 7-star knight. Stealth tactics don't work on him. He drew his spear at once and said, "But this actually works to our advantage, after all, we planned to kill him anyway." They shouted, "Charge all of you." They are assassins hired by Vengras. The intruders hiding in Ardle are masters of at least 6 stars. Bolvar murmured calmly, "Very well." He, a 7-star knight, long ago laid down his spear to take up a fishing rod. So the people of the territory think his skills are no longer what they were. But that is a grave mistake. Bolvar raised his spear and shouted, "All of you, rush in at once." The spear's tip sliced gracefully through the assassins. In no time, they were cut down by him, scattering through the air. The heavy body of an assassin flew straight into the wall. One terrified man wondered, 7 stars? He's 7 stars? He doesn't look like it. We've defeated dozens of 7-star knights of the Empire before. At that moment he heard B speak slowly, "Do you know why I stopped training spear techniques?" The assassin cried in horror, "It can't be." He cursed inwardly, "You bastard, don't tell me." The assassin didn't dare say it. He used to be 8 stars. Bolvar told him that no matter how much he honed his spear techniques, he'd reached the limits that mere technique could teach him. One reckless man leaped up, trying to strike him from behind. "Die, you monster." A cold spear tip suddenly pierced his body. The assassin was left hanging in midair by Bolvar. The remaining man staggered back in fear until he hit the wall. "This one is insane." He screamed in horror, "Vangiras, that bastard, this is ridiculous. He dared lie about the target's strength? Even if they paid us 5 times the fee, we'd never take this job." The assassin stammered vile curses. Only then did Bolvar realize who was behind it all. Vengras turned out to be him. He grabbed him by the throat and said, "Go back and tell Vengiras Gegen this." Bolvar emphasized each word, "Never set foot in Ardal again." At that moment, where Lewin was became utterly silent. He faced Hai Dan one-on-one. He exclaimed with amusement, "So you came to me of your own accord?" Haizen continued to taunt Lewin, "But it seems you didn't come alone, an escort on the road to the underworld? How laughable." Lewin quickly retorted, "Don't worry, we don't intend to die here." Hearing that, he was quite surprised. No intention to die. Haizen sneered, "If everything in life went according to human wishes, how nice that would be. But reality doesn't work that way." As he finished, countless black-robed mages advanced to surround him and the other. Lewin watched quietly. There were about 7 of them. They had gathered in decent numbers. He raised his hand and summoned red fire, then said, "Having lived far longer than you, let me give you some advice. Keeping yourself small is the best way to prolong your life." Hai Dan went on rambling, but, he pointed at the mages and continued, "Now you have only one future left. They attacked as you shouted, 'Die!' Lewin." Hai Dan laughed with perverse pleasure, accepting death silently, quite a sight to behold. "This is the fate you brought on yourself, so don't begrudge it too much." But seeing the scene before him, he could no longer keep laughing. "What the?" Hai Dan cried out in horror, How are you still standing after that attack? You should have died." Lewin just curled the corner of his mouth in a faint smile. "Yes, consider that there are such people in this world." He confidently asserted that there are those who can never die. Lewin knew well that within those incarnations, entities could not be destroyed or dissolved. The only way to completely subdue Chang is to kill me, the one who binds him. The system board suddenly displayed, unique skill, the will of the leader, until your last breath. Cun Can, the first leader chosen by the Sky God will always stand behind you. He raised his fist and declared loudly, "But as I said, I don't intend to die here." A powerful, storm-like punch was launched. Lewin thought confidently to himself, "Good, at this level I can win without exerting too much effort." He suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. Hai grabbed his legs tightly, then said in a clear voice, "I didn't expect you to be so strong, you damned brat. But no matter how strong you are," he muttered, "let's see if you can survive this." Lewin jumped in surprise, wondering, what? Dark water sealing magic? There are those who practice forbidden dark arts, magic despised by every true mage, the necromancers. Among them, the water seal is a technique created by the sorcerer Twing Gwyn Tui. Once it clamps on, it never lets go until it drains the life away. It is one of the most infamous dark spells to exist. Lewin was in such pain he broke out in a cold sweat. Dark magic. He couldn't believe these bastards would go this far. Haizen provoked, "What a pity, Lewin, now that you've seen this magic with your own eyes, you must die." He continued to taunt him, "After all, I had planned to kill you long ago." Haizen spoke smugly. "Now your comrades and anyone who dares interfere are completely powerless. Things have become much simpler." Lewin Wei shouted in anger, "Damn you, you scumbags." He sneered at him, "But don't grieve too much, your trip down to the river of gold won't be so lonely." Hearing that, Lewin froze and asked, "What did you say?" Hai Dan's next words horrified him, "By now your father and sister are probably already dead." Lewin stammered, "What?" He kindly added, "Ah, of course you didn't know. If you had, you wouldn't still be standing here." Then Hai Dan glared and questioned him, "So why did you dare resist the commissioner? Did you really think you could win?" He continued to scold, "Just for that little reputation and that brat." Before he finished, Dan was grabbed by Luan's hand on the face. He panicked and shouted, "What? How can you use the water seal?" Dan's eyes bulged in agony. Moments later, Luan crushed his head effortlessly. The remaining mages were filled with terror at the sight. Luan coldly muttered, "Now it doesn't matter anymore." The system quickly appeared, unique skill, summon King Ram. Summon King Ram to the caster's position once. He ground out each word, "You bastards have crossed a line you should never have crossed." A huge monster suddenly appeared, its roar booming. "Don't hold so much hatred, you're bringing it on yourselves," he said. Luan told himself, and in that fleeting moment a single thought echoed in his mind, kill. He began to sink deeper into hatred, like the world destroyer Draka once did. He would annihilate them all. King Ram asked in a low voice, "Hey, little destroyer, why did you summon me?" Luan answered solemnly, "I want them all slaughtered, no mercy for a single one." He took up his axe and charged. "Fine, so be it." The mages screamed in terror, "Someone help." King Ram backed him as he attacked them. Luan raised his fist and surged toward the enemies. He could never forgive them. The mage was beaten until he could no longer resist, therefore Luan would kill them all. He raged inwardly, telling himself it didn't matter what his hands destroyed. Luan lost all reason and massacred his opponents, whose magic killed mattered not to him. At that moment, Trang rushed over and stopped him. "Stop." It tried to rouse Luan's reason. "Stop. That's enough." The mage struggled to speak, "So you were a madman all along. How are you any different from us?" He shouted in anger, "Let me go, I will kill that bastard." Trang snapped back, "Why are you acting like this? Nothing is happening to Ardal. Trust that knight, Balver, he's much stronger than you think." It continued to warn Luan, "Come to your senses. If you let yourself get lost in that power, you'll end up like Draka. Don't you remember Draka's final days?" Chang reminded him, "Do you think Draka was called the World Destroyer for nothing? He went mad from limitless power and ultimately destroyed the world." It grabbed Luan's shoulder tightly and said, "But you are not Draka, don't end up like him." He finally calmed down. "Alright, sorry for making you worry," Chang said. Luan stepped up to the surviving mage and interrogated, "You, tell me everything you know, what's going on in Ardal?" The man struggled to speak, "You'll regret hearing this." The excited mage recounted, "Have you ever heard of Myong Dan? It's an elite assassin group composed only of Bilkos warriors of 6 stars and above. 5 of their assassins have come to Ardal." He laughed crazily, "By now your father and sister are probably dead." Suddenly a sharp spear pierced his chest. Josh clicked his tongue softly. "I just came to the antechamber to see this mess." He angrily cursed the pathetic fools, who would have thought Garyhill's elites couldn't handle a worthless brat like this. Luan cried out in astonishment, "Josh Garyhill, you dare touch my family?" A terrifying force suddenly slammed into him. Josh threatened in a low voice, "You should have just bowed your head and learned quietly at the academy. Why provoke us?" Luan and Trang were pinned down and quickly realized what this was, dark magic. He angrily demanded, "You're a dark mage too? If this gets out, at least you'll go to prison." Josh just sneered, "Then you dying here wouldn't matter. You're just a useless kid after all." Though unwilling, Luan couldn't do anything. Damn it, he couldn't move at all. King Gram's summon time had ended, he had vanished. He heard the man say, "Now finish this," then summon countless spears from the magic circle. Josh launched a strike at Luan and shouted, "Time to die, Luan." Seeing this, he could only think in fear, "No, I can't let things end hopelessly like this." A huge explosion occurred as expected, but it did nothing at all. He froze, staring at the person blocking him, the headmaster. Josh also exclaimed in shock, "Tyrion X, why is the headmaster here?" Tyrion Ignat angrily cut him off, "Josh Garyhill." The terrifying power of the man filled him with dread. Impossible. The illusion field. This simulated world was created by Josh Garyhill's 6-star mages, ensuring no one outside could detect what happened inside. However, that only applies to ordinary people. A mage of Tyrion X9's caliber can quickly detect abnormal mana presence. Moreover, the fatal weakness of this magic is that if a higher-level spell is cast by someone stronger than the illusion's creator, the illusion will be easily broken and destroyed. Thus, Josh's illusion field gradually shattered. He refused to be cowed and threatened Tyrion Ignat. "Tyrion Ignat, are you going to destroy the entire capital just to take me down?" Tyrion immediately denied it. "No, the only one getting hurt here is you." Tyrion Ignat then revealed, "I have erected a barrier to prevent any harm from coming to the capital. You not only dabble in that disgusting dark magic but also dare to harm my students." He lunged forward with overwhelming fury. For that crime, Tyrion Ignat unleashed a massive surge of mana toward Josh and shouted, I will carry out the punishment myself. He ground his teeth, you. Josh then yelled in fury. Tyrion Ignat. Chang spoke indifferently, just as expected. The difference in rank between the two was glaring, and the match ended in an overwhelming fashion. Lewin largely agreed. Yeah, I think so too. You must admit the difference is on another level. Lewin silently assessed, the headmaster, a level 7 mage, is a rank I dare not even reach. I thought I was strong, but I still have a long way to go. Ignat asked with concern, Lewin, are you all right? Lewin stammered in reply, yes, thanks to the headmaster. Everyone in the house was roused by the commotion outside and came out whispering and murmuring. What's all this noise in the dead of night? What's happening? Someone suddenly exclaimed, huh? That person was. He recognized the headmaster, so why was Counselor Josh acting like that? At that moment, someone shouted, Lewin, we're here. He froze and looked up. Those people were. Lewin finally made out the prince. Fortair hurriedly spoke, we came after hearing Gary Hill had taken control of King City security. Croster added that the only person Gary Hill targeted was you, Lewin, who happened to be visiting the capital. He asked, panting and concerned, are you all right? Lewin modestly replied, yes, I'm fine. They both kept expressing how worried they'd been the whole way here. I was so afraid, me too, my heart was racing. You were slightly at a loss for words with them, you remain the same. They quickly turned to greet Tyrion Ignat. Oh, Headmaster, Tyrion Ignat is here too. So the one lying there was indeed Lewin, no one denied it. Yes, it was Josh. He tried to target me with dark magic, but the headmaster stopped him. Croster, furious, shouted, that devil, how dare he attempt to harm my beloved Lewin? This is a challenge to the royal family and an act of treason. I'll go to my father at once and have Gary Hill arrested for treason. Fortair added, we seldom agree, brother, but yes, this is treason. And since we've confirmed he learned forbidden dark magic, we must arrest all of the Gary Hill clan on these lands. Lewin suddenly spoke up, I have one request. The two princes immediately asked, what is it? We'll grant you whatever you ask. He hurriedly said, in Ardal, I need to check on my father and my sister. Lewin anxiously awaited news. To get word from Ardal as quickly as possible from the capital, we had to request information from the nearest trading city, Monzo. Waiting for that news felt like the longest half-day of my life. A man carrying a letter approached him and said, we finally received word from nearby Monzo. He quickly reported, fortunately, they're all safe. He continued reading, his lordship had been wary of potential assassins, and Lord Bolvar completely subdued 5 killers. In addition, they discovered who ordered the assassination. Croster anxiously asked, isn't it obvious that Josh Gary Hill ordered it? The messenger did not deny it. Yes, but there are also accomplices. He named one, the most deeply involved was Lord Bengra, captain of the Golden Knights. Croster slapped his forehead in frustration. Lord Bengra? Damn it. They're all rotten. Fortair immediately ordered, from this moment, Bengra Gegan is dismissed as captain, and George is stripped of his position as counselor of the Mage Tower and his guardianship rights. The messenger interjected, Your Highness, since those two held very important positions, you must appoint replacements. He then decided the vice-captain would temporarily assume the captaincy. Fortair went on to announce what would happen to the counselor position and guardianship that Josh held. He looked to Tyrion Ignis and asked, can the headmaster assist temporarily? He startled and cried out, forgive me, Prince, I'm just an old man. Fortair quickly replied, yes, I know better than anyone that you have no interest in politics, but as you can see, the situation is dire. For now, at least until a successor is chosen, I beg for your assistance. Tyrion Ignat still hesitated, but the prince's long effort to bring the headmaster to the capital was a tale known across the land. Yet the headmaster always refused, saying an educator should not be involved in politics. He had declined every offer until now. Suddenly someone spoke up, Headmaster, please. A group of students exclaimed excitedly, I think that position truly suits you. Yes, no one is more fit than you. Their pleas moved him. Finally Tyrion Ignat made a decision, if this is what the students believe, we should follow their wish. He placed one condition, only until a successor is chosen. Everyone cheered at the news. Good will rely on you, our kingdom will prosper even more. Lewin had a slight premonition that a new successor would appear soon. His mood gradually relaxed, he was glad things had ended well. Once this capital visit concluded, graduation exams would soon begin. The long yet fleeting time at the academy was nearing its end. The fall of Gary Hill and Ardle's victory banners bearing those words began appearing throughout the capital, and the news spread not only among the nobility but across the entire kingdom. Meanwhile, in another castle a shout rang out, "Hey, I said no, get out." "Wait a moment, just a moment." Jekyll tried to explain, "I really just need a little time." Someone came up asking what all the commotion is about. A guard hurriedly called out, Sorry, this man keeps trying to get inside." Jekyll immediately knelt before the newcomer, "Sorry for the abrupt arrival. I am Jekyll Gary Hill, eldest son of the Gary Hill family. It's an honor to meet the Crown Prince." Standing before him was Crown Prince Sumnan Janach of the Janach Empire. Jekyll continued to plead, "Although I acted rudely, please understand it was not intentional." Sumnan coldly said, "That's enough." He then asked, "So why have you come here?" Jekyll quickly replied, "I have come to seek imperial asylum myself. My siblings, and our clan's mages, over 40 people in total, are requesting asylum in the empire." Sumnan pressed, asking the reason. He pleaded, "To offer even a small portion of our strength to you, great Crown Prince, and for the boundless glory of the empire's future." Sumnan glared and snapped, "How tiresome! Did you come here just to flatter me?" He once more demanded, "What crime have you committed?" Jekyll, bewildered, stammered, "Forgive me, Sumnan has a question. The Gary Hill clan, the strongest in that small kingdom, why would you abandon your country in shame to seek asylum in this empire?" Jekyll faltered in reply. An assassination plot." The prince spoke sternly, "You rose against the royal family over such a petty matter? Don't tell me you attempted to assassinate a member of the royal family." Jekyll stammered at length, No, that's not it." Sumnan then rejected him, "No matter how small Jian is, sheltering a criminal like Gary Hill contradicts my principles. In fact, handing you over would bring greater benefit to my reputation." The next words made Jekyll's eyes widen in fear, "I see no reason to grant you asylum." Sumnan turned to leave, adding as he did, "Go, I will not grant you asylum, but I will not imprison you either." Jekyll suddenly trembled and uttered one name, Lewin. Only then did he reveal the truth, "We attempted to assassinate Lewin Ardle." Sumnan asked in astonishment, "Lewin, the one I know?" Jekyll nodded, trembling. "Yes, that's right." He suddenly stepped closer and said, "I want to hear more about that assassination." Sumnan gave a sly smile, "Let's have some tea." Though many incidents had occurred, they all seemed trivial. Time passed peacefully after the visit to the capital. 3 months later, the new year arrived, and, like the heavy snowfall that winter, many nobles had come to the academy. The reason they came to the academy was simple: the graduation exam. This is a system where graduating students demonstrate their skills before others, giving them a chance to be courted by nobles. Today that exam was being held at the academy. Lewin brooded over graduation. When this exam ended, graduation would follow. 6 years had felt both long and short, and were finally coming to an end. Jason suddenly asked, "Lewin, what's with your face? Don't tell me you're nervous." Lewin quickly denied it. "No, not at all." "Have you prepared much for this exam?" He laughed and replied, "The exam? That's not important to me. I'm going down to Ardle with you anyway." "You seem speechless. I haven't even said where I'll take you." Hearing that, Jason angrily shouted, "Hey, are you serious?" At that moment, someone approached. "Oh." At the sight of the girl, Lewin gasped and widened his eyes. He thought to himself with emotion, "I heard you were safe, but meeting you in person puts my mind at ease." Now Luina stands before Lewin and greets him, "Long time no see, are you well?" He quickly went over to her and replied, "Thank you all for coming. Since that day nothing else has happened, right?" Lewin blamed himself and bowed his head, "I'm sorry after all, father was endangered because of me." The Lord of Ardle said gently, "It's all right, you don't need to feel so bad. I am truly proud that we did not compromise and stood against them." He then turned to Bolvar and said, "Thank you, father, and thank you too, Lord Bolvar." Bolvar laughed warmly, "It's nothing, young master, I'm just doing my duty." Luina suddenly spoke up, "But Oppa." Lewin turned back, puzzled. "Yes?" The girl pointed at a page and asked, "Who is this woman?" He felt uneasy and cursed silently. "Damn it, I can't even use the cousin excuse with the family." Luina suspiciously asked again, "Don't tell me you have a new girlfriend just because Irene isn't here." He cursed inwardly again. "Damn it, I can't even use the cousin excuse with the family." Luina asked again, "Don't tell me you have a new girlfriend just because Irene isn't here." Lewin hurriedly explained, "She's just a friend, just a friend." Just then someone approached to greet him. "It's been a while, Lewin." Jason stepped forward before the Lord of Ardell and said, "Hello, Father, I am Lewin's close friend." Lewin was overjoyed to see the visitor. Fortunately, those attending his graduation weren't just family. "Hans, you have fulfilled your vow and become an official knight," he exclaimed excitedly. Hans, two others stepped forward to greet him. "How have you been?" Lewin exclaimed in surprise. "Theta, has Irene come too?" The bonds formed in the great tournament felt like a reward. Everyone suddenly buzzed with conversation. Wait, those people. Kroster and Fortair had also come calling. "Lewin, we're here." Lewin was overjoyed. Even the strongest among his connections had arrived. They praised him. "Lewin, you have no idea how hard we searched for you." Theta stood behind, deeply admiring him. Indeed, he was on a completely different level. Just then someone loudly announced, "In a moment, the graduation exams for the final year students will begin." He continued, "Seniors, please gather at the arena hall." Lewin quickly turned back to his visitors and said, "See you all later." Luina spoke for everyone. "Oppa, good luck, will be cheering for you." He told himself he'd do his best in this final exam since everyone was supporting him. As he entered, Lewin suddenly noticed two unfamiliar people. He warily wondered, "What is that?" Lewin thought, puzzled. He'd never seen them before, yet they felt familiar. He immediately asked Chang Strang, "Those two look suspicious, right?" Chang revealed, "You're only noticing now. Do you know who they are?" Chang said carefully, "The one on the left is Fire King Terran." He continued, "The one on the right is the Crown Prince." Chang added, "A deified being, no ordinary magic would slip past my eyes. They may have altered their faces, but they can't hide that strange aura." Lewin was deeply unsettled. Why would the Fire King and the Crown Prince personally come here? Even if they wanted to visit, the Emperor could have appeared instead. 1,000 questions ran through his mind. Don't tell me it's just because of me. Are they trying to gauge my strength through this exam without being detected? At the thought, Lewin couldn't help but smirk. How considerate of them. He told himself that if they made the same offer as before, he'd refuse just as he had then. Lewin wore a sly smile, but since they'd gone to the trouble of coming, he at least owed them a spectacular performance. He stared at them with intent. "So watch closely, see how much I've grown." The graduation exam consists of isolation, ice ravage, and destruction. It's a timed test where you must quickly overcome all three challenges. The first challenge, isolation, requires escaping from a room locked with a single lock. There are many ways to escape. Jason stood before the lock, thinking deeply. You can disable the lock with unlocking magic or use a mana crystal key to open the door. There are really numerous methods. It doesn't matter which you use, what matters is getting out of the room. After a while, cheers erupted. 7 mages from Group 6 had escaped the room almost simultaneously. Then someone lamented, "What a pity another person was stopped by a monster." From the next challenge the difficulty skyrockets, from defeating packs of frost beasts in the bone-chilling glacier, to using their most powerful spells to shatter a solid stone wall in the final task. Someone who had stalled here angrily shouted, "Why is this thing so stubborn? If you can get through everything, you'll pass the graduation exam at last." Jason shouted excitedly, "I'm in first place." Announcements followed. Jason Damond, 3 minutes 55 seconds. He was the first to complete Group 6 challenge. They continued reading results. 3 of the 10 students in Group 6 ultimately passed. The students yet to compete murmured nervously, "What am I going to do? I don't feel confident." Lewin stood aside calmly, thinking, "Jason, you act casual but you've actually prepared a lot, haven't you?" Then he became serious. Only 3 out of 10 passed, most finishing in under a minute while the rest met the 15-minute limit. "I'd better plan to get through it as fast as possible." The examiner announced again, "Next is Group 7, please step forward." Lewin moved quickly. Finally it was his turn. People in the stands whispered, "Isn't this group the one with Lewin Ardell, the Academy's pride?" The murmurs never stopped. Indeed, many distinguished guests had come just to see Lewin. "I'm eager to see how he'll perform." Shummertan also spoke up. "I'm eager to see how much he's grown." "Godfather, what do you think?" Terran commentedly, saying he remains unchanged. He suddenly asked, "So, what do you intend to do?" He heard that and wondered, "About what?" Terran involuntarily looked toward Lewin. "The reason you came here today, you called him your final burden, right?" Sam did not deny it. "Yes, that's right. My last regret." He thought that if in the future he joined your side, he would surely be a valuable asset. But if you cannot bring him under your banner, one day he could become a threat. When that time comes, you will deal with him yourself. As he approached the locked door, the announcement rang out, "The challenge for Group 7 begins now." Lewin tapped the door while calculating. The headmaster must have poured everything into this. Even with his power, breaking that wall won't be easy. Should he just pick the lock like the other students? He smirked confidently. No, that would be boring. Didn't I learn this at the tournament? That nothing in this world is perfect. Lewin understood that however solid the wall seemed, it must have a hidden weak point somewhere. The system panel appeared immediately. Steel break can destroy anything made of metal in a single use, no matter what it is. The crowd in the stands murmured with curiosity, "That's Lewin, right? I wonder how long he'll take. Hope he lives up to his reputation after all, he's the tournament champion." A sudden loud explosion rang out. Everyone stared in shock. Wait, what was that explosion? Look over there. When they saw Lewin step out, they gasped, "It can't be Lewin Ardal." They all looked at him proudly. The door that normally takes 5 minutes to open, he had opened in one. Both Shumartan and Terran smiled in excitement. The examiner's words echoed. In just 13 seconds, this graduation exam would once again cement Lewin's famed reputation. Anyway, Lewin would win. He strode straight on to the second challenge. The system announcement rang out clearly. Lewin passed the first gate in just 13 seconds. Now one can only wonder how fast he'll breach the next gates. The announcement left everyone in the stands gaping in horror. Only Terran remained calm, his hand against his cheek, already foreseeing this. I knew he wasn't ordinary from the moment Kun Kan's Fang reacted to him, but his growth rate is still utterly absurd. Lewin, you fought with raging flame against 2 huge ice beasts. They stood there bewildered and growling, terrified of Lewin. The system and the crowd's excited shouts rose again. Lewin, he's passing the second gate with a clever method. The commentary made everyone more engrossed, eyes fixed on the battle. Is he running with a fireball? At that size no monster would dare approach him. True enough, no fool would come near a fireball that size. Lewin ignored the whispers. The more he fought, the more driven he became. He intended to finish these demons once and for all. The blond man stood with arms crossed, grinning broadly. Huh, what the hell is this? He's truly a madman beyond imagination. Terran, standing beside him, listened to his babble, then fell silent, frowning in thought. He always produces unimaginable results. Alright, I've seen enough of your skills, Lewin. So how will you break the final gate? Don't keep us waiting. Lewin showed him the real answer. He sped like lightning, hurtling toward the gate ahead. His gaze was focused as if to crush the formidable wall before him. He put all his strength into this strike. You're just putting on a show for the juniors one last time. Terran immediately recognized what Lewin was doing and stared in astonishment. There was no doubt about that energy. Heaven provided the emphasis, and Lewin's punch was the climax, truly a sky-shaking strike, a kind of invisible magic. Without form, tearing everything apart with sonic waves so fast the naked eye couldn't perceive them. Boom! An enormous blast detonated in an instant, lighting up the sky and blinding spectators not only with its light but with the immense power it unleashed. Large chunks of brick shattered and flew everywhere. In the stunned silence only heavy impacts and laments for the fallen remained, accompanied by tolling death bells. Leading the charge, Lewin's confident presence kept pressing forward, terrifying anyone who witnessed it. That spell can only be cast by someone of level 6, right? Lewin, have you reached that level? That must be the question the audience is asking. A purple silk ribbon of light flashed across Lewin's body. The duel ended there. It happened so fast that some hadn't recovered from witnessing that unimaginable godlike power. The system recorded 2 minutes 57 seconds so swift and fierce that everyone gaped at one another and then at the figure standing center stage. Finally the host announced, Lewin of Group 7 cast a level 6 spell and completed the trial excellently in 2 minutes 57 seconds. Victory cheers rang constantly from the stands, while our protagonist calmly raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his face with a relieved smile. The least relieved person was surely Terran. He remained deep in thought, reasoning about this standout youth. Level 6 is a realm many never touch in a lifetime, yet Lewin reached it at just 16. This is bad. Before he grows further and becomes a threat to my position, I must crush him. He glared with hateful eyes at the smiling boy who was gratefully returning cheers from those around him. It turned out Terran feared his status would be shaken by him. The two princes, Kroster and Fortair, raised their hands in celebration. Long live Lewin, the kingdom's future. Those seated behind, witnessing this, were speechless at the princes acting like children. An uninformed observer might think they were Luin's parents celebrating their child's victory. On Luina's side it was no less. She shouted loudly, "Congratulations, big brother." Theta was beaming, eyes squeezed shut, wildly waving. "I knew you could do it, Luin." Luin stood at the center of the vast arena, feeling the full fervor of the crowd's admiration. They chanted his name, celebrating his victory. Snowflakes drifted gently around him. He felt a measure of satisfaction as everyone congratulated him. Yet the boy couldn't help thinking of the old days facing mockery and harsh words. Now he no longer had to stay silent or ignore them. Who could have imagined he'd graduate like this, surrounded by cheers? Jason laughed so wide his mouth wouldn't close and barreled forward to clap him on the shoulder. "Oh Luin, when did you reach level 6? I can't believe my friend is already a high-level mage." The brat startled him out of caution. "Jason." Everyone around moved in to offer congratulations. "Truly, even I didn't expect Luin to reach that level so soon." Jason still hadn't released his arm around his shoulder, adopting a preachy tone. "Hey, there's one thing that's absolutely essential today." The friend next to him, intrigued, asked, "Huh? What's that?" He flashed a toothy, mischievous grin and stretched out the answer, "It's..." The mystery was revealed with 2 huge barley smoothies, simple as that, yet made to seem dramatically mysterious. Everyone happily raised their barley drinks, draping arms around each other as if at a festival, cheerfully calling for a celebration. "Now we're grown-ups, let's drink like crazy." "Oh yeah, booze, booze, drink more. Bottoms up." Avatar approached. Luin stood watching their raucous, determined to drink until they drop behavior, feeling about 30% helpless and 70% amused. Still, he was really enjoying this precious, happy moment. This must be one of the best memories of Luin's life. It's finally sinking in. Tomorrow is graduation, and this is probably the last time we'll all gather like this. I'm sure everyone just wants to enjoy it to the fullest. Without noticing, Avatar totally dried out, swaying awkwardly with a flushed face from beer staggered up behind him. Without a word she clapped him on the shoulder like a good sister and pointed theatrically to the sky, "One more drink." Luin froze and glanced at her, surprised by this unfamiliar sight. By the way, today he discovered even avatars can get drunk. 2 men walked toward them. The old man with long white hair and beard stepped forward first. "Luin, are you enjoying the party?" Hearing his name, Luin turned to look. The headmaster and Professor Heidel was here too. He glanced at Avatar, who had collapsed and was sitting on the floor, then stood up straight and politely addressed the 2 men before him. "Thank you for organizing this event. I'm really enjoying myself." The headmaster laughed, "Haha, graduation is near, you should enjoy it to the fullest, right?" Luin nodded to express his feelings. "Tomorrow we'll be busy with the ceremony, so let me say this now, thank you for everything, headmaster, and you too, professor." Both men smiled warmly. "A word of thanks. Ah, we're touched soon you won't be around even if we wanted to see you," the headmaster teased enthusiastically. "Then we'll have to invite Luin to be a guest lecturer for next year's graduating class. Of course, just say the word, sir. You've already promised. Professor Heidel here is my witness, don't pretend you don't remember this after you graduate." People continued to chat and mingle happily. By the time the party ended it was dusk. Luin walked silently across the courtyard tiles in front of the manor, sighing wearily. Phew, he rubbed his pounding head. He'd probably drunk too much beer, his head was starting to throb. Complaining about his beer-fueled headache, he failed to notice the figure standing directly ahead. The man, standing straight in worn boots, suddenly stepped forward to greet him. "Excuse me, you're Luin, right?" The voice from the side startled him and he turned. The 2 men stood there, the one in front approached. Dressed entirely in black, he bowed, hand to his chest, and introduced himself respectfully. "I am Rika, a merchant running a small Tyrian trading company in the east. If possible, I'd like to speak with you privately for a moment." Luin remained calm. He was wary of these 2 strangers but did not refuse. "Yes, go ahead. Prince Shumertan." No sooner had the words finished than the man startled. What? It turned out his introduction had been a fabricated false identity. He probably didn't expect to be exposed the moment he braggadociously lied. His expression went stiff and he froze for a moment. The silver-haired man slicked back his hair, looking extremely dapper. Behind him stood Terran. He glared and stepped forward, his voice sharp as he demanded, "How did you know it was me?" Having said that, he halted and, rather rudely and baselessly, threatened the young man before him, "you'd better answer properly." Contrary to his theatrical manner, Lewin only curled his lips into a faint smile and replied calmly, "You can hide your face but not your presence. Your eyes reminded me of the prince I once knew, so I took a chance." He finished and stared straight at the scowling, displeased face of the man, greeting him cheerfully without a trace of malice. "Then you must be the Fire King, long time no see. It's a pleasure to meet you again." Terran was surprised by Lewin's unexpectedly apt explanation. "You recognized me from my eyes? I'm genuinely impressed." It was easy to see he respected Lewin's perceptiveness based on this first exchange. Shummertan cut into the smooth conversation, extending a hand with an unmistakable, unhidden arrogance. "Now here's my final offer, there won't be a second. Come with me to the Empire." He widened his eyes and scowled, threatening Lewin with curt words that carried a clear implication: refusal will not be accepted. "Oh really? But Lewin has never known what fear is." He let out a derisive snort from deep inside and calmly replied with 3 words, "I refuse." The 3 of them stood shivering in the cold winter snow. Shummertan grew increasingly irritated by Lewin's stone-like attitude but continued to press. "You truly won't listen, will you? I warned you before. Any gem I cannot obtain, I will destroy." What insolence, he thought. But Lewin merely paused. "If you can do that, then so be it. But I didn't think you would actually do it." That answer from him was unexpected for Shummertan and caused him to reconsider somewhat. He asked again, "What makes you so certain?" "Because the prince I once knew would never stoop to disguise himself and order the killing of an ordinary student." Lewin's words stunned and enraged him in an instant. Shummertan sneered with a twisted smile, his tone mocking. "Huh, are you calling me a mere student?" Lewin replied modestly and flatly, "Yes, after all, our graduation is tomorrow." He heard that and pursed his lips into a mysteriously narrow smile. "I don't know if that's courage or intuition." After a moment of hesitation, Shummertan turned with arrogant bearing and, full of pride, issued one last reminder: "Today I will withdraw, but look forward to our next meeting, because next time we will meet as enemies." Faced with his words, Lewin fell silent and did not reply. Having said that, the 2 imposing men walked off in single file and silently left in the opposite direction. Not long after they left, Lewin turned and saw someone stumbling toward him. It was Jason. He hadn't stopped partying, his face was flushed from drinking and his chatter never ceased. "Lewin, what are you doing? Not drinking anymore? You have to be at the party. It's meaningless without you." Seeing Jason persistently coaxing him, Lewin cheerfully went along. "All right, I'll come." But what he could never have guessed at that moment was that he had no idea that because of this drinking party, a disaster far beyond anything he could imagine was about to befall him. The next morning, as the sun rose to illuminate all living things, white snow still clung to the branches and the red rooftops. Somewhere in the grand castle, empty bottles and cups lay scattered across tables, and someone groaned wearily after the battle with alcohol had just ended. It was Lewin, waking from the drunken frenzy of last night's revelry. His headache, already bad, had worsened tenfold. He clutched his throbbing head, moaning, "My head." Waking with a foggy mind, Lewin forgot to look around. A gentle voice approached and quietly asked, "You're awake?" He startled and looked up. "Miss Irene." She ignored his curious glance, wondering why she was there, and asked instead, "Do you feel any better now?" Lewin glanced around at the young ones passed out drunk on the floor with drinks still near them and awkwardly answered, "Irene, yes, I should have paced myself, but I overdid it. You can see those lying on the cold floor, compared to them I'm actually better off." He felt relieved. She covered her mouth and laughed until her eyes squinted. "Hee, you don't remember anything?" Lewin stared back at her in bewilderment. Less than a second later he went pale with goosebumps and shouted, eyes wide, that was the dragon's kiss." Irene sat upright on the table, shook the clear blue bottle in her hand, and explained casually, "Jason secretly mixed that into the beer you were about to drink." Lewin. Then he suddenly stood up and shouted that the whole group would go to Ardal. As she recounted it, he remembered the humiliating scene. Yesterday Lewin, Theta, and Jason had their arms around each other clowning for everyone at the tavern. "Ugh, just remembering it makes me flush red at that bastard Jason." Irene didn't let Lewin brood in embarrassment for long and asked, "So should I come down there too?" He seemed newly awakened, his mind not keeping up, and stupidly asked, "Huh? Go where?" She smoothed her hair, unable to hide the smile on her face. "To Ardal. I've been there before, and it's a wonderful place." She really wanted to defeat him at least once. Irene declared seriously, "As I said before, I must grow strong quickly so I can beat you." Lewin, half awake from the challenge, was stunned, eyes wide and speechless. A few seconds later he smiled gently, enthusiastic about the challenge. It would be an honor for me. Miss Irene is always welcome, someone added, perhaps genuinely praising her spirit and determination. Lewin's gaze softened and his cheeks flushed, he looked at her fondly. Outwardly they spoke like that, but anyone with sense could see what it really meant. Irene said no more, returning his words with a bright, fairy-like smile as she basked in the morning light. Clearly Miss Irene's reason for wanting to go to Artel wasn't just about that. A few hours later, in a large room lit all around, voices rustled with hushed discussions while the speaker on the podium drowned out the surrounding noise. The graduating students of Ignite Magic Academy, surely you have endured no small amount of hardship. I hope all those experiences were meaningful, and I look forward to seeing you become great mages in the future, said the headmaster from the podium, since today was the graduation day for the entire final class, including Lewin. Moments later it came to an end. That concludes my speech, now the student representative will give the graduation remarks. A pair of straight legs and polished shoes slowly walked up. It was none other than him, the outstanding student known throughout the school. The headmaster ceremonially introduced him to everyone, the representative of all students and the valedictorian. Lewin approached the podium with a composed demeanor. The headmaster stepped back to give him the floor, patting his shoulder encouragingly as he passed. Don't be nervous, Lewin, just speak comfortably. But he didn't appear worried. Lewin replied politely, yes, don't worry, headmaster. They say you can't judge a book by its cover. Lewin's case was the same. Don't be fooled by his calm exterior. Inside his heart was pounding so hard it might burst. I'm saying it like this, but I'm actually very nervous. Just thinking about being the center of attention before all these people made him so anxious he forgot everything he had prepared. Before Lewin now sat thousands of students, all watching intently to hear him speak. Lewin took his place and breathed in deeply to steady himself. But it was fine. Even if he forgot his scripted lines, he still remembered clearly what he wanted to say. With everyone's expectations upon him, including Irene and Han listening closely, he began his speech. As you know, I won the competition, an achievement I attained in just 1 year, but the road there was far from smooth. I suffered from a condition called mana release disorder for 5 years, Lewin recalled his years in a low voice. For a mage like me, being unable to release mana was a heavy blow, but worse than that was how people looked at me. Many wondered why I remained at the academy, why I refused to give up even at the very end. He seemed not to resent or be angry about what they had said in the past, only smiling gently. But I did not want to give up, because magic is everything to me. It is the only way I can protect myself, my family, and those I care about. That is why I persisted to the end. Let fate decide who wins and who loses, shall we? The speech hadn't ended yet, but the crowd's fervent response, excitement and enthusiastic cheers was obvious. Above all, it had struck a deep chord of empathy in them. Lewin continued, and if any of you here are struggling despite your efforts, today I must tell you this: keep moving forward. He stood there, commanding, making a direct declaration and urging everyone to press on. Lewin's gaze swept over the audience listening in the stands. Even if you fall, get up. Even if you feel unnoticed right now, someone out there will surely recognize you. Just don't give up, and miracles will come. Everyone was thanked for their efforts over the past 6 years. With that, the rousing speech officially concluded, closing today's graduation ceremony. Applause, mixed with a range of emotions, rolled through the hall like thunder. Cut to the end of the event. Pristine snow already blanketed the trees and roads, and the clatter of horse hooves echoed over the cold, snowy ground. Carriages departed the academy in long procession, one after another. From inside a luxurious black rosewood carriage came lively chatter. That speech was great, wasn't it? Everyone seemed to love it. You're always amazing. Thank you, Lewin. It turned out to be the two brothers of our male lead discussing the hottest topic of the moment, especially Lewin's stirring speech. Luina pondered something, then glanced through the carriage window at a pristine white coach moving parallel beside them. So his friends will head straight to Artel too? Through the frame he could see Irene, Theta, Jason, and Han sitting inside, laughing and joking together. Luina confirmed again, all 4 of them? The young man's voice was casual. Ah yes. Horrible drunken memories from that day flooded back, though it had only been yesterday. They'd made a ruckus in the tavern, mouths running non-stop. Lewin even had his head pushed down on the table, pointing at someone who cried and bawled from the drinking. Theta, be my teammate, he had slurred. They say drinking makes you forget the past, but we remembered everything clearly. It gave him goosebumps. Too embarrassed to admit it, he still pretended to speak to Luina. Somehow things ended up like that. Behind the two lead carriages came ranks of Bilko soldiers marching in formation. Right after graduation, we decided to head straight to Ardal. Technically I'm their employer, and on top of that 3,000 troops will join us. The twin princes had promised to send reinforcements for the southern pacification campaign, but I never imagined they dispatched so many troops. Lost in thought, Lewin was jolted by a voice. Lewin, after the campaign ends, do you plan to stay in the territory permanently? Lewin smiled and readily stated his future intentions. No, after all, our father is still there. He thought he might travel a bit afterward but hadn't decided. For now, he should focus on the campaign. Under the clear blue sky, snow still fell as the two chatted cheerfully. A short break, then we'll prepare straight away for the campaign, right? The other replied. Oh, I plan to start with a terrain survey. Our male lead and avatar stood before a map, plotting the next moves for the campaign. She asked, have you drawn up any strategies yet? I'm weighing a few ideas, he answered. While the two discussed, they heard the rustle of soldiers rushing on the other side. Lewin and Avatar looked up to see what the commotion was. Two men passed by chattering, we need to prepare thoroughly, right? Lewin stepped toward them and asked, excuse me, where are you all headed? One turned and recognized him. Ah, you're young master A. We thought you knew this concerns your friend. How would I know? He thought, staring blankly. The man continued, one of our knights will duel your squire. At that, his mind raced. If it's a squire, don't tell me you mean Han. On the other side of the empty snowy field, soldiers had formed a circle, eyes fixed in anticipation of the upcoming duel. At the center of the ring stood Han and some knight, each holding a wooden sword and poised to fight, but worry was still visible on his face. Han dueling a full knight? Just hearing that tells you the disparity between them. Seeing this, Lewin couldn't help but worry. Han had only just completed his squire's oath. The sky remained clear, but snow continued to fall, even showing signs of growing heavier. Han and the official knight began exchanging blows. They traded strikes without yielding, but it seemed the knight had seized the initiative from the start and kept up the pressure. By the time Lewin rushed over to them, the match had already reached this point. He watched Han being gradually pushed back and couldn't help feeling anxious. It started. He stood outside the circle with the other knights watching the two. Suddenly someone beside them shouted at the fighter in the ring, hey, take it easy. Aren't you being too harsh on a new Bilkos who just finished his oath? Lewin was briefly surprised. Avatar was walking over, and he moved toward them to ask what was happening. Why are those two fighting? One of them turned to Lewin, thought a moment, then replied, oh, no special reason. The knight glanced over and told him to watch the two as they exchanged strikes, then recounted what had happened. During cleanup after lunch, we were bored and a spirited junior stepped up, so I suggested a trial of skill. At the same time, Bolvar padded over without making a sound. The people behind him quietly greeted Lewin, young master, you're here too? Lewin was surprised where had he come from. He then responded politely, Lord Bolvar, you're here as well. Bolvar folded his arms behind his back, smiling with some enjoyment, and replied, of course, how could I miss such an entertaining sight? Lewin just glanced at the main topic under discussion and smirked inwardly, entertaining, huh? He looked at the knights standing there. If they recognized Lord Bolvar, their reactions would be equally amusing. With that in mind, Lewin continued watching the increasingly heated duel. Suddenly he turned to the man and asked, what do you think of this match? Lord Bolvar. The man did not hesitate and gave his observation, both are not bad. His attention landed on the young man with pale purple hair, a face showing determined courage, not the timidity expected at his age. Bolvar, not knowing who he was, asked the man beside him, and is that young knight a friend of the young master? Lewin, hearing the question, smiled and proudly introduced his close friend, yes, his name is Han. Bolvar's tone grew deeper and more serious as he slowly analyzed from his perspective. Clearly the boy was being pushed back a bit, but merely holding his ground this long against a golden knight is commendable. His comment made Lewin curious. A golden knight? Seeing Lewin's curiosity, he explained what he'd overheard during lunch. Yes, I happened to hear while eating. I heard he's considered one of the kingdom's elites. I wasn't certain either. At that moment, a breakthrough occurred in the center of the ring. A shadow lunged forward, attacking so fast the opponent couldn't react, swift and devastating. No need to say who that shadow was, we could guess, it was the knight with the mentioned strength. He had swung only once, yet Han's wooden sword in front of him snapped and flew backward over his shoulder, causing him to cry out in surprise. Bolvar continued to analyze the youth, noting, of course, that Han still had a long way to go to reach that level. After hearing it all, Lewin gazed at him thoughtfully and admired that Bolvar could perceive Han's talent. With that, he stepped forward to look at him, adopting a serious demeanor as if about to request something important. Lord Bolvar. The man, surprised by the sudden address, grew curious. Yes, young master. Lewin stood before him and pleaded, if possible, could you teach Han one or two techniques? Lord Bolvar didn't answer immediately, only offering a friendly smile as he usually did. If Lord Bolvar would teach even a single technique. If the legendary knight Thuong Tan Bolvar were to pass on even a breath of his skill, it would be a tremendous benefit for me, for Han and even for all of Ardal. Yes, just a bit of instruction from this legendary knight would make it easy to imagine how dramatically Han would improve. But the important thing now is to obtain his consent to teach. He's a very decisive man. Bolvar closed his eyes and exhaled a long breath. Young master, that's not for me to decide. You must ask the boy first. This surprised him a little. He replied with a thin, dangerous smile. For some reason his demeanor had changed much colder than before. Bolvar explained, just as when I taught you swordsmanship, I am strict with knights. He spread a bright, oddly eerie smile, narrowing his eyes with layered implications. Back to the main scene, the knights stood in the biting snow, so stunned that their mouths hung open. They must be witnessing something shocking. One of them couldn't help blurting out, "What the hell is that?" They murmured among themselves, "That's brutal training. Did he make him do that? I heard he's the commander of Ardal's knights." The man in question strolled leisurely, smiling calmly, seeming to relish it. Behind him, poor Han staggered along carrying a huge stone heavier than himself, panting and exhausted. Bolvar watched the young man lugging the heavy load through the freezing snow, teeth chattering, while another had collapsed, kneeling and gasping as he asked if Han was struggling. Han immediately turned and denied it to him, "No, sir, I'm fine." Bolvar had been waiting for that answer to scold him, "Then don't be slow about it. I told you to be prepared." The knights standing by were exasperated and speechless at the situation. Watching the two perform like a staged act was maddening. Lewin looked at his close friend with pity, then shrugged it off. He let out a sigh seemingly to encourage him and silently felt sorry for the hard lot of a laborer. He said he'd be strict, but I didn't expect this much. I'm starting to feel sorry for Han. I felt guilty too. Just minutes earlier, when Lewin had invited Han, he acted like an eager puppy, barely able to contain his excitement, almost wagging an imaginary tail, agreeing without hesitation. Really? Bolvar will train you? He warned him, I hear it's extremely tough. Maybe you should. I'm confident. I'll succeed for sure. And he was resolute. Lewin was left speechless. He'd given him the choice. Mindlessly exasperated with his friend, he was startled by someone calling from behind. Ah! It was the knights from before. They approached Bolvar cautiously. Oh, it seems they've noticed something, the lead man said softly, then asked, Sir, may I respectfully ask your name? Bolvar fell silent, eyes tightly shut, seemingly lost in thought and offering no answer. They guessed he must be deep in thought. Why hadn't he noticed them earlier, and why notice now? Seeing this, the cavalryman exchanged worried looks at his immobility. Why doesn't he answer? Someone wondered. There's a rumor he once single-handedly killed 5 assassins. Maybe we should ask about that, another said. Hey, that's probably just a rumor. How could he have killed 5 assassins alone? At that moment, as life is unpredictable, what you least expect happens. Little fool Han darted over and shouted loudly, Lord Bolvar. He panted as if someone had stolen his breath, standing amid the chatter to report back, all 10 spear points have been moved already. Gasping and finally able to lift his head after gasping for air, the awaited reply didn't come from the man. Instead, the knights over there fired questions at him. What did you just say? Han stood baffled, bewildered and responding reflexively. Both sides stared at each other. Some faces were full of question marks, suspicious, while others had eyes wide in disbelief, needing to confirm, did I hear that right? Who did you say that was? Lewin and Bolvar standing between them were probably the calmest. After a while, the group and the knights set out again. The carriage and a line of people marched through the blizzard-white road. A white carriage led the way, and the 2 Ardal siblings dozed in the second black carriage. Lewin and Luina sat side by side. She turned her head to look into the distance and asked the person next to her with great curiosity, "Brother, is Lord Bolvar really admired by the knights that much?" He glanced toward where his sister was looking and answered, "It seems so." Inside the carriage the two chatted happily, a stark contrast to the outside. The knight's labored panting came steadily, huff huff. As a result anyone could imagine, Han and the knights favored by Bolvar were undergoing training together. Each of them, sweating heavily, trudged behind the carriage, shoulder deep under loads heavier than sacks. One of them complained loudly, "Don't overdo it. This is a training method personally recommended by Lord Bolvar," another shot back. "Don't ask so much, just do it." Others scolded, "The more you complain, the more effort you waste." The man being mentioned was relaxing inside the carriage, eyes shut in enjoyment. Lewin, helpless at the scene, sighed softly and called to him, Lord Bolvar." He kept his expression unchanged when he heard it and lowered his voice to follow, "Young master, speak. About that training, is it really useful? From what I see, it looks a bit crude." Lewin quietly offered his opinion. It was true, partly because he saw them struggling and nearly collapsing. Seeing people drenched in sweat in this freezing weather looked pitiful. Bolvar understood his concern. Instead of criticizing, he gently explained. "It's not exactly a good method. If your posture is wrong, you'll suffer chronic injuries later." Lewin looked puzzled and, not understanding, asked again, "Huh? Then why did you make them do it?" Bolvar curled his lips in a sly smile, half joking, half serious, and answered calmly, "Well, there's not much to do on the road to Ardal. I just wanted to temper the new students after such a long time." Lewin and Luina were silent for about 10 seconds, feeling sorry for their plight outside, then looked at Bolvar, speechless. No wonder people call him the Tiger of Ardal. A short while later, their group moved to this place, a barren land, even colder than the regions they'd passed in recent days, and the place they first set foot was here. The protagonist stood before countless small-bodied, muck-smeared monsters. The person beside him remarked on how many there were. Lewin, clad in dark clothes and wrapped in a winter cloak, though accustomed to the area, couldn't help feeling the sharper cold. "Yes, we've finally arrived." Lewin and Avatar stood on this ground, below them swarms of monsters. They were surrounded by towering, overlapping mountains, wind cut through every gap in their clothing, the cold extreme the red grasslands. This land lies south of the southern mountains and was once part of Ardal's territory. But since the mud folk occupied the area, the rulers here are no longer human but the mud people. Yes, the species Lewin mentioned are those round, mushy-bodied creatures that swarm at his feet. And because of their terrifying reproduction rate, the land looks like crimson fields from afar, hence the name Red Grasslands. Avatar looked down at them, their beaks snarled menacingly, terrifying to behold. She felt helpless and asked Lewin, "What's your attack plan?" Lewin crouched close to the ground to observe these creatures and pondered. Maybe we charge straight through the narrow gorge by the coast. It's tight there, we might pull it off." Avatar sharply proposed a plan, but Lewin immediately rejected it. "Not certain that won't work, they'll attack from the cliff faces too." She continued offering ideas. "What if we put Lord Bolvar Payton on the front line? Could he lead and crush everything in his path?" This time Lewin thought for a moment and concluded it wasn't very feasible. Their numbers were too great. The mudfolk have a core in their heads that can't be destroyed by ordinary attacks. "Oh, I see." The Avatar immediately understood the problem. Even Lord Bolvar would struggle to kill them one by one. That's troublesome. Now I understand why previous pacification campaigns failed. There's no pass wide enough for a large army to enter at once, so heavy losses are inevitable. So there's no other way? Lewin could only helplessly accept the truth. After a moment he looked up into the distance, pondering something. Perhaps there is still a way. The next day, a loud voice from a man I didn't know well thundered through the room. "There is only one way. A direct breakthrough," he said, slamming his hand down on the table with the strategic map, standing resolute before the others without a hint of hesitation. This man was Moro, commander-in-chief of the capital forces and captain of the Golden Knights. He spoke through gritted teeth, making his stance clear. "If we hesitate to fight, how can we win? Direct confrontation is the best choice." Facing him was Lewin's father, Lord of Ardal, who understood the point but disagreed with that choice. He was torn. What the commander said wasn't wrong, but the expected losses would be too great. Moro remained steadfast. He tried to persuade, "Sir, initially without the capital army support, weren't we planning to start the pacification with only 300 men? Luan's father replied calmly. That is correct. Moro sneered coldly, he couldn't understand why. We were ready to fight with that number, so why hesitate now that we have a large force at our side? Luan's father looked at him and explained further, because this isn't a matter of numbers. To eliminate the mud folk, we must pass through a narrow gorge. Those bastards will never let us pass peacefully. Whether we have 3 or 3,000 men makes no difference. That's why I don't agree with Moro's plan. But then the Lord proposed a slightly more viable measure. In short, instead of entering the gorge, we must lure them out. Moro was concerned. But sir, we have no way to do that. Besides, a direct attack. Before he finished, a deep voice from the young man who had just entered the room spoke up, sounds fine. It was Luan. He agreed with his father's solution, and his sudden appearance surprised everyone. But Moro reacted immediately. Fine, what do you mean, young master? He demanded in a challenging tone. Luan smiled softly. Father already gave the right answer. Instead of going in, we should lure them out, right? He laid out what he'd scouted and presented an operational plan to discuss. I have a good idea, we'll attack from the tops of the cliffs surrounding the gorge. Moro knew the cliffs Luan described and turned to show his displeasure. Those cliffs? No one can climb them, right? Are you saying all of us should scale a place like that? This guy is really stubborn and difficult. Luan had to explain again, not many people were needed up there, just 1 or 2 mages using magic to lure them out. This time even the stubborn Moro found it reasonable and seemed to agree. It's a good idea, but how do we get up there? Mage, can you fly with magic? That remark was directed at Jason, who stood beside Luan. Jason was already startled by being singled out and even more so by being teased. Luan poked him half-jokingly. No way you can climb up there yourself. He stammered in fright, what are you talking about? How could I possibly climb those cliffs? There's no way I could. Luan's words were earnest, he wanted Jason to try and not back down. He patted his shoulder to persuade him. No, you can climb it. Jason stood wide-eyed, unable to believe it. Me? Ha. Of course. Luan flashed a bizarre, lemon wolf's clothing smile, overly friendly. Yes, because I'll throw you up onto those cliffs. He really called the others bluff. Jason was a coward. After hearing Luan, his face went pale and then dark, his eyes stunned yet still carrying an innocent look. What? Another fine winter day began, clear skies, suggesting a lucky day. Snowflakes still drifted in the air, voices rang out across the void. Finally, the day to go to battle had come. Was everyone ready? Only Moro spoke with such exhilarated bravado, but all the knights also shouted loudly in unison. They stood solemnly, faces full of murderous intent, ready to fight. At the front of the column flew the banner representing House Ardal. Everything was prepared. The commander led. Moro gritted his teeth, drew a breath, and loudly ordered the whole force to advance. And so the campaign began. At the front were Commander Moro and the Golden Knights, along with Luan's father and Lord Bolvar Payton. After a long time they had finally donned their armor. Everyone took the march seriously, bearing their responsibilities as they solemnly advanced toward that land. At the rear were myself and my friends. Yes, following behind was the carriage carrying 4 people, Luan, Theta, Irene, and Avatar. They looked tense, none were certain of the outcome. No one knew what awaited ahead, but above all, they were fighting together. The carriage rolled on as orders rang out, the commander's instruction to halt. Everyone stopped in turn and disembarked nearby. Moro and the 2 leaders gathered. All right, everyone assemble, we'll review the plan one last time. So our young people stepped forward one by one. The protagonist hadn't yet stopped when a timid whisper called his name. Lai Ni called out. Hey, Luan. He turned his eyes toward the source of the voice. Oh, none other than Jason. But his appearance was rather strange. His body was wrapped in a large burlap sack, leaving only his face exposed to breathe, and tied tightly with rope. He looked like a cocoon. Jason had no choice but to play along, his face full of reproach as he said to Luan, I know it's for my safety, but seriously, is this the best plan you could come up with? It's pathetic. Luan stifled a laugh and replied, no, I think it looks pretty cool. Then, as if to prove his point, he glanced at the knights watching them, who were whispering and chuckling among themselves, and proudly told Jason, look over there, even the knights are watching you. Are you kidding me? They seem to be mocking you. It seemed this didn't convince the stubborn one. Losing this round, Luan tried another trick to lure him out with a new angle, feigning regret. You don't like it? What a pity, it's a great opportunity. His gullible friend grew curious. Huh? What opportunity? Lewin knew his friend too well and immediately grabbed the itch at his tail, explaining, a chance for you to become the star of this expedition. Jason truly was Jason. Just imagining the academy girls admiring him made his nose flare. A leading star. Sure enough, within seconds his eyes lit up as if he'd found gold, his mouth gaping in delight as he struck a heroic pose. Lewin, leave it to me, I'll handle it perfectly. Ha! Lewin smirked derisively, so naive. Moro approached them and asked, Han, is your young master ready? Lewin answered without hesitation, no problem. Having said that, he didn't stop but tossed this hot potato at the foolish cocoon beside him. Right, Jason? Jason found himself in a bind and replied timidly, oh of course. But Jason cast a reluctant glance down at his bulging hand gripping the rope at his neck, brow furrowed high, lips trembling as if to speak, struggling to breathe. In the end he still had to complain, but Lewin, please be gentle. Hardly had he begged for gentleness than he was yanked hard by the rope. Jason screamed in fright, easy. Easy. Fate being fate, he was still mercilessly hurled by Lewin, launched high in a hurried throw amid Jason's continuous agonized cries, which he couldn't help but shout. The throw was truly powerful, creating a gust that made both Irene and Moro cast pitying looks at the cocoon. Seeing someone leave in sorrow, Jason was left alone with the vast blue sky, tears streaming, his head throbbing beyond words. He felt like his heart would stop and he'd die right there. Before his soul could even settle, he faced a harsh reality. He was now on the mountaintop, suspended by that strange magical vine. He gaped in bewilderment. Surprisingly, it wasn't that scary after all. Are you kidding me? Jason somehow escaped the cocoon and crashed to the ground where the others were congratulating each other. Irene sighed that his father had been right, perhaps they didn't even need blankets or ropes. Miss Irene's skills remained sharp. He stood up and brushed the dirt from his trousers, seeming much calmer than before, secretly relieved that half the danger was over. Phew, okay, now I just need to do my part. But as soon as he looked up his eyes widened in horror. Jason saw something he didn't want to see. What is this? He knew the mudfolk here bred fast and in great numbers, but he hadn't expected anything like this. Thousands, no, tens of thousands, he couldn't even begin to count. You want me to lure that many out? Just thinking about it made him sweat. Hard, very hard. Jason was utterly panicked by the impending conquest, it seemed far beyond him. I can't do this, how could I? You can do it, Jason. Came Lewin's encouragement from below. That one phrase cut his self-doubt by nearly half. Lewin knew his friend well, he wasn't ready yet and didn't trust himself. What he needed most now was a boost from someone. Lewin's voice echoed up, you're my friend, at least you can handle that, right? Now go and hit those mudfolk hard. Indeed, Lewin's encouragement proved useful. Jason was different now, his resolve swelled. He gritted his teeth and vowed to himself, I won't let Lewin down, he trusted me enough to bring me here. Jason summoned a palm-sized orb of fire energy. In moments the sky turned gloomy and overcast, the sunlight dimmed behind clouds as a storm seemed about to break. He looked strikingly cool compared to his earlier clownishness, raising his hands as if calling down great power from the heavens. Fire clusters like meteors formed in the clouds and, mixed with snowflakes, suddenly plunged down onto the mudfolk below. Lewin, who had watched Jason fight valiantly, felt justified in his trust. The protagonist smiled with satisfaction and pride. Alright, Jason, you're doing great. The falling fire clusters Jason cast were like small meteoric stones of raging flame. This spell was called Firefall, also known as a third-tier magic. Jason's sun's level wasn't very high, so the cloud wasn't large. Now it was clear the dark clouds covering the once clear sky were summoned by him, but it hadn't reached its fullest power. In the current battle, the mudfolk were ruthlessly struck by Firefall, all the blasts targeted them, causing painful, agonized cries. When they were roused from their lazy slumber, that alone was enough to jolt them awake. Lewin clenched his gauntlet and turned to Moro to give the order. Captain, it's time now. As I said before, I'm handing it over to you. Moro responded solemnly, understood, young master. Irene, who was at the front, glanced over and urged, Lewin, let's go too. He replied, yeah, let's go. The monsters surged out all at once, and he was pleased that things were going according to plan. Good, the mudfolk are converging toward one point to avoid Jason's attacks. They scrambled on their short legs as fast as they could toward the sea in the distance. The place they were gathering was a side exit out of the gorge. But nothing would be easy for them, hee. A trio of killers was already waiting there. They were as good as dead. The three leapt out and hurled themselves forward. Lewin stood blocking their path. Up close you could see these mudfolk were only about as tall as his shin. I can't let them escape the gorge that easily. But he couldn't help remarking that these creatures were remarkably hardy. Damn, it's freezing. Theta was the first to attack, unleashing his flames. All right, come on. From now on the battle truly begins. Snow fell white and cold, the wind whistled in gusts, the air was bitterly cold, yet the atmosphere burned strangely hot. Irene and Lewin stood silently behind, their gazes icy and fixed on the center. Theta stood there, face blazing with spirit, summoning roaring fire in his hand as he sneered, "Welcome, you filthy mudworms." From a distance he launched a blaze of fierce flames that swallowed the mudfolk in a pillar of fire, his voice full of arrogance, "I'll burn every one of you to ashes." The brilliant orange flames burst across the scene, swirling like a firestorm devouring the mudfolk. Amid the sea of fire their faces showed clear fury, mouths wide as they howled in pain. After landing the strike Theta straightened his arm, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Haha, Lewin, how was that? My skills, huh? I've improved a lot, right? Lewin kept his calm expression and replied evenly, "Yes, more than I expected." Lewin paused only briefly, then bluntly added, "But I think it's still too early to be proud." That's simple, mild remark froze the other in place. Theta broke into a sweat, worry surfacing on his face as he blurted a response by reflex. Because these mudfolk seemed unnaturally tough. Their mouths were always open, ready to snap with their beaks and scream like a flock of ducks. And now they were trying to crawl up the cliff to attack. Suddenly a desperate scream from above rang out. Jason, what? They're climbing the cliff. They were scaling it to attack him. Pretty clever. Given a choice to attack one or two, they chose the weaker target. Jason was stunned by their resiliency, they were like leeches. Meanwhile the mudfolk kept scrambling up faster, faces full of hatred as they fixed their gaze on him, seeking revenge. He sat on the cliff, trying to back away in panic while still shouting for help. "Wah, help me." Lewin heard every sound clearly up there and felt anxious and confused, unsure how to resolve the situation. He hissed and scolded, "Jason, damn it." Irene was equally worried, but suddenly a solution flashed into her mind, uncertain if it would work, but saving a life was paramount, so without hesitation she resolutely proposed, "Lewin, please throw me up there too." He glanced at Irene, genuinely surprised, yet still uneasy. The decision was risky, so he asked again. Irene smiled with determination, her eyes were steady, full of confidence. Lewin pressed his lips together, hesitating briefly. Anything could be dangerous in this situation, but life's safety came first, and he made his decision. At that moment the mudfolk nimbly clambered up the cliff on their short legs, roaring their cries, "Gur, gur." Jason remained terrified and could only sit there. Whether they understood human speech or not, he kept yelling at them to back off, back off. With a life hanging by a thread, Jason thought he was about to give his life to the mudfolk and could only exclaim, "Damn it." He was in extreme panic, eyes wide with fear, on the verge of tears. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "I can't die here." At this point Jason lamented his passionate school days. He'd never even had a romantic relationship. Oh, so he was regretful because he'd never loved anyone. Jason screamed in utter despair, "I don't even have a girlfriend." Still lamenting, suddenly Irene somersaulted through the sky, ready to fight the mudfolk. He must have been trembling with relief. Irene flew freely, her gaze deadly and no longer gentle. A beautiful blue aura appeared from her hand, the graceful magic she often used. While fiercely fighting, her mind also registered Jason's near-final words, so he'd never been in a relationship. A strong blue light flashed from Irene's hand, cutting through the mudfolk and engulfing them in its glow, instantly freezing them solid. She landed on the stone floor. Well, the stone was now frozen by the spell. Seeing Jason in despair, wanting to crawl into a hole in the ground yet still gloating teasingly, she said, "Jason, are you okay? You taught me something interesting. You no longer have any regrets. Thanks for saving me." Irene stopped joking and returned to a serious demeanor, turning to look below. Just as Lewin said, everything was proceeding as planned. "Jason, what do you not understand, you clueless thing?" She watched the mudfolk slithering below and explained, "They can't escape through the side path or climb the cliff, so now they're retreating toward the shoreline." Jason suddenly realized something and awoke, his expression brightening as if he'd just figured it out. That means, yes, exactly, it's time for the capital army to step in. At that moment our gallant knights were ready to advance, led by the Lord and Sir Bolvar. Although guided by capable leaders, the knights couldn't help feeling anxious about the battle. Their hands were full of weapons but their hearts were troubled. The air was tense, they were coming. Moments later, the mudfolk slowly emerged from behind the ice and surged forward in swarms like a storm. The situation spiraled out of control as they poured in, far more numerous and angrier than usual. Surely enraged by Luin's earlier actions, a man among the knights shouted a warning, "The mudfolk are coming." He was terrified by the overwhelming numbers. Too many, this can't be. Moro, true to his role as captain of the capital knights, kept his steel resolve and loudly tried to calm his team's fears. "You cowards, don't retreat, are you going to shame the honor of Radian?" After speaking he persuaded them again, offering absolute assurance that the mages in the rear would support them. "Hold this position as long as possible," he urged, inspiring confidence. The knights no longer hesitated, they raised their bows and swords. The battle cry issued, the troops began to advance beneath the king's blade toward a glorious victory. While the vanguard charged forward, the foot soldiers stood ready but paused for the moment. The knights were surprised by their leader's decisive, unhesitating stance. They didn't share his single-minded zeal for battle. Besides fear, they were wary. The man who had complained about being demoralized by the mudfolk ground his teeth, determined he would not be beaten by them. They immediately launched a counterattack, all the knights united, bravely charging to confront the thousands of terrifying mudfolk under the king's banner toward a resplendent victory. Meanwhile, Theta and Luin were also straining together to deal with the creatures, relying on each other for defense. They'd learned the other side's army had already engaged. Theta whispered, "I hear fighting, seems the capital forces and the mudfolk are clashing." Luin tightened his jaw, racking his brain for the next move. That meant the number of mudfolk here had decreased. It also meant the rest had been pushed toward the beach. Assessing the situation, he saw this side's threat had waned while the other side's pressure grew intense. He made a decision that surprised his friend. "Theta, I'll leave this here to you. I think I should go help, he can't let everyone be in danger." Theta smirked. He knew Luin trusted him and he fully trusted his own abilities. "Yeah, I was waiting for you to say that, leave it to me and go. This pile's on me," he added. No sooner had he said that than Luin vanished, not forgetting to call back, "Thank you, thanks." Theta slipped around behind him, adjusted himself briefly, then flew back toward the mudfolk. He weaved between them at top speed, making their heads spin before bursting back out. Back on the other side, the soldiers relied on their comrades' steady strength, striking and slashing continuously at the beasts. Spears pierced through them without retreat or fear. Now it's probably them who should be afraid. Their bodies were brutally torn under the sharp blades, ripped in halves with a sickening stench. Lord Bolvar and Captain Moro looked far more relaxed than the other knights. They remained mounted, their spears cutting gracefully through the air aimed straight at the enemy. It looked effortless but the damage was fierce, worthy of true strength. The knights couldn't help but steal glances at the two of them in admiration, their skill was dazzling. It was so extraordinary some couldn't believe their eyes and one could only exclaim, "Are they even human?" Suddenly the bearded knight's eyes widened in shock, he was visibly shaken. Others reflexively turned, mouths agape, hearing a loud noise from behind. What was that? Where did that explosion come from? Could it be him? They were bewildered, unsure what was happening, but one thing was clear, someone was sweeping away the mudfolk. And of course they didn't need to be told, it had to be Luin. He appeared like a savior, hurling blazing fireballs that struck the mudfolk repeatedly, melting them into writhing puddles in an instant. Both men and mudfolk stood stunned at Luin's sudden, unannounced arrival. The bearded knight and his companion were frozen, blades stiff in their hands. It took them several seconds to recover their wits. He slowly regained composure, voice choked with joy as he ground out each trembling word, "My lord, Lord Luin has come. The mage's reinforcement." The knight shouted excitedly to those around him. The awaited Luin quickly flew up and unleashed a powerful fiery punch through the mudfolk, shattering them and sending them flying. Lord B had seen it too. He smiled and watched him fight with undisguised pride. Exactly as expected from the capable Captain Moro, never missing a moment. He raised his sword and commanded, "Now is our chance. Forward, everyone. Eliminate the mudfolk one by one." With Luin's relentless arcane support, the battle swept through fiercely. Wave after wave of them were cut down, big and small alike. Taking advantage of their thinning ranks, Luin finally relaxed for a moment, but memories flooded back. He recalled the horrific devastation this land had suffered when the mudfolk rampaged. The beasts acted on instinct and might not remember, but he remembered every detail. Ardal was destroyed by them 10 years ago. Houses, streets, even large trees were consumed by raging fires everywhere. Plumes of smoke revealed the town's tragic fate. His people were attacked by those monsters. They chased and pounced on the townsfolk regardless of who they were or what they screamed. Innocent people suffered terribly, were wounded, and, worst of all, faced death and mourning. And my mother, she lost her life because of them. The kind-faced woman with glossy brown chestnut hair suffered and ultimately perished at their hands. Recalling those painful memories only stoked Lewin's unending hatred. His eyes hardened with resolve. He would make them pay far more than what they'd done. With that he exploded, radiating lethal intent as he unleashed a devastating fiery punch at the mangled mud beasts. These creatures had no reason or thought, only instinct. I will not stop. Lewin spoke to steel his spirit and to avenge the past, his expression ruthless as he pummeled them again. In the blink of an eye dusk fell, the full moon hung bright above, illuminating the thousands of things turning on the earth. In a quiet space shaded by trees, a man's whispering chatter rose. So the next thing I do is, these wicked mud folk. I, Jason Damon the Mage, will destroy every one of you right here and now. After shouting loudly, of course the noisy babble resumed, boasting of their deeds. Who else is there besides him? Jason sat on the long wooden bench, boasting to the two girls seated before him. Midway through his rant he stopped and glared irritably at the girl listening. Hey, are you even listening to me? She smiled shyly. Sorry, I must have dozed off. Ho, well, to be fair, she did try to listen. At the same time, Lewin and Theta strolled over casually to eavesdrop. As they approached they heard that reproachful tone from some naive fool. Please listen carefully this time, this will be the last time I tell it. These wicked mud folk. Lewin snorted quietly at Kot's tail, pitying the two girls listening. He was relaxed and satisfied. The conquest of the plains was over. Over 1,500 were wounded but there were no fatalities. After more than 2 hours of fighting, it ended in our complete victory. Though saddened by the many injured knights, the final result was a victory worth celebrating. Even Lord Morrow seemed pleased, saying the princes would be delighted with this outcome. I'm glad because he seemed satisfied. More than that, he even laughed heartily with obvious pleasure. Theta walking beside him suddenly called his name, Lewin. He looked over and replied, HM. He pointed at me. I smiled and told him, tomorrow I'm returning to Iota. You might not believe it, but the Holy One has been searching for me all this time. I'm actually a promising mage in Iota. No wonder he wasn't the least bit upset to see me leave, instead he beamed with delight. Lewin nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I know. You've grown much stronger. This was sincere praise. Since they began fighting together, he'd witnessed all of Theta's progress. Theta beamed and replied loudly in jest, Heh, brat, just wait, one day I'll repay you for what you've done to me. After that pleasant conversation, things gradually settled. Lewin returned home and, upon entering, found the butler waiting at his door. He greeted him, young master. Lewin immediately smiled. Yes, butler, where is father? The man pointed to a door and gestured him in. Lord Melvin is on the terrace, sir. The butler also reported on the lord's demeanor since returning from the campaign. He seems heavy with thought and is taking some time to himself. Looking at the portrait of Lewin's mother on the wall, it was clear his father was lost in melancholy over his late wife. Hearing the butler, Lewin reflected, his father did indeed seem burdened. He thanked the butler, but the man replied, no, young master, should be the one thanking you. His voice grew more solemn than usual, choked with emotion as he called Lewin's name. The young master responded seriously though unsure why. Yes. The butler placed his hand over his chest and expressed his feelings respectfully. I've lived in Ardal a long time, but today is one of the happiest days of my life. After speaking he paused, then closed his eyes and bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you once more. Young master, what you accomplished today no one in this domain, not even I, will forget. Lewin felt moved and teary. The butler, as if fearing his lord had waited too long, urged him on, you should go and he's probably waiting for you. He replied politely, yes, I understand. Lewin's hands gripped the door latch, hesitant and emotional. Today's victory was indeed worth celebrating, but not everyone could smile. Especially his elderly father, who bore a heart gouged by a blunt blade that would never fully heal. Lewin slowly stepped through the doorway. he had never walked the corridor with such restrained emotion. He looked up and saw the man. Years of hardship had coated him in dust, yet standing before the wine table he still retained an air of dignity. There was also a carried sorrow, a contemplative look as he gazed up at the distant moon. Lewin paused, thoughtful, as if the memory of his mother's death remained vivid. Surely his father was remembering that day too. Lord Melvin Ardle must have been recalling that day 10 years ago amid today's victory. On the realm's day of celebration, he chose the saddest way to reminisce about those dust-covered horrors, mourning his beloved wife who was no longer beside him. Lost in a tangle of emotions, his father suddenly called softly, "Lewin." He was startled. "Ah, father, you knew I was here?" He could only awkwardly rub his hair, not knowing what to say. "Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you." His father's voice was gentle as a breeze yet full of meaning as he beckoned, "Come here." Father and son stood before the wine table. 2 glasses had been set as if planned. Melvin lifted a bottle and offered, "Would you like to taste the wine I prepared?" Lewin agreed immediately. He gently poured for Lewin and spoke of it with calm care. "This wine has been aged for 17 years. It's called Selvoke. But Maria and I used to call it by another name." Lewin froze for a moment, his heart skipped a beat at that name Maria, his mother's name. It was the first time in a very long time his father had quietly mentioned her name from memory. His father continued, holding the glass in one hand and extending the bottle toward him with the other. "We used to call this wine Amoros Lewin. It means, beloved Lewin. A meaningful, affectionate name, just like yours." Then Melvin told the story Lewin learned for the first time that on the day he was born his father made this wine and vowed that they would one day drink it together on a day even happier than that. Lewin stared at his reflection in the wine, heavy-hearted. The day his father had hoped would be happier than that day was today, their glorious victory in the campaign, the battle he regarded as settling an old debt. Melvin's heart was equally burdened, yet he remained composed, proudly raising the glass with his son. "Though I couldn't keep the promise to drink it with your mother, being with you now makes me feel as if I'm sharing a drink with Maria." After a long swallow, Lewin praised his father, "The flavor is wonderful." The old man smiled, relieved and pleased. In an instant they shifted to other topics to dispel the quiet melancholy. Melvin asked about his son's future plans. "Lewin, what do you intend to do next?" He did not hesitate to say he would expand the territory. Now that the campaign was over, they would cultivate the valleys. Immediately, a strange blue screen rippled out. A system window suddenly appeared. It made Lewin's eyes widen in stunned disbelief when he read the message on the system panel. "Huh? What is this?" And in that system window was a message that left him utterly confused. A small bear who'd been cultivating somewhere far off suddenly appeared on his shoulder and immediately started chattering non-stop. "Lewin, something's wrong. I think something happened to King Ram," it blurted before he could react. It grimaced in annoyance, brow furrowing as it spoke. "I know today was supposed to be a good day, but we have to get to the academy quickly." He was distracted and half-deaf. After reading the message his mind hung upside down, completely unfocused on what was happening. Trang urged him again to pull himself together. "Lewin, we must go now." Only when a loud voice snapped at him did he come to. Damn. The notification message finally revealed itself. Defeat the threat approaching the academy and save King Ram. No matter how many times Lewin read it, he still wondered at its implication. "You want me to defeat the threat heading for the academy? What happened to King Ram?" Regaining his composure, he turned to his father with regret. "Father, I'm truly sorry, but I must leave for a while." His father looked at him in surprise, eyes asking what had just happened. The father and son had just met and barely had time together. Now hearing that Lewin must leave again struck like lightning on a clear day. "What is it? Why are you suddenly saying this?" He fell silent, uneasy, because this truly could not be revealed. But Melvin understood his son. He could only sigh, his voice unexpectedly soft. "All right, if you're serious about this, then there must be a reason. Then go." Hearing approval, Lewin didn't hesitate for a second. Since he was already on the open terrace he decided to leave that way. He dashed off like a gust of wind, inwardly resentful. Why did it have to be now? Why did the mission appear at this very moment? Right after the pacification? Lewin departed seething with anger at his disrupted quiet time with the old man, but he had no choice. What on earth is happening at the academy? The situation at the academy was revealed. A robed mage formed a sphere of lightning aimed at the green monster seated on the central chair Amarat. It seemed he was about to be targeted. What evil was unfolding at the academy that Lewin needed to resolve? A figure in a black cloak was condensing power into a globe in his palm. King Ram, seated on the throne, grew angry at the sight. Unbelievable. You barged in and attacked me, are you insane? King Ram threatened angrily. I've heard rumors about you at the academy. It turned out the cloaked figure was the Fire King, Terran. Terran explained that everything had been strange from the moment the black-clad one was chosen by Kuan Kan's Fang. How could he wield power on par with an ogre? So I dug through Ardal and into the academy, and finally solved the mystery. Then Terran's tone suddenly turned grave. Former Ogre King Ram, did you do something to Lewin Ardal? A voice spoke from behind. Whatever your reason for coming here, I'll hold you accountable. Terran was somewhat surprised, but nothing could faze him. Immediately, Terran spotted Tyrion Ignat. Tyrion Ignat no longer hid. He revealed himself plainly. You are indeed different, he said, instantly recognizing the other's presence. Then his tone turned serious. Terran, how do you intend to answer for all this? Tyrion remained firm on the matter. When asked about consequences, Terran replied bluntly, if I worried about that, I wouldn't have started this in the first place. Terran recounted, I sensed it during Lewin Ardal's graduation exam. If he continued to develop, one day my position would be threatened. If I erase the key targets here, that worry would vanish. Then I'll find Lewin Ardal and finish it all. Suddenly someone ran in and shouted, King Ram, causing everyone to startle. It was Lewin, accompanied by a girl. Seeing the scene there, he appeared a little surprised. Huh? The Fire King Terran and the headmaster, what was going on here? Terran puffed up with apparent pride. Ah, thanks to you I don't have to search myself. Terran suddenly demanded, Lewin Ardal, what's going on? He strode over to Lewin with some anger. How did you notice this and come all the way here? He continued. Whether you answer today or not doesn't matter, you'll die anyway. Tyrion Ignat stepped forward to advise Lewin. Ruin, leave here quickly. However, Lewin hesitated. But, Tyrion, seeing this, warned carefully, listen to me, he's not someone you can handle. With that, Tyrion Ignat rushed in to fight Terran. Unfortunately Terran's power was so overwhelming that Tyrion Ignat was struck down. Seeing this, Lewin panicked and shouted at the headmaster. Then the vicious Terran turned his attention to Lewin. Lewin Ardal, now you die. Terran struck, and Lewin managed to defend himself. King Ram, who had been sitting silently, suddenly roared in anger. He unleashed his power and defeated the aggressive Terran. One of King Ram's blows tore Terran into pieces. He raged impotently, cursing the wretched ogre. How dare you? Lewin beside him was also affected and couldn't stay on his feet. He fell over. He was bewildered and furious, thinking, damn it, what the hell is happening? Why is the Fire King here looking for King Ram? Lost in thought, he was startled by King Ram's voice. Seeing this, Lewin anxiously asked, Han, King Ram, are you all right? King Ram did not answer but spoke in fury. Damn it, even sacrificing all the relics underground, expulsion is all I could manage. King Ram spoke apologetically. I'm sorry I ended up putting you in danger. Lewin did not treat it as a grave matter. Please don't say that, I couldn't do anything. Then he looked kindly toward Tyrion Ignat. Are you all right, sir? Tyrion Ignat, unharmed, replied, yes, I'm fine. Don't worry. But he immediately remembered something. But Lewin, I sensed Terran's energy because I was nearby. You should have returned to Ardal. How did you discover this? King Ram was curious too. I'd like to hear that explanation as well. Lewin found it hard to explain this, but in the end he was honest. What I'm about to say may be hard to believe, but I hope you'll listen. So Lewin began the story of an artifact called Player and Draka, an incarnation of a mage. After hearing it, everyone understood a little. That was why Lewin could use power related to the Ogre clan. Now everything was clear. Lewin felt some regret and apologized for not speaking sooner. Headmaster, this information is extremely sensitive, but everyone reassured him it was fine. Now I finally understand the situation. Tyrion Ignat commented that there was no way the Fire King Terran could have known all that. But given Lewin's development speed and Terran's temperament, Terran could never leave him alone. He must have thought that one day Lewin would become a threat to his position. Hearing this, Lewin was a bit angry, frowning. It seemed the Fire King really was targeting him. In truth, he was far from being able to defeat him. Suddenly the system notified Lewin that the quest was complete and the reward, you can break King Ram's contract. If the contract is broken, it could lead to gaining greater power. Lewin was utterly shocked. What? According to the description, King Gram's contract dated from centuries ago. After being defeated by Freenignet, the headmaster's ancestor, he was sealed in an artifact and forced to serve the academy for life. Upon learning this, Lewin suddenly assumed an unusually solemn expression and asked, "King Ram, what would it mean if we could break the contract?" King Ram, surprised by the question, wondered, "How did you know about that?" King Ram said that breaking the contract would mean he could return to his original form and leave this place. Lewin asked, "Can the player artifact break the contract?" King Ram calmly replied, "Yes. It can now break the contract as a reward for this event." But King Ram then warned carefully, "However, to break that contract you need the consent of the curse itself." Tyrion Ignet, present, spoke seriously. "You truly need my consent? My will is the same as Lewin's." Hearing this, Lewin was grateful and joyful. "Thank you, headmaster." Then Lewin decided, "Then let's leave this place, King Ram." As a result, the contract between Freenignet and King Ram was broken. King Ram felt his body liberated and rejoiced. Unbelievable, even the player can break the contract. King Ram expressed his sincerity. "Thank you, everyone." King Ram inquired. "It seemed you were very worried about the upcoming challenges, weren't you?" Lewin didn't hesitate to share. "Yes, I'm too weak to face the Fire King Terran." Hearing that, King Ram proposed, "Good. I've just thought of a useful method for that. However, it came with conditions, and this place might not be suitable to try it." Then he suggested, "What do you think? Would you like to come with me to Tian Shan?" Lewin was a little surprised to hear that. Moments later there was chaos. An alert. The underground prison has been attacked, they're hunting for escaped prisoners. This caused a stir. Who in the world would attack the prison? Any description of the suspects? We don't know. They look like mages. Damn it, who dared attack the Imperial prison, and what about the escapees? Have they been identified? Yes, so far only one prisoner has been confirmed. It turned out to be Josh Garyhill. Josh Garyhill, caught in the act, was unafraid and even proud. "What an honor that you personally came to rescue someone like me." The hooded man replied calmly, "Don't get me wrong, it's not that I particularly like you." The man looked dangerous, merely a minor show of force. It turned out to be the Empire's crown prince, Shumertan. The sky was clear as the group around King Ram chatted together. Suddenly someone called out loudly, "Amarat, clan chief." The messenger announced that the great human warrior Bilkos had returned to Tian Shan once more, adding that Lewin and the orange-haired girl were present. Seeing this, Amarat wondered who was standing behind him. Then both Amarat and Hakan were puzzled, because they saw King Ram and both said in unison, "He's finally returned?" King Ram replied clearly, "Yes, I have finally returned back to my homeland." Hak observed the situation with delight. "Two great Bilkos warriors appearing at once, we must hold a feast to celebrate." But then Amarat grew worried. "About King Ram's arm?" King Ram answered calmly, I'll tell that story later, it's a long one." Suddenly he spoke up, and "Sorry for the abrupt request, but I really have something to ask." Ha responded cheerfully, "No problem, speak, whatever it is we'll listen." So King Ram relaxed and shared Luina's elixir for ogre tendons, and upon hearing this Hakan's expression suddenly changed. King Ram calmly explained, "For our dear friend, Little Destroyer, can you concoct that kind of potion?" A bowl made from an old coconut contained some kind of liquid. This is the secret elixir of the Tian Shan elf clan, considered so precious it's used to nourish young elves as they grow. Lewin, now beholding that treasure, felt a strange emotion at finally seeing it with his own eyes. He asked anxiously, "King Ram, do I really have to drink this?" King Ram without hesitation replied, "You must." He explained, "Didn't you say you need strength to defeat the Fire King? I have my own reasons for giving it to you, so you must drink it." Lewin felt reassured hearing that. If King Ram insists, then there must be a valid reason. Then he lifted the coconut bowl with all his strength and resolved to drink it all. Whatever. As soon as he finished drinking, Lewin suddenly felt something strange in his body. He then set the coconut bowl down, thinking to himself that it was horrible. Seeing Lewin finish, King Ram finally showed concern. "How is it, Little Destroyer?" Lewin was honest, "This is the worst thing I've ever tasted." But that wasn't what King Ram cared about. "Don't you notice anything different?" At that, Lewin jumped. What do you mean?" Then Lewin understood, but he almost couldn't believe it. "What is this?" Lewin wondered. "My power increased by 100? That's not a lie, the system recorded it. You consumed an elf-crafted elixir, power plus 100. Lewin was puzzled again. Just one bowl of elixir? This left him utterly bewildered. "King Ram, does this make sense? Do elves just get stronger like that?" King Graham explained, no, not like that, for elves one drink is all it does, after that it no longer takes effect. Lewin had one question. What about me? If I drink more, will my power keep increasing? It was far from what he expected. King Graham didn't answer directly but steered the topic. Why do you think Draka stayed in Tianshan for 100 years? It's all because of this elixir. Lewin proposed, surely you don't mean it's all gone? I'll drink as much as needed, as long as you have it. King Graham said seriously that the bowl Lewin drank from was the last in stock, and to make more they'd need more ingredients. Lewin sighed. However, the next day King Graham reassured him that he needn't worry about the ingredients anymore. Lewin was a little surprised to hear that. He suddenly saw a group bringing ingredients back. King Graham explained calmly, when I said we should help you. Everyone pitched in and gathered some, heartwood fruit, vigor herb, stone resin, and many other things. They all wanted to personally bring the ingredients for you, little destroyer. Lewin, upon learning this, felt quietly elated. People went this far for him. But then King Graham mentioned a difficulty. There was still one ingredient they couldn't find. Ogre tendon is extremely rare, so it's understandable. Lewin wanted to help. What should they do now? King Graham comforted him, don't worry. Ironically, that bastard Fire King already prepared one for us. Saying that, King Graham placed his arm on the table. Lewin still didn't understand. What do you mean? King Graham explained, use this, just my arm alone is enough to brew dozens of doses of the elixir. Hearing that, Lewin objected. But this is. King Graham stayed calm, don't refuse. Take it as my thanks for freeing me from that oath long ago. Lewin was deeply moved. Thank you, King Graham. King Graham added a warning, if you drink too many elixirs continuously, the body will bear heavy strain. Even Draka took 100 years, so how long it would take you is uncertain. Hearing that, Lewin grew worried. What should I do? The Fire King Terran is hunting me, I have to deal with him. King Graham remained composed. No need to worry about that. He revealed, I've already come up with a plan. Then he shared, earlier we expelled the Fire King outside. Do you remember when we used the artifact's power? King Graham explained, among the artifact's abilities is a kind of magic related to time, and the right to use that magic is still active. In the end, King Graham concluded, in short, we'll use that magic. King Graham was practicing this magic. It generates fire. King Graham demonstrated, to slow time inside that cave from now on, time inside would pass countless times slower than outside. Then he proposed, little destroyer, are you ready? You'll have to endure an extremely harsh period. Lewin answered firmly, yes, I'm ready. I've steeled myself for this. With that, he set off. Then I'm leaving now. After Lewin departed, the orange-haired girl asked curiously, King Graham, are you sure about this? Even Lewin will need quite a long time. King Graham did not deny it. Yes, it will be harsh. 1 hour outside equals 10 years inside the cave. The orange-haired girl remained uneasy, even if you don't age inside, it's still a terrible trial. Right? I'm an incarnation so it's fine, but Lewin is only human. King Ram, however, was confident, little destroyer will surely get through this without problems. So let's return, we still need to make arrangements. Someone was curious. King Ram, where are you planning to go? Voices rose as people turned to look. It turned out to be Lewin. Everyone was surprised he could come out so quickly. Hey, little destroyer, King Ram asked, did you really drink it all? How long did time pass in there after all? Lewin replied wearily, I'm not sure. I counted about a week, then I stopped. Then Lewin spoke solemnly, anyway, I achieved what I wanted. King Ram looked puzzled. What do you mean? What did you want to do? Inside, Lewin drank a pile of stimulants, shells scattered about. Then he stood up on his own. Lewin recounted, every day in there I promised myself that if I could get out of this damn cave. Then he gathered his strength and said, I swear I will destroy it. As a result, that cave was destroyed by Lewin. Everyone there witnessed this glorious event, only King Ram spoke up. Phew, that's better now. After completing the task, Lewin suggested, shall we go then? At this point, according to the system, Lewin's power had reached the threshold of 20,000. Lewin also felt more confident. Fire King Terran, I will destroy that bastard. The magnificent castle emerged beneath a sunset sky blazing with orange and purple. A sudden voice rang out, I thank the prince once again. Rainyak sat perched on the throne, speaking to Josh Garyhill, who was bowing below. Rainyak sat at ease on the throne and replied in a calm, steady voice to the respectful Josh Garyhill beneath him, I told you, there's no need to thank me. I only need someone to watch over Ruin Ardell for me. Josh Garyhill looked up straight at Rainyak and asked, where is Nan Hien, the Fire King? Isn't he always at your side? Rainyak frowned and answered, I'm not sure, he wanders about without saying a word. He fixed his eyes on Terran's retreating back. Rainyak frowned in thought. Even if he's my foster father, wandering off like that is unacceptable. I'll make him take responsibility for this. Then he looked at Josh Garyhill before him and continued, you said you'll deal with Ruin Ardell, correct? Any plan? Josh Garyhill bowed his head and replied, yes, of course. He bowed and asked, the preliminaries for the sword tournament are being held in the Empire, right? Rainyak, upon hearing this, immediately answered, yes, it's on a scale comparable to the Grand Contest. Josh Garyhill kept his head bowed and frowned as he replied, that's right, it's a tournament on a scale no less than the Grand Contest. I heard Ruin Ardell's sister will participate as the Ardell family's representative. An image of Luina holding a sword, her face serious, formed in his mind. Josh Garyhill continued, and that man spoils his sister, so he'll surely come to watch the tournament. Rainyak propped his chin and listened as he laid out the plan. At that time, we and the Dark Mages will ambush and eliminate him. If Tyrion Ygritte hadn't interfered last time, we would have killed him already. This time we'll succeed. After Josh Garyhill finished speaking, Rainyak pondered and said, very well, I'll trust you this time. He frowned and, from on high, spoke coldly, do not disappoint me. The Sword Tournament. If the Grand Contest exists to honor mages, the knights have their own sword tournament, and this sword tournament is likewise organized for young knights from across the continent to compete. The preliminaries aim to select the knights who will represent each region in the sword tournament. Luina entered the arena to the crowd's cheers. She had been chosen to represent the Ardell family. Around Luina, cheers rose endlessly. She exhaled, sweat ran down her cheek, she was so nervous. She recalled what Antro had said earlier, that something had happened to Ruin, so he probably couldn't come with them to the tournament. Lena kept thinking, if only Appa could be here to support me. She kept thinking, he promised he'd come cheer for me. A hand touched the stone barrier, a voice shouted encouragement, startling Lena to turn. Lena, you can do it. Irene shouted loudly in support, I'm cheering for you, and everyone else is too, you must win. Behind her stood Antro and Pato observing. She silently listened as the crowd around her whispered and gossiped, is that Irene Prouse? Wow, her connections are really something. She smiled happily, thank you, everyone. Lena gripped her sword firmly and looked straight ahead with determination, I will definitely win. She faced her opponent and took up a fighting stance. The referee raised his arm and shouted loudly, now, both of you get ready. The referee quickly lowered his arm and yelled, the match begins. Hearing the start, Lena immediately launched herself at her opponent. She swung her sword, her opponent immediately countered. The two forces clashed, producing a blinding flash of light. Neither gave up, they rushed at each other repeatedly, their blades striking one another in a dizzying, rapid rhythm. Rainyak and Josh Garyhill stood high above watching the match. Rainyak held a glass of wine and asked, what's going on here, Lord Jorge? He turned to look at Josh Garyhill. Didn't you say this plan would lure him out? We've searched the stands and there's no sign of Ruin Ardell anywhere. Josh Garyhill was stunned and flustered, impossible, something must have gone wrong. If we search a bit more, Rainyak cut him off, I was wrong to trust you. The plan has gone awry. Then he added, very well, I take my leave. Josh Garyhill stammered and hurriedly replied, apologies, then we'll withdraw. Suddenly Rainyaka's eyes lit with a new idea. No, wait. If we eliminate his sister, Ruin Ardell might come to me himself, right? Then he continued, carry on with the plan as before. Unexpectedly, an explosion rang out, sending smoke billowing and obscuring everyone's vision. Both Lena and her opponent were taken by surprise. The match immediately halted. People in the stands panicked and began to flee. Some screamed in terror, what was that? Explosion. Run. She turned to look toward the crowd that was running and shouting in panic. Antro suddenly realized something and called out, wait. Then he looked down at the arena and shouted repeatedly, Lena. Lena. Pato quickly intervened, my lord, it's dangerous. Antro was filled with worry, sweat streamed down his face. Damn it, what the hell is happening? Why did this occur right during Luina's match? Please survive, Luina. Below in the arena, Luina, her opponent, and the referee lay motionless on the ground. She and her opponent struggled to sit up. She turned to her opponent and asked, hey, are you okay? He replied quickly, yes, I'm fine. Looking around, Lena puzzled, thinking, why was there an explosion? Was it an accident? A step approached that made her and her opponent start and turn. The voice said, "There you are." A group of men in black appeared. The leader said, "Ha, if only Ruin were here, this would be perfect." Another spoke up, "No, wait, brother, eliminating the sister and leaving him in utter torment would be even better. Given Ruin's nature, he'll blame himself for failing to protect her." The other man cheerfully agreed, "Isn't that right? Truly like your brother." Lena, bewildered, raised her sword forward and demanded, "Who are you? Why are you talking about killing me?" The leader smiled, "Who knows, must we explain to someone about to die?" The other men began to cast spells. The leader continued, "Yes, but let me tell you this, we bear a deep grudge against your brother." Seeing them begin to cast, Lena cried out in alarm, "Wait, what are you doing?" The leader's face contorted into a vicious grin as he shouted, "Very well. Farewell." They then began launching blue fireballs toward her. She squeezed her eyes shut and prayed, "Someone, please." A thought rang out in her mind, "Please, save me." A moment later, a massive explosion occurred. Irene, Antro, and Pato watched the scene before them in stunned silence. Rainyak looked at the spectacle and laughed heartily, "What a magnificent sight, truly splendid." Josh Garyhill flinched, sweating profusely. Then he laughed loudly, the smile stretching to his ears. "Good, at least the prince's mood has improved. Well done, my children." Suddenly he flinched, eyes wide and round. Wait a moment. Irene, Antro, and Pato also noticed something. Ruin had, at some point, stepped in front of Lena. He spoke, surprising Luina, "Sorry, Appa's late, isn't he, Luina?" Hearing his voice, her eyes filled with tears. Lena looked at him and sobbed, "Why did you only come now, Appa?" Luin smiled. "I'm sorry, a lot happened." Then he frowned. Anyway, he looked at the people in black before him and said, "I heard the Fire King appeared and came looking, but I didn't expect something like this to happen." The black-clad leader sneered, "Perfect timing. Just wait, our father will wipe you out." He cut him off, "Your father?" Then he threw a punch at him before he could react. He said, "So that bastard was behind this." Luin's punch struck his face squarely, sending his body crashing to the ground. The man beside him, seeing this, panicked and shouted, "Hey!" Suddenly his eyes widened at Luin's words. "Hey, Mikkel, who gave you the right to touch someone else's sister?" He brandished his bloodied fist and continued, "And another thing, if you don't want the same fate, you'd better answer now." Ruin turned his head, eyes narrowing threateningly. "Jogar Garyhill, where is that bastard now?" His threatening gaze made Rainyak and Josh Garyhill shudder. On the cold ground, a member of Myeongdan lay motionless at Luin's feet. At the same time, a voice suddenly rang out, Luin Ardell, drawing his attention. Josh Garyhill jumped down and shouted, "How dare you!" His face full of rage, a red power swirled around his hand as he lunged down, shouting, "How dare you kill my son!" Josh Garyhill's hand unleashed a massive force that struck the ground, sending chunks of earth flying. Luin managed to dodge and crouched on the ground at the scene. Then he broke into a mocking smile. "Oh, you came here yourself? Good, saves me the trouble of looking for you." Hearing this, Josh Garyhill frowned in fury, eyes bulging as if about to explode, a vein standing out. "That bastard!" His hand began generating a golden power, slowly transforming. Josh Garyhill raised his hand, the golden arrow had formed. He glared angrily at him, I will personally kill you. Die, Luin Ardell." With that, the arrow shot forward at astonishing speed, blazing light erupting from its tip and carrying immense power. Flames wrapped the shaft like a roaring, writhing dragon. They hurtled toward Ruin. Seeing that, he felt neither fear nor the urge to flee. Instead, Luin only gave a contemptuous smile. "Ridiculous, who said I would die?" Saying that, he began to take his stance. He planted his foot to gather momentum. "The one who must die is not me." He slowly launched his kick. "But it's you instead," he declared triumphantly at Josh Garyhill and the blazing arrow. He raised his kick and struck the incoming missile back, to Josh Garyhill's surprise. He hurriedly formed a barrier to withstand the power he had just unleashed. It seemed his barrier wasn't strong enough to hold, cracks appeared, making him even more anxious. Luin himself now lunged toward Josh Garyhill at terrifying speed. He stammered, unable to believe what he was seeing. "Damn it, what the hell is happening?" Back in the capital I alone had him cornered. And now, after only a few months, the gap is this vast. But before Josh Garyhill could think further, Luin dove down like a falling meteor, his eyes full of killing intent. Seeing this, Josh Garyhill could only make a few incoherent sounds, frozen in place. He only managed to frown. Lewin stomped straight into Josh Garyhill's face, pouring all the power of his legs into a lethal kick to his face. A blaze of golden fire erupted from that devastating strike. Over there, Melvin, Antro, Irene, and Bolvar Payton were all astonished at the scene. The Myongdan members gaped, speechless. Lewin continued attacking Josh Garyhill, unleashing a storm of consecutive kicks on him even though he was already unconscious. Josh Garyhill's weak hand trembled. Lewin spoke, just one name, Zosh Garyhill. How did you escape the underground prison in the capital? With the Garyhill family's ruined name, that should have been impossible. Lewin coldly stared at Josh Garyhill on the ground. He placed a hand on his chest. Josh weakly stammered, I'll confess everything, please spare my life. Don't forget, Lewin cut him off. It must have been the Fire King or the Prince, it had to be one of them. With that he unleashed an elbow strike. On this side, seeing Josh Garyhill's lifeless body on the ground, Mikkel trembled and called, Father. Then he looked up at Lewin full of hatred. You bastard, first him, now my father. Michael's eyes filled with venomous hatred as he stared at Lewin. I'll kill you. I will definitely kill you. He then shouted, everyone charge, surround and kill him. He won't get away, if we don't kill him now, Garyhill will perish. With that, the Myongdan prepared to attack, gathering tremendous power in their hands as they stared at Lewin. They began to rush forward, shouting, Lewin Ardell. And then charged at him, die, you bastard. Lewin still stood there, not yet understanding what was happening. The Myongdan surged at him with the power in their hands. Seeing this, Lewin also prepared his strength to counterattack. He swung his hand with blazing power and said coldly, scum like you are no longer worthy to be my opponents. A radiant orb flared so bright it dazzled onlookers. The Michaels were stunned. The raging flames seared and pushed everything back. Before them now was a colossal, terrifying surge of power, golden light as if burning the space itself. This was an 8th tier magic, formidable, especially with Lewin controlling it with one hand. The sight was truly blazing. He looked at them and coldly said, farewell, Garyhill. With that he commanded the flames and lunged at the Myongdan. A torrent of power like a gigantic stormfire raced forward, cutting through everything before it and shattering the glass in front of Renak above. After that, Lewin was surrounded by lingering flames that made him look strikingly cool. The people above watched the events below. Renak was equally astonished and broke into a sinister smile. Crazy, you're really insane. He looked down, nearly mad with a crooked grin. Lewin Ardell, you truly are the strongest. Terran suddenly pushed the door open. Shumertan and Renak turned to look when they heard the noise. He hurriedly looked at him, Father, what the hell are you doing? Renak glanced coldly and said, Godfather, why have you suddenly come, Godfather? He looked at Renak reproachfully. You ask why? Do you think I don't know about the chaos erupting in the Empire? How could you act so brazenly? Down below, the flames still flare, creating a rather chaotic scene. He stared at his son with helpless eyes. Disappeared without a word, and now dares to shout, what did you just say? You saw the magic earlier and still say that? Renak replied to his father, yes, impressive, but what exactly was that spell to make you make such a fuss? A meteor, it's an 8th tier magic, Terran answered. Hearing that, he widened his eyes in surprise. Tier 8 is a realm only the top archmages can reach. In other words, Lewin Ardell has now matched, even surpassed, Fire King Terran. Terran glared at him. Is this truly the outcome Your Highness the Crown Prince wanted, sending trash from a collapsing nation to provoke him? Watching the chaos below, Renak remained calm with a glass of wine in hand. Why are you so angry? Please calm down and hear me out. Terran stood there looking at him nonchalantly. I just saw it, he cast an 8th tier spell. Renak smiled. Yes, I saw it clearly, he's reached tier 8. Seeing him so composed, Terran shouted angrily, Shumertan, that startled me too. Anger flared within Terran. The prince has made a grave mistake, he must not be underestimated. He's very cunning and may well have deduced who secretly aided Garyhill. Upon hearing that, Renak only gave a malicious smile. Godfather, he looked at Terran with a mocking gaze. Do you really think I tried to hide that from him? This made him frown, speechless. Seeing that, Renak said, why are you worrying about him? You are master of the Mage Tower, wielding power across the continent, and I am the crown prince who will inherit and rule this mighty empire. He's just an amusing toy from a tiny neighboring country, Renak answered him casually. He continued, or are you afraid? Terran merely fell silent. Then he looked at him gently. Crown Prince, you've always done as you please, then continue. Terran turned and left. Renok watched his godfathers retreating back, puzzled. What did you mean by that? He replied coldly, it means I have nothing more to discuss with you, your highness. I'll go personally to pay homage to his majesty, the emperor, Terran said, leaving Renok stubbornly standing and watching him go. Scene shift. This time, murmurs rose again in the palace. I heard there's an 8th-tier mage in a small kingdom, apparently only 17. In fact, the reason they reacted that way was simple. Lewin Ardell of the Ardell family reached tier 8 at a very young age, meaning his rate of comprehension even exceeds the Fire King. That's why Lewin, who is proving himself superior to Terran, might be eyeing the throne Terran holds. In short, public opinion increasingly pushed the prediction that the master of the Mage Tower should be changed. And of course, that rumor reached the Emperor's ears. Titan spoke in a solemn voice, what do you think? A mage from a small kingdom is threatening Terran's position. I want to hear your opinions on this. An opinion immediately rose, Your Majesty, there are many tier 8 knights on the continent, but only one tier 8 mage, the Fire King. But now there's another young mage who has reached tier 8. Perhaps the one with superior talent is the one worthy of holding the position of Master of the Mage Tower. At that moment, a voice cut in, do not let their words unsettle you. The person entering the main hall was Fire King Terran. Titan looked at him in surprise. I didn't expect you to come in person. Then I want to hear your opinion directly. Terran earnestly looked at his king. Do you truly accept this situation? Lewin, who is said to have reached tier 8, was far inferior to me in skill just a few days ago. So how could he possibly reach tier 8 in such a short time? He must have used forbidden power. He must have resorted to every trick. Otherwise, how could he grow so fast? He even used a strange power connected to the Fae. Recently, the once respected Jerry Hill family was slaughtered by him, all the sons of the House Lord wiped out. If someone like that became master of the tower, it would surely throw the empire into chaos. People were quickly shaken. If that's true, his rapid advancement makes some sense. Titan pondered for a long moment, then replied, but the cause? There's definitely something off. This issue seems to affect not only the master's position but also the stability of the empire. Perhaps we will have to mobilize the army. Terran grew more pleased. Almost, with the emperor's forces, even that brat Lewin stands no chance. Just then, Shummertan suddenly interrupted, Father, you cannot do that, please stop. Terran instinctively looked toward the voice. Standing just outside the main hall was his godson. Terran was surprised but restrained himself. The Crown Prince? Titan spoke again, do you still have the face to come here? Shummertan denied it. I don't understand what you mean, father. Titan angrily roared, you think I don't know? You dared to sabotage it for your personal feelings? A crown prince who dares to act so recklessly. Shummertan answered calmly, it's over. Are you only here to scold me again? Titan lowered his voice slightly. Being scolded shows you still have shame. Anyway, what do you mean by telling me to stop? Shummertan replied curtly, I've decided to kill him with my own hands. If he must die, his life will be ended by me personally. I also desperately long to see him die. After hearing that, Titan growled, calling to his son, you are. In the moment of anger, Titan suddenly felt a raw pain in his throat. Everyone quickly asked, are you all right? Once he recovered, he continued, I know we've reached the limit of endurance. If you've said that, then make the best choice you can yourself. Those words stunned Terran. Is it going to end ambiguously like this? Just because of a single remark from the Crown Prince? Meanwhile Shummertan also said to him, Godfather? You dragged even my father, who needs rest, here just to get him. Are you really such a mediocre man? Shummertan's tone lost its gentleness. My father's illness is worsening, even the divine healers are helpless. In other words, all the Emperor's power will soon belong to me, so I will take my leave now, Godfather. Terran only felt bewildered. Since when did things turn out like this? He was supposed to be the wing supporting the Crown Prince, the one who would become the next emperor. But since Lewin appeared, his wings have been crushed. Absolutely not, I cannot forgive that. After the conversation, Terran returned to his private chamber. He coldly summoned Doom Prime. His voice was even, so what if you defeated Lewin at the Great Sword Tournament? If I had helped you win, wouldn't history have easily taken a different turn? But it's meaningless to say that now. Before long, the Tower Master will change. Doom Prime replied cautiously, to me, the Tower Master can only be the Fire King. If Lewin is the root of all this, then I will deal with him myself. Terran slowly looked up, I understand. But with your current abilities, that is impossible. However, this time things might be different. Terran emitted a wave of magic. This time, I will proactively be your backing. Doom Prime was terrified by that. His eyes went black, then a hand grabbed his face. Terran said, "Don't worry, you've always yearned for me to take you as my disciple." Doom Prime couldn't respond, only letting out choked sounds. Terran stared at him wildly. "Isn't this the moment you've always dreamed of? So smile, Doom Prime." Back at the tournament for the Knights, Lewin stood alone in the arena full of flames. He was furious because the enemy had made a vendetta against Lewin Ardell and even dragged civilians into it. Who is ultimately behind this? The Crown Prince? Or the Fire King? But it seemed that no longer mattered. Lewin flared with murderous intent. "I'll crush them both." After a little while, he began to walk but was called back. "Where are you going?" Lewin explained, "This was arranged by the Fire King or the Crown Prince. Both of them have openly targeted me." Seeing Irene surprised, he grew calmer. "But now that it's come to this, we have no choice but to see it through." Irene asked worriedly, "What do you mean?" He replied coldly, "You can see they dared to attack right in front of civilians. If we let them run rampant, not only Ardell but the whole empire will fall into chaos." Irene withheld what she was about to say. Unexpectedly, the Fire King targeted him, but the overwhelming magic he displayed now had certainly reached level 8. Now, he might be the only mage strong enough to confront the Fire King. But what exactly do you intend to do? Suddenly, Lewin waved her away. "Please step aside." Irene asked dazedly, "What are you saying all of a sudden?" Then the atmosphere froze. Doom Prime was standing before them. Lewin immediately revealed, "Long time no see. The Fire King sent you to kill me?" He snapped back angrily, "Don't mention him with that filthy mouth." Lewin didn't hold back, retorting, "You Fire King fanatic." Doom Prime was furious but dared not argue further. "You bastard." Finally, he decided to strike first. "Doom Prime, we'll never let you reach the Fire King." Lewin casually parried, still maintaining his fanatic demeanor, but then he was startled by something else. "What? What's wrong with this Doom Prime?" "Back earlier," Terran replied slowly, "even if I grant you power, I fully understand it still won't be enough. So you have only one mission, buy time. That is your sole duty." Doom Prime was currently going mad from that order. Then he began to swing his sword. A scorching streak quickly slid across Lewin's back. Next, a blade shot toward Irene. Although she dodged, she was terrified and couldn't believe it. Indeed, Doom Prime had once been one of the strongest among the 11 children, but now he was on a completely different level. "What the hell is happening?" Irene's face showed obvious confusion. Then Irene warned him, "Be careful. His form reminds me of something I read in a book. Doom Prime has undergone demonification." She also revealed, "Whoever's behind this is painfully obvious. Truly that despicable Fire King. Doom Prime is no longer sane. He may have lost his mind to demonification." "Then I know exactly what to do. Subdue him and help him regain his mind," Lewin thought. Doom Prime still roared, "End this now, Lewin Ardell." Another streak of sword technique tore through the air. Doom Prime struck the ground with all his might. At that moment, Lewin spoke softly, "That was almost unstoppable. Because he swung so hard, I had the chance to use something I never could before." The system quickly displayed the Steel Breaker technique. Anything made of steel can be destroyed unconditionally once. Cleverly he raised his elbow higher, with a mischievous declaration, "Now it's over." A pillar of light suddenly shot up, all from the pressure of Lewin's sword-breaking strike. After that, a fist in an instant rocketed toward Doom Prime. Although the punch hurt him badly, Lewin remained polite. "Sorry, I'll try to hit you without killing you, so hang on until the end." On the other side, someone was running very fast and flung the door wide open. "Your Highness, you must retreat immediately." The Fire King outside hadn't had time to speak before being struck in the face by a hard object. After that, no one else bothered them. Shummertan thought idly, "So in the end Father still chose to play it this way? Your godfather, the Fire King?" Facing him, Shummertan still wore an arrogant air. "Over here," Terran calmly spoke, "Forgive me, in the end I had no other choice." Shummertan slightly curled his lips, "Absurd. Why on earth did you do this? Did you think that by eliminating me you would gain the Tower Master's position?" Terran's voice rang like it came from hell. "Now I am not satisfied with that. Because my position as Tower Master is threatened, there is only one path: seize overwhelming power, crush Lewin with absolute force, and not only become Tower Master, but also dominate the world. That power comes from the latent energy within His Highness, the heir to the throne. Do you remember what I taught you when you were a child? Never back down from your convictions. And just as I taught you, I will make everything go according to my will." Shummertan shouted in panic, "Do you think I'll give up just because you say so? Guards? Seize him now." The guards quickly rushed forward to carry out their orders. But Terran was no ordinary man to be easily defeated. He fixed a pale stare on the enemy. A moment later, magic began to strike them down. The guards were engulfed by his spells. Madness showed clearly in Terran's sneer. He acted as if nothing had happened and said, "Have you finished speaking, Your Highness?" Shumartan smiled but felt despair. "So this is how you intend to end everything? Fine, I'll try to take Lewin down. Even if I die, I'll curse you." Back over here, Lewin and Irene were watching intently below. Looking at Doom Prime, Irene worried slightly. Will he be okay? He's taken who knows how many punches. He quickly reassured her, he's still alive, he'll probably be fine. Being punched is better than living as a demon. Just then someone shouted, as expected, "You couldn't stop him." Doom Prime, those platinum white hairs belong to Terran. He said with satisfaction, "You carried out your role faithfully as I ordered, by time." Irene hesitantly looked toward the other side. "The Fire King." Lewin declared grimly, "So you've finally shown yourself. I swear I'll destroy you." But then his gaze caught something. Not good. "This power far exceeds the Fire King I knew, an energy force many times greater." Terran laughed in a diabolical way. "Lewin Ardell, you will never be able to defeat me." Lewin sensed the dark chi and called out, "Irene, get back." A second later, a terrible explosion tore through part of the arena. Everyone was terrified by the anomaly. Only Lewin's family held their breath and prayed for him. Luina also recognized that it was her brother and sister-in-law Irene. From above, Lewin carried Irene and Doom Prime as they flew out. He shouted a warning, "Run, it's dangerous. Evacuate the civilians now." Immediately after, Lewin successfully set them down on the ground. He didn't forget to confront the enemy. "What are you doing? Right here among civilians." Terran casually replied, "Why care? You'd best just die." Then Terran launched his next attack with a devilish smile. Shockwaves erupted, quickly affecting the surroundings. Lewin had to use both hands to push back his orb. He couldn't help but be angry. "What is this? I thought I could finally face this bastard, but this power is beyond limits." Fire King Terran laughed even louder. "Yes, give it your all." Lewin, meanwhile, was horrified. What did he do in that time? "Wait, I sense a slightly unusual magic flow. This energy, impossible. The Crown Prince? He's absorbed the Crown Prince's life force." Terran, unaware he'd been exposed, still charged forward madly. Lewin raged at him. "For ambition, you truly spare no means, do you?" After stepping back, Terran unexpectedly spoke, "Thank you for angering me. It is thanks to you that I have finally become a demigod." Now Lewin understood. Out of envy, he dared to touch that forbidden power. This energy was so terrifying that he couldn't tell how many people besides the Crown Prince had been sacrificed. Never. People like you should not exist. If you are allowed to do as you please, this world will be swallowed by chaos. Lewin ground out each word. "Terran, I swear I will stop you at any cost." But Terran's devilish smile deepened further. At that moment, the system issued a mission: defeat the demon god and save the world. At the same time, a female voice screamed, "Sister." Irene looked at Luina in confusion. The girl said, "He asked me to lead the remaining civilians out of the capital. But we alone aren't enough. Sister, what do we do now?" The girl's mind was filled only with Lewin, her sobs growing heavier. "He's fighting alone." Irene quickly put a hand on the girl's shoulder. "Luina?" But then a strange sound came from behind them. The civilians in front of them staggered forward. On closer look, Irene realized, demons. So Doom Prime wasn't the only one turned into a demon. They had meant to wipe out everyone from the start. Irene urged, "Run, this place is dangerous." Bova suddenly stopped her. "Everyone fall back. This seems to be the place where that old man will meet his end." Irene quickly pleaded, "I'll fight alongside you." But Bova shook his head. Master would be heartbroken if he knew. Irene cut in, "I've made up my mind." The human demons screamed violently. Irene once more asserted, "If we can't protect the people here, I'll regret it for the rest of my life." Before them, a bright flame burst into being. Rather, fire magic flared up from somewhere. An ancient voice rang in their ears, "We are late. Sincere apologies to everyone here. Because I brought a large force, I didn't expect it would take so long." Then everyone began to act. "We will fight by your side." The heat from the explosion hurled the demons away. Everyone pressed forward without fear. Skilled swordsmen used their blades and lifetime techniques to cut down the demons. In particular, Han urged, "Take them down quickly, then go help Lewin." His face froze as a cloud of smoke and dust suddenly appeared ahead. Seeing Terran fly up, Han hurried to look for Lewin. But Han's friend was collapsing on the ground. Lewin gritted his teeth. "I'm not even a match for him anymore. After so much hard training, is this the outcome? I must protect everyone." The enemy's savage laugh rang out. a fitting end for a pack of pests like you. Their desperate struggles no longer meant anything. I, who have reached the realm of the demon god, will wipe you all out. Luin's silhouette looked utterly forlorn before him, while Terran's delight rose. Now then, farewell. His face showed no trace of human feeling. The heat of the fireball nearly touched the ground, its target set to crush Luin below. Irene stared at him in shock, unable to look away. Luina, terrified, cried, "Brother." Luin's gaze had lost all faith. Is this the end? Just then, a voice echoed into his mind, "Protect them. Even if I cannot do it, you can." Chang also seemed to sense something strange, this energy, impossible. The space began to fade into obscurity under the mysterious light. The blast radiated everywhere, the beams of light striking out more fiercely. Terran froze mid-action, screaming in panic, "No way. How can one withstand a blow from a demon god?" Luin smiled meaningfully at his opponent, "Until just now you couldn't. But you becoming a demon god alone isn't fair, is it? Now then, come at me, Terran." Luin was completely enveloped by an overwhelming aura. Terran couldn't help but look up at the one who had seemed weak moments before. Below him the capital still suffered a stinking rain. Luin merged with the power that had just awakened. "Now, let's have a proper fight." He looked at the white-haired man before him and wondered, "What is this?" The man showed anger and then confusion. "What the hell is happening?" The white-haired man sensed some source of energy, this terrible power. He looked at Luin and couldn't help but praise him, as if a true god had descended. Wasting no more time, he raised his fist high. "Okay, now." Luin decisively thrust his fist straight at the white-haired man. "My turn." Taken completely by surprise, the man offered only a weak defense. Damn it, somehow he must block it. But Luin's strike was so powerful that the white-haired man screamed and was flung away. Luin stood and watched his opponent be blown away by the blow. Tyrion, watching from afar, was astonished and exclaimed, "What the hell is this? Could that really be Luin's power?" The brown-haired girl was also stunned and wondered if that was the embodiment of Draka. Had Ruin summoned that? What on earth is happening? She imagined the possibility. No way. Could Luin be becoming the new god of destruction? Suddenly a voice spoke, surprising Luin. "You used dirty tricks to the end, Luin Ardell." The other insisted, "I will not allow that." A veiny hand slammed hard into the ground. The white-haired man's face began to crack as he emphasized, "Anything that stands in my way now." He quickly sprang to his feet, shouting that it absolutely must not be allowed. The white-haired man slowly raised his hand, emitting a purple light, boldly declaring, "Let's see how long that arrogant attitude lasts." Purple orbs formed around him as he continued issuing threats. "In the end, your fate will be annihilation." He then shot up into the sky and targeted Luin with an attack. Even Terran, as a demon god, did not realize one thing. Draka stood there calmly raising a hand. Draka, whom Luin had summoned, was once called the god of destruction. Luin mirrored the exact same motion. The opponent explained then, "Therefore, confront Draka now." Seeing Draka's terrifying power, the white-haired man concluded that this was no longer mere suicide. Suddenly a pair of hands clasped and twisted, producing a golden light. Immediately a white radiance enveloped the area, forcing the white-haired man to look up. He stood there stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What is this nonsense? Before the opponent could react, Luin spoke, "Is it my turn again?" Instantly a shaft of golden light descended from above, striking where the white-haired man stood. The heaven-striking punch quickly landed directly on his cheek. It seemed the white-haired man was completely overwhelmed by Draka. He stood motionless as Draka continued assaulting his flank. The blow was so powerful it generated a stream of golden light. And so Luin commanded Draka to repeatedly strike the arrogant white-haired man. Everyone witnessing the scene stood agape in astonishment. Luin suddenly stopped punching when the opponent blurted out, "I admit it, Luin Ardell." He quickly rocketed up out of Luin's sight. The white-haired man spun the purple orb in his hand and said, "Even if I use every method I have, I cannot defeat you." He steadily grew stronger and said, "But if I cannot beat you?" Then the white-haired man screamed madly, "Then I'll drag you and this cursed world down and destroy everything with all my power." Luin widened his eyes in shock and shouted, What are you talking about?" Without hesitation he hurled the purple orb in his hand forcefully at Luin, declaring, "Everything ends now." He stood there cursing angrily, "Damn it, you're insane to the last moment, Terran, wanting to destroy the world out of jealousy." After finishing, he regained his composure and said, "It seems I must stop this attack." Luin looked up calmly and said, "I'll have to put all my strength into this." Immediately Draka raised its powerful fist, then, for the final time, Luin mirrored the motion and urged, "Let's do this together, Draka." The two beams of light from both sides merged together. Luin's expression changed and he shouted loudly to show his resolve. The white-haired man crazily shouted back, "In the end, you are nothing before a demon god. I will wipe you out along with those fools." Everyone below looked up, worried about the unfolding situation. Lewin glared and resolutely said, "No, the one who can do nothing is you." A voice affirmed as Draka's powerful punch fell, "It's him." The white-haired man stood there stunned, then fell into thought. Is it over? Is this really how it ends? He ground his teeth in unwillingness. Damn it, fucking hell. The white-haired man screamed, "Even if I die, I curse you, Lewin Ardell." Immediately a white light covered the sky. Lewin also landed and then walked away gently and calmly. The purple-haired girl ran up and cried, "Appa." She anxiously ran over to ask, "After all those battles, are you okay?" Lewin smiled and said, "Yes, I'm fine, I'm safe." But then he suddenly froze and stood there glaring. Suddenly he clutched his head in pain. Lewin, agonized, wondered what was happening. His head felt like it would explode. What was this unbearable pain? In too much pain, he screamed out in despair. Then Lewin fell to his knees and went silent. The purple-haired girl hurried over worriedly. "Are you okay, Appa?" "Wait, I'll come right over." Lewin shouted frantically, "Don't come." He forced himself through the pain to warn, "Don't come here, you must not get close." The brown-haired girl saw this and thought to herself that she had been far too sure. Lewin suddenly froze at the sight before him. Truly the dragon famed as the most perfect creature, and at the same time the destroyer of the world, Raka. At its majestic bearing he thought inwardly that just facing it, the overwhelming energy, was unbelievable. Lewin broke the silence, asking, "Where are we?" Draka replied, "I'm borrowing your inner world for a bit. I feel that if I leave you be, something terrible will surely happen." Then Draka said slowly, "Right now you're only one step away from going mad from the power, just like I once did." Seeing his stunned face, it explained, "So no matter what, I must pull you into this inner world." Strang, watching from afar, suddenly spoke up, "Then what should I do?" She shouted angrily, I don't want to go through what you suffered. I won't watch another person lose themselves." One sentence from Draka stunned her. "That's why I came here, Strang." It immediately answered, "The player artifact links me and the little destroyer. If there's a connection, it can also be cut." Its face grew unusually solemn. "Therefore, if I concentrate all my power to destroy it, nothing will be able to harm the little destroyer anymore." Strang, still angry, questioned in a sharp voice, "Then you, using all your power means you'll disappear." Draka soothed gently, "Don't be too sad, Strang. After I awakened as the god of destruction, all I brought was harm to this world. If he can use the power without being consumed by it, he'll become a much greater support for this world." Lewin listened closely to every word it said. "Severing the player's link doesn't mean you'll lose your strength, so don't worry." Suddenly he blurted out, "Wait, Draka, earlier I wanted to ask something." His gaze suddenly fell, "Among so many people, why me? I truly don't understand why you do all this for me. I don't even know if gaining this power will benefit the world." That voice gently echoed in his ear, snapping him back, "It will help." Recalling the image of Lewin's falling tear, Draka said slowly, "I give you power because you remind me of myself." With its head bowed and exhaustion in its demeanor, it said that before gaining power its life was full of pain, but in the end that power consumed me and destroyed the world, yet you are different. Suddenly Draka's tone turned serious, "As a player, I have watched your entire life." Witnessing that courage, its voice became calm. "From when you had no power to now, when you've grown strong, you have always used that strength the right way." Seeing Lewin dazed, Draka said deliberately, "Unlike me, you will lead the world down the right path." The next words left both of them frozen. "It seems time is up. Nice to meet you, little destroyer." It still turned its gaze to her and said, "And you too, Strang." Before leaving it didn't forget to say thanks, for the past and the present, always thank you. Hearing that, Strang's face flickered with shock, her eyes widening in astonishment. She clenched her teeth and snarled harshly, "You damned lizard." Yet that icy gaze still managed to send a farewell, "Goodbye, Draka." His whole body ached as his eyes slowly opened. A voice called out, Ruin." Headmaster Tyrion and the others surrounded Lewin, and he exclaimed, "Huh?" Jason said worriedly, "You really scared me, collapsing like that. I thought something terrible had happened." Lewin lightly replied, "Oh, I see, sorry for making you worry." He looked at them with affection and thanked everyone profusely. "I called for help so suddenly, yet you all came." Principal Tyrion spoke gently. "Even though it was a last-minute call, everyone rushed over immediately, which only shows how remarkable you are, Ruin." Suddenly a voice rang out, drawing attention. "Sorry to interrupt this warm moment." Jason's face froze the moment he saw him. What?" Before that majestic face, the blonde friend whispered, "Your Majesty." He spoke slowly, "I have business with Ruin Ardell." Lewin's eyes widened in surprise. "The Emperor himself has come to see me?" Jason standing beside him stammered that the Emperor was standing right in front of him. His face registered disbelief as he thought inwardly that perhaps the Emperor had come to question him for defeating the Emperor's trusted retainer, the Fire King, Maybe the emperor had lost his wits after losing his son, the crown prince. The emperor spoke again calmly, "Ruin." Suddenly he bowed, to everyone's astonishment, and said, "Allow me to personally offer my apologies." The emperor spoke softly, "The chaos in the empire right now is entirely my fault. I failed to see Theron's cruel nature, even granting him more power, and worse." There was remorse in his voice. "My greatest mistake was not controlling my son." Recalling what had just happened, he continued, "And a moment ago, I witnessed the battle between you and Theron with my own eyes." His eyes fell silent for a moment, and at that instant I was completely convinced. Lewin's audacious demeanor surprised the emperor. If that man fights for the world, then this world will head in a better direction. Without a flicker in his eyes he proposed, "Therefore I wish to ask you in person, Ruin Ardell." A proposal that left him stunned. "Would you accept becoming the head of the Empire's Tower of Mages?" A few days later, in a small house late at night, Jason laughed and teased, "Ha ha, you're truly on another level now, Ruin." A few days later, Jason burst out laughing and teased, "I always thought you were on another level, but at your age being offered head of the tower?" Lewin's expression suddenly darkened before he answered, "Yes, I never even dared to dream of it. I was offered the succession to the position of Fire King Theron." He told himself that becoming the tower's head meant becoming someone admired by all. The image of the old white-bearded man flashed before him. "I'd defeated the previous head of the tower, the traitor Fire King Theron. The emperor's figure also appeared afterwards, and the emperor personally recommended me. If I accept, the position could be granted immediately." Lewin pondered for a long time. With Theron Artemis's rebellion and the crown prince's death, the world is in chaos. As the new tower head there will be a lot to do. I just graduated from the academy not long ago. Can I shoulder all this? Suddenly a voice whispered in his ear like honey, "Lord Ruin." Only then did Lewin turn his gaze to the girl beside him. "Ah, Lady Irene," she asked, "what are you thinking about so deeply? You don't look well." Amidst the celebration he replied softly, being suddenly entrusted with such a great responsibility, "Honestly, I feel a bit overwhelmed. It's a great opportunity, but I can't help but worry." Irene's eyes curved into a smile. "Well, how about a trip? Go somewhere you can relax and not worry." Lewin smiled back, "Oh, that sounds nice. Where shall we go?" Suddenly her expression changed, and a suggestive smile appeared. Then Irene flopped down on the table, looked at him seductively, and asked, "How about coming to my place?" Thunder suddenly rumbled somewhere by his ear. He couldn't believe what he'd just heard. That little house under the moonlight in the dead of night echoed with someone saying, "Huh?" The sky was clear and sunny. Strang lay on Lewin's shoulder, half joking, half serious. "Hee, Lewin, you've never dated before, and you're rushing in from the start. Are you planning to go to that girl's house alone?" Lewin didn't answer and obediently followed Irene. Strang laughed again and added, "Your friends helped too. They stepped back enough for the two of you to go alone." That Jason looked like he had feelings. "I almost thought so." Only then did Lewin speak up and ask her why she wouldn't step back. Strang glanced at him and teased, "Hey, did you forget? I'm your only embodiment, remember?" Suddenly Irene turned to look at him and asked curiously, "Lewin, what are you muttering to yourself?" Startled by her call, he quickly replied, "Ah, it's nothing." Looking at Irene's beautiful face, Lewin thought to himself that after all, he was finally setting off with Lady Irene, just the two of them. This trip's destination was Prius. All he knew was that it was Lady Irene's homeland, but he hadn't expected it to be so mountainous, he thought as he slowly followed Irene. Then he glanced around, observing. Lewin judged inwardly that there was nothing much in the area. Unexpectedly, a shadow streaked past. Lewin froze slightly at the sudden assault. When the man lunged at him with a kick, he nimbly dodged. He thought to himself, an ambush? The man landed firmly and didn't hesitate to praise him. "Not bad, you dodged my kick." Lewin's face turned serious as he calmly asked him, "Who the hell are you, and why did you suddenly attack me?" The man ignored his question and snapped back, "Who am I, brat? Are you tired of living? So who are you then?" Lewin, puzzled and dazed, blurted, "What?" The man ignored his question and snapped back, "Who am I, brat? Are you tired of living? So who are you then?" Lewin, puzzled and dazed, blurted, "What?" Irene looked at the man before them and introduced him indifferently, "That person is my brother." The man clenched both fists and stared straight at the two of them. Lewin, astonished and flustered, asked her, "Your brother? Then why did he attack?" Before she could answer, Irene's brother cut in, praising, "You dodged my ambush, which proves you're not some ordinary weakling." He then walked slowly up to him and asked coldly, "But seeing you hanging around Irene, don't tell me you're her boyfriend, huh?" Then he grabbed Lewin's shirt. Stunned, Lewin was threatened, "Then let me punch you once and we'll talk." After composing himself, Lewin looked him in the eye and calmly requested, "I don't understand what you're talking about, but could you please let go of me? Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Huh, escaped his heart. Irene's brother was an 8-star martial artist, Aduma Prius. Seeing his rank, Lewin couldn't believe it and thought to himself, wait, an 8-star martial artist? Someone that strong, why is he here? Aduma continued shouting in his face, pressing him with questions. Well, why aren't you answering? Do you think this is nothing? Irene folded her arms and said coldly, can you stop now? Noticing her displeasure, Aduma hurriedly let go of Lewin's shirt and called out, Irene. Irene turned her face away, ignoring him, sulking, even if you are my brother, this is going too far. Aduma protested angrily, are you really siding with him right in front of me? What's so special about that guy? Irene snapped back, whirling to face him and shouting, I was the one who saved you. After saying that, she turned and left, calling for Lewin to follow. She tossed one last insult at Aduma, let's go, Lewin, what a stupid big brother. Aduma, enraged by her rebuke, ground his teeth in fury. Lewin, caught in the middle and awkward, finally replied, all right. He wondered inwardly and tried to reassure himself that the rest of the family would be fine, right? Sure enough, soon they arrived at a house. Inside, a middle-aged man, furious, slammed a fiery punch into the floor and yelled angrily, what did you say? Once he calmed down he sat in a chair, hands still clenched into fists, muttering in disbelief, my precious, unbelievably lovely daughter Irene, the treasure of my eyes, she brought a man home? Bringing him home means, he's come to ask for her hand? Then he bellowed in irritated objection, I absolutely, never, will approve this marriage. This middle-aged man was Irene's father, the 9-star martial artist Akan Prius. Akan, quick to anger, shouted challengingly, if you truly want my daughter, then first defeat me. Aduma at his side agreed loudly, that's right, that's how it should be, father. Irene, astonished by the scene, slapped her forehead in dismay and complained, even you, father? Really? Lewin was more than alarmed by this family, he stiffened, thinking, I shouldn't have come here, I want to go home. Suddenly a middle-aged woman stepped forward and intervened, calling, stop. Everyone heard her and reflexively looked over. She folded her arms and sternly scolded Akan and Aduma, what do you two think you're doing? Irene finally brought a guest home, and you can't even treat them politely? Then she authoritatively ordered the two of them, apologize right now. Akan, surprised by her words, called softly, my dear. Aduma was also stunned and said, madam. At last the two of them turned to Lewin and, following her command, Aduma said tersely, sorry. Akan followed, I apologize as well. Lewin smiled brightly, his face slightly flushed with embarrassment, thinking to himself that Lady Irene truly inherited her demeanor from her mother. How could someone be both gentle and noble like that? Looking at Irene's mother, he realized she was an 8-star martial artist, Sida Prius. At that moment the smile on his face froze, and inwardly he sighed, what kind of clan is this after all? The prestigious Prius clan once owned vast territories and basked in brilliant glory, their mansion was the center of attention, standing out among the humble houses around it. But that fame vanished as they declined, some descendants scattered far and wide, and eventually settled in this remote area. After those events, they built this house here. Their descendants lived reclusively in the mountains, devoted to rigorous training and cultivation day and night. Akan and Aduma, for example, trained diligently every day to increase their strength. But Lady Irene, gifted in magic, succeeded in becoming a mage with a burning ambition to revive the clan, and thanks to her the Prius family experienced a major turning point. Sida set a bowl of fragrant soup on the table and politely asked him, sorry about this, it's your first visit and we've been rude, haven't we? Then she sat down opposite Lewin and Irene and spoke frankly, the men in this house are like that by nature. They are impulsive and act without thinking, but they're not bad people at heart. Right now Akan and Aduma have been sent outside and are sitting with their heads between their knees, quietly nursing their wounded pride. Inside, Sida looked directly at Lewin and gently defended them, saying it's just that they love their daughter too much, please understand. Lewin smiled politely and replied, I understand, anyone would be a bit alarmed if a precious daughter like Lady Irene brought a man home. Sida propped her hand on the table, looked at him and smiled, really? I don't see much to be alarmed about. Lewin was a little surprised by her reply and unconsciously made a sound. She rested her chin on her hand and calmly explained that if our daughter brings a man all the way home, then she must be thinking seriously about him. Then she turned to Irene and asked, isn't that right, Irene? Irene was hit to the heart, blushing and flustered, stumbling over her words, Mother, about that. Suddenly Akan slammed the door open, stormed in and shouted in opposition, absolutely not. The three of them reflexively looked at him. Akan had brought Adoma and 2 other men with him. All 4 of them were furious. Akan resolutely challenged, "If you want my daughter's hand, then first defeat us." Saida surrendered to them with a sigh, exasperated, lamenting, "These men, honestly." Looking at the 2 strange men, Lewin wondered inwardly who the others standing behind them were. Does she have even more brothers? Akan sternly questioned him, "You say your name is Lewin Ardell?" Lewin politely stood up, looked at him and replied dumbfounded, "Oh yes, that's right." He seriously explained, "I believe the most important thing for a man is strength, the strength to protect his woman and his family, no matter the adversity. And along with that comes a natural sense of responsibility. That's how I live and how I teach my children to live." Lewin listened attentively to every word he said. Akan looked straight into Lewin's eyes and bluntly criticized, "In my view, you look like a noble raised in silk and velvet. Do you really possess the masculine strength I speak of?" Hearing that, Lewin curled his lips into a slight smile and asked him back, "You mean strength?" Then he asserted decisively, "Of course, what I'm most confident in is my strength." The man put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. "Strength is what you're most confident in? Bold, I'll give you that." Lewin now answered firmly with resolute eyes, "If you ask about responsibility, I can guarantee I'm not inferior to anyone, and if you ask about physical strength, I'm confident I'm no weaker than anyone." The long-haired son beside him sneered with contempt, "Not inferior to anyone? Isn't it obvious, father, a fraud like him surely seduced our innocent Irene, just like those professional con men." He grinned devilishly and challenged, "Then why don't you prove what you just said?" "We were about to go out for some training, father and sons." He confidently declared it wouldn't be easy, even skilled fighters often avoid our training sessions. But Lewin showed no hesitation. "Sounds good." He turned back to bid a fond farewell, "Lady Irene, I'll go warm up a bit." She heard that and panicked, "Going up against my family's men?" Lewin returned with a face full of confidence, "They only know training, so perhaps the fastest way to bond with them is through training." Then he followed after the others, "Okay, I'll be back." At that, Saida comforted, "Don't worry, look at that boy's eyes, he'll handle it fine." But that's not what Irene worried about. "No, I'm not worried about Lewin." Saida was a bit surprised and said, "Huh? Then what are you worried about?" Her face grew uneasy. "What I'm worried about are those reckless men." A shout rose from outside. The long-haired boy laughed excitedly. "How was it?" The hollow-cheeked man beside him praised, "A new record, well done, kid." Suddenly a voice behind them warned, "You still have a long way to go." The man lying on the rock watching everything thought, as expected, "There's still a long road to 9 stars. Those below immediately complained, "Indeed, surpassing father is too difficult." He looked down at Lewin smugly and arrogantly, "How's that, you philanderer daring to court our Irene?" He was very confident inside, sure that would crush his spirit. Lewin also praised, "Your strength is truly amazing." Then he turned his toe in another direction. "Well then." Lewin wanted to show himself, "Let me show you something, sir." The 3 men standing behind watched intently, full of curiosity. "What is he doing? No way, does he intend to destroy the whole mountain?" Lewin raised a fist. The man froze, staring in bewilderment. With a single move Lewin seemed to obliterate everything. The mountain split in 2, light slammed into Lewin, such a huge mountain, with bare hands. He broke into a confident smile as their voices rang out in astonishment. "What kind of mage is that strong?" The mist-shrouded peaks loomed. "In Prius the most important qualities for a man are strength and stamina to protect the family." Just as I thought, they intended to use this training to break his spirit. Lewin sprinted forward and was chased by Irene's brothers. "Where do you want to go?" He was drenched in sweat. "All right, I'll go all out with you," he said, and that became his chance to prove his strength and stamina. Days passed like that. Irene's brothers lay strewn on the ground, panting and exhausted. Lewin's silhouette fell over them. "You okay?" He reached out to help them up. "Can you stand? We still have dinner together." Irene's brother took Lewin's hand and sat up. "Yeah, thanks." They chatted warmly. "Will you train again tomorrow?" "Of course." Suddenly Lewin called, "Hey." Irene's brother answered softly, "Yeah." He asked enthusiastically, "Can we call you brother?" The brothers, embarrassed and shy, replied, "Sure." They resumed lively conversation while a lone figure stood nearby observing. Irene's father watched them in thoughtful silence for a long while. Back home, night fell and covered everything. A voice exclaimed in surprise, "What? Really?" The brothers slammed the table in disbelief, shouting, "You were officially recognized as the successor Tower Master? The Emperor himself acknowledged you?" Irene sat beside Lewin and answered softly, "Yes, that's right. He is the mage who stopped Fire King Theron's rebellion, so it's only natural he was chosen." With his new status, Lewin seemed to radiate a halo, such a formidable figure visiting our home, meeting the successor Tower Master in person. At that moment Irene's father spoke up, "Why are you only telling us now?" His expression was complicated. "If you had said earlier, we might have treated you differently from the start." "I don't care about other titles," he said, surprising the father. "What?" Lewin smiled and explained, "I want to be accepted by Lady Irene's family. In that process, I don't think the Tower Master title is that important." He listened with his mouth open, lost in thought. Irene's mother propped her chin and teased, "Really, he's exactly the type Irene would fall for, isn't he, dear?" Irene blushed shyly, "Mother." His expression grew contemplative. "It does seem that way." In the small room, each person had their own bed. Suddenly a voice called Lewin awake. "Hey." It was Irene's father. He startled up. "Huh, father?" While he was still dazed, the man added, "Come with me." He turned and said seriously, "We need to talk." In the quiet night, the full moon shone down. Lewin followed him, worried. He said he wanted to talk. I wonder what about. Suddenly he called, "Lewin." He replied softly, "Yes, father." His voice rang steady. "As I've said many times, Irene is an extremely precious daughter to me." The two men faced each other under the moon. "Can you take responsibility for a girl like her?" Though still a bit flustered, Lewin answered decisively, "Yes, I can." Irene's father closed his eyes and smiled faintly. "Skills, effort, character, although we've treated you roughly, your attitude toward the family is beyond reproach." He opened his eyes, gaze sharp and resolute. "But if one day you cause my daughter to shed tears, I will not let it pass." Then he entrusted Irene, "Take good care of my daughter, Lewin Ardell." Hearing that, Lewin beamed with joy. "Thank you, father." Lewin and Irene stood before the whole family. "You're really leaving? That's sad." Lewin smiled casually. "I'll visit again another time." Irene's brother waved it off. "Oh please, no need, we'll come visit you." His words made both of them blush like tomatoes. They planned to hold a formal meeting in Ardell, so keep dating until then. Irene, embarrassed and angry, kicked her brother. "What are you saying, you stupid brother?" Then she turned and left ahead. "Lewin, hurry up." He waved to everyone and followed her. Yeah, take care." On the way, Irene hesitated, "But Lewin, yeah." She bowed her head slightly, hair covering nearly half her face. "Now that both families have agreed, no one will stand in our way." Irene looked him straight in the face and asked, "So then, what are we to each other?" At that, Lewin immediately flushed bright red. His eyes widened. He smiled shyly and said a few words. "Lady Irene." In the soft wind, facing Irene, Lewin spoke, "Let's court each other seriously." Irene smiled happily upon hearing the words she had longed for. She grinned with eyes squeezed shut and replied, "Please take good care of me, Lord Lewin." 5 years later, at the towering black and pink tower, just thinking seriously about that time seems crazy. You confessed already, Lewin? That is the Tower of Mages. Inside the tower, Strang lay back on a chair chatting away, and I remember every word clearly. "Lady Irene, let's court each other seriously." She giggled, and Lewin stood to the side stacking books, saying, "You sure talk a lot, still bringing that up after all these years?" He glanced at Strang and warned, "If you're helping me, focus on the work, stop lazily reminiscing about the past." Thanks to the Emperor's recommendation, I finally became the Tower Master. Strang lazily sat up, Tower Master Lewin, then paid no more attention and continued putting books on the shelf. Since becoming Tower Master, my life has been busy. Strang serves as my assistant to help handle affairs. Under the blue sky the peaceful small town appeared. Ardell had undergone many changes. Through continuous development it became a stable, solid city. Then came the striking arrivals of Hansen and Jason, thanks to Hansen becoming Ardell's knight and Jason's great help in administrative work. Following them was the middle-aged man with a kindly face. Of course, the one who did the most was still my father. At that moment someone stepped in and called out to Lewin, "Appa." Lewin brightened with pleasure and greeted them warmly. "Oh, look who's here." He teased, "Isn't this our sword tournament champion?" Ruina stood there laughing and replied, "Come on, Appa, given my skill, it's only natural." The image of Ruina riding beside the recovered emperor on horseback flashed to mind. By the way, Ruina continued pursuing her dream of becoming a swordswoman and years later re-entered the tournament and won. Now she stands beside the emperor, who has fully recovered. Lewin stepped closer to Ruina and asked, "So what brings you here today?" She put a hand on her hip and joked, "I'm here to check whether our Tower Master is doing his job properly." Pausing, Ruina added, "And to see how well you're prepared." He looked suddenly flustered at that. "Prepared for what?" Ruina frowned, suspiciously probing, "Don't tell me you don't know what I'm talking about." But Lewin smiled and replied, "Of course I know." Holding the books to his chest, he reassured her, "Don't worry. Everything's been prepared perfectly. No one will have any complaints." Time flew by, and a few days later the Ardell domain suddenly grew much livelier. Hansen and Sita stood amid the passing crowd. Okay, everyone, no pushing, please move slowly. I told you not to push. At that moment someone called and the two of them instinctively looked over. Hansen, Sita. Lewin strolled along amid the townspeople's chatter. Oh, Lewin, one of today's stars has arrived. Is that the Tower Master? That's Lord Lewin. He stood before Hansen and Sita and said, "Thank you for all your help." Sita laughed and answered, "Among friends, this is nothing." Hearing that, Lewin turned to Sita to ask after him, "Especially you, Sita, long time no see. How have you been? I heard you've become the chief senator of Iota." Sita smiled proudly. Haha, news spreads fast. Yes, that's right. Then he suddenly asked, "So, how does it feel to be about to get married? I thought with your talent you'd go first, but I didn't expect it to be this soon." Lewin could only smile awkwardly and let it pass. Suddenly, a sharp scream rose from another direction. The men's side of the bride's family clung to each other sobbing. Irene's getting married? Isn't this far too soon? Only Irene's mother sighed wearily. Come on, people are watching. Stop crying, you lot. Sita couldn't help but remark at the scene, your future brothers-in-law haven't changed a bit. While the two chatted, the ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled. It's about to start, I'm going to prepare. It seems everyone's here except one person. Who is it? Everyone present froze at the unexpected tremor. Those two men immediately cried out in horror. What? Don't tell me it's an earthquake. At that, Lewin calmly reassured them, please, everyone remain calm. Ogres with tall, burly bodies then appeared. They were simply ogres who had been invited. The ogre leader smiled and rumbled, the wedding of the little destroyer, how could we possibly be absent? Next, someone slowly ascended the steps, steady footsteps echoed. Before the crowd, Jason stood solemnly behind the podium. He suddenly spoke, can everyone hear me clearly? Jason smiled and introduced himself. First, I am a mage from the Tower of Mages and will be presiding over today's ceremony. My name is Jason Damon. His red eyes softened. Jason continued, the wedding will begin shortly, so please, honored guests, be seated. Under the clear sky, gentle rays of sunlight seemed to bless the scene. Though I introduced myself as a mage of the Tower of Mages, I'm actually better known as a friend of the Tower Master. Still, thanks to that I'm honored to stand in such a solemn place today. Before hundreds of guests, Jason said, not long ago I met the bride and groom. They asked me to convey their heartfelt thanks to everyone who traveled from afar to celebrate with them. He looked up and stared in a certain direction. So now, let us welcome the main characters of today. Let us welcome the guests of honor. Lewin walked forward at a measured pace amid the applause. Lewin Ardell. Meanwhile, Ruina shouted from below, Appa, congratulations. Others he knew also called out, Lord Lewin, congratulations on your wedding. Immediately after, Jason spoke again. Now, let us present the bride. Irene, in a pure white dress, was led in by her father. Irene Prius, please proceed. Irene lifted her head confidently, a boundless happy smile on her lips. Lewin suddenly startled and stared at her without blinking. Irene Prius. Her father and Irene drew closer to him. Through relentless efforts to restore the family, she had become a world-renowned mage, a name everyone should know at least once. Irene smiled brightly and looked straight at him, and now she was about to become his wife. Irene left her father's arm and stepped forward to take Lewin's hand. He offered a gentle, promising smile, I will be a good husband. Irene's father replied firmly, very well, I trust you, Lewin. They clasped hands and stepped before Tyrion. Next, it was time to welcome the ceremony's officiant. He stood on the podium with a benevolent face. Today's officiant is the Tower Master's master and also my master, Dean Tyrion Ignat of the Academy. As those words ended, Tyrion spoke, first, as the officiant, I offer my congratulations to you both. He looked tenderly at the two before him. Those standing here today have overcome hardships by standing by each other. Irene and Lewin involuntarily glanced at each other. Even if similar trials arise later, this couple, bound in marriage, will overcome them again. Their hands intertwined tightly as if they were one, leaning on each other in hardship and sorrow. That is the meaning of marriage. After looking at each other for a moment, they both turned their gaze to Tyrion. Now, let us listen to the vows from the newlyweds. Lewin glanced away, remembering the past. I still remember the first day I saw her, in an antique shop in Altain during the grand festival. The thought that I would marry someone who once seemed cold and stubborn still feels unbelievable. He turned to her and continued, looking back, I think I was captivated by her confidence and intelligence. Lewin declared confidently in his vow, I, Lewin Ardell, will be my wife's closest friend. Then Irene, without hesitation, vowed, I, Irene Prius, will be my husband's loving companion. Lewin and Irene turned to face one another, and finally, they both addressed the guests at once. to everyone who came to celebrate our wedding, we offer our heartfelt thanks. As they finished speaking, fireworks instantly burst brilliantly across the sky. Not just in one corner of the sky, but in others as well, spreading this happiness. All the guests joyfully voiced their congratulations. Congratulations, Tower Master. Congratulations, milady. In that moment, Lewin suddenly fell into thought. For someone as small as me to achieve all this, it must be thanks to that help. He walked arm in arm with Irene, recalling the long journey. I ran without rest and faced many perils, but in the end I completed everything superbly. Lewin thought regretfully, I wish Draka could witness this moment. Suddenly a voice echoed in his head, congratulations, Lewin. Startled, he thought, that voice. He looked at Strang sitting on his shoulder and asked softly, Strang, didn't you just hear something? Strang asked in confusion, what sound? I didn't hear anything. Hearing that, Lewin's face showed embarrassment and disbelief. He fell silent. Then Lewin suddenly smiled and said, oh, never mind, must have been my imagination. He continued walking with Irene. If someday, far in the future, someone asks me how I'll remember myself today, I'll answer like this. Lewin turned his head slightly to look back, not even for a moment. This is the ending of a journey I completed fully and without regret.